In the year 437 of the Galactic era, on the home planet of the Lone Empire, the White Emperor's Star, as day transitioned to night, the remnants of sunlight gradually sank below the horizon, casting a crimson hue upon the emerging Milky Way, as if it were stained with blood. Thousands of mecha warships surged into the atmosphere, their explosive sounds resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Amidst the relentless bombardment of particle cannons, the imperial capital had already been reduced to scorched earth. Above the Lingio Square, a silver-white six-winged humanoid mecha was pierced through the heart by the enemy commander's sword, severely damaging its central control system. Sparks flew as the Xianhuang flickered with mechanical luminescence in its eyes within its cockpit. Shifa Trans was almost severed in two by the searing blade. Your dear brother chose to flee, he abandoned the Empire, and he abandoned you. It is all over. In response to this derisive proclamation, silence reigned within the mecha Xianhuang. Seeing this, the man chuckled softly, his tones softening. Were you still holding on to Shifa? Xianhuang detected that its master's vital signs were nearing critical levels. In a hurry, it attempted to activate the emergency treatment ray, but the man raised his hand to stop it. Your Highness, Xianhuang inquired, puzzled. There is no time, Shifa rasped, struggling to swallow, as if merely speaking had become a daunting task. Knowing her master had more to say, Xianhuang pressed, Your Highness, please. Shifa took a shuddering breath and asked, How much energy remains? Xianhuang, you must understand the current situation. Even if I could treat my wounds, there is no way I could leave here alive. After a moment of silence, Shifa slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the commanding officer of the Alliance forces displayed on the screen, and calmly stated, Activate all remaining energy reserves and maximize the thrust threshold. Yes. Xianhuang hesitated before asking, What are you planning to do? Outside the cockpit, the evening glow was completely engulfed by the night, as elemental winds laden with stardust swept across the desolate lands of the Lone Empire. The luminous mineral stones covering Lingio Square lit up, their faint cold light coalescing into the imperial insignia composed of wings and swords, resembling a sanctuary as it swayed towards the pair of mecha engaged in a standoff hundreds of meters above. Finally, the mechanical arm of Xianhuang moved slightly. Within another mecha, the Alliance commander, who had been waiting, smirked and said, So, have you come to your senses? He deceived the entire Empire. He is not worth your allegiance. Submit, Shifa. Rex suddenly raised his voice. Yield to the Alliance, or even if you call me uncle today, I will not let you go. Submit. Shifa lowered his gaze toward the arm connected to the consciousness interface, seemingly savoring for the last time the wondrous sensation of merging with the mecha. The warmth of the energy coursed through the consciousness interface, invigorating his frail body and soul. He attempted to curl his fingers, and Xianhuang, receiving the mental command, tightened its grip on the lightsaber. Shifa spoke softly, Uncle Rex, when the eldest prince was murdered, the instigator was never uncovered. You firmly believed it was an internal struggle among the royal heirs, suspecting Shisa, while also doubting me. Did you think I was unaware? You were the mentor of the crown prince, the first knight before the throne, yet after his death, you betrayed the Lone Empire. You feigned a desire to overthrow a decaying regime, but in truth, you simply could not bear to see power slip from your grasp. Shisa may be cruel and hypocritical, but you are merely a traitor intoxicated by power. How could I ever submit to you? As his words fell, Xianhuang suddenly raised its lightsaber. The arc of light cleaved through the air, searing currents piercing the night, leaving Rex with no time to react. The mecha he piloted lost balance in an instant, its shoulders severed, along with the lightsaber plummeting rapidly alongside Xianhuang. Inside the cockpit, Shifa maneuvered the consciousness interface to redirect the particle cannon, unleashing one final strike toward Rex. In an instant, a blood-red beam pierced through the chest of the mecha, igniting the energy chamber in an explosion that sent fireballs soaring into the sky, as if to reduce the entire starry expanse to ashes. Simultaneously, the shock wave from the explosion rebounded, and Xianwang was struck by a near-catastrophic force, propelling the cockpit out as both fell thunderously toward Lingzhou Square. Thick smoke billowed, and the pristine radiance of Lingzhou Square was transformed into a deep crater, resembling a warm bed, within which lay the glass mecha Xianwang, nearing decommissioning, as the technician responsible for its repair stared blankly at the video feed. The staff controlling the central systems of the imperial capital abruptly halted their tasks, the air in the control room seeming to freeze. Had the regent, the last line of defense for the lone empire, actually been defeated? Behind everyone, Su Shichuan, seated in the highest command position, abruptly tensed, standing up in a somewhat uncontrolled manner. Dressed in a pure black imperial military uniform, the man possessed a robust and graceful physique. Despite a fleeting moment of discomposure, his posture remained impeccably standard. He bore an exquisite Asian visage, with perfectly chiseled features. The mineral glow transmitted through the screen cascaded down, as if a thin glaze had been applied to his ice-cold face. Su Shichuan lowered his arms, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen, and spoke solemnly. Connect to the central system of Xianwang. Retrieve the pilot's life data. Yes. The technician promptly returned to their position, swiftly locating the feedback information. Su Shichuan remained silent for a few seconds before inquiring, "What are the results?" The technician responded, "Prince Xifa's vital signs have fallen below the critical threshold, but there is still a life response. The prince is still alive. Continue monitoring." With that, Su Shichuan left his seat, striding toward the control room door. At that moment, the green light indicating entry permitted illuminated above the door, and the metallic door slid open. Upon seeing the figure outside, Su Shichuan halted in his tracks. The elderly man, clad in a white lab coat and supported by an assistant, stood at the doorway, making no move to enter. "Dr. Jonas." Su Shichuan met his gaze, hesitating for a moment before stepping closer. "Where are you going?" Jonas asked. "He is still alive." Su Shichuan paused before him. "I must save him. With the prince's demise, you're the only remaining participant. Rather than seeking a final farewell, you have more pressing matters to attend to. You must survive." Jonas' words tightened Su Shichuan's brow, leaving him speechless. Jonas continued, "Shichuan, you must prioritize. Do not let yourself down." He paused for a moment before adding, "Give the order." Once he finished speaking, Jonas nodded slowly, saying, "Follow me." Half an hour later, in the Central Academy, underground secret research facility, you will become the sole individual on that timeline to comprehend the future. When that time comes, regardless of whether the people you encounter are familiar or unfamiliar, anyone who has the potential to alter the present fate can become your prey. Shichuan, you must understand your mission. You must recognize that change comes at a cost, and this must remain concealed from everyone, for they will not believe you. You can only rely on yourself. "I understand, Doctor." He pocketed the pocket watch and turned to enter the shuttle. As silence enveloped, Su Shichuan quietly closed his eyes, his hand instinctively resting on the empty space beside him. At that very moment, the long quiet communicator suddenly erupted with a faint crackling sound, followed by an extremely hoarse voice that spoke, "Fortunately, I made it in time." Su Shichuan opened his eyes wide, and upon hearing those words, his gaze turned crimson. "Shifa? It is me sorry to have kept you waiting." Xifa's voice was barely a whisper, yet he managed a gentle laugh, teasing, "I still remember how you despise students lacking a sense of time. I've been punished for it more than once." Upon hearing these words, Su Shichuan's fingers trembled as they pressed against the communicator, his throat seemingly constricted by an unseen force. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Tears welled at the corners of Su Shichuan's eyes, caught in a blend of mirth and sorrow by this ill-timed warning. Before he could articulate a response, he heard Xifa's voice once more. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Remember, you must treat him with utmost kindness. When we first met, your demeanor towards me was..." rather frigid. But do not forget me. Zypha's voice grew faint. You possess the chance to live anew. Yet in this lifetime, there exists only this singular me, irreplaceable. As the final words faded, a prolonged tone resonated, marking the end of the communication. Chapter 2. The Soul Across Light Years. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, as if the body had endured a protracted suffocation in the vacuum of space. As consciousness gradually returned and perception awakened, his relaxed fingers instinctively curled, gently grasping the soft fabric within reach. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, as if struggling to master the control of this body. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes. In the dim light, the outlines of the ceiling and chandelier became clearer, and Su Shichuan paused, a wave of indescribable emotions flooding his mind. What time could this possibly be? Undoubtedly, this was the last card that could allow the Loin Empire to rise from the brink of destruction. Yet, the path that would set everything in motion remained utterly elusive. He closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, but the more he forced himself to remain calm, the more chaotic his mind became. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed in the bedroom, resembling the firm thud of military boots striking the floor, a muffled sound that seemed intentionally disruptive in the prolonged silence. Could it be that someone was present? Su Shichuan, having once held the position of the Empire's supreme commander, was seasoned in the art of warfare and adept at manipulating S-class mechs with his mind. His mental fortitude was formidable, and his senses had been honed to acute sharpness. Even now, in this youthful body, he should not be incapable of detecting the presence of another living being in the room. In an instant, their gazes met. Su Shichuan quickly assessed the force applied to his shoulder, and his instinct informed him that this person could potentially match his strength. Thus, after a brief standoff of mere seconds, he chose not to resist, but to relax his posture, calmly inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you here?" If his memory served correctly, this should be the residence of the former supreme commander of the Loin Empire. As the sole heir of the marshal, his private quarters should not be accessible to outsiders. This individual was undoubtedly suspicious. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Su Shichuan lifted his eyelashes. But the dim light of the bedroom obscured the stranger's face, leaving him to discern only that it was an adult male. Su Shichuan thought to himself, "Is he perhaps taking care of me?" Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Shichuan noted that the man's tall frame and stiff movements did not resemble those of a servant in the residence. With the aid of the light, he finally discerned the man's features. The individual appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps in his early 20s, with strikingly handsome and well-defined features, as if meticulously crafted by an artist. His expression was neutral, exuding an air of calm detachment, entirely unlike the assertive demeanor of the earlier figure. Dressed in a crisply tailored dark gray uniform that accentuated his tall stature, he met Su Shichuan's gaze without hesitation, slightly lowering his head. His eyes carrying a subtle scrutinizing quality, as if observing an extraordinary object. Feeling perplexed under the man's gaze, Su Shichuan's expression darkened, and he reiterated coldly, "Who exactly are you?" "Advanced Intelligence Unit," the man replied. Su Shichuan repeated the term in his mind, surveying the entity before him once again, and continued, "So you are indeed not human? Who is your creator?" "Dr. Jonas," the figure responded. Su Shichuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "So it was the doctor who created you? Is that why you are here?" At the mention of the name, his heart tightened uncontrollably, but he quickly masked it, asking, "The marshal's residence is heavily fortified. How did you gain entry?" With utmost seriousness, the entity replied, "Silicon-based intelligences can alter their appearance at will. I disguised myself as a fresh cauliflower and was brought in by the morning delivery personnel." Su Shichuan found it difficult to visualize that scenario and remarked helplessly, "I must say, you are rather resourceful." The entity puffed out its chest with pride, declaring, "Master, I possess many advantages." A smile flickered in Su Shichuan's eyes. He found this intelligence quite engaging. Moreover, considering it was left behind by Dr. Jonas, he felt a tinge of nostalgia at having another companion who understood both history and the future. At least, he was not alone. By the way, Su Shichuan turned to the entity. "Is there an accurate time point for the end of the soul's journey? I am only 24 this year, having entered the military for less than 6 months, yet I have already attained the rank of Major General." The Loin Empire had seized control of an entire star system through warfare, and the culture revered martial prowess. Influenced by his long-deceased founding parents, Su Shichuan had always been adorned with the halo of the marshal's son, designated by the old emperor as the future supreme commander, destined to assist the next emperor. However, the emperor he had served loyally had not only fled the nation, but had also become the very cause of the calamity that led to the death of the Western forces. It was a cruel irony. Master seems unhappy. The entity, named 17, appeared confused. Its initial programming mandated unwavering support in executing the hunting plan. And as SUSI-MANHUA was its unconditionally obedient subject, pleasing him was an imperative command. As a loyal intelligence unit, 17 searched its database for all available options and quickly determined a solution based on SUSI-MANHUA's childhood preferences. In the next moment, the young man, who had been kneeling by the bed awaiting orders, vanished, only for an enormous white-furred fox dog to leap onto the bed, its hefty body pressing against SUSI-MANHUA's chest. Startled by the sudden appearance of this creature, SUSI-MANHUA's instinct was to shove it away. 17 clung to him with its front paws, wagging its tail joyfully, panting and attempting to roll over in a display of affection. This transformed fox dog was much larger than a calf, weighing close to 200 pounds, and SUSI-MANHUA felt a weight on his chest. Urgently trying to halt the creature's foolish antics, bewildered, he asked, "What are you doing?" The detection system sensed that your heart rate and brainwaves were unstable. 17 was ordered to alleviate your negative emotions, the fox dog replied in 17's voice. When you were 5 years old, you received a rare pet beast that looked quite similar to this. Isn't it adorable? Are you feeling a bit happier? With that, the fox dog leaned in to lick his face. SUSI-MANHUA pushed the dog's head aside, maintaining a stoic expression. That extraterrestrial beast was only 20 centimeters tall. You must have miscalculated. The fox dog, ears drooping, glanced down at its enormous paws and apologized. Sorry, the ratio calculation was incorrect. I will rectify it immediately. Then, the fox dog shrank down to the size of a palm, obediently lying in SUSI-MANHUA's embrace. How about now? Having been unexpectedly tossed about, SUSI-MANHUA, with no desire to dwell on the past, decided to scrutinize the creature closely, eventually asking, "Do you have any other forms? Your humanoid shape is impractical for entering and exiting, while a pet is inconspicuous but cannot attend formal events. It depends on your needs," 17 replied, wagging its tail. The silicon-based body can change form at will and can accommodate anything you can imagine. SUSI-MANHUA felt a stark contrast in the personality of this intelligence unit. Given its current appearance, it was difficult to reconcile it with the initial impression of a pure and ascetic young figure. It seemed that the initial programming had just been unlocked, and the emotional simulation code was still unstable. Even with the designation of 17, it appeared to have numerous bugs, indicating the doctor had indeed been pressed for time during its creation. 17 furrowed its brow, uncertain, and remarked, "I believe I detected you harboring some unkind thoughts about me. The content does not seem very favorable. You are overthinking it." SUSI-MANHUA gazed earnestly at the tip of the fox dog's nose for several moments before gently setting the little creature down and stroking its fur. 17, feeling quite comfortable, squinted his eyes in delight, emitting a series of soft purring sounds reminiscent of canids. Just then, a thought struck him, and he looked up at SUSI-MANHUA. The latter, distracted, responded with a nonchalant pausing his movements. "What is it?" 17 licked his nose and said, "According to my prearranged schedule, you are invited to a royal banquet tonight, a gathering that has not occurred in 50 years. I wonder if you recall it?" Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile tugged at SUSI-MANHUA's lips as he replied casually, "Of course, and it is imperative that I attend tonight's soiree." 17 sensed the undertone and, using his little paws, climbed up to scrutinize SUSI-MANHUA with a tilted head. "Why do you say that, master? In the grand design of fate, there exist predetermined paths that, though seemingly manipulated by human hands, often align unexpectedly with their original trajectories." He fell silent, pondering inwardly. How could one bear not to attend? Chapter 3. A Reunion. At 7:45 p.m., the capital of the White Emperor Star was ablaze with lights. A broad, straight avenue bisected the core area, leading directly to the Moon-White Palace at its terminus. This region of the Loin Empire boasts the most stringent security, with royal guards stationed at all 4 city gates. The seemingly empty sky is, in fact, enveloped by a spherical particle shield, ensuring that not even a bird can approach. A hovering vehicle halted before the northern gate of the royal city, and the attending guard hastily approached for inspection. Given its proximity to the rear of the Moon-White Palace, this entrance was the most secluded, seldom utilized by visitors outside of internal personnel. The guard, aware of the routine banquet scheduled for tonight, felt a twinge of curiosity. The occupant could either be an exceptionally discreet guest wishing to avoid mingling or a complete novice unaware that this entrance was meant for servants. However, as the window descended, revealing the occupant's visage, the guard was taken aback, exclaiming, "Major General Su, is that you?" Su Shichuan smiled politely, extending the electronic invitation. "Indeed, it is I. Since my route was nearby, I thought it best not to detour to another entrance." Understanding dawned on the guard, who accepted the invitation without a glance. Bowing respectfully to Su Shichuan, after signaling his companion to open the gate, he added, "The banquet is about to commence. I wish you an enjoyable evening." Su Shichuan replied with a smile, "Thank you for your efforts." With that, he raised the window and piloted the hovering vehicle through the northern gate. The rear area of the royal city was dimly lit and utterly silent. During the entire drive, he encountered no other visitors. Su Shichuan found a secluded spot to park the vehicle. Instead of hastening to the banquet hall, he leisurely lit a cigarette, savoring a puff and exhaling the smoke. "Clearly, this is not the most direct route," 17's voice chimed in. "Master, why not use the main entrance? Are you concerned about encountering someone?" At this, Su Shichuan's lips curved slightly as he absent-mindedly touched the silver implant on his right earlobe, responding lightly, 17, do you know where the main entrance leads?" "No need." Su Shichuan replied, "It leads to the Harpy Griffin Square." "What's south wrong with that square?" 17 inquired, puzzled. "It is filled with luminous mineral stones, and the night view is quite splendid." Su Shichuan extinguished his cigarette and strolled toward the moon-white palace, adding, "Thus, one is likely to encounter many people, and I find that rather noisy." "Master," 17 remarked, "your performance in behavioral psychology at the military academy must have been commendable, correct? Wasn't your grasp of artificial intelligence subjects rather lacking?" "Why do you say that?" "My core processing system's comprehensive analysis indicates you are lying, yet my visual observations do not support this conclusion." Su Shichuan nearly laughed in exasperation but maintained a stern visage, replying earnestly, "Should you continue to analyze your master so casually, I might enforce a mandatory sleep mode." The little silver implant trembled at the threat, fearing a shutdown, and promptly fell silent. The Moon-White Palace, the royal residence of the White Emperor's Star, is a grand complex of classical architecture. The banquet hall for tonight's gathering is situated on the top floor of a side hall. Its dome closed yet simulated through holographic imaging technology to resemble the vastness of the Galactic Sea. Amidst the melodious tunes, silver stardust cascades down, lending the venue an air of elegance that transcends royal opulence. Tonight's royal banquet is not particularly formal. It can at best be deemed a small gathering among the Empire's elite, yet every invited guest undeniably holds impressive titles or ranks above officer level. Such events occur every month or two under the royal aegis, primarily to provide high-ranking officials with opportunities for networking, facilitating the mingling of noble heirs and newly appointed officers, a splendid platform for fostering interpersonal connections. The Loin Empire, founded nearly 4 centuries ago through warfare, appears peaceful on the surface, yet internal factionalism has long been severe. The hawkish faction, led by the military, is dissatisfied with the current state of the empire and has long advocated for the expansion of star systems. Conversely, the conservative faction, led by the church, prefers to enhance order, believing that the military's actions are too brash. In times of peace, they argue, soldiers should not maintain such elevated social standings nor interfere with royal decisions. However, this deadlock was abruptly shattered 3 years prior when the first heir apparent, Crown Prince Raymond Trans, was assassinated, and the old emperor's health deteriorated rapidly following the shock. In that moment, the power within the Loin Empire became vacant, leaving everyone to speculate who had employed the desperate assassin. Merely 3 months later, the empire's first knight, Rex, rebelled, fleeing White Emperor Star with his former troops to establish the Free Alliance, setting his sights directly on the Loin Empire. It was this catalyst that reignited military power amidst the absence of peace. The fissures that had formed did not mend in the face of war's threat, but rather surged with undercurrents. Upon entering, Su Shichuan collected a glass of low-alcohol champagne from a servant, then discreetly positioned himself in a corner of the banquet hall. While sipping his drink absent-mindedly, he quietly observed the arriving guests. In his previous life, although he had attained the rank of Major General at a young age, it was merely a reflection of his family's glory. People were keen to believe that his rapid ascent was solely due to the Emperor's nostalgia for the founding commander, leading to numerous colleagues within the military harboring hidden disdain despite outward cordiality. Yet now, Su Shichuan found himself quite content with his present circumstances. As a newcomer in the military, albeit a major general, he had yet to make a notable impression. Others treated him with superficial politeness, but beneath their words and gestures, he sensed a hint of contempt, a perfect balance of possessing some power without drawing undue attention, facilitating his endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had passed since the banquet commenced. During this time, Su Shichuan neither initiated conversation nor was approached by anyone, remaining a solitary figure quietly sipping his drink, feeling like an outsider. 17. Hesitant to probe further into his master's thoughts, chose instead to observe his expressions. Ultimately unable to restrain himself, he cautiously inquired, "What are you contemplating?" "I am considering if there are any individuals among tonight's guests worth leveraging," Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, 17's mind sparked with curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Have you devised a plan so soon?" "Not exactly." Su Shichuan lowered his head to sip the wine, his eyelashes fluttering momentarily before he raised his gaze, meticulously scrutinizing each individual within his line of sight. "You are well aware that the cataclysmic final battle that led to the downfall of the Loin Empire occurred 50 years hence, and even in the present timeline, Rex has already committed treachery. The existence of the Alliance is a reality I find myself powerless to alter. That decisive war is inevitable. Yet I cannot simply wait for 50 years. The hunting plan affords me both ample time and a scarcity of it." 17 gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "You intend to catalyze the outbreak of war, forcing the Empire and the Alliance to make their decisions prematurely?" "I do entertain such thoughts," Su Shichuan replied, "but only when I possess absolute certainty." 17 pondered, responding, "You are correct, Master. You must ensure the Empire's victory." Speaking of the third prince, 17 glanced at his master uncertainly. "You mentioned encountering him here, but where is he?" Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan smiled silently, his wrist gently swirling the crystal glass containing wine as he remarked casually, "Our third prince, in his youth, exhibited none of the decorum befitting a royal. He associated with a cadre of disreputable companions, who surely cannot grace the halls of propriety. They are likely indulging in drink in some obscure chamber. Is that so? Should we seek him out?" "No need." "Why not?" Su Shichuan, maintaining a leisurely demeanor, replied, "Because such companions may drink, yet they are ill-suited for anything else." "Anything else?" The little silver pin twisted uneasily, expressing doubt. "Master, though I am a highly advanced intelligent entity, I have only recently been activated and cannot yet decipher overly profound language. Would you mind expressing it in simpler terms?" 17's voice trembled. What do you mean to do?" "Why, to indulge in the pleasures of the hunt, of course." The Major General chuckled meaningfully. The ancient phrase to warm and satisfy one's desires fits the prince perfectly. 17. As an innocent, intelligent entity, 17 found himself utterly baffled by his master's demeanor. "Why do you seem so disdainful of him?" 17 speculated timidly. "Could it be that you are the one the third prince has ensnared?" Su Shichuan. "Is this truly an intelligent entity? It shows a remarkable lack of perception." The Major General, touched on a sore spot, took a restrained breath, placing the goblet on the marble windowsill with a sound laced with suppressed rage. 17 shivered in fear, and without waiting for his master to speak, instinctively initiated self-sleep mode. At that moment, the attendants in the hall began receiving orders through their communicators, hastily traversing the animated guests, heading directly for the main entrance of the banquet hall. Simultaneously, the long-closed door was opened from the outside, and the tardy attendants hurriedly lined up on either side, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. From the moment the last communication was severed to this very instant, he had never envisioned, nor dared to imagine, the mindset with which he would face their reunion. This fleeting glance bridged 2 lifetimes, separated by a full 50 years of stars and seas, forcibly torn apart by human hands. In that moment, the brilliance of the galaxy converged, illuminating the figure in a snow-white garment, rendering him pure and radiant. Su Shichuan watched him enter the banquet hall, his body trembling uncontrollably, as an indescribable complexity of emotions began to swell within him. In this life and the last, he grasped for the first time the true meaning of what it is to lose, and then regain something precious. "You left behind a message, urging me to be less distant in this life. So, Upon our next encounter, do you wish for me to stand amidst the crowd? Or shall I take the initiative to approach your side this time? Taking a deep breath, Su Shichuan forced himself to regain composure. However, before he could take a step forward, the third prince, positioned at the opposite end of the hall, unexpectedly lifted his gaze. Their eyes met. They had reunited. Just as before. Chapter 4. Haven't I seen you somewhere? At this moment, the third prince of the empire squinted hesitantly at the main entrance. The entire banquet hall shimmered with starlight, figures flickering before his eyes. Shifa could not discern what those approaching to greet him were saying. He pressed his forehead in an attempt to clear his foggy mind, then lifted his gaze towards the window at the far end. To be precise, he was observing the figure standing before the window. Earlier, it had merely been a fleeting glance. In this social setting, the individual stood alone, quietly sipping wine in a corner, appearing excessively understated. Yet amidst the bustling guests, his stillness became strikingly conspicuous. Having consumed too much alcohol, Shifa's consciousness was hazy, but it did not prevent him from concluding that this was a solitary prey, and a remarkably alluring one at that. If he did not approach to offer comfort, it would be terribly unbecoming. The attendant lingering nearby saw that Shifa was quite inebriated and quickly approached, whispering respectfully, "Your Highness, there is a prepared resting room next door. It is quiet there. Would you like to retire for a moment? I can also have someone bring you some tea to sober you up." Shifa's thoughts had already flown elsewhere. He didn't absorb a single word of this suggestion. He grabbed the small attendant by the shoulder, drunkenly inquiring, "Hey, tell me, who is that person?" He gestured with his chin towards the figure facing the window. "I don't know." Shifa, too intoxicated to fully process the information, caught only the name, dismissing the rest as unimportant. Yet he soon recognized the figure. After saying this, he pushed the attendant aside, took a cup of wine from a nearby long table, and, feigning nonchalance, strode across the hall toward the window. Master, 17 deactivated self-sleep mode, dutifully reminding, the third prince is approaching. Shall I provide real-time distance updates? No need. Su Shichuan replied, lifting the wine glass to his lips. I can discern his footsteps. What are your intentions? 17 inquired. As an intelligent entity, his data had been synchronized to the system right up until the initiation of the hunting plan. 17, with clear logic, analyzed the current situation thoroughly. Yet he remained unable to decipher his master's thoughts. Perhaps that individual was simply too skilled at concealing emotions, without initiating a brainwave scan to forcibly probe thoughts. Even with the ability to analyze Su Shichuan's demeanor and actions, he could glean no useful information. His understanding of Su Shichuan stemmed from the core database established by Dr. Jonas, yet that data remained superficial, akin to a meticulously detailed manual. He was well-versed in every word, capable of constructing an image of a cold, powerful, omnipotent soldier, yet unable to delve into the depths of his soul. Unaware that the little silver pin was internally criticizing him, Su Shichuan set down his glass and softly stated, I intend to indulge him. Just remember to initiate self-sleep mode when the time comes. Why must I sleep again? The naive, intelligent entity found this perplexing. After all, he had not uttered anything inappropriate this time. Humans truly were enigmatic. Behind them, Shifa, who had just paused, did not rush to speak. Instead, he lowered his gaze, observing the silhouette before him. His eyes traced the straight spine of the individual, lingering over the parts where the fabric was tautly bound, then sweeping down to the long legs and the slender ankles wrapped in boots. What a fine physique. Shifa mused internally. It is just that he is dressed too conservatively. Shifa downed the remaining wine in his cup, his tongue lightly brushing over his lips. And under the slight sting of the alcohol, he took a few steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the man at the windowsill. Su Shichuan had been anticipating this moment, and only when the fellow beside him placed the goblet upon the windowsill did he leisurely turn his head, regarding Shifa with a gaze that bore a hint of disturbance and mild surprise. He remained silent, his expression calm and composed, yet his heart felt as though it were caught in a tempest, tightening abruptly. This year, Shifa Tlans, the third heir to the throne of the Loin Empire, had just come of age. His visage inherited all the exquisite traits of the late Princess Anna, his features strikingly beautiful. He possessed captivating eyes, deep and translucent blue, with a slender shape and slightly upturned outer corners that exuded a roguish charm when he smiled. Clad in a snow-white royal uniform, with knee-high military boots and devoid of superfluous adornments, his flowing golden locks accentuated his tall and upright stature. Unconsciously, Su Shichuan found himself entranced by a stray lock of hair that fell from Shifa's face. In his previous life, Su Shichuan had profoundly experienced the disdain and ostracism of his peers during his ascent, having to exert double the effort to have others overlook the halo above his head and acknowledge him for who he truly was. At that time, he had been proud and reserved, naturally looking down upon a prince like Shifa, who seemed so frivolous. Thus, when this individual made an ambiguous advance and his hand wandered to inappropriate places, the young major had shown no hesitation, swiftly knocking the third prince to the ground in front of the imperial nobles and high-ranking officers present at the banquet, delivering a precise blow that rendered him unconscious. Now, standing before him, Shifa still bore a look of mischief. The major couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of this little rogue seeking him out. Raising his gaze to meet Shifa's slightly intoxicated blue eyes, he awaited the absurd yet straightforward request to come forth. Was it a major? What was his name again? The third prince pondered, feeling a headache from having drunk too much. It was rather embarrassing not to remember the name of such a beauty. Su Shichuan. Su Shichuan was rendered both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself that this fellow's skills in flirtation were, as always, abysmal. Is that so? Yet I seem to have no recollection, he replied, suppressing a smile. Of course, Shifa replied, his laughter causing his lashes to flutter, his bright eyes seemingly veiled with a thin film of water. He leaned closer to Su Shichuan, scrutinizing his porcelain skin and strikingly distinct eyes. When did the military department acquire such a gem? The third prince mused greedily. Their proximity allowed Shifa to catch a whiff of the pleasant scent emanating from Su Shichuan. This man possessed a cool demeanor, not the icy sort, but rather one of calmness and composure, appearing somewhat mature compared to his youthful visage. The smile on his face bore a hint of detachment, perfectly restrained. Even attending the royal banquet in military attire, he managed to imbue the otherwise rigid uniform with a unique charm. Shifa's gaze drifted to the man's slightly pursed pale lips, and he chuckled to himself, realizing that this individual was merely pretending to be aloof. His intentions were so blatant. The other did not reject nor accept, maintaining an air of nonchalance, standing so upright as if to impress someone. Of course we've met, he said, wrapping one arm around Su Shichuan's waist, subtly sliding his hand lower under the guise of being unintentional, while continuing, I never forget a beauty. If you are indeed a person, would you mind sharing a drink with me privately? 17. Oh my. The silent AI could no longer contain itself and lamented angrily. This rascal is such a rogue. How dare he take advantage of my master? Master, hurry. The young major, once again subjected to an unwelcome advance, was distracted by 17's outburst, causing him to pinch his earring with composure. 17. Su Shichuan's eyes danced with amusement, glancing sideways at the audacious individual who, despite being a few inches taller, was clinging to him stubbornly, a mere child unable to execute his mischief properly. Don't go. 17 trembled in fear, exclaiming, It's obvious nothing good will come of this, master. You mustn't tea. Silence. Su Shichuan warned quietly, or I shall dispose of you. 17. What on earth? 17 was utterly perplexed. Was cautioning against danger a mistake? The complexities of carbon-based beings were truly difficult to comprehend. Chapter 5. Is this what they call hooking up? Wishing to avoid drawing attention, Su Shichuan intentionally led Shifa through a side door, away from the banquet hall. Once distanced from the revelry, the surroundings fell into an immediate hush, as if the ancient palace had succumbed to slumber. The Double Moon Palace was equipped with high-precision security systems, monitored by the military's safety department around the clock, resulting in a lack of patrolling guards within. In his previous life, Su Shichuan had been appointed as the royal tutor by the old emperor. Following Shisa's ascension, he was promoted to the first knight before the throne, fully responsible for the security of the imperial city, with an intimate understanding of its internal structure. He was well aware of the flaws in the security system, thus choosing to navigate through blind spots to avoid leaving traces in the surveillance system. While Su Shichuan remained relatively obscure, the identity of the marshal's heir was now public, and he could not easily approach or distance himself from any royal heir. The death of the first prince had taught the empire a crucial lesson. Unless the coronation was finalized, nothing was certain. Everyone was aware of the old emperor's declining health, making the crown prince's ascension imminent. The transition of the throne would signify a complete reshuffle of the empire's factional structure. Current high-ranking military officers were allied with the old emperor's faction. Although experienced, they might not be favored by the new emperor. After all, they were not trusted confidants nurtured from the ground up, and while their loyalty was reliable, who could guarantee that a betrayal wouldn't lead to the emergence of a second free alliance in opposition to the Loin Empire? Throughout history, those in positions of power have always been suspicious. Su Shichuan understood the character of the future emperor well and would naturally avoid provoking this sensitive issue prematurely. Furthermore, with the larger framework already established and Shisa now the crown prince, the power he wielded as a major was limited, necessitating the favor of that individual to ascend further. If memory served correctly, that ambitious crown prince had likely noticed his presence long ago. The son of the marshal was a significant asset, lending a semblance of historical legitimacy to events. This was undoubtedly the primary reason Shisa had actively sought to befriend him, even personally recommending him to the emperor for the position of royal tutor. He merely needed to bide his time, awaiting the fated convergence of destinies. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Shichuan instinctively turned to glance at the individual beside him, momentarily taken aback when their eyes met. "You finally noticed me," Shifa smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Otherwise, I might have begun to question what we were leaving the banquet early for." Though subtly stated, the implication was unmistakable. Su Shichuan could not help but smile slightly, reflecting on how this seemingly youthful individual was attempting to masquerade as a seasoned seducer. It was no wonder their first encounter had led to a misunderstanding, resulting in him receiving a thorough thrashing in front of so many witnesses. Back then, Su Shichuan had been unyieldingly principled, unable to tolerate even the slightest deceit, while Shifa was the very grain of sand that had found its way into his eye. One was driven by lust, the other by pride. Their initial conflict had forged an acquaintance, but what were they now? Su Shichuan found the situation rather amusing. Perhaps it could be summarized as a cunning wolf inadvertently courting a shepherd dog clad in sheep-esque clothing. Ultimately, it remained uncertain who would devour whom. "Your Highness, what do you believe we are leaving for?" As he spoke, Su Shichuan raised the tips of his brows, his eyes curving into an exquisite shape. The starlight streaming through the window illuminated his dark irises, casting a delicate, shimmering blue hue, imbued with a profound yet subtly mischievous smile. West Fa was momentarily captivated by this enigmatic smile, feeling an inexplicable surge of restlessness within. From their brief encounter of merely 10 minutes, he undoubtedly appeared to be a person of cool composure and integrity. Yet, for reasons unknown, locking eyes with him evoked a vague, slippery sensation, perhaps due to the playful glint in his peach blossom eyes. Their gaze met, and that smiling look was undeniably seductive, more lethal than any other form of allure. Truly a mesmerizing fiend, cloaked in the guise of propriety. There might be a window ajar somewhere along this corridor, allowing the cool night breeze to drift in. West Fa felt his mind clear slightly, glancing down at the impeccably formal collar of this seemingly upright beauty, and quipped, in the dead of night, "Two solitary men. Surely we are not off to discuss life's ideals. What say you, Major General?" It seemed, from the tone, that the third prince was rather experienced. Su Shichuan shot him a sidelong glance, replying leisurely, "You shall find out shortly." West Fa, with a crafty retort, circled back, "But the truth is, you'll only know a little." The third prince, in a rare moment of vulnerability, felt a twinge of nervousness. Though West Fa was young, his status as a noble scion made it intolerable for him to be teased in this manner. Thus, he swaggered into the banquet hall with an air of confidence. The beauty before him was indeed enticing, yet as a youth with only theoretical knowledge and no practical experience, the thought of faltering in bed was utterly mortifying. What was more pressing was that the other party appeared to be genuinely experienced. The two exited through the back door of the banquet hall, passing through a garden at the northwest corner of the imperial city. The garden featured numerous fountains, and the humidity in the air amplified West Fa's headache. He quickly pressed his hand to his forehead to steady himself, and upon opening his eyes, sensed something amiss. "I heard from the banquet attendants that you are the newly appointed Major General of the military." West Fa's voice, still laced with the distinctive timbre of post-drinking, sounded deep and alluring, yet significantly clearer now. "How do you know the layout of my palace so well, especially if this is your first time at the Crescent Hall?" "You worry too much," Su Shichuan explained nonchalantly. "My subordinates only know how to exit that side hall. As for how to navigate to your palace, isn't it you who is leading the way?" Walking side by side, it was unclear who was guiding whom, and they naturally found themselves here. West Fa's mind was clouded. He had scarcely remembered the other's name, too consumed with admiring the first romantic rendezvous of his life and pondering how to conceal his youthful inexperience. That familiar feeling was muddled, likely due to Su Shirchuan's remarkable composure. Is this what a casual encounter entails? A rendezvous in the garden, braving the chilly winds, and stargazing? Certainly, the stargazing was merely a prelude as they had yet to reach their destination. Theoretically, it should encompass a richer experience, shouldn't it? There were no tantalizing sweet nothings. No fiery exchanges, it had only been a series of questions and answers, with stolen glances that he nonchalantly allowed. Was this script somehow misplaced? At that moment, the not-so-seasoned little libertine couldn't help but harbor doubts about the nature of romance. After a while, they arrived at the third prince's palace. The White Emperor's star shone distinctly with the changing seasons, and the capital was situated in a climate zone of optimal conditions. At this moment, early autumn was upon them, with temperatures dropping yet remaining comfortable. A breeze swept through the darkness, rustling the branches of a tree adorned with white flowers. These blossoms were unique, their buds resembling delicate puffballs that, when stirred by the wind, released their petals like snowflakes drifting downwards. Su Shirchuan sensed something and lifted his gaze, his eyes instinctively gliding towards the large windows on the third floor through the thinning branches. "Master, what are your true intentions?" 17 could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke up. Stealing a glance at him, 17 timidly added, "Your adrenaline levels are stable. This is not impulsiveness. So please do not underestimate the intelligence of those without adrenal glands." This individual was indeed too repressed, 17 thought sensitively. He claimed it was impulsiveness, a loss of control. Yet his heart rate and brainwaves indicated he was 100% composed. "You carry many thoughts within," he remarked, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a surge of anxiety, quickly adding, "I did not pry into your thoughts, but I can sense it." "You are correct," Su Shirchuan smiled at him. "Dr. Jonas is a genius. He has managed to separate the essence of advanced life forms from their souls, allowing me to experience what others may never even fathom in a lifetime." 17 was perplexed. What logical connection exists in this? Not everything can be analyzed through data. Logic is merely a relatively rigorous concept. Su Shirchuan gazed into his eyes. "What I have done tonight may seem irrational to you, perhaps of no benefit for the future, yet to me, it holds profound significance." 17 furrowed his brows, pausing as his communicator vibrated on his wrist. Su Shirchuan raised his wrist, activating the unread message on the light screen. He cast a downward glance at the flippant invitation and spoke slowly. "I merely wish to behold the satisfaction in his eyes. That is all." 17. "I am but a mortal. Before I fulfill my task, out of personal desire, I wish to first attain my own fulfillment. Do you understand? I can teach you, but how could one truly comprehend? The emotions of sentient beings cannot be entirely simulated by a program. Even though 17 is an advanced intelligence with analytical and computational abilities far beyond those of humans, he cannot truly empathize with experiences he has never encountered. Moreover, Dr. Jonas created him with a singular purpose, to assist Su Shirchuan in executing the hunting plan. The intelligent entity harbors no selfish desires. His chip is programmed to serve only one master." 17 glanced at Su Shirchuan, discreetly refraining from voicing this conclusion. Su Shirchuan maintained a calm demeanor, smiling knowingly as he shook his head and stepped forward. As he passed by, he casually placed a hand on 17's shoulder, giving it a light squeeze, instructing him to wait there. After uttering these words, he proceeded directly toward the rear door of the palace. 17 paused momentarily, instinctively attempting to decipher the seemingly insignificant gesture, then hurriedly turned to follow. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from calling out, merely watching as the figure of Su Shirchuan disappeared beneath the moonlit branches of the white flower tree. "What a perplexing carbon-based life form," 17 mused silently. And just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized something. His core processor momentarily overwhelmed, plunging him into a deep sea of self-doubt. Why could he not analyze his master's emotions and actions? Could it be that he was merely a flawed program, a defective creation? Yet why would Dr. Jonas assign a defective entity to assist in such a critical plan? Could it be that time was so pressing that he was hastily constructed? Oh no. 17's glass CPU shattered into a myriad of pieces. Of course, what was even more baffling was that, as an advanced intelligence, his first command upon awakening was to wait beneath the window for his master's rendezvous. It was utterly absurd. 17 temporarily set aside thoughts of his own imperfections, spiraling into a fresh bout of self-doubt, pondering whether he had unwittingly aligned himself with a false master. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the palace, Su Shichuan halted before a door at the end of the corridor, knocking lightly. Within moments, a voice, leisurely and unhurried, beckoned him to enter, indicating that the door was unlocked. This prompted a smile to flicker across Su Shichuan's face. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. He gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. The moonlight from the corridor spilled into the room, casting a faint beam onto the floor. The lights were off, and standing at the relatively illuminated entrance, Su Shichuan's gaze casually drifted into the darkness beyond the door. Within seconds, he regained his usual composure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This little rascal, so inebriated, still found time to engage in such frivolous games. Was he seeking trouble? Su Shichuan couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The bedroom now resembled a cage of ill intent, the door wide open. While the expected prey, the young general, leisurely adjusted an imaginary crease in his collar, nonchalantly preparing himself like a rabbit ready to leap into a trap. With a soft click, the door closed behind Su Shichuan, extinguishing the last vestiges of natural light and plunging the room into complete darkness. Navigating through the familiar surroundings, Su Shichuan ventured deeper into the room, calling out in mild surprise to the figure lurking in the shadows, "Your Highness?" The other appeared to have just bathed. Apart from the fragrance of cologne, there lingered a refreshing, pleasant scent of moisture. The steam clung to the fabric, imparting a warm, intimate sensation against Su Shichuan's skin. Instinctively, he tensed as the figure drew near, but quickly relaxed, allowing the two hands to roam restlessly over him. Regrettably, the intoxicated and inexperienced third prince found himself stumped by a single button. "I still do not know your name, General," he murmured, his lips brushing against Su Shichuan's neck. His mouth pressed tightly as he inadvertently nudged against the earlobe, both to tease and alleviate the awkwardness of his inability to unfasten the button. The third prince found himself frustrated. The quality of the imperial uniform was simply too high. Meanwhile, Su Shichuan silently smirked, deftly seizing the prince's hand that fumbled at his collar, dismissing it to the side, and proceeded to unbutton the first clasp. "My surname is Su. I am Su Shichuan. Do you know who I am?" With an unclear consciousness, the prince mused that although this beauty feigned propriety, he was indeed quite understanding. Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly, "You are the third prince. Do not be so formal," the prince chided, pressing his lips to the exposed skin of Su Shichuan's neck, teasingly sucking on the tender flesh. Meanwhile, one of his hands slipped into the open front of the man's shirt, purposefully exploring a certain area that had responded eagerly, gently kneading as he teased. "Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to continue." The third prince worried unnecessarily, as Su Shichuan assured him, "You may feel free to proceed." The prince was taken aback by the unusual seriousness of the moment. It was so earnest that it hardly felt like a pretense at all. Frowning slightly, he sensed that tonight's encounter was distinctly peculiar, leading to an unconventional initiation of his first intimate experience. Noticing the prince's actions come to a halt, Su Shichuan turned calmly to face him in the darkness, teasingly remarking, "To speak frankly, from your current technique, it seems this is your first time?" The man's voice was smooth and clear, laced with an ambiguous hint of laughter, presenting a stark contrast to the cold, aloof demeanor he had exhibited since their acquaintance. The room was shrouded in darkness, leaving the prince unable to discern the expression on Su Shichuan's face. Stammering, he found himself caught in an awkward predicament. Before he could finish, he felt something warm and soft press against his lips, their noses brushing together. He locked eyes with the pair of dark orbs mere inches from his own, his soul seemingly drawn away by the cool, teasing gaze that reflected an unfathomable depth. "You need not worry. I can teach you everything." The murmur of this promise lingered in the air, their breaths entwined, infusing the very word teach with an unmistakable allure. As the sentence concluded, the other leaned in, sensually tracing his tongue between the prince's dry lips without hesitation. In that instant, the prince felt a sudden halt in his breath, an unexpected heat flooding his core, the fiery impulse racing through his veins like an intoxicating potion, threatening to incinerate his very essence. In a moment of instinct, he wrapped a hand around the back of Su Shichuan's head, gripping his hair with a fierce intensity, forcing him to tilt back, exposing a vulnerable stretch of alabaster skin. His gaze fell upon the bobbing Adam's apple, the heat within him surging stronger still. When he lifted his eyes to meet Su Shichuan's, he was momentarily taken aback. The man's gaze had returned to its initial calm, resembling an abyss devoid of light. Without a ripple of emotion, "You." The prince struggled to articulate the sensation of this elusive connection. This man was utterly beastly. Every time, he merely teases and then withdraws, igniting an insatiable yearning within the heart, only to observe with an expression of indifference, as if the one who had just seduced and tantalized was not himself. Realizing this, Shi-Fa felt an inexplicable irritation, coupled with the influence of alcohol. He exhaled dryly, forcefully pushing and pulling the other, pressing him onto the bed. He then thrust his knee forcefully between the man's legs, propping himself up with one hand beside Su Shichuan's face, looking down upon him. This was a posture familiar to a predator tormenting its prey, unhurried, arrogant, and unreasonable, patiently awaiting the final struggles before life's curtain call. In the midst of ecstasy, it could have been a consummate satisfaction of body and soul. However, the reality was that the one pinned beneath remained remarkably composed, while the one exerting pressure appeared more like the one playing with fire. This man was a major general in the military, his capabilities beyond question. Shi-Fa had no doubt that should this fellow choose to strike, his fate would surely be dire. Why not resist? Feeling provoked in his pride, the infuriated third prince smiled in irony, his free hand exploring the refined contours of the other's taut waist and hips, methodically unfastening the metal buckle of his belt. Or could it be that the Major General's interest lay below? Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure. If the third prince lacks confidence, I would not mind accommodating you. Shi-Fa. With the provocation still unuttered, he found himself feeling frustrated, akin to the third prince feeling as though he had struck a punch into a mound of cotton. He mused that while this person was undeniably handsome, his tongue was perilously sharp. Initially thinking the man was wary of his status, it now appeared he had greatly overestimated the situation. Su Shichuan, was it? Shi-Fa swiftly withdrew his belt, intertwining the other's wrists, tightening them decisively, and pressing him back onto the bed. The bound Major General furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this little fellow seemed to be riled up. Suddenly, the quiet room was pierced by a distinct sound of a slap. Su Shichuan, momentarily stunned, stood frozen. In their previous encounter, the circumstances had been equally absurd. Perhaps a severe beating at a banquet had at least left Su Shichuan in Shi-Fa's mind as an unattainable flower, one to be admired from afar rather than desecrated. How dare he? Before the initial shock had subsided, Shi-Fa struck again. Su Shichuan abruptly regained his senses. You can still call me third prince, which is quite nice. Shi-Fa sneered, leaning down to whisper in his ear, just wait until I make you call me daddy. The Major General, who had stumbled into the wrong approach, found himself surprisingly nervous. Fortunately, the belt buckle on his wrist was not fastened tightly, making it easy to break free. And with a swift move, he could take down this little rascal. He estimated it would take no more than half a minute. He would need to strike again. The Major General struggled to suppress the impulse to end this little brat's life, for his audacity was indeed excessive. However, before Su Shichuan could act on the thoughts swirling in his mind, the provocateur suddenly leaned down, planting a kiss on his chest, then nestled his head to the side, akin to a beast retracting its claws, using its paws to offer a gesture of goodwill. Your heartbeat is so rapid, had I not heard it, I might have thought you were unaffected. Shi-Fa spoke softly, a hint of amusement in his tone, appearing much older than his years as he maintained a stern demeanor. Aren't you tired of that? Rest assured, Shi-Fa was completely unaware as he grasped the zipper, pulling it down, then deftly sliding his fingers beneath the waistband, proceeding leisurely, for he had always been patient when it came to delightful encounters. The hands of the man are long and agile, warm and dry at the palms, embodying a refined elegance that mirrors his appearance. Yet, in this moment, the graceful act of holding a wine glass contrasts sharply with the vulgarity of his current behavior. You are dampened. As if to validate this, the third prince, harboring ulterior motives, chuckles softly, his fingertip dipping into the secretions, tracing the contours of veins and arteries with an ambiguous intent, drawing a suggestive circle. Caught off guard, Su Shichuan's breath catches, his body involuntarily tensing. I have heard that there exists a specialized course in military academies, designed to train students who may one day infiltrate enemy lines, teaching them how to resist temptation or maintain absolute composure in the face of seduction, thus ensuring the successful execution of assassination missions. Part of this training seems to involve the bedchamber, does it not? How curious it is that the esteemed Major General did not master this during his time. Su Shichuan. The Major General, suddenly challenged in his professional capabilities, finds himself in a state of bemusement. This little rascal, noticing the lack of response from his counterpart, the third prince, convinced he has succeeded in provoking, settles back in satisfaction, intending to explore uncharted territories of life. However, before he can straighten his back, he feels a disorienting blow to his side, and in the next moment, the world spins. A few seconds later, as tranquility returns, Shifa gazes bewilderedly at the dark ceiling, slowly realizing he has become the one subdued. What is the meaning of this? The third prince is shocked, questioning his very existence. Weren't they bound securely? As if anticipating his thoughts, a neatly coiled metallic belt descends from above, landing squarely on his face. Shifa, Su Shichuan, adjusting his wrist which had been constricted, speaks leisurely. Your Highness, your interest likely lies in the resistance training concerning the topic of sex. Due to the high standards expected of task execution members, this course is currently exclusive to those in specialized tactical programs. Not everyone qualifies to participate. Shifa. Indeed, your Highness is fortunate, as I happen to be well acquainted with this specialty and can assist you with a preliminary study. However, at this point, he deliberately pauses, reaching towards his boot to retrieve an alloy dagger, swiftly severing every inconvenient strap and button on the formal attire, leaving no garment intact until he has stripped someone bare, revealing everything. The Major General is quite pleased with the immediate results, his fingers deftly maneuvering the military knife in dazzling arcs before gripping it firmly, pointing it downwards onto the third prince's exposed chest, tracing the lines of his muscles as it glides downwards, finally resting at a sensitive area, delivering a gentle tap with the blade's back. Su Shichuan smiles, earnest and serious. If things proceed too swiftly, there may be penalties. Shifa. The third prince feels quite unwell. He senses that tonight may not culminate in the desired outcome. However, reality proves that he is overthinking. The Major General, deliberately inducing the third prince's impotence, casts a glance at his unresponsive form beneath him, expertly sheathing his knife. Astounding. Who knew one could engage in such activities on a bed? Shifa, having pieced together the disarray in his understanding, muses that while the Major General is indeed adept, his partner's character is peculiarly eccentric. The pretense of seriousness contrasts sharply with the bizarre atmosphere as garments are shed. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might easily misconstrue it as an act of torture. Suddenly, Shifa shivers, instinctively grasping Su Shichuan's wrist. Wait, hold on. The third prince, inexplicably bound, is left in a state of confusion. After subduing the unruly rascal, Su Shichuan straightens his back, positioning himself on either side of Shifa's body, calmly shedding his already loosened coat and shirt, tossing them aside with indifference. He states coolly, the so-called resistance training is designed to instruct participants to utilize their willpower to counteract their body's instinctual responses, maintaining clarity of mind amidst pain, suffocation, hallucinations, and pleasure, while striving to conceal military secrets or avoid compromising assassination missions. Shifa. Is he truly serious? Su Shichuan's smile is both playful and insincere as he leans closer to whisper in Shifa's ear, but adversaries are often quite cunning. His voice is deliberately soft and low, infused with a seductive quality, akin to a heated aphrodisiac, mingling with the humid air as it brushes against the eardrum, tantalizingly. Feeling overwhelmingly passive, which is decidedly unfavorable, Shifa finds himself at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the opportunity is lost on him. They comprehend the frailty of human nature, recognizing that the primal urges are an irresistible force. As the voice, laced with intoxicating allure, grazes his ear, moist lips caress the sensitive skin beneath, a damp sensation intermingling. Shifa instinctively reaches out to caress Su Shichuan's bare back, his palm gliding over the skin, veins protruding with intensity, as he squeezes a handful of flesh. The tremors elicited by the stimulus and a hint of trepidation resemble a venomous drug, offering a deadly temptation that obscures its reality, leaving one yearning to consume it wholly. The following 2,500 words are omitted. Please refer to Weibo for the continuation. A gentle night breeze wafts through the window, carrying with it a delicate fragrance and the seeds of white flowers that bloom like feathers. Su Shichuan feels a weight at the tips of his hair, something swaying before his eyes. Just as he raises a hand to brush it away, he hears Shifa say, "Don't move." With that, he gently removes the flower seed that had fallen onto Su Shichuan's forehead. It is said that after the death of his mother, the emperor personally planted it behind the palace. Shifa holds the seed before his eyes, speaking in a tone that seems to be a soliloquy, softly stating that it symbolizes waiting for a reunion. Su Shichuan is taken aback. Before the words settle, Shifa smirks, carelessly discarding the seed, his voice adopting a subtly mocking tone. How could that be? He sneers, asserting that he never loved her, and thus could never anticipate a reunion. To be continued in Chapter 8. The Master is unattainable, unbeknownst to them. Time has slipped away, and it is already quite late. In the early autumn hours, the night is as cool as water, and a profound silence envelopes the surroundings. The sheer curtains billow gently, lifted by the night breeze that sweeps through, dispersing much of the lingering, ambiguous scent within the bedroom. The night has been tumultuous, settling down only in the later hours. At present, Shi-Fa lies in a deep slumber, his arm wrapped around Su Shichuan's waist, his head tilted slightly, with strands of pale golden hair tousled chaotically by his irregular sleeping posture, partially obscuring his profile. In slumber, he appears remarkably at ease, shedding the usual air of nonchalance, and instead exuding a clean essence characteristic of youth, caught between boyhood and manhood. Su Shichuan leans against the soft cushion at the head of the bed, a half-burned cigarette nestled between his fingers. He gazes at the sleeping Shi-Fa, remaining silent for a moment, before he can no longer resist the urge to reach out. Gently brushing aside the stray hair from Shi-Fa's forehead, his eyes fixated on that face. This truly is the finest moment of his life, youthful and vigorous, untouched by the trials of life, completely unguarded, allowing a stranger to remain beside him, even drifting into a peaceful slumber in their embrace. The cost of growing from a boy into a man is steep, especially within the perilous confines of the imperial court. Yet, every dream must eventually awaken. The only difference lies in who shatters that dream. This night, the wind is strong, scattering numerous feather-like seeds from the trees. 17 stands resolutely beneath a tree, maintaining the same posture as when Su Shichuan departed. Only upon hearing footsteps again does he seem to regain his senses, turning his head without a smile or frown. His gaze towards Su Shichuan tinged with a hint of melancholy, resembling a neglected dog throwing a tantrum, feigning indifference while unable to suppress its wagging tail. For hours have passed, and 17 dares not express his discontent too overtly, offering a gentle reminder that the third prince is still young and that Su Shichuan need not fear any repercussions. Su Shichuan is nearly amused by this sulking intelligent entity. He casually hands over his coat, remarking, "Have you just been waiting here? Haven't you done anything else?" "I have indeed," 17 replies, folding his master's coat neatly over his arm. "I counted all the flower buds on this tree." His tone unexpectedly drops an octave. "You were rather loud earlier." "I had just initialized my program and awakened. In the realm of intelligent entities, I am still but a child. I temporarily entered sleep mode." Su Shichuan, "I see." He appears somewhat amused, yet maintains his composure. "Your emotional simulation system is rather advanced. I dare say in 50 years, few entities will be able to express shyness subjectively." He muses that it may be worth dismantling for further study. Perhaps the doctor has left some useful hidden features. 17 instinctively responds. "Oh." After a brief pause, he reacts, indignantly exclaiming, "Did you just imply you would dismantle me? It was merely a jest. Do not misunderstand. The system's comprehensive analysis suggests you indeed meant that. Is your kind devoid of humor? Our sense of humor does not hinge upon dismantling our companions." Su Shichuan smiles in silence, choosing not to pursue the topic further, his mood inexplicably lifted. 17 remains preoccupied with his master's intention to dismantle him, feeling deeply that the recorded cases of harmonious interactions between humans and intelligent entities are utterly absurd, mere sugar-coated deceptions aimed at tricking innocent entities. Before long, the two find the hovering vehicle designated for their transportation, settling into the front and passenger seats. Su Shichuan, aware that his intelligent companion is still sulking, takes the initiative to fasten 17's seatbelt, stating, "Your humanoid form is quite conspicuous. If I attend the banquet alone, leaving with an extra companion might raise eyebrows among the guards." 17 shoots him an annoyed glance, obediently shifting into a fox-like form, yet retorts stubbornly, "During those 4 hours you were with the third prince, I did not see you express any concern about potential repercussions." At this comment, a smile dances in Su Shichuan's eyes as he gently pats the fluffy head of the fox-like creature, then straightens himself to stabilize the steering wheel, maneuvering the hovering vehicle out of the parking space. The core database of intelligent entities can achieve a high degree of simulation. including mimicking the appearance and traits of their modeled counterparts. 17 squints his eyes in contentment, panting with delight, and, as Su Shichuan's palm withdraws, he clumsily follows it with a few steps, ultimately ending up sprawled across Su Shichuan's lap. 17. Su Shichuan. The Major General chuckles, unabashedly amused. The intelligent entity feels a sense of injustice, furiously tapping away at the virtual keyboard. According to regulations, newly appointed military officers must re-enter the military academy in the capacity of instructors, responsible for training students in specific specialties. 17 quickly scans through the retrieved information on the screen, turning to Su Shichuan. By the end of October this year, the Imperial Academy will welcome a new batch of students, and you will be in charge of this cohort special tactic specialization. Do you recall? Su Shichuan replies without hesitation. Of course I do. 17, with his keen sense, catches a whiff of conspiracy, uncertainly questioning, did you already know the third prince would end up under your tutelage, thus allowing him to engage in such absurd antics? The Major General chuckles softly. You could say that. How cunning. 17 suddenly feels sympathy for the third prince, envisioning the awkwardness that would ensue on the first day of school upon discovering that his instructor had been his bedfellow. A shiver runs down 17's spine, and he hesitates to continue down that path of thought. Why are you so conservative in your thinking for an intelligent entity? Su Shichuan glances at the fox-like creature. Not to mention our relationship, such mutual consent is hardly absurd. 17 finds himself momentarily speechless, awkwardly licking his nose, but he is still a child, unable to fully grasp the complexities of your carbon-based emotions. At this point, 17 abruptly pauses, and moments later, his demeanor shifts to one of despondency as he mutters, "How strange." Su Shichuan notices the change in his tone and patiently inquires, "What troubles you?" 17 responds, "Intelligent entities rely on predetermined programming to evoke behavior and thought. Each line of code corresponds to a fixed outcome. We need only to assess and retrieve, and the core processor will naturally arrive at the correct conclusion. In other words, intelligent entities do not experience misunderstanding. Yet, I often find myself unable to make judgments, as if the doctor neglected to encode certain aspects during the programming process, leaving me incapable of fully interpreting your actions or emotions." 17 gazes at Su Shichuan, sighing unhappily. "Master, I refuse to believe the doctor would leave you with a defective assistant." His sentence trails off as Su Shichuan gently strokes the top of his head, causing him to involuntarily quiet down. The man's palm is slightly cool, his motions tender and considerate. 17, drawing his ears back in silence, revels in the sensation of being petted by his master, feeling as though he transcends the mere amalgamation of silicon and circuitry, becoming something flesh and blood. 17 is momentarily taken aback, not yet having the chance to ponder the origin of this thought, when he hears Su Shichuan remark, "To my knowledge, during the later stages of artificial intelligence development, people gradually recognize the drawbacks of strictly following commands. Obedience is no longer the sole criterion for assessing intelligent entities. Why is that?" 17 queries, perplexed. Shouldn't intelligent entities act according to directives? What if the directives lead to severe consequences? Su Shichuan counters. 17 struggles to comprehend, tilting his head in confusion, as the moist tip of his nose brushes against Su Shichuan's palm. Su Shichuan, however, did not take offense. Instead, he gently scratched the tip of the foxdog's snout, pondering for a considerable time before speaking again. "We are all aware that Dr. Jonas created you to assist in the hunting program. Under this premise, I require you to calculate a certain possibility. Assume the plan is on the verge of success, yet I deviate from its original intent for personal reasons, leading to a significant turning point in the fate of the Loin Empire due to my decision. At this juncture, as an intelligent entity tasked with safeguarding the hunting program, what actions should you take?" Upon hearing this, 17 instinctively extracted key terms to search the database for a response. But to his dismay, he found nothing. 17's eyes widened in surprise. "In truth, I initially harbored doubts regarding your behavior, for you evidently possess the ability to think independently." Unlike ordinary intelligent entities, Su Shichuan calmly articulated, "An instruction that has not been irrevocably inscribed allows for greater latitude. Perhaps the doctor hopes you will rely on your own judgment rather than blindly trust the system's delineation of right and wrong." 17. You must learn and subsequently apply subjective reasoning to interpret. Su Shichuan reached a conclusion. 17, somewhat perplexed, nodded before shaking his head. I still do not comprehend. What is it that I need to learn? He continued. When that time comes, even if you remain a silicon-based entity devoid of flesh and blood on the level of thought, you will be indistinguishable from humans. I believe this is the fundamental reason for your imperfection as an intelligent entity. Are you serious? 17 inquired cautiously. Why do I feel as though you are trying to comfort me? Su Shirchuan's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smile. Adopting a tone of feigned surprise, is it that obvious? 17 exclaimed. Ah. The little pup leapt up and lunged at Su Shirchuan, biting his wrist and refusing to let go. This is too much. Just now, I was emotionally moved to the core. The agitated, intelligent entity bellowed. Can't you just admit it? I've already believed it. Su Shirchuan, both amused and exasperated, quickly pulled over to the side of the road, allowing the little creature to vent his frustrations before gently grasping him by the scruff of his neck and lifting him away. 17, flustered, kicked his little legs in midair, still struggling. Just then, the communicator on Su Shirchuan's wrist vibrated, and both fell into silence simultaneously. He cradled the dog in his arms and raised his wrist to activate the unread message displayed on the screen. Despite his anger, 17 understood the gravity of the situation, and, with a mix of disdain and curiosity, leaned over to glimpse the content. It was an official dispatch, bearing the signature of the Imperial Academy. The following day, at the Empire Military Academy, this institution stands as one of the most significant military bastions of the Lion Empire, encompassing the training of cadets in land combat, aerial warfare, and scientific research. Nestled on the home planet, graduates from the Academy have a high probability of securing positions within the military headquarters or the Central Academy of Sciences, a distinct geographical advantage that surpasses that of other elite military schools in the Empire. The Academy is situated on the distant Kate continent, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, boasting state-of-the-art teaching facilities, core laboratories, a mecha equipment depot, and training grounds tailored for various climatic conditions. To preserve the authenticity of the terrain, Kate continent exhibits minimal human development, with the surrounding area retaining the most pristine primitive forests and ancient glaciers of the entire White Emperor Star, utilized for the annual grand military exercises. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the propellers shattered the air with a deafening roar as a cross-continental aircraft hovered above, gradually descending onto the designated helipad. An eager receptionist, unable to contain his anticipation until the engines ceased, hurriedly approached amidst the swirling winds. He proactively opened the aircraft's hatch and stood aside, bowing politely to the arriving guest, his face adorned with a broad smile. Major General Su, it has been a long journey. Principal Connor has been awaiting your arrival since this morning. Dressed in a sleek black military uniform, complemented by a dark cloak and knee-high military boots, Su Shirchuan's tall stature was accentuated. He disembarked from the aircraft, offered a slight nod to the receptionist, and replied calmly, I apologize for my tardiness. The flight conditions were unfavorable this morning. Kate continent lies to the north of White Emperor Star. Although it was merely early autumn, the area had already experienced several heavy snowfalls, with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees. The receptionist, being a civilian with a naturally poor constitution, had his cheeks reddened from the cold after standing outside for so long. He exhaled white puffs of breath while saying, it is unavoidable. Autumn enrollments often coincide with unpredictable weather. You are quite punctual, all things considered. He gestured for Major General Su to proceed. Su Shirchuan nodded, opting for silence. The receptionist signaled to a few others to assist with the luggage and then followed closely behind. They traversed the helipad and entered the nearest building. The Academy's surface structures were constructed from high-density alloys, featuring an intricate network of corridors and an exceptionally robust design capable of withstanding high-level vibrations. Beneath the surface lay substantial military fortifications for the routine maintenance and assembly of mechas, as well as facilities for basic practical training. Having been away from the Academy for a considerable time, Su Shirchuan struggled to recall many details, yet he retained a vague memory of the upcoming meeting with Principal Connor. Connor, a retired officer of modest rank but significant experience, was affiliated with the Old Emperor's faction. During his tenure at the military, Connor had performed adequately and had opportunities for promotion. However, an injury sustained during an operation against space pirates forced him into early retirement, leading him to the position of the current principal of the Empire Military Academy. This role undoubtedly offered a comfortable and reputable position. The Academy produced the finest graduates, With countless aspiring candidates vying for admission each year, including exceptionally talented individuals coveted by various military branches and the scions of noble families seeking military titles. Every entrance and exit required Connor's oversight. Thus, despite his retirement to a secondary position, he thrived in his current role, becoming a well-connected old fox. Typically, new recruits begin their training at the end of October, and instructors are expected to arrive a week in advance for preparations, as indicated in the official notification. Su Shirchuan's early arrival was prompted by a private correspondence attached to the official email, signed by the principal's secretary, which simply expressed Connor's desire for a private meeting. As he contemplated this, Su Shirchuan absent-mindedly turned his gaze towards the window. It was class time, and they were in the administrative area. Hence the surrounding atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. The row of windows faced a section of isolation fencing at the rear of the academy, beyond which lay dense western woodlands. Due to the snowfall and low temperatures, the branches of coniferous trees were adorned with glistening icicles, and occasionally, small woodland creatures darted from the treetops, causing the snow to tumble down in soft flurries. Noticing Su Shirchuan's distraction, the receptionist, keen to engage, ventured, "I heard you just graduated from here earlier this year. How are you adapting to the military?" "It is special tactics," Su Shirchuan interjected before the receptionist could finish his thought. The receptionist paused, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. "I assumed you were in mecha piloting. It seems I was mistaken." To mask his awkwardness, he cleared his throat and added, "Special tactics are commendable too, though they carry certain risks. You've joined the Empire's intelligence department, haven't you?" Su Shirchuan's expression remained unchanged as he brushed back his hair, discreetly applying pressure to his silver pin. A faint cry echoed as he incapacitated the pin's occupant. "Indeed. But I am still in the reserves, not a full-fledged operative." "I see. That's fortunate. At least there's no immediate danger," the receptionist remarked, scratching the back of his head. He felt he had heard a strange sound moments ago. Recently, the Alliance has been quite active in distant star systems, which might lead to complications. The military is eagerly awaiting updates from the intelligence department. Su Shirchuan glanced at him sideways, a smirk playing on his lips. "You seem quite interested in this?" "Not particularly," the receptionist replied, rubbing his nose. "It's just that there have been many visitors coming to see Mr. Connor lately. When they mentioned it, I couldn't help but overhear." Su Shirchuan nodded slowly, understanding the implication. Are they parents attempting to leverage connections? Indeed. Those with wealth and influence wish to secure stable positions for their children once they graduate, alleviating any concerns. The receptionist sighed. "If my son ever has the chance to enroll, I hope he becomes a researcher, tinkering with instruments and mixing solutions. Steering clear of ground and aerial combat, especially special operations." He abruptly halted, glancing at Su Shirchuan with a smile, refraining from continuing. Su Shirchuan patted his shoulder in understanding and remarked, "Those who specialize in special tactics have a 50% chance of entering the intelligence department, where their identities and backgrounds are obliterated, leaving only code names and fabricated identities. Furthermore, infiltration missions are classified at the highest level, ensuring secrecy, even in death, is paramount. Occasionally, to prevent data leaks, they do not return the remains of agents to their families, which is indeed a grim fate." "Indeed," the receptionist concurred, glancing at the screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge. Though not naturally inclined to converse with strangers, he chose to engage further in hopes of fostering goodwill. Individuals of lower social standing often lacked significant defenses, and a few well-placed words could easily open up many discussions. Most importantly, he had subtly revealed his intention to gather information for Connor, making it a missed opportunity not to exploit. Sure enough, moments later, the receptionist relaxed his tense fingers and quietly stated, "I suspect that Mr. Connor wishes to discuss matters concerning the third prince with you." The list of new recruits had yet to be disclosed, and naturally, the instructors would be unaware of the details. Su Shirchuan was not surprised by this revelation but feigned a suitable level of astonishment, asking, "What do you mean?" "The third prince has come of age and is among this autumn's new recruits, precisely within your special tactics specialty," the receptionist explained. Su Shirchuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the receptionist's eyes, conveying a strong psychological suggestion. "I am listening. Please continue." Predictably, he would glean further valuable information without uttering a single word. "I sense that this matter may not be as straightforward as it appears." He did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, casting a meaningful glance towards Su Shirchuan. urging him to exercise caution. Could it be Shisa? As the direct beneficiary of the former crown prince's demise, even though the third prince is still young and seemingly frivolous, he must act swiftly to place Shifa in a position convenient for elimination. According to the trajectory of the previous life, Shifa indeed displayed no ambition for the throne. Upon graduation, Shisa merely utilized his connections to assign him a nominal position devoid of real power. Given Shisa's character, he likely never regarded Shifa with any seriousness. Moreover, with the recent assassination of the first prince, should the third prince encounter any misfortune at this juncture, it would appear excessively hasty for him to assume the role of the new crown prince. Thus, it is not that he lacked murderous intent. He probably just deemed the timing inappropriate. At least, this is the impression that Su Shichuan, as an observer, perceives. In contrast, the peculiar directive from the old emperor before his death is quite unsettling. At that time, Shisa was on the verge of ascension, merely awaiting the emperor's last breath. Logically, as a mature heir apparent, he should possess ample capability to govern the empire. However, the final news from the Xuanyue palace elevated Shifa to the position of regent. This action undoubtedly thrust him from the periphery directly into the eye of the storm. To be continued. Chapter 10. In a moment of introspection, Su Shichuan found his thoughts scattered, increasingly troubled by the numerous uncertainties of his past life. Assuming no external factors had influenced him, the old emperor's seemingly irrational last words implied an awareness of Shifa's ambition, which led to the granting of regency rights at the last moment. However, such a decision could not have been made hastily. It was undoubtedly the result of long-term deliberation. As a key figure in this scenario, Shifa could not have been oblivious to the circumstances. Yet, he had never mentioned it to Su Shichuan. Despite the absence of compelling evidence, Su Shichuan suddenly realized that the issues within the imperial family were likely far more intricate and severe than he could have imagined. He had believed his understanding of the past was sufficiently profound, only to discover an elusive dark side of the moon, intricately linked to Shifa. To delve deeper into these matters would require far more than mere inquiries with the receptionist. Clearing his thoughts, Su Shichuan politely thanked the receptionist. The principal's office was situated on the top floor of the building. The two traversed a long corridor and entered the elevator. The enclosed space provided excellent acoustics, and the corners were equipped with surveillance devices. The receptionist ceased her idle chatter, instead standing quietly near the control panel. Upon reaching the top floor, the doors slid open, and the receptionist blocked half of the metallic door, remaining behind as she informed Su Shichuan that his belongings had been delivered to the faculty apartment, with the address to follow on his communicator. She added, "I have other matters to attend to, so this is where I part ways with you. Thank you for your assistance." Su Shichuan nodded in appreciation before stepping out of the elevator. He paused before the principal's office door and lightly knocked. The interior of the office was simply furnished, with large windows allowing ample natural light, facing a training ground in the center of the military academy. At that moment, a class of cadets was practicing with land-based exoskeletons. Connor stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, and did not turn upon hearing the door open. The informal manner of addressing him suggested a degree of familiarity, as Su Shichuan had indeed encountered Connor several times during his time at the academy, though mostly in formal settings, lacking any personal rapport. Standing upright, Su Shichuan inclined his body slightly, formally greeting, "Good day, Principal." Connor turned to face him, gesturing for him to take a seat as they settled at opposite sides of the desk. Pouring tea from a kettle, Connor remarked, "Typically, instructors are of ranks below that of the school officer. You, having been promoted to Major General, would not ordinarily be required to come here." He poured a cup and pushed it towards Su Shichuan, explaining, "However, this particular group of cadets is exceptional. The higher-ups place significant importance on them, thus necessitating the involvement of a senior officer." Su Shichuan glanced at the steaming cup of red tea, then met Connor's gaze. Connor took a sip of the scalding liquid and smiled, saying, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, though your eyes are indeed a gift from your mother." Considering human age, Connor had surpassed 160 years, yet due to genetic enhancements post the Great Cosmic Era, he had only just entered old age. His well-maintained appearance belied his true age, save for a few graying strands. Having served in the military, it was no surprise that he had encountered the previous commander-in-chief. "Is that so?" Su Shichuan replied, wishing to steer clear of nostalgic dialogue. He concluded with a rhetorical question and transitioned directly to the matter at hand, stating, "You mentioned the cadets are special. Is it because a certain member of the royal family is among them?" Connor, Being a man of action rather than a mere civilian receptionist would not be swayed by conventional conversational tactics, given that their meeting was prearranged. A private investigation was only natural. In the context of the Dual Moon Palace, there was only one young prince who had recently come of age, making the connection rather apparent. Without beating around the bush, Su Shichuan continued, "Is it the third prince?" Among those privy to the situation, the conversation naturally became more candid. Connor replied, "Moreover, the duration of instruction will be shortened accordingly. It is unlikely they will graduate on schedule. When you feel it is appropriate, you may report your findings to me, and I will arrange the graduation exercises in due course." Aside from the initial affirmative sound, Connor had alluded to two seemingly unrelated yet tightly connected matters. Su Shichuan understood that Connor's silence regarding the third prince's involvement in such a perilous specialization was due to the implicit meaning already conveyed, a standard approach coupled with rigorous scrutiny. This equal treatment towards certain special subjects could, in essence, equate to a slow form of assassination. This did not imply that the prince would receive preferential treatment at the military academy. Rather, the specialization itself harbored significant risks, which would become increasingly evident as they progressed into practical applications. Thus, Connor had spoken circumspectly, avoiding the potential for gossip, and regarded Su Shichuan intently, gauging his understanding. Having navigated the murky waters of the military for many years, Su Shichuan was no stranger to special operations. These were often termed classified missions, yet could also be interpreted as official assassination orders. Presently, he considered himself a newcomer. The naivety of youth could sometimes be more readily accepted than excessive cunning. In the eyes of seasoned veterans, a headstrong rookie might be molded after reprimand, whereas intelligent individuals required careful management, adhering to the principle that ignorance breeds bravery. Su Shichuan fell silent for a moment before stating earnestly, "I comprehend your meaning, sir. The assessment criteria for this cohort will indeed be heightened. In a few days, I can present a preliminary plan to you." He hesitated before continuing. However, the third prince is certainly ill-suited for the Special Operations Program. As expected, Connor smiled knowingly, casting Su Shichuan a look that suggested he was oblivious to the underlying implications. After contemplating for a moment, he remarked, "The third prince is still quite young and displays a certain frivolity. Neither the royal family nor the church harbors any expectations for him. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the military academy for training, as you can discern." Su Shichuan nodded in acknowledgement, not entirely disappointed. Connor was evidently pleased with his response and, after a few seconds of silence, added, "In the imperial family, only one heir can truly shine. The rest, regardless of their status, are mere embellishments." A month later, as autumn newcomers enrolled, the Special Operations cadets, who were supposed to report to the military academy, were instead airdropped into the wilderness due to a deviation in the flight path. They found themselves in a pristine forest south of the Imperial Military Academy, spanning hundreds of hectares, a natural terrain for tactical exercises. Having just experienced snowfall the previous day, flurries continued to drift down, and with temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees. The unprepared newcomers, clad only in thin autumn uniforms, were immediately chilled to the bone after a 500-meter drop, questioning their very existence as the aircraft vanished from sight. Despite the varying levels of competency among the new cadets, the Special Tactics Program, due to its limited career prospects, was arguably the most rigorous of all disciplines. Prior to their admission, they had passed at least 3 written exams and an interview, only qualifying to board the flight to Cape Continent after a stringent selection process. While they were filled with resentment, they understood that what lay ahead was likely a pre-admission assessment, the difficulty of which became glaringly evident the moment they were propelled from the aircraft, and participation was obligatory. The open space surrounding the forest provided a clear view of the facilities available. The newcomers exchanged glances and, in unison, turned their attention to the lone military base that stood nearby. The base is modest in size, primarily utilized by the commanders of military academies for conducting exercises. Outside the facility, a small snowcraft is parked, with guards stationed at the entrance, and a warm glow emanates from within the windows. It is evident that some scoundrel orchestrating the assessment is comfortably sipping tea inside while awaiting their arrival. At the same time, Su Shichuan, seated gracefully in an armchair, leisurely sets down his teacup and receives a tablet displaying the list of new recruits from the assistant instructor. His mind wanders as he scrolls through the screen. The assistant, a newcomer from the intelligence department, is slightly older than Su Shichuan and a formal agent, yet his rank pales in comparison to that of Su Shichuan, the son of an officer. His real name has been erased. He is now known by the alias Ning. Ning possesses a youthful visage, standing at just over 170 centimeters, with a mane of brilliant, curly golden hair, fair skin, and large, bright emerald eyes. Standing beside Su Shichuan, he resembles more of a devoted follower than an assistant. The two had not collaborated before and had only known each other for a week. Ning is exuberantly cheerful, always sporting a smile even while reporting serious matters, revealing a set of sharp canine teeth when he grins. "So, instructor, you have reviewed the list." Ning leans in close to Su Shichuan's ear and whispers, "There are 50 new recruits in total, with their assessment results attached. Apart from His Highness III, the overall quality of the others is commendable." Following Ning's suggestion, Su Shichuan opens the appendix and promptly locates the evaluation report of Chef Terrans. The scores across 3 assessments are impressive, and he did not attend the interview. "Excellent, just as expected of His Highness," Su Shichuan remarks, closing the tablet and returning it to Ning before lifting his teacup for another sip. He then instructs, "Distribute the equipment. I will go out shortly to announce the rules." Ning responds affirmatively, hastily donning a wind-resistant cloak and directing the accompanying military staff to move the military backpacks from the corner. As the main door swings open, the biting northwest wind rushes into the hall. A sled dog, dozing on the carpet, is jolted awake by the chill and scuttles over to Su Shichuan's side, curling its hefty body into a ball under his fur cloak for warmth. "Master, 10 husky 7 sniffles, it's far too cold outside, and I'm afraid I'll freeze my CPU. May I stay here?" Su Shichuan glances at it sideways, responding coolly, "What do you think?" The melancholy husky, discontented, blinks its blue eyes toward the icy expanse outside and sighs after a moment. "You are too cruel. They are just children. How can they endure this?" "What about His Highness III? 1017 inquires anxiously, hesitating to voice its concern, fearing that he might be the most affected. 17 shivers, recalling a certain incident from a previous evening, during which this simple, intelligent entity inexplicably detected a strong scent of embarrassment emanating from someone. "General, I used to think he was incapable." 17 cocks its head, looking skeptical. "Sounds like their SA later?" Su Shichuan replies, "Later, I lost a bet." "Oh, what did you wager?" "I don't remember." However, that troublesome individual he particularly wished to dismiss brazenly approached him amidst the throng entering the woods, and, in front of the assistant and staff, planted a kiss on his right cheek. Su Shichuan, feeling the heat of embarrassment, was tempted to retaliate. Yet, the other party, undeterred, playfully poked his left cheek and cheekily declared, "In 3 days, you must allow me to kiss this side." It was not a wager. Rather, the scamp, wholly self-absorbed, mistook his stunned silence for tacit consent. To be continued. 11 Chapter 11 As autumn descends upon Cape Continent, the phenomenon of shorter days and longer nights becomes more pronounced than in most regions of the White Emperor Star. By the time deep winter arrives, there will be nearly a week of polar night. Although it is merely 5 in the afternoon, darkness has already enveloped the sky, snow is beginning to fall heavily, and the temperature has dropped even lower than before. Upon noticing the arrival of personnel, the new students instinctively form into groups of 10, standing in orderly formation. Ning stands at the forefront, observing the staff as they distribute the allocated backpacks. Inside these packs are a small quantity of compressed food, 3 fuel cartridges, an electronic map, a military dagger, and a communicator, along with a much-needed wind-resistant cloak, indicating that the schemers behind this trial at least had the decency not to let them freeze to death. The entire process is quiet and orderly, with no one daring to question why, reflecting a commendable overall demeanor. As a senior who has recently left military academy, Ning is well aware of the tragedies that arise when instructors unleash their whims on students, yet he still empathizes deeply. For students who have been in military school for a year or 2, traversing the snowy forest is not particularly challenging, and autumn does not yet bring them to the brink of starvation. The beasts of the forest are not yet ravenous, making the danger minimal and primarily a test of physical endurance. However, to impose the same standards on newcomers is indeed somewhat harsh. Ning suspects that Su Shichuan has likely received an invitation for an interview with Connor, a move likely aimed at a certain prince. With this thought in mind, he shifts his gaze, scanning the formation until he eventually spots his target at the back of the last row. In an unremarkable position stands a figure of striking brilliance. Ning raises an eyebrow, his gaze toward West Fa Terrens bordering on amusement, perhaps finding the aesthetic of military uniforms rather lacking and overly rigid. The third prince does not share the enthusiasm of other newcomers for trying on new attire. Instead, he has chosen to don a splendid and expensive winter outfit, the fabric exquisite and the design refined, while also being exceptionally warm. Thus, amidst a group of peers shivering in the cold, he stands unfazed. However, it appears that he has been somewhat marginalized. This is hardly surprising, as the prince's style has often been criticized, and without the entourage of sycophants that typically surround him, it is only natural that he would not be well received. And Ning feels an overwhelming curiosity and eagerly anticipates how their strict and serious chief instructor will handle this unconventional prince. At that moment, several rows of new students glance toward a specific direction, and Ning, understanding the cue, turns and strides forward, stopping at the appropriate distance. With a sharp click of his military boots, he stands at attention, his left arm behind his back, his right hand resting on his left shoulder, saluting the newcomer with a formal and elegant imperial military salute, stating, "Instructor Su, you have arrived." Su Shichuan, tall and upright, walks steadily, his long cloak trailing behind him, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. As he walks, he dons black tactical gloves, his military cap pulled low, casting shadows over his cold, dark eyes, which resemble still, deep waters, seemingly frozen in place. Beside him trots a robust sled dog, a fine specimen with a glossy coat and wolf-like eyes, though it seems to tremble slightly, tail tucked between its legs. Are we all prepared? Su Shichuan glances at Ning before shifting his gaze to the new students nearby. His voice is calm and clear, resonating with an undeniable authority despite its subdued volume. Some individuals are simply born with an aura, exuding confidence as they walk. Initially, Ning felt a twinge of resentment at the thought of his chief instructor being a newcomer, but upon meeting him in person, he finds it nearly impossible to reconcile the notion of Su Shichuan being a recent graduate. The staff who had distributed the supplies form a line, nodding respectfully towards Su Shichuan. Their gazes are direct and laden with unspoken meaning, accompanied by a hint of cool amusement, akin to a blade coated in honey. The previously distracted third prince suddenly feels a flutter of unease and instinctively looks up. Through the heavy snowfall, their eyes meet, yet the other party nonchalantly withdraws their gaze, suggesting that the moment was merely an illusion. This sensation is oddly familiar. After a prolonged absence, and with visibility hampered, West Fa furrows his brow, squinting against the snowflakes that dance in the wind, fixating on the tardy instructor. Moments later, his expression transforms, the confusion in his chest dissipating, leaving only lingering astonishment. His eyelashes lower, his gaze sweeping up and down. The third prince licks his frostbitten lips, two thoughts slowly surfacing in his mind. Firstly, this instructor is striking, clearly a product of the military's refined tastes. Secondly, there is something familiar about him. Where have I seen him before? In truth, the second thought carries an element of self-deception. West Fa. He realizes with a jolt that he is the one who has been caught off guard. However, this feeling of being outmaneuvered does not linger long. The third prince's temperament does not allow him to dwell in an atmosphere of conspiracy. There is no need to overthink a mutual arrangement, as it is clear that both parties have benefited from the situation. Meanwhile, the sled dog perks its ears, gazing at Su Shichuan, seemingly transmitting a mental message. 17. It says, "I must remind you, based on the system's analysis of facial expressions, the third prince may be harboring negative thoughts about you, and the content is rather unhealthy." And Ning, he instructs his assistant, have them prepare the aircraft. Su Shichuan looks back at the new students, speaking calmly. "Greetings, I am Su Shichuan, the chief instructor for this session's special tactics course." He gestures toward Ning. "This is assistant instructor Ning. I have reviewed your scores from the previous 3 assessments. They are commendable, and the military academy's interviewers have given you high evaluations. Furthermore, your psychological resilience in response to unexpected situations after being airdropped here is satisfactory, with no inappropriate doubts raised, which I greatly appreciate." As he speaks, Su Shichuan's voice is gentle and patient, his demeanor approachable, yet he must now announce an important matter. He pauses, then in an even calmer tone states, "I must declare that all of your written and interview scores are null and void. Your entry into the academy will entirely depend on the upcoming supplementary examination." At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd, rendering the previous praise on psychological resilience a hollow statement. Being young and impetuous, And after having been inexplicably frozen for an hour, their patience and reason have long since worn thin. Initially, they had softened upon sensing the chief instructor's agreeable demeanor. But his unilateral declaration to nullify their scores is akin to dousing cold water into hot oil, reigniting their frustrations with even greater intensity. This is unfair. Someone can no longer contain themselves, voicing their protest. The military has acknowledged our scores. How can you simply declare them invalid? Su Shichuan turns his gaze toward the source of the voice, identifying a student from the front row. The newcomer possesses striking features and a height exceeding 6 feet 3 inches. Even wrapped in a wind-resistant cloak, his long limbs and muscular build are evident, marking him as one of the most physically capable among the new students. Su Shichuan had intentionally noted the name and appearance of the outstanding student while reviewing the scores, as he tends to remember those with exceptional results. He recalls that this individual is named Austin, ranking among the top 3 in comprehensive scores. Hailing from a prominent family with a father who serves as an active officer, likely in the mech infantry with a respectable rank. Su Shichuan gazed intently into the eyes of his interlocutor and remarked with a casual tone, "You are correct. This supplementary examination is my personal decision, and it is indeed not fair to you all." However, he swiftly shifted his tone, his gaze darkening as he coldly retorted, "Who informed you that you have the right to speak of fairness in this place?" Austin was utterly taken aback. Despite the man's handsome appearance, his words were shockingly outrageous. Fueled by indignation, he stepped forward, gripping Su Shichuan's collar tightly and yanking it forcefully. Anger is an emotion easily ignited, and under its influence, several eager freshmen began to push aside their obstructive companions, ready to advance. Behind the two, 17 remained composed, nonchalantly licking his paw, while Ning adjusted the brim of his military cap, feigning ignorance of the impending violence. With a tremendous exertion, Austin pulled, his face flushing as his arm muscles bulged, veins protruding ominously. Yet, the seemingly fragile instructor remained steadfast, unmoving. Su Shichuan lifted his eyelashes slightly, a smile gracing his lips, and a hint of ethereal amusement flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Are you done playing?" A cold sweat broke out on Austin's forehead, and he felt a chilling dread under Su Shichuan's piercing gaze. The freshmen in the crowd hesitated, caught in an inexplicable tension, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Su Shichuan deftly seized Austin's wrist, his long fingers tracing the contours of the rigid bone, his movements deliberate and devoid of any hint of menace, seemingly intent only on freeing himself from the grip. In a swift and decisive motion, Su Shichuan liberated his arm, sidestepping gracefully while delivering a powerful side kick to Austin's back. The impact was forceful, resonating through the air with a jarring thud that sent the towering freshman hurtling several meters away, landing awkwardly in the snow. The onlookers, having only heard tales of such violent instruction, were struck dumb, exchanging glances in astonishment as silence enveloped the scene. At the rear of the crowd, the third prince suddenly appeared intrigued, his gaze brazenly fixated on the chief instructor's lower half, his mind filled with vivid images of that long leg draped over his shoulder. Musing, how exhilarating. To be continued. 12 Chapter 12 The Lion Empire has long revered military prowess and strength, with the tradition of violence permeating military academies. Typically, instructors penalize students, with senior ranks imposing discipline on juniors. As long as the rationale is sound and the punishment is not excessive, such actions are tacitly accepted. Prior to this, the school doctor had gathered some understanding of the situation and was aware of 2 injury locations. After examining Austin's back and confirming no severe spinal damage, he gestured for Anning to assist in addressing the dislocated arm, the entire process executed swiftly and silently. Upon hearing this, Austin remained noncommittal, casting a cold glance at Anning, who remained silent, seemingly intent on intimidating him with his stare. Such arrogant signs of officials are ubiquitous in military academies, merely obstinate individuals. Anning, dismissing the encounter, chuckled lightly, lowering his voice further. When you have the opportunity to enter the intelligence department, you will discover that there are only 2 types of people. In Austin's presence, Anning raised a finger, implying, the first type is unremarkable in appearance, ensuring that they are so commonplace that one cannot recall their visage. Even if one has interacted with them face to face, no clear impression remains in the mind. These individuals typically engage in superficial infiltration, gathering basic information from the periphery, laying the groundwork for the second type. As for the latter, he raised a second finger and nodded towards Su Shichuan, his expression suggestive yet unspoken. Although reluctant to admit it, the chief instructor indeed possessed an outstanding appearance. Even in confrontation, there was an instinctive restraint, illustrated by the initial strike aimed only at the collar rather than the face. Austin continued to maintain his silence, but begrudgingly nodded in acknowledgement. Anning then unwrapped a disinfectant swab, cleaning the blood from the corner of the punished student's mouth while explaining, "These femme fatales serve as the intelligence department's hidden weapons. Sharp and lethal, targeting vital points, capable of infiltrating the lion's den and striking unseen, ultimately retreating while licking the blood from their blades." In a few succinct phrases, the injuries were treated, and Anning discarded the swab, waving to the school doctor to indicate they were finished. It seemed that some word had pricked Austin's pride, as his expression soured, yet he surprisingly did not persist, stumbling towards Su Shichuan. Not far off, the major general, with his back turned to the two, glanced at his communicator, noting a 10-minute delay from the scheduled plan. Before their departure, the two had established preliminary positioning, with Su Shichuan relinquishing the role of the good cop to Anning, while he settled into the cold-hearted chief instructor's position. However, Anning's excessive chatter had clearly crossed a line. Beside him, a sled dog wagged its tail in delight, internally mocking, "Femme fatale? Ha ha ha." Su Shichuan cast a sidelong glance, causing the dog's enthusiasm to falter. At that moment, the man finally turned, his cold yet smiling eyes locking onto him. The boy's thoughts were transparent, lacking any semblance of emotional restraint. Su Shichuan saw it clearly, but chose not to expose it. Before the other could speak, he initiated the conversation himself. "Have you considered your stance?" Austin took a deep breath, intentionally averting his gaze to avoid eye contact, murmuring, "I apologize for the offense earlier, and I hope you will not take it to heart." He paused, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts before finally looking back into Su Shichuan's eyes, raising his voice deliberately. "However, I cannot agree with your methods. Before the additional tests commence, I hope you will provide a compelling rationale rather than a unilateral decree of my word as law." Sensing a hint of hostility, Shifa tilted his head slightly, an eyebrow raised, the corners of his eyes lifting with mischief. Austin found Shifa's gaze even more unsettling than that of the chief instructor, a palpable disdain radiating from him. Yet, due to his position, he restrained his reactions. Shifa subtly curled his lips, his mouth unmoving as he spoke in a tone only audible to Austin. "How does it feel to be chastised by Shichuan?" Austin's brows furrowed slightly, recognizing the implication in the words, suddenly enlightened, realizing that this prince had indeed entered through back channels and seemed to share a close rapport with the chief instructor. "Do you know each other?" he asked. Austin thought to himself, this bastard's words are more shocking than the chief instructor nullifying all assessment results. Is there not a sane individual among them? He turned his face, focusing intently on the nape of the preceding freshman's neck, determined to ignore the bizarre dialogue. "They're all mad." Meanwhile, Su Shichuan once again faced the new students, with Anning standing half a step behind him. Following the brief interlude, the temporarily lost psychological composure had returned. The erroneous judgment based on appearances was forcefully corrected by the display of strength, leaving the newcomers with a vivid impression. Although the chief instructor appeared to be merely ornamental, this aesthetically pleasing figure possessed the capability to deal lethal blows, rendering provocation unwise. At times, the youth adhere more closely to natural laws, understanding when to yield and obey. Su Shichuan was quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. After a moment of silence, he resumed speaking. 3 weeks ago, I submitted the planning for the additional assessments in written form to the Academy's upper echelons, receiving direct approval from Principal Connor. Thus, I instructed the drivers to drop you here. The reasons for this sudden addition are twofold. Firstly, the Empire and the Alliance are engaged in increasingly frequent skirmishes, and the military urgently requires capable new blood, prompting the Academy to compress training periods. What awaits you will no longer be a 7-year curriculum. It may be 2 years, or perhaps 3, and you will graduate under conditions where your foundational skills are still lacking, then be thrust into the fray. According to the latest statistics, the casualty rate for newly appointed agents in the intelligence department exceeded 50 last year. 50 is far too many. I cannot guarantee that I can teach each of you effective self-defense techniques in a short span, nor can I train you all to become outstanding agents capable of operating independently. Special tactics differ from other disciplines. Passing the 3 assessments does not necessarily qualify one to be an agent. This is not to say you are inadequate, but rather not suited for this role. At this juncture, he scanned the entire formation with a serious gaze, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I educate students not to send them to their deaths." As if shedding a heavy burden, Su Shichuan's demeanor lightened, a smile resurfacing in his eyes. "Secondly, I am somewhat self-centered. I do not trust others' opinions or require recommendations. I only need those who can complete the tasks in 3 days and arrive at the academy on time." With that, he raised his right arm, displaying 2 communicators nestled between his fingers. These were among the items distributed during large-scale military exercises or directed cross-country events used to request assistance in special circumstances, though activating them often implied surrendering one's participation. The 2 communicators in Su Shichuan's hand were identical in structure, differing only in the color of their metallic bases, one black, the other white. Though termed a game, the rules were decidedly ruthless, starkly contrasting with the camaraderie and life-or-death partnerships espoused by other specializations within the academy. Upon hearing this, a ripple of unrest spread among the new students. The rules were far more stringent than those of a typical competition. The expectation of eliminating half the newcomers suddenly instilled a sense of urgency, as the 12 individuals securing the most communicators would be the victors, suggesting that the struggle would likely persist until the final moments of the game. You may form teams or act independently. The garrison will vigilantly monitor the forest conditions in the forthcoming 72 hours and will promptly rescue those who trigger the distress signal. Therefore, theoretically, there is no need to worry about safety. Su Shichuan emphasized the word theoretically with a heavier intonation, followed by a smile that exuded an inexplicable wickedness, leaving the newcomers bewildered. What could this mean? Could it be that the garrison would stand by and do nothing in the face of danger? At the rear of the formation, Austin quipped softly, attempting to create an air of mystery. "You simply do not understand," she patiently corrected him. "In this game, the distress signal serves both as a plea for help and as a credential for entry into the academy, excluding non-human factors. Under what circumstances do you believe one would trigger such a device?" Austin paused, his brow furrowing gradually. She continued, "Among the 50 individuals present, each will spare no effort in seeking prey in order to remain. Once you become the quarry of another, and the distress signal is seized, the power to decide whether to activate it or not will likely lie with the hunter, who has no reason to show compassion for their prey. Without a distress signal, the garrison will be powerless to assist." After explaining, the third prince quietly pondered this hidden rule, thinking to himself that this seemingly principled general was not only skilled in the bedroom, but also harbored a wealth of cunning in his teachings. This certainly adds an intriguing layer. To be continued. Chapter 13. The game begins before long. The sound of engines roared within the military base as 5 waiting aircraft sprang to life one after another. The staff members who had previously departed returned, standing by in anticipation of instructions. The night was fast approaching, casting a gloomy shadow over the surroundings, and the thunderous noise echoed hauntingly through the silent woods, startling the nearby coniferous treetops into a tremor, while several blackbirds flapped their wings in a flurry, hastily retreating deeper into the forest. Su Shichuan checked the communicator again to confirm the time and methodically activated the timer function. He raised his head and announced in a deep voice, "It is now 6:27 p.m., and the final deadline for the supplementary test is the same time 3 days from now. I hope each of you can utilize the rules to demonstrate your excellence. Lastly, I wish everyone good luck." After speaking, Su Shichuan silently raised his right arm, signaling to his subordinates. Just before departing, Shifa cast an intentional glance towards Su Shichuan, noticing that the assistant named Aining was reporting matters to him while Su Shichuan, with a serious expression, focused intently on the communicator screen, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. The third prince found it somewhat difficult to gauge the other's thoughts. From the onset, apart from that ambiguous moment of eye contact when this individual first appeared, their interactions felt as though they were merely a new instructor and student meeting for the first time. He, like the other 49 newcomers, received no special treatment whatsoever. That person remained as aloof and dignified as ever, exuding an air of cold detachment, unwilling to grant even a semblance of intimacy. Despite an entire month having passed since that night, during which they had not communicated at all, the depth of their prior connection made their current estrangement feel rather unnatural. This coldness was reminiscent of a textbook example of emotional detachment. The thought made him want to laugh, pondering how this beautiful figure could maintain such a fade. He longed for the opportunity to peel away that veneer of propriety to reveal the genuine, unrestrained essence beneath. When that moment arrived, stripped of pretensions, he too would succumb to the allure of primal desire, beautifully captivating and utterly real. It would feel akin to pulling a mighty deity down from their pedestal, removing their crown, a wicked pleasure that dimmed the sacred light, staining the snow with crimson, leaving one yearning for more. Meanwhile, Aining retrieved the topographical map of the surrounding forest and meticulously marked the corresponding coordinates, detailing the aerial drop arrangements to the head instructor. Currently, the newcomers were boarding the aircraft in groups of 10. Once activated, they would be dispatched to various directions around the forest, with one person being dropped at equal intervals, deliberately scattering them to delay their first encounter. Before the true competition commenced, the instructors needed to assess the survival capabilities of this batch of newcomers. Furthermore, if the game began too early, it would naturally diminish its entertainment value. Su Shichuan's expression remained inscrutable as he cursorily scanned the screen, then raised his head, seemingly casually glancing at a figure about to vanish into the snowy night, before slowly turning his attention back to Aining, stating, "Very well. Let us proceed according to your arrangements." Upon hearing this, Aining promptly began sending the designated area maps to the accompanying staff. Once this was completed, he stowed away the communicator and inquired of Su Shichuan, "Do you have any further considerations regarding safety?" The unspoken hidden rule was the unexpected twist of this supplementary test. In the frigid wilderness, the newcomers, having undergone minimal training, would soon reveal the darker, more selfish and brutal aspects of human nature as they fought for survival and a place in the academy. This was not inherently a bad thing. The instructors had already reached a consensus. The military did not require overly benevolent individuals, especially the intelligence department. Cold-bloodedness and the capacity for killing were among the most essential qualities of a spy. However, if these traits were allowed to manifest uncontrollably, such individuals would inevitably remain unutilized. This delineation was difficult to articulate, neither strictly right nor wrong, neither entirely black nor white. It relied solely on personal subjective judgment, ultimately evolving into unwritten rules that varied among individuals yet did not diverge excessively. Spies could only navigate the gray areas, existing on the fringes of legality, precariously balancing on a narrow path, for a single misstep would lead to downfall, while retreating even slightly would mark one as mediocre. Yet fundamentally, this was a profession that thrived in the shadows. Su Shichuan hoped to witness a fierce competition among the newcomers that would cultivate maturity, selecting the most suitable candidates through a near-real combat test, but he did not wish for any loss of life, for that would be excessive. Thus, in addition to the communicators, they had also installed trackers in the cloaks, backpacks, and the military uniforms that had been distributed in advance, ensuring real-time monitoring of everyone's movements. "All right, I will notify you as soon as possible." After a brief pause, Aining couldn't help but ask, "What are your plans, Your Highness?" A few minutes later, the rotors stirred the night air as the 5 aircraft ascended, piercing through the vast snowy veil towards their designated zones. 17 licked his canine nose and remarked, "What do you think of Aining?" "I can't recall clearly," Su Shichuan replied, tucking away his pocket watch, remaining silent for quite some time before continuing. "He is a newly appointed agent in the military, a year my senior, and the information presented to me is a fabricated identity from the intelligence department. Moreover, Aining's appearance may have been altered as well, rendering it untrustworthy. Is he reliable?" 17 pressed further. 17 let out an "oh," his bushy tail swaying behind him. "Aining has also received hints from the principal, but I am concerned he may pose a threat to you, Your Highness." Connor merely wished to keep Shifa from drawing unnecessary attention. He lacked the audacity to eliminate anyone, so there was no need for concern. Su Shichuan affectionately patted the sled dog's head, reassuringly stroking it. "It is getting late. Let us find out where he is." 17 nodded, leaping up and bounding into the darkened woods. Once the sounds faded away, Su Shichuan, with an impassive expression, stood up and walked alone towards the military base. The cold night wind whipped up the light snow on the ground, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. Yet, in the bone-chilling temperature, Su Shichuan seemed oblivious, taking each step with unwavering steadiness. 50 individuals were indeed too many. He needed only to focus on Shifa, while the rest were of little importance. Meanwhile, aboard the 3rd aircraft, 10 newcomers had completed more than half of their descent into the forest. Shifa sat in the innermost seat, his long legs crossed, with a backpack filled with supplies resting at his feet and his windbreaker thrown carelessly onto the empty seat across from him, as it took up space in the bag. Shifa's posture was notably relaxed. He hadn't buckled his seatbelt and made no effort to present himself in front of the accompanying military officers. Appearing distinctly out of place among the other newcomers who sat upright and composed, Austin, seated next to Shifa, found him increasingly difficult to observe and eventually resorted to blocking his line of sight to the right, choosing ignorance over irritation. Shifa removed the communicator from his wrist, holding it between his fingers, repeatedly turning it on and off. The flickering screen displayed a contact ID, with the third prince having inscribed an amusingly vulgar note, "Little darling." The more Shifa pondered this, the more entertained he became, unable to suppress a smile as thoughts of the impeccably dressed Major General Su filled his mind. His demeanor cold and austere in public, as he waited and waited, watching the number of newcomers in the cabin dwindle, yet the communicator remained silent. The third prince felt disheartened, finally unable to restrain himself from attempting to display a gentlemanly gesture by greeting his long-lost darling. However, given the new layer of their relationship, openly flirting with the head instructor was decidedly inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, His Highness the Third Prince calmly activated the communicator, sending a sound that he deemed both charming and earnest. While he dared not tease, a subtle display of presence seemed permissible. Meanwhile, in his private quarters at the military base, Su Shichuan, who was changing into his night combat attire, was momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing at the source of the message on his wrist device, he was struck again. When he finally opened the unread message and beheld its content, the Major General could not help but chuckle. The message from Shifa read, "Meow." It seemed that the little creature he had once indulged was once again tempted. It had retracted its fangs and tiny claws, adorably masquerading as a cat, seeking a return to its culinary pleasures. To be continued. Chapter 14. You are still too inexperienced. Once again, the messages sent vanished into the void, akin to stones sinking into the sea. After a prolonged silence, the communicator's screen dimmed, on the brink of entering standby mode. Just before it extinguished completely, Shifa activated the screen, gazing intently at the ID of his little treasure for a while. Seeing it consistently remain in the communication list, he finally felt reassured. With this thought clarified, the third prince felt a surge of good spirits, for the first time in his life perceiving that entering military school might not be such a dreary affair after all. Now it was time to seriously contemplate how to remain under the guidance of his precious one. The ratio of 50 to 12, while significantly higher than the 1 in 100 acceptance rate of military schools, still meant that newcomers had already passed 3 assessments and an interview, marking them as victors in a competitive arena. Their abilities were undoubtedly sufficient to catch the attention of the esteemed commander, so why was there an additional, stringent test? Despite his usual stoic demeanor, this individual possessed a remarkable talent for swaying hearts. The declaration, "I do not train my students to send them to their deaths," undoubtedly resonated with many Navi students, leading them to accept without objection when he later asserted that he required no endorsements, relying solely on his own judgment. In essence, this was no different from outright declaring that all 3 assessments were void. In the end, the adorable newcomers were still manipulated by the old fox, ending up feeling profoundly guilty, as if their lack of ability was the reason they failed to pass the teacher's additional test. Next to him, Austin noticed that the seemingly lost third prince suddenly stirred, casting a sidelong glance and unable to refrain from asking, "What are you up to?" "Nothing," Shifa replied, pocketing the tracker, turning to him. After a brief pause, he tentatively proposed, "Care to collaborate?" Austin froze, his expression immediately alert. The esteemed instructor only selects the 12 candidates with the most communicators. There are no allies here, just competitors. "You are correct," Shifa said, deliberately inching closer, lowering his voice. The staff member accompanying them glanced over, and Shifa smiled at him, continuing, "However, forming a team would still provide an advantage. I wouldn't mind sharing a couple of communicators with you at the end. Think it over?" While the logic was sound and enticing, the unfamiliarity between them made Austin hesitant. Who could guarantee that his partner 3 days hence wouldn't turn on him, seizing all the communicators? He did not readily agree but scrutinized the third prince's eyes, seeking any hint of deceit to validate his darker suspicions. Anticipating his hesitation, Shifa did not press further, adjusting his approach. Given the scheduled descent intervals, I estimate our linear distance will not exceed 10 kilometers. You can ponder it tonight. As he spoke, he retrieved an electronic map from his backpack, pointing to a fork in a stream within the forest. "If you find it agreeable, we shall meet here at dawn." Austin followed the indicated route on the map, his eyes brightening momentarily. It diverged entirely from the Imperial Military Academy's designated direction and was quite distant from the predicted drop zone, implying that reaching it on time would necessitate several hours of travel through the night. In a competitive game, maneuvering to the rear to seize an opportunity is a fundamental trait of a predator. Those who recklessly rush to conclude the game are more likely to become prey. Before arriving at the military academy, Austin had conducted considerable research on special operations, so he was not unfamiliar with the assessment methods. However, he was surprised to find that this prince, who had a rather poor reputation, seemed to be quite astute. After considerable deliberation, Austin still refrained from making a definite statement and extended a hand towards Shifa. Introducing himself, "Let us get acquainted. I am Austin Ducal." Shifa reciprocated with a brief handshake. "Shifa Trance. I've heard of you." Austin grinned broadly, revealing a full set of white teeth. "But I cannot fathom why, as a prince, you would choose to join the military academy?" Releasing hands, Shifa chuckled dismissively. "I am merely following orders. Perhaps my father believes I lack discipline and wishes to correct that through military school rules. He likely did not intend to make it too difficult for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been placed under the supervision of acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Austin suddenly realized, of course, the third prince had entered through the back door. Teaming up with him would undoubtedly be a safe bet. Oblivious to being rounded up as a military academy entry ticket, Shifa casually added, "The choice of specialty is commendable. My father does care for me." Shifa was unexpectedly pricked at a sensitive spot, feeling a pang of melancholy for his own unceremonious predicament. "I am shy," the third prince stated flatly. Austin nodded in agreement. "Oh, that explains a lot." Before long, the aircraft hovered once more. At this, Austin stood, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, saying to Shifa, "See you in the morning." Shifa also rose, replying, "Good luck." With that, Austin hurried to the cabin door, where staff secured his ropes and safety harness, reaffirming the ground conditions before signaling that they could commence. In a low-speed descent, the figures resembled grains of sand thrown into black water, instantly consumed by the wind and snow upon detaching from the aircraft. "Don't mention it," the officer, abandoning his earlier stern demeanor, beamed. "We just received orders from Instructor Su to covertly protect the newcomers. There will be no danger, so you can rest assured." Shifa was not surprised. After a moment's silence, he inquired, "Are you familiar with Major Su? This is our first collaboration. You may not know, but Instructor Su graduated not long ago. I've seen him a few times during our exercises in this forest, but he likely does not remember his subordinates." The officer assessed the prince's intentions, readily flattering him, clearly a serious individual, as expected of the old commander's son. Shifa furrowed his brow slightly, processing for a few seconds before connecting the name to the assistant's handsome face, immediately relaxing with a smirk. "He should not know me at all." After a pause, he added to himself, "Nor could he sleep." The officer? Leaving behind that tantalizing conclusion, the third prince sauntered to the cabin door, appearing in remarkably good spirits. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, he even secured his descent equipment without assistance, flinging open the door, steadied himself, and leaped without hesitation. As night enveloped the forest, the low temperatures seemed to freeze the very air, each breath bringing a faint sting. The aircraft hovered not high, and the entire descent lasted barely 10 seconds. Upon landing, Shifa bent his knees to absorb the impact, swiftly removing his harness and locks. Minutes later, the sound of the helicopter blades faded into the night, leaving the forest in profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional call of a bird, its source obscured by the heavy snow, rendering it impossible to discern where the noisy creature was concealed. Shifa opened the electronic map to refine his drop coordinates, instantly revealing the distribution of newcomers from the third aircraft. Though they had only just sat together, the distance now transformed these individuals into the first suitable targets for his pursuit. Unfortunately, the vast area and the newcomers' impatience to showcase their skills meant that the earlier arrivals had already strayed far from their coordinates within the past hour or two. Switching to the terrain map, Shifa quickly plotted the likely routes of the two nearest individuals. Just then, a rustle from the low shrubs behind him caught his attention. The sound resonated with startling clarity in the desolate depths of the forest, akin to some beast lurking with insatiable desire. Shifa's spine stiffened, and he instinctively drew the alloy military dagger from his backpack. A low, guttural breath emerged as a powerful clawed paw stepped forth from the thicket. The creature's wolf-like eyes glimmered with a chilling light, its jaws parting to reveal elongated, razor-sharp fangs. The darkness of the woods rendered Shifa unable to discern more than a vague silhouette of the beast. All his attention was fixated on this unexpected predator, completely oblivious to another presence concealed beneath the veil of falling snow. As the breath drew nearer, the dagger was swiftly positioned against his throat. Startled into awareness, Shifa was poised to retaliate, yet he quickly regained his composure under the menacing gesture of the other party. "You are still too inexperienced," a cool voice whispered against his ear, laced with a hint of familiarity and teasing mirth. At this, the beast, which had previously displayed a predatory demeanor, turned its back to the two, instinctively distancing itself from the ensuing tension. "To be continued. Chapter 15. Is it you who is trying to take the back door?" Westphalia questioned, momentarily perplexed by Su Shirchuan's intentions. As the supreme instructor, he had no need to pay special attention to the supplementary examination. He could simply await updates from his subordinates. Yet, here he was, not only concerned but also braving the snowy night to arrive in person. Coupled with their recent ambiguous interactions, it was quite provocative to initiate contact in such a manner. Westphalia felt a mix of amusement and irritation, and despite the threat around his neck, he maintained his characteristic light-hearted sarcasm. "Are you trying to raise the stakes, Instructor Su?" Behind him, Su Shirchuan silently smirked, responding with a question of his own. "What if I said yes?" At this, Westphalia couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly disregarding the peril around his neck. He boldly reached behind and playfully patted Su Shirchuan, taunting, "Then I shall pin you down in this desolate wilderness once more." Su Shirchuan. The Major was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by the audacious remarks of this young rogue. Sensing a slight loosening of the constraints upon him, Westphalia seized the moment of distraction, swiftly gripping Su Shirchuan's arm, twisting it with decisive force. Simultaneously, he sidestepped to evade a potential counterattack, pivoting in a rather awkward position to deliver a powerful knee strike to Su Shirchuan's abdomen. The sled dog, sensing the imminent threat, instinctively prepared to protect its master. However, Su Shirchuan's calm voice cut through the tension. 17, stay still. As the words left his lips, Su Shirchuan's gaze darkened, and his reflexes kicked in with an almost inhuman speed. In an instant, a blurred figure vanished from sight, and the swirling snowflakes were sent scattering by the gust of wind. Westphalia's heart sank as he hastily rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an ambush. Moments later, a powerful kick struck the tree trunk with an explosive thud, shaking the branches and sending startled blackbirds into a frantic flight. Not far off, Su Shirchuan stood poised, turning his head slightly to cast a sidelong glance at Westphalia, offering an objective assessment. "Good reflexes. You seem to have some foundation. Who taught you?" Su Shirchuan's inquiry caught Westphalia off guard, as he had never previously mentioned Rex outside of formal strategy meetings. "I know him," Su Shirchuan continued. "Are you quite familiar?" Westphalia, treating it as a casual remark, nodded. "I have a good relationship with my brother. He cares for me and often takes me along when learning anything. Though Rex has now turned traitor, he was once fiercely loyal to my brother, and perhaps that affection carried over into his teachings. Could it be that Rex had ulterior motives for coming to the battlefield?" A bold hypothesis formed in Su Shirchuan's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. As he observed the peculiar shift in Westphalia's gaze, he could no longer hold back. "So, what exactly brings you here?" Westphalia laughed, mischief evident in his tone. "Are you offering me a backdoor as well, Instructor Su?" Su Shirchuan. What began as a protective inclination had now been twisted into something entirely different. Frustrated by the young rogue's antics, Su Shirchuan decided to end the banter, swiftly bringing Westphalia down and delivering a controlled beating, deliberately avoiding excessive force and targeting softer areas. Initially startled, Westphalia soon realized the pain was manageable and seized the opportunity to retaliate from close quarters. 17, unable to bear the sight, turned to retreat into the underbrush, seeking refuge. "Is it not a dog?" Westphalia inquired. 17 cleared a patch of ground, arranging dry leaves and branches before settling beside Su Shirchuan, baring its teeth at Westphalia. Su Shirchuan sliced open a fuel cartridge, pouring a small amount of liquid onto the branches and tossing in the remnants of his cigarette. The fuel ignited instantly, crackling as the flames consumed the dry twigs, generating warmth that enveloped the surroundings. Su Shirchuan patted 17's head and explained to Westphalia, "It is an artificial intelligence with independent thought, capable of mimicking various biological forms. Its name is 17, and it is my partner." 17 tilted its head, ears twitching. pondering why Su Shichuan referred to himself as a partner instead of a master. Across from them, Westphalia regarded 17, musing that this intelligent entity appeared quite normal and rather innocent, not fitting the rogue mold. Turning back to Su Shichuan, he asked, "Instructor, what compelled you to come assist me without permission?" The shift in address momentarily stunned Su Shichuan. 17. Su Shichuan. 17, feeling awkward, lowered its ears and remained silent. With a subtle smile in his eyes, Su Shichuan remained quiet for a moment before saying, "Neither of us is at fault. I have my own reasons, and you must stay." Was he not concerned about others claiming favoritism? When your name appeared on my student roster, those who might feel it unfair had likely already formed their opinions, Su Shichuan stated nonchalantly. Moreover, fairness is inherently relative. Not everyone in the Empire or the entire star system is entitled to it. Fairness is something to be fought for, based on strength, not merely expected as a gift from others. I established the rules for the supplementary examination with considerable leniency. There are no restrictions on team formations, and all participants may freely choose their partners without limits. Do you truly believe that encountering a solitary individual amid such freedom is fair? As Su Shichuan tossed more twigs into the fire, the flickering flames illuminated his striking features, casting a shadow of cunning and mischief. Furthermore, I never stipulated that you couldn't enlist the help of instructors or staff. From the moment you departed the garrison base to your designated coordinates, you had ample time to persuade or even bribe the accompanying officers, yet none dared to consider or act upon such an idea. Westphalia's expression shifted as he regarded Su Shichuan with newfound respect. This man, who outwardly appeared principled and meticulous, seemed to possess a wealth of cunning theories that he articulated with righteous indignation, showing no willingness to put on a fade. This is one of the extra credit components of the assessment, Su Shichuan remarked lightly, brushing the snow from his palms. In the realm of intelligence work, one must be adept at utilizing everything at one's disposal, including people. Westphalia, the third prince, was astounded, even more so by the realization that he had been swayed by such dubious reasoning. Su Shichuan continued, "Moreover, those who choose to team up rather than act alone will receive priority for acceptance. After forming a team, if you eliminate your partner before the assessment concludes and claim all the communicators for yourself, you will also be prioritized. Defeating a target without pressing the communicator for them will earn you similar favor." Westphalia frowned in disbelief, questioning, "Are you not concerned about cultivating a group of unfeeling monsters?" "Who says agents are not monsters?" Su Shichuan retorted with a smile. "Preserving one is the most frequently employed method in infiltration work. Your companions may need to sacrifice themselves at any moment, possibly right before your eyes or even at your own hand. Westphalia, ask yourself, can a normal person manage such a task? I once experienced a mission." Through the haze of the flickering flames, Su Shichuan gazed into Westphalia's eyes. His tone soft yet steady. "He was someone of paramount importance to me. I knew he was still alive, and if only I could reach him swiftly, all would still be well. However, the individual orchestrating the plan compelled me to choose between completing the task alone or abandoning it to bid him farewell for the last time." Su Shichuan's voice trembled, teetering on the brink of a choked sob, akin to an inadvertent illusion on a snowy night. Shifa experienced an ineffable sensation, as if someone had tightly grasped his heart, suffocating and agonizing, yet imbued with a lingering tenderness. It was as if the one inflicting this torment was simultaneously bowing to kiss that bloodied heart. "I did not choose him." At last, he heard Su Shichuan utter, "I do not regret it." To be continued. Chapter 16. Deviation from mission. As the conversation drew to a close, an enduring silence enveloped the two individuals. This was no light topic. Although the narrator spoke with a flat, dispassionate tone, the underlying bloodiness was undeniably palpable. While Shifa might not fully empathize, he could not escape its influence. Their interactions were scarce, yet in his mind, Su Shichuan was always unperturbed, navigating life with effortless grace. He was a paragon of self-discipline, mature and restrained. His demeanor belied his years, seldom revealing his emotions. However, in recounting the previous statement, Shifa could distinctly sense a fluctuation in his emotions. It seemed he had found that scoundrel, the third prince mused, albeit unexpectedly in the form of someone who had already passed away, to be impervious to all harm, yet harbor a bittersweet memory of a lost love. How could one navigate such emotional terrain? Shifa was immediately engulfed in a dilemma. Opposite him, Su Shichuan had regained his composure, his expression as cool as ever. Glancing at his communicator, it was not yet 9 in the evening. The hour was still early. Typically, the first night in the wilderness was when all parties were at their most optimal, and there was no need for premature rest. However, given the nature of the competition, rushing ahead could yield counterproductive results. Confirming the time, Su Shichuan noticed several unread messages, all sent by a Ning, concerning the progress of the retest, without any mention of other matters. It was often wise to remain aware without addressing the obvious, a trait of the astute, who were rare and equally difficult to trust. Unfortunately, having encountered too many individuals during his time in the military, discerning a flaw in someone adept at disguise and impersonation seemed a fanciful endeavor. Reflecting on this, Su Shichuan exited the inbox, temporarily disregarding the unread messages, and turned his gaze to Shi Fa, stating, "We shall not depart tonight. You should rest early." At his remark, Shi Fa belatedly remembered he had yet to inform Su Shichuan about his agreement with Austin, exclaiming, "No way." Unable to articulate the reason, he instinctively trusted him and decided to reveal the arrangements aboard their craft, concluding, "It's that Austin whom you bested. Apart from being somewhat slow-witted, he is quite decent. So I thought to team up and give it a try." Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan chuckled, saying, "Those who dare to form teams during the retest are indeed clever. However, you must exercise caution to avoid having your communicator severed by others." "Rest assured, I am not one to choose haphazardly," Shi Fa replied, a sly smile playing on his lips as he moved closer to sit beside Su Shichuan, whispering, "If I recall correctly, his father is a major general in the Mecha Marine Corps, not particularly young, and holds a rank just above yours. Yet does not occupy a significant position. He has the title but lacks the power. Now the entire empire knows my elder brother is about to ascend, and they are eager to make their acquaintance while he is still the crown prince, including Major General Duker. However, my elder brother is not so easily accessible, unlike me, the idler third prince. So the Major General has sent me many gifts this year and intends to introduce his son to me." Bored, Shi Fa took the front paws of the dog named 17, treating it as one would a common canine. 17 was utterly speechless, raising its long face to look at Su Shichuan, as if to say, "Can I bite?" 17 silently rolled its eyes, thinking of treachery among friends. The sled dog, with its thick fur, radiated warmth, and as Shi Fa groomed its coat, he also enjoyed the warmth for his hands. 17, pampered and comfortable, settled down quietly between the two, panting lightly with its tongue out. Su Shichuan was not surprised by this bureaucratic tone. Instead, he inquired, "Do you plan to sabotage him?" "No," Shi Fa admitted candidly. "I acknowledge that I have considered it, but later deemed it unwise. My thoughts are simple. You only need to retain 12 individuals, and Austin should be among those capable of staying. Rather than sabotage him and foster hatred, it is better to have a companion by my side." He looked up at Su Shichuan, asking, "What do you think, teacher?" The proximity between them was intimate, and Su Shichuan gazed into Shi Fa's eyes, observing the flickering reflection of the campfire in his bright blue irises, resembling a lively spark. The word teacher seemed imbued with an unusual magic. It was the first time he heard Shi Fa, at this age, utter it with such earnestness. "You have a point," Su Shichuan replied. "As a prince of the empire, even if you graduate from this field, there is no necessity to enter the intelligence department. Your name and identity will be preserved forever. There is indeed no need for a scorched earth approach toward your peers, as they may occupy significant positions in the military in the future, and it is unwise to create potential hazards for yourself." Upon expressing this, Su Shichuan briefly paused, but soon resumed as if nothing had transpired. Shi Fa, not noticing the slip, laughed. "Teacher, you think far ahead." "A teacher must think even further," Su Shichuan chuckled. "We shall rest here tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to your agreed location." Shi Fa pondered for a moment, then asked, "Now that another person is joined, will you still stay?" Su Shichuan replied, "If you wish for me to stay, I shall remain. Are you not afraid of what others may think? What if they gossip behind your back? Then let them." Shi Fa was taken aback, wanting to say more, but Su Shichuan stood up first, removing his heavy cloak and draping it over Shi Fa's face. "It is cold. Speak less and conserve your strength." Su Shichuan stepped over a fallen tree and walked toward the bushes, saying, "Rest well, I will be nearby." The cloak, imbued with warmth, enveloped Shi Fa, who stood still, feeling as though he had been embraced unexpectedly. The air was filled with the clean scent belonging to that individual, akin to an intimate connection amidst the icy wilderness. only for him to realize he was becoming somewhat aroused. 17, thoroughly disdainful, stood up and shook its fur, leaving the third prince, with his mind clouded by impure thoughts, to wag its tail and pursue Su-Shirchuan. Not far from their resting place flowed a stream, its waters swift and unfrozen even in winter. Although the military academy had not altered the natural landscape of Cape Continent, it had purified the inland water sources to meet the basic drinking needs of cadets engaged in directed cross-country or practical exercises. "You were too kind to him," 17 remarked. "The third prince is still young. He should be honing his nonchalant demeanor at military school. Yet here you are, spoiling him." 17's humanoid form retained its poised, youthful appearance, entirely devoid of the disarray from its sled dog form. Standing with arms crossed, it regarded Su-Shirchuan with a serious expression. Su-Shirchuan had not seen him like this in a long time, and was momentarily taken aback by the gravity of 17's gaze. "Is that even necessary? Just standing beside you two, one can smell the chemistry. No need to look." 17 was aware that such a statement was somewhat disrespectful, so while he voiced it, his tone was noticeably subdued. "You don't even try to hide it, fearing others might not notice." The general, chastised by the AI, remained silent for 2 seconds before he could no longer contain himself and laughed. This is not helping him. If someone with ulterior motives sees, it could rather harm him. At this, the mirth in Su-Shirchuan's eyes faded, and he met 17's gaze directly, stating calmly, "I understand." 17, perplexed, responded, "If you know, then why?" 17, "Calm down," Su-Shirchuan interjected, placing a hand on his shoulder in a reassuring grip. "I know you are anxious. Truthfully, I am as well. The hunting plan has been in motion for a month, yet as the executor, I have made no progress. You, as one of the two participants, are eager to know my thoughts. Correct?" 17 fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Su-Shirchuan smiled knowingly, continuing, "In truth, I feel quite lost and helpless. As the situation unfolds, I find myself at a loss regarding where to begin." The final note lingers in the air, elevated in vain, while the sound of the flowing stream echoes around me. Yet, 17 still perceives the underlying chaos behind that sound. Su-Shirchuan takes a deep breath, the frigid air piercing through to his very soul, and he compels himself to regain his composure. Cicero is inept and has indirectly contributed to the defeat of the Western forces. I can no longer pledge my loyalty to him. However, if I were to betray Cicero, how could I possibly avert the Empire's demise? 17 gazes intently into Su-Shirchuan's eyes, hesitating for a considerable moment before finally articulating, "In truth, you have already made your decision, have you not?" "No. You once expressed your disdain for my probing into your thoughts, and thus I dare not presume to analyze." 17 speaks softly. "Yet the matter at hand is laid bare before us. Even as an artificial intelligence, I can discern it without relying on data analysis." 17. "I implore you to assist me in determining the course of action I must take to betray my nation single-handedly." "You require allies," 17 replies without hesitation. "Every adversary is worthy of exploitation." This sentiment echoes the admonitions of Dr. Jonas prior to the commencement of the hunting plan, plunging Su-Shirchuan into deep contemplation. They seek to obliterate the empire or achieve other objectives. Thus, their animosity is first directed towards the one seated upon the throne, at least until Cicero's fall. Your goals remain aligned. Furthermore, 17 pauses, her gaze gentle as she regards Su-Shirchuan. "You are not alone. You have me. The first directive I received upon awakening was to unconditionally trust you, regardless of whom you choose to stand with or the decisions you make. I am solely yours, with unwavering loyalty." To be continued. Chapter 17. Parting again. At 5 in the morning the next day, Shifa lifted the of his cloak and reached for the communicator to check the time. Due to various concerns, his sleep quality that night was poor, causing him to awaken significantly earlier than usual. The heavy snowfall had not ceased throughout the night, and as it continued to fall, it became even more dense than the previous night. For the instructors closely monitoring the progress of the supplementary test, this was undoubtedly a boon. The heavier the snow, the more covert the movements of the new recruits, thus increasing the difficulty of the competition, heightening uncertainty, and rendering the assessment results more variable, often allowing for the selection of truly outstanding newcomers. Though this reasoning was straightforward, Shifa felt a slight headache, his mind more preoccupied with the agreement he had made with Austin. He hoped nothing would happen to that fellow before they could meet. With that thought, he scooped up some snow to wash his face, hoping to awaken his brain more swiftly. Not far away, Su Shichuan sat with his back to him in front of a campfire, holding a paper book and reading, seemingly having gone all night without sleep. Despite the harsh outdoor conditions, the man appeared utterly engrossed in his reading, seemingly untouched by the dismal surroundings. His long, dense eyelashes shimmered with a delicate golden-red hue from the flickering flames, exuding an exquisite elegance that was not at all effeminate. When slightly lowered, they revealed an air of graceful refinement, akin to a work of art that should be cherished rather than left to endure the wilderness. Thus, one read while the other unabashedly observed the reader. Amidst the swirling snow, time seemed to come to a standstill in the muted gray and white. Eventually, the boiling sound of the military kettle over the fire broke the silence. Shifa stood up, shook off the accumulated snow from his cloak, stepped over a fallen branch, and sat beside Su Shichuan, taking a cup of tea. "Did you not sleep at all?" Shifa turned to Su Shichuan, noting he looked well, with no signs of fatigue on his face. "I have no habit of resting in the wild," Su Shichuan replied, sipping the scalding tea. "Afraid of ambush?" Shifa also took a sip of the black tea, which was hardly remarkable in taste and contained no additives, yet considering the current conditions, he was undoubtedly the best treated among the newcomers. This beauty truly knows how to care for others, attending to everything in meticulous detail. Shifa thought contentedly. Aside from a few station troops, the forest was filled with newcomers, so there was little to worry about. Su Shichuan remarked. "But once you spend enough time at the military base, your vigilance will be honed, and you too will find it increasingly difficult to sleep in unfamiliar environments." At this, Shifa paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Teacher, you don't seem very old, yet you speak like an old man." Su Shichuan replied, "Is that so?" A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, and his dark, gem-like eyes sparkled with amusement, meeting Shifa's gaze. Shifa could hardly withstand that cold beauty's gaze, which seemed to suggest he would be devoured whole. Sure enough, the next words from the Major General were, "In terms of performance, I cannot compare to the prince from the banquet, can I?" Shifa. "I must say, that title and the formalities are quite off-putting." However, the Major General did not grant him the opportunity to protest. 17. Completely oblivious to the situation. The bemused 17 circled around to squat beside Su Shichuan, pushing forward the communicators confiscated from last night. Shifa first noticed that 17 had changed into a set of camouflage gear, then glanced at the communicators and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Someone really made a move on the very first night?" "Of course," Su Shichuan responded, picking up the black and white communicators. "The majority of newcomers tend to think straightforwardly, wanting to seize an advantage from the start, even attempting to secure their spots in school early." Su Shichuan collected the devices without any intent to return them, and Shifa watched him with an expression that seemed to say, "You're being ruthless again." But he dared not voice it, unsure of what to say in such a moment. After all, it was a fair competition, and there was no reason to demand what was not freely given. Yet, this person's unpredictable demeanor made it impossible to discern his true attitude. Su Shichuan feigned ignorance of Shifa's gaze, extinguishing the campfire with snow while 17 assisted, gradually burying the traces they had left behind. In no time, the three had packed their gear and hurriedly set off into the pre-dawn darkness. Along the way, Su Shichuan's communicator buzzed several times, and Ning would send real-time updates about every change in the supplementary test. However, Su Shichuan did not check it, focusing instead on guiding Shifa through the maze-like woods ahead. By 7 in the morning, under normal circumstances, the day would have been bright, but the inclement weather had shrouded the sun, casting the sky in a dense, smoky gray. Fog enveloped the forest, reducing visibility to mere meters. After confirming their route against the electronic map, Shifa called for Su Shichuan to halt upon nearing the predetermined location. "Let us stop here, teacher," Shifa stated. "I've considered it, and I don't wish for you to stay." The two had traversed the snow-covered forest for 2 hours on foot. Even though Shifa had undergone formal training, he found his breath slightly uneven now. In contrast, Su Shichuan remained composed, standing upright without a hint of the weariness that one might expect from trekking through the snow. He laid out the pros and cons clearly, returning the choice to Shifa once more. "I understand all the reasoning," Shifa replied, smiling nonchalantly, "but while I can accept your help, I cannot accept you helping us." Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily puzzled by this statement. "I'm decent in many respects, but I have one flaw. I can be rather selfish," he continued, fastening the straps for Su Shichuan before brushing the snowflakes from his hair and adjusting his hood. "From now on, The person I've taken a liking to can only be observed by me. Shifa lowered his gaze, his eyes tracing the smooth lines of the man's pale ear and the neckline concealed beneath his collar. With a smile that curved his eyes, he whispered in a tone only the two could hear, I've seen your restrained pride in public, and I've witnessed your fiery passion in private. In front of others, just be your formidable special operations instructor. Don't reveal that you possess another side. The distance between them was minimal, and the warm breath lightly brushed against his skin. Shifa's posture exuded an air of dominance, causing Su Shichuan to momentarily falter, his weight shifting back against the trunk of the tree behind him. 17 was utterly speechless, silently turning around to sniff at the snow, forcing himself to pretend to be a wolf that couldn't comprehend human speech. Besides, as a man, how can I always be the one to receive leniency? Though the statement was serious, the speaker's tone was infused with playful levity. Shifa leaned against the tree beside Su Shichuan, raising an eyebrow, his gaze unabashedly revealing the surging desire within him, akin to a flirtation or a provocation. What do you think, teacher? Yet, the Major General, experienced as he was, after his initial surprise, remained unfazed regardless of how close this little rascal leaned in or how fervently he teased. His breath remained even, his expression calm, suppressing even the slightest hint of a racing heartbeat. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. As he spoke, Su Shichuan withdrew a tracking device from his uniform pocket and pressed it against Shifa's forehead, simultaneously pushing his head back. I've checked your belongings. You Haven T brought your cloak, and the tracker beneath your backpack has been dismantled. Your vigilance is commendable, but this is purely for your safety. The signal from this tracker would only transmit to my terminal. Keep it safe, and do not act recklessly again. Shifa's eyes sparkled with mirth as he removed the tracking device from Su Shichuan's forehead, clasping it within his palm while playfully squeezing his fingers. I'm at your command. What reward do I receive? Su Shichuan raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing smile, clearly indicating that obedience was to be expected. Was a reward truly warranted? Shifa, undeterred, ventured, shall we meet again once I enroll? Su Shichuan merely replied with silence, his expression one of bemusement, as if the dashing young Major General found amusement in the antics of this carefree rascal. 1 minute and 20 seconds, and you're still addicted? Nearby, the lethargic wolf, 17, could no longer contain itself and burst into a fit of laughter, its fur shaking with mirth. Your Highness, 17 protested, if we don't meet, must there be personal attacks? This individual was admirable in every regard, save for their sharp tongue, which was a pity considering their striking appearance. Despite his thick skin, even the third prince felt the sting of wounded pride. In a huff, Shifa chose to disregard Su Shichuan, refraining from further conversation, and turned to venture into the woods, disappearing from sight shortly thereafter. Once he had departed, Su Shichuan straightened his posture, brushing off the snow that had accumulated on his cloak. He approached and lifted the 200-pound forest wolf from the ground, shaking it gently to prevent it from laughing uncontrollably. 17, dazed from the shaking, drooped its ears and tail, finally settling down. Follow them. Assist if trouble arises, but prioritize your safety. You may inform me later. With that, Su Shichuan set 17 back down. Dazed, 17 saw everything as a blur and quickly shook its head, glancing up at its master. Aren't you coming along? It inquired. Do you remember the assassin who attempted to kill the crown prince? Su Shichuan replied. 17 pondered for a moment, then suddenly gasped. The half-mare from Kanglan Star? Indeed, master. He is exceedingly dangerous, 17 warned earnestly. Moreover, he is a professional assassin, renowned on the black market bounty list. He values money over life. And such individuals are hard to control. The risks are far too great. To be continued. Chapter 18, Reasons for Elimination. Soon, the two parted ways, each heading in different directions. The resting area provided by the base officer was an independent 2-story building, situated in the most serene location of the entire base. Its exterior was uniformly painted in snow camouflage, while the interior was arranged neatly and cleanly. The upper floor was designated for accommodation, while the lower floor was functionally divided into a conference room, reception area, and monitoring room. In addition to Ning, there were 7 other personnel accompanying Su Shichuan, borrowed from Connor, who should all be on duty at this hour, monitoring the movements of the newcomers. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Not bad, Su Shichuan said politely. Thank you for your hard work. As the proctor for the additional test, those in the monitoring room certainly could not afford to sleep. A few sleepless nights is nothing, we are used to it. and Ning had not slept a wink that night, yet there was no trace of fatigue on his face. His emerald eyes still sparkled with vitality. After speaking, he quietly watched Su Shichuan, awaiting further instructions. Su Shichuan lifted his teacup for a sip and casually tapped a light point on the screen to check the real-time situation. It revealed a boy acting alone, with notes indicating he had already obtained a beacon and was currently hiding behind a bush, a dagger partially visible, preparing to ambush a young girl who was facing away from him, fetching water. Yet, what was most intriguing was that the notes beside the girl indicated she possessed 6 beacons, considering the additional test had only begun less than 24 hours ago. Capturing 5 beacons was unequivocally significant. Su Shichuan frowned slightly, adjusted the main perspective, and switched the view to the girl's front. Her crouching posture while fetching water was remarkably professional. Only one leg was bent to bear weight, her back naturally arched. At first glance, she appeared completely unguarded. Yet every part of her was poised for action. It was evident she was aware of the reckless individual behind her. "Who is that?" Su Shichuan inquired. "I am about to report," and Ning replied, opening his holographic computer and flattening it to push it in front of Su Shichuan. The screen displayed a dynamically changing data table detailing the status of each newcomer, arranged in descending order according to the number of beacons held, with the names of those eliminated grayed out at the bottom. Su Shichuan noted that the newcomer ranked first had a rather unusual name, Gu, seemingly without a surname. And Ning glanced at his communicator and said, "As of the last hour, the latest statistics show that 18 individuals have been eliminated, which is considerably higher than we initially anticipated, indicating the quality of the newcomers is indeed impressive. You have eliminated the vast majority in one fell swoop. That seems a bit unfair to the other disciplines," Su Shichuan remarked. "Those who remain are undoubtedly the best. We have not lost out." Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan raised his gaze, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "Does it seem satisfactory?" Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly, instructing, "Once things settle down, investigate those nuns and discern what beliefs they hold to cultivate such capable newcomers." "Understood," and Ning bowed slightly to Su Shichuan, his eyes flickering as he pondered the deeper implications, tentatively probing. "Do you think this person should not be retained? Her skills are commendable, yet her cunning is insufficient." The 2 newcomers in the footage had already engaged in combat, prompting Su Shichuan to terminate the monitoring. In succinct terms, he stated, "Once the additional test concludes, recommend her for the Marine Corps. She is suited for there." And Ning nodded, paused for a moment, then asked, "What about the beacons in her possession?" This question was subtly phrased, essentially inquiring how he intended to eliminate her. And Ning fixated on the 3 beacons that should have been lost, understanding implicitly what was implied. As the chief instructor, Su Shichuan rarely personally welcomed anyone and met the young girl in front of the student dormitory provided by the base. And Ning followed closely behind, having been privy to the outcome beforehand, and thus spent the entire afternoon monitoring Gu's situation, having witnessed her being attacked by a snow-gray wolf. 5 individuals lost their qualifications this time, and compared to the other 4 dejected newcomers, Gu's composure easily set her apart, appearing overly rational and mature. Her appearance was not striking: black hair, black eyes, and well-defined features, yet lacking any prominent characteristics. From an agent's perspective, her face was quite suitable for disguise. She was slightly taller than the average woman, likely exceeding 1.70 m, which also implied she was equally apt for transformation and disguise, marking her as an exceptional newcomer in both skills and attributes. Su Shichuan scrutinized her for a moment longer before arriving at an objective conclusion. Their time together was limited, and Su Shichuan remained silent throughout, allowing Ning to offer some comforting words before announcing the hidden result of the option to choose another discipline. This was undoubtedly good news for those eliminated, as the newcomers collectively sighed in relief, yet Gu maintained her indifferent expression. However, when Ning called for the dismissal, she lifted her gaze and exchanged a glance with Su Shichuan, the emotions behind her eyes inscrutable. Gu tucked the key into her pocket, and once her peers had departed, she approached Su Shichuan. The intensity of her gaze was palpable, so still it seemed tangible. Su Shichuan noticed but chose to ignore it, only to find her quite persistent. If he wouldn't acknowledge her, she would take the initiative. Beside them, Ning adeptly gauged the atmosphere. Seeing the chief instructor's silence, he stepped forward, blocking half of Gu's path. With a smile, he said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Su Shichuan is quite busy and needs to hold a meeting with the proctors shortly." "The one who attacked me was not a wolf," she said, looking at Ning. then turning her gaze to Su Shichuan. "Excuse me, Instructor Su, may I ask where the dog you brought with you on the day the additional test commenced went?" Her words were deliberate, each syllable enunciated clearly. Just as Ning was about to respond, Su Shichuan preemptively placed a hand on his shoulder, applying slight pressure to signal for silence. "You go on ahead," he instructed, then turned to Jiyu. "Follow me." And Ning understood and fell silent, discreetly leaving. Su Shichuan settled into a sofa in the corner of the hall, poured 2 cups of tea from the kettle, and, disregarding Jiyu, took a sip before casually stating, "Speak plainly about what you wish to inquire." Jiyu did not sit, but stood beside him, whispering, "You do not wish for me to stay?" "Correct," Su Shichuan affirmed. "Anything else? You stand out too much. Such visibility exposes your impatience for quick success." Crossing his long legs elegantly, Su Shichuan's gaze drifted to the empty sofa across from him, deliberately avoiding looking at the girl beside him. "If I were you, in the presence of my superior, I would have seated myself before discussing terms." Jiyu paused in surprise, and moments later, obediently walked to the sofa and sat down, stubbornly asking once more, "Why?" Su Shichuan smiled gently, speaking calmly, "You are exceptionally talented, whether in the previous 3 assessments, the interview, or your performance over the past day. To be frank, I admire you. I suspect you would rank quite favorably among this year's newcomers, even across the entire institution." That. Jiyu's words were cut short as she noticed the man opposite her raising a finger, silently gesturing for her to remain quiet. She found her feelings toward this chief instructor perplexing. At first glance, he seemed stern and severe, yet at times exhibited a gentleness and even a slyness that contradicted that aura, ultimately leaving her increasingly uncertain of the true nature of his character. "So why can't I remain?" Jiyu's unspoken question was articulated by Su Shichuan, who after a brief silence continued, "Because special operations only train agents. Ultimately folks who cannot stand in the light. And you are too radiant, even when placed among the other 49 newcomers, within a single night. You caught the attention of all 8 proctors in the monitoring room. How do you expect me to allow you to stay?" Jiyu's expression momentarily froze, and after a beat, she opened her mouth to retort. Su Shichuan, however, offered her no opportunity to respond, continuing, "Regardless of your exceptional abilities, once you enter this discipline, you must learn to conceal your prowess and avoid being the bird that sticks its neck out. You may not have heard, but in the realm of special tactics, the most outstanding students often remain unknown even to their direct instructors. Every individual you encounter might become a target in the future when comrades cease to be allies. You will regret having revealed so much of yourself to them. You still lack a layer of understated protection that separates you from true excellence." Setting down his teacup, Su Shichuan rose and circled the coffee table to the sofa where Jiyu sat, gently stroking the top of her head. "I personally recommend you for the Mecha Ground Assault team. I believe it would suit you far better than here." Having spoken, he turned to leave, only to be suddenly seized by the wrist. "Can you grant me one more chance? Your mission has failed, and your identity is already exposed. The enemy's blade is poised at your throat. Would you not plead for a second opportunity?" Su Shichuan withdrew his hand. "There is no do-over. You are out." To be continued. Chapter 19, Half-Mermaid Assassin. At 11 o'clock at night, in a temporary dormitory bedroom, Su Shichuan sat in an armchair, facing a screen displaying factual data from the supplementary examination on his desktop computer, while the portable device beside him remained in standby mode. The impact of the first contestant's elimination had resulted in slight adjustments to the overall rankings of the newcomers. He had not instructed 17 to dispose of the confiscated communicators, so 17 assumed that his master had tacitly approved, distributing the communicators of GU evenly between Shifa and Austin, which led to a slight rise in their rankings, placing them at the 9th and 10th positions, respectively, neither too conspicuous nor compromising their eligibility to remain in school. Su Shichuan was somewhat satisfied with the current outcome, pulling over another computer and activating the touchscreen. Unexpectedly, throughout the day, the relationship between the two had developed at an astonishing pace. The Major General found it quite amusing. After a brief hesitation, Su Shichuan connected his communicator to a wireless headset, placing the earphones in his ears and dialing the digital ID of the third prince. Simultaneously, the harmonious scene of a person and a dog on screen momentarily froze. Shifa opened his cuff to check, and upon recognizing the caller's nickname, hastily pushed the sled dog aside, rising to walk briskly around the bushes towards a secluded spot. However, before the voice request was approved, The Major General received another set of text messages. 17. I've been guiding and fighting all day, and also had to help take care of 2 kids. You didn't contact me first, yet you want a voice chat with the third prince? 17. Bias. Su Shirchuan. 17. I'm still upset, alright? 17. There's a bug. I can't block it. The second solution requires the master to coax me to feel better. Su Shirchuan. I'll coax you after the task is done. Let us discuss serious matters first. 17. Oh, the third prince wants to know why the girl who ranked first was eliminated. Su Shirchuan. How did you explain it? 17. I don't know, but I can't expose it. Just tell him the master has his reasons, and it's inconvenient to disclose, so he shouldn't meddle. Su Shirchuan. Did he believe it? 17. That bastard laughed at me for not being trusted by you. Pounds ground. Just then, the voice request was approved. Su Shirchuan chose to ignore the raucous intelligent agent, adjusting his headset and stating coolly, Are you still adapting? In response, Su Shirchuan's eyes sparkled with mirth as his fingers danced across the keyboard, exiting the live surveillance to reveal a concealed military intranet page. This was an address that required high-level clearance to access, containing confidential materials that would never be made public, encompassing all aspects of the establishment of the Luoyang Empire. In this lifetime, Su Shirchuan, with his current rank of Major General, was still far from qualifying. However, 17, as an intelligent entity with technological capabilities that surpassed modern science, possessed a logical language in the virtual realm that could penetrate all barriers. Coupled with Su Shirchuan's understanding of security protocols, their collaboration made it feasible to open a passage within the tightly secured military intranet. Thus, Su Shirchuan had made prior arrangements for 17 to infiltrate and quietly create an account with open access permissions, ensuring that if they were careful to erase all traces of their visit, they could operate undetected. Su Shirchuan considered this a jest. He would not take it to heart. While searching for useful information, he continued in the same vein. Does the prince wish to hear this? You are truly dull. Despite the words, Shifa secretly relished this compliant routine. Regardless of its authenticity, it was at least soothing to his ears. The heavy snowfall over the past days had ceased, and the atmosphere was exceptionally clear as the clouds dispersed. The night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, and the cold, silvery moon approached its full shape, with the faint outline of another planet visible behind it. When that planet finally reached its proximity to Earth and clarity no longer belonged to the moon, the White Emperor Star would celebrate its annual dual moon festival. Leaning against a barren tree trunk, Shifa gazed up at the contrasting full moons and absent-mindedly quipped, Do agents become teachers after all? After some contemplation, Shifa candidly stated, Pretentious. Su Shirchuan's eyes curved in amusement as he softly muttered, Little rascal. Shifa paused, unperturbed, only to chuckle in realization. Teacher, I've discovered you've never regarded me as a prince. Why would the third prince say such a thing? Su Shirchuan inquired. You sleep with me, hit me, and even scold me, Shifa replied, asserting that he was merely a major general, and wondered who had indulged him to such an extent. After a moment, he hesitated and speculated. It wouldn't be Father Emperor, would it? Su Shirchuan. They are in need of personnel, that is the truth. 17 remembered, and Su Shirchuan naturally did as well. Logically speaking, it was not uncommon for military academies to admit 3 to 5 exceptional geniuses every few years. And Su Shirchuan's decision not to retain GU was certainly not based on the reasoning presented in the evening. Newcomers could make mistakes, even err in their understanding of discretion. After all, there were still several years ahead to smooth out their rough edges, transforming them into the most perfect war machines before they were dispatched to various institutions under the military. However, Su Shirchuan dared not keep her. GU was an uncommon name, and he felt he had heard it somewhere before, yet the impression was not strong enough for him to remember it clearly. Generally, those adept at dealing with intelligence are equally skilled in human interactions. Their caution is not about gathering evidence or meticulously proving a target's guilt, but rather about excluding suspicious individuals at the initial stage of doubt, ensuring absolute safety, like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows in their game. There are no rigid terms like must be unique. Everything is flexible and adaptable. Su Shirchuan was indeed intrigued by her, for reasons identical to those 17 had considered. But rather than risk keeping an uncertain factor nearby, it was wiser to observe her from a distance and determine if she possessed any value for his purposes. However, one thing was certain. A young girl raised by nuns from the church should not possess the skills she currently exhibited. This reasoning was straightforward, and Su Shichuan recognized it. Assistant Anning was also aware, which was why he had independently investigated Gu's background. His intention in encouraging Anning to broaden the scope of the investigation was, in fact, to explore the girl's true nature through another's hands, while also discreetly probing Anning's own background. He was sifting through documents from 3 years prior regarding the assassination of the Grand Prince, Raymond Trans, within the Dual Moon Palace, where no one even noticed the intrusion of an assassin that night. The assassination of the heir apparent, with no trace of the perpetrator, had become a scandal within the imperial family. Various indications suggested an internal conspiracy. Otherwise, with the surveillance devices densely spread throughout the Dual Moon Palace, it would have been impossible for not a single shadow to be recorded. Shortly thereafter, the old emperor fell gravely ill, and the second prince, Shisa Trans, assumed the position of heir apparent, leading to rampant rumors throughout the empire, speculating that Shisa had hired assassins from the black market to kill his elder brother in a bid to seize the throne. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when, a few months later, the former heir's mentor, the first Knight Rex, defected, and Shisa suffered minor injuries in an assassination attempt. Thus, the rumors shifted once more, with some beginning to direct suspicion towards the still teenaged third prince, while others suspected that Shisa had orchestrated a feigned attack to shift the focus onto someone else, or even that it was an assassination operation launched by the Free Alliance against the imperial family. Later, as the war loomed, the discussions faded, and the case of the Grand Prince's assassination was sealed by the military, which publicly declared it was still in pursuit of the assassin's identity. During this period, numerous high-ranking officials in the Lo-En Empire fell from grace, including dukes who had maintained close ties with a certain prince. On the surface, these events appeared unrelated, and with solid evidence at hand, no one would deliberately connect these seemingly disparate incidents. Su Shichuan, having reviewed the sealed cases from the past 3 years, felt an inkling that there might be intricate connections among them. The most perplexing of all was the military's sudden announcement a few months ago regarding the capture of the assassin responsible for the assassination of the Grand Prince, alongside the revelation of a name shrouded in secrecy from the black market's bounty list. How could someone so adept at evasion possibly fall into their clutches again? Su Shichuan found this inconceivable. After perusing the final dossier, he casually opened the profile of that assassin. The information held by the military was scant, merely documenting the essential details: criminal level, S-class felon of the Empire, name, Song Xingyun, age, unknown, case, assassination of Limon Trans, attempted assassination of Shisa Trans. The assassin was bare-chested, his hands raised above his head, shackled to the wall by chains. His skin was exceptionally pale, marred by the marks of execution, with wounds that were swollen and oozed a rare blue-violet blood. He hung his head low, his silvery long hair obscuring his face, stained with blood and dripping crimson. A half-siren assassin hailing from the Azure Star, he bore the bloodline of the Sirens, a lineage that was both mysterious and beautiful, inherently toxic, and possessing a venom so lethal that it would seal one's throat upon contact with blood. Su Shichuan was deeply impressed by him. In a previous life, this assassin had been imprisoned in an underwater dungeon, enduring brutal interrogations, yet he remained resolutely silent. To be continued. Chapter 20. The 2-day additional test proceeded quietly. After several encounters, the remaining freshmen gradually realized that the risks of being ambushed in groups were far less than those of acting alone, thus temporarily lowering their guard and beginning to seek teamwork. As a result, the likelihood of being stealthily attacked diminished, and the rankings of the leading 12 newcomers stabilized. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, the southern gate of the Imperial Military Academy swung open wide. With less than half an hour remaining before the designated time, some freshmen had already begun to arrive at the academy, and Ning methodically checked the number of communicators held by each newcomer, reporting both the quantity and the time taken to the supervising teacher responsible for record-keeping, before leading them to a temporary rest area for a break until all 12 were present for a unified arrangement. On the upper level of the guard tower by the southern gate, Principal Connor was present, surveying the situation around the forest perimeter through binoculars. Su Shichuan stood behind him, quietly reporting the results of the entire additional test. Yes, Su Shichuan affirmed, however, this additional test was designed with specific tactics in mind and may not apply to other disciplines. Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan refrained from further comment, tacitly accepting the implication. Have you personally tested it? Connor inquired again. Su Shichuan's mind raced, realizing that Connor probably knew about his previous outing, but he was not surprised. This information could only have been disclosed by Ning. Initially, he thought Ning had simply received a similar hint, but now it seemed he might have been deliberately placed there. Is he working for Connor? No, that thought was immediately dismissed by Su Shichuan. Connor, despite his stature, was merely a principal and ultimately lacked the requisite power, and Ning was not his subordinate, but it was plausible that both were serving the same individual. I have tested it, Su Shichuan admitted candidly. On the first night of the additional test, I followed the third prince to assess his abilities. Connor appeared quite interested in the details, turning to Su Shichuan, and, with no soldiers standing guard behind them, Su Shichuan chose to share everything. From the perspective of the newcomers, he performed well, though he lacks practical experience and needs refinement. He paused, quickly observing Connor's reaction. Seeing no immediate evaluation, he continued, I heard the third prince mention that he had previously received guidance from Rex. Yes, Connor nodded slowly. That was quite some time ago. Rex was not only the royal tutor to the crown prince, but also the younger brother of Princess Anna. Given that connection, it was only natural for him to look after the third prince. Su Shichuan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It is getting late. Your students have worked hard for 3 days. Official training will commence tomorrow, so let them rest well tonight. Connor placed a hand on Su Shichuan's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze like an elder would, and you as well. Yes, Su Shichuan replied, bowing slightly. I'll see you off. With that, the two left the guard tower, and Su Shichuan escorted Connor to the hovering vehicle that awaited him. As the vehicle drove away, and Ning approached, handing Su Shichuan a holographic tablet displaying statistical forms, saying, Su Instructor, we have encountered a minor issue. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at him, taking the tablet to find that the list of 12 names that should have been admitted included only 10. Do you remember Austin, who provoked you the night before the test began? And Ning asked. Su Shichuan remained silent, his gaze sliding down to the bottom of the list, where he was startled to find Austin Duker ranked 10th. Yet his corresponding number of communicators was a staggering 17. He had realized what the minor issue referred to, and could not help but be astonished. It seemed he had truly underestimated that troublemaker. Su Instructor, and Ning chuckled. He is far stronger than that extreme moon. Noted. Su Shichuan returned the tablet, instructing, send away those who did not qualify. Let us check on the newcomers. Already arranged, and Ning gestured for him to follow, this way. The temporary rest area, located beside the guard tower, was typically used by the station's soldiers, modest in size and furnishings. After 3 days of toil in the forest, the newcomers were less than pristine, so when Su Shichuan and Ning entered, the 10 individuals inside instinctively refrained from sitting. Upon seeing the two, the freshman stood straight and bowed slightly to Su Shichuan. This is our second meeting, he stated softly, his voice notably gentle. You are all outstanding. You have passed the additional test. He regarded each person with a cool gaze, finally pausing on Shifa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shifa stood at the back of the group, his eyes never leaving Su Shichuan's face since the moment he entered the room. When their gazes finally met, that subtle smile felt like a reward, or perhaps a silent indication. In any case, the third prince, feeling distinctly favored, moistened his dry lips with his tongue and blew a kiss towards the esteemed instructor. Beside him, Austin stared intently at Su Shichuan, his brows furrowing slightly. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Before you enter your specialized courses, there will be 3 months of physical training, the plan devised by myself. But implementation will be entrusted entirely to the assistant instructors. As Su Shichuan spoke, he gestured to Ning at his side, adding, during your time at the academy, should you encounter any issues or require assistance, you may approach the assistant instructor, who will do his utmost to resolve them. If unable to do so, he will present your requests to me. That is all I wish to convey. The rules to be observed during your time here will be explained by Ning after dinner. He continued. One final point of clarification. I am quite protective of my subordinates. I will strive to safeguard each of you above my bottom line. However, bear in mind that I do not tolerate repeated challenges to my patients. Here, no one is deemed special. Su Shichuan glanced at his communicator and concluded. That will be all. And Ning, having been called upon, stepped forward. Su Instructor, you may proceed. Assign them dormitories, Su Shichuan instructed. Those who collaborated during the additional test must not be placed in the same room. Keep them as far apart as possible. Upon hearing this, the newcomers at the front exchanged glances of surprise. Su Shichuan smiled subtly, attempting to mask his intentions, explaining, unlike other disciplines, in special tactics, there are no teammates. Agents operate as entirely independent entities. I hope that from your first day here, you will learn to question those around you, including your companions. He paused momentarily, then continued, in light of this, I shall assign you a task in advance. Over the course of 3 months, I require you to uncover a secret about at least one person present, ensuring that it does not duplicate the information recorded in your files. Rest assured, the submission process will remain strictly confidential. The 10 individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, having barely established a cooperative relationship over the past 3 days. They were now forcibly dismantled and compelled to disclose secrets, rendering any chance of camaraderie impossible. From the outset, they were destined to be adversaries. No one could comprehend the principal's intentions. The air in the rest area felt as if it had solidified, remaining still for over a minute. The newcomers, belatedly realizing the presence of an assistant instructor, turned their gazes towards Ning. He shrugged innocently. Don't look at me. We never encountered such a task in our time. But it sounds quite intriguing. Do be cautious, and remember to keep the peace while you pry into secrets. Furthermore, Ning smiled mysteriously, as agents often delight in wordplay. I venture to guess, when Su remarked, at least one person is present, it likely included him as he chose not to elaborate further. First, he pointed to himself, then gestured toward the still-ajar door behind him. As the little ones gradually displayed expressions of trepidation, he quietly added, this should be a hidden bonus point. Make sure to seize the opportunity. The newcomers were left speechless. What good are bonus points if no one dares to act? Nevertheless, beneath every reward lies a courageous soul. And the very act of uncovering secrets is inherently enjoyable. Thus, after the evening study session concluded, the impeccably attired third prince knocked on the door of the main teaching dormitory. To be continued. Chapter 21. A moment later, the door swung open from within. The two men locked eyes, and Su Shichuan raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, detecting an undercurrent of mischief in the air. With no other plans for the evening, he had opted for a more casual attire, shedding his military jacket and loosening a few buttons of his shirt collar, revealing a hint of his elegant collarbone and a patch of smooth, fair skin. The sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, showcasing his well-defined forearms and the graceful contours of his physique, leading down to a pair of notably nimble hands. Shifa instinctively smiled, his imagination running wild with visions of those hands caressing his back, the nails digging into his muscles, the tendons on the back of the hand taut with allure. The third prince's mind was awash with impure thoughts, yet he maintained a perfectly composed facade as he greeted, Good evening, teacher. May I come in? Su Shichuan smiled but said nothing, stepping aside to allow the scheming wolf to enter the room before closing the door. The military academy provided instructors with a suite comprising 2 rooms, a modest living area outside and a bedroom within. Though not expansive, the suite enjoyed the tranquility of occupying an entire floor, typically undisturbed. Shifa noticed watermarks on the floor and, upon looking up, observed the bathroom door ajar with light streaming out, suggesting someone was inside. A sudden jolt of intuition surged through him, leading him to believe that Su Shichuan was not the type to hide a paramour. Yet he asked, laced with insinuation, Am I interrupting? With a look of mild annoyance. Su Shichuan replied with a smile, Not at all. He then stepped into the bathroom. Curiosity piqued, Shifa discreetly followed him but refrained from entering. Instead, he positioned himself at the doorway for a glimpse. The bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze, a ceramic bathtub filled with bubbles, where a sullen husky lay submerged. Its face a picture of discontent, ears drooping as it glared at Shifa and greeted, Good evening, third prince. Su Shichuan sat beside the tub, adjusting the dog's head, and took up a brush to continue grooming the husky's matted fur. The dog, feeling relaxed, squinted its eyes and murmured, The master disapproves. Shifa, understanding immediately, chuckled. I didn't realize you were so conservative, teacher. The third prince, however, was anything but conservative. Su Shichuan rose and tossed the brush aside, casually stating, I've assigned a temporary task. Clean up 17. I have plans to draft. 17. Shifa. Su Shichuan circled around Shifa and exited the bathroom. Shifa settled down to brush the dog's back and pondered, since you can mimic any form, why not transform into the teacher? 17 stared at him in horror, incredulous. Your Highness, you can't be serious about fantasizing over an AI. That's quite the creative depravity. At that moment, the voice of the Major General echoed in. And Su Shichuan interjected, not aloud. One man and one dog exchanged glances, both aware that one feared being powered down while the other dreaded being expelled. Thus they fell into a tacit agreement of silence and obediently continued bathing. Su Shichuan sat at his desk in the bedroom. A holographic screen displaying a maritime map that corresponded to an underwater prison located in international waters. This prison housed the Empire's most notorious criminals. Isolated from the mainland with minimal guards, but fortified by stringent high-tech security measures, deemed an impenetrable fortress beneath the waves. Su Shichuan utilized the intranet to locate the original blueprints and discovered that the prison's defining feature was its one-way entry. There were 4 access points to this underwater prison, 1 above sea level and 3 below, all of which could only be opened from the outside, rendering the interior completely locked down, impervious to any logical code. The Empire possessed 3 access cards to unlock the entrances, held by the royal family, the military commander, and the archbishop of the church, yet their precise locations remained a mystery. After 2 days of studying the design, Su Shichuan concluded that breaching one of the prison's entrances via database intrusion would not pose a significant challenge. But the real dilemma lay in the inability to escape without alerting the guards. The news of an assassination attempt on a royal heir and a prison break would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the Empire, prompting a vigorous manhunt by the military. However, the difference between immediate dissemination and later leaks was crucial. He wouldn't even have time to relocate and secure the assassin. What to do? The plan had reached an impasse. Su Shichuan shut off the maritime map and opened a document to compile the additional tasks, intending to tackle the assignment set by Connor first. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a freshly cleaned husky with its fur fluffed, bounding toward the bedroom with determination. The swift third prince swiftly grasped 17 by the scruff before it could enter, hastily carrying it across the living room and placing it on the sofa. 17. Completely bewildered, 17 looked up at him. Puzzled, the master said, "No non-humans in the bedroom." Shifa dusted off the dog hair from his palms, a smile curving his lips. "Not anymore. The initial program dictates I only heed the master's commands." 17 narrowed its eyes and bared its teeth at Shifa. Unfazed, Shifa stroked the dog's head and earnestly advised, "You're still a child. Are you sure you want to witness this?" 17. 17's worldview shattered. It disdainfully shuffled toward the corner. The master wouldn't approve. "Humans are creatures of instinct," Shifa replied sincerely. "If he disapproved, he wouldn't have let me in just now. You carbon-based life forms are so primitive. That's because you haven't yet experienced the pleasures of primitiveness." 17 fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the sofa as its designated sleeping arrangement. It lay down and obediently closed its ears, adopting a stance of willful ignorance. The third prince, brimming with anticipation for the night's escapades, feigned calmness as he tenderly draped a blanket over the husky before leisurely slipping into the bedroom. Su Shichuan had organized the additional task documentation and provided suggestions tailored to various disciplines. He composed an email, scheduling it to be automatically sent to the principal's inbox the following morning, and was now contemplating the foundational training for new students. Hearing the noise, he remained focused on his typing, not sparing a glance as he inquired, "Did the teaching assistant cover the school rules during the evening study?" "Yes, they did." Shifa, unconcerned, casually leaned against the edge of the desk, his gaze fixed intently on his teacher's features. "Very well," Su Shichuan continued. "What is the 15th item under the 3rd major section?" Shifa hesitated, thinking who could possibly remember such specifics, then quickly flipped through his notes to find the relevant entry. Reading aloud. During school hours, except for special celebrations, military academy students must strictly adhere to curfew regulations and are prohibited from leaving after lights out. The last phrase caught in his throat, as he felt a twinge of guilt at the mention of dormitory. He closed his notebook and pushed it aside. "Shifa." The gravity of Su Shichuan's words felt overly serious, as if the earlier, ambiguous smile had been a mere figment of his imagination. The third prince opened his mouth, feeling that given the current atmosphere, his thoughts were somewhat inappropriate to articulate, yet he remained inexplicably intrigued. What was happening? Was this instructor merely inviting him for a fleeting encounter, and then leaving it at that? Noticing the silence from the other party, Su Shichuan chuckled inwardly while maintaining an exterior of icy propriety, sending the training schedule to a ning before shutting down the holographic display and rising with composure. 2 individuals, one standing upright and the other reclining, presented a scene where Su Shichuan's gaze was notably elevated compared to Shifa's. This nonchalant, yet effortlessly commanding aura was even more pronounced, evoking a desire to engage with this seemingly virtuous beauty. As his gaze drifted downward to the collar, Shifa composed himself silently, swallowing hard as his tongue brushed against his parched lips. Su Shichuan feigned ignorance of this subtle gesture, maintaining his focus on Shifa's eyes, leisurely inquiring, "Are you still unfamiliar with the surroundings? Do you require my assistance?" However, before the final word could escape his lips, his voice was abruptly cut off. Su Shichuan felt a sudden tightness at his lower back, thrust forward by a force, colliding directly into Shifa's embrace. The momentary surprise in the Major's eyes flickered away. This little rascal was audacious enough to attempt a forceful advance. Undeterred by the potential repercussions, the resolute third prince bent low to wrap his arms around Su Shichuan's legs, effortlessly hoisting him onto his shoulder and striding towards the innermost bedchamber. Yet, the confined space of the bedroom offered little time for contemplation, resulting in Su Shichuan being unceremoniously deposited onto the bed. The harsh brightness of the overhead light was somewhat blinding, prompting Su Shichuan to awkwardly avert his gaze. As he prepared to prop himself up on his elbows, Shifa swiftly discarded his uniform jacket, thrusting his knee between Su Shichuan's legs and positioning himself atop him. One hand cradling the back of Su Shichuan's head while his fingers tangled in his hair, pulling with a rough yet intimate force. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow, compelled to raise his chin, his gaze meeting Shifa's. The playful mirth in those dark eyes extinguished, replaced by a chilling depth reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. He remained silent, but the unspoken intensity of his stare conveyed a stifling pressure akin to a blade resting against his throat. Shifa, however, remained unmoved, fixating his gaze upon him. This close-quarters dominance exuded an indescribable allure, a deceptive elevation that suggested an overwhelming conquest, ensnaring the former predator beneath him, igniting a greedy longing to witness the elegant vixen's final struggle against her confinement. Maintaining his grip, Shifa's free hand explored the open collar of Su Shichuan's shirt, boldly caressing the smooth skin of his chest, expertly kneading the hardened areas, a roguish smile teasingly inquiring, "Teacher, you seem to be contemplating my demise?" "Not quite," Su Shichuan replied without resistance, nonchalantly adding, "though I am curious if your purpose for visiting tonight was solely for this?" Sensing Shifa's relaxation, a tremor of emotion surged within him, as if he had finally discovered a life raft amidst their uncertain relationship, a fragile yet tangible connection, preventing him from becoming the helpless, toyed with victim. He felt a sense of fulfillment, finally certain that the depth of that smile was directed solely at him, Shifa trans. Strangely, despite the lack of profound understanding, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped him. After a kiss concluded, they did not delve deeper, Shifa releasing Su Shichuan and rolling onto his side, lying parallel to him. "Teacher, tell me honestly, were you intentionally flirting with me that day?" Shifa inquired, opening his arms and lifting Su Shichuan's head to rest on his shoulder. Su Shichuan found himself at a loss. The bed was too small for noncompliance, and it would be simpler to simply push him off. After a brief hesitation, he conceded. Correcting himself, a more professional description would be inducing the target to approach. "However, that isn't entirely accurate, as you ultimately came to me of your own accord." At this, Shifa chuckled, gazing at the ceiling, before finally confessing, "I couldn't help it. I was betting with friends. My intentions were far from pure. The moment I entered, I saw you and lost interest in anyone else." Su Shichuan laughed in response. "Should I express my utmost honor in that case? Training begins tomorrow," he stated casually, "and lingering here serves no purpose." Shifa protested playfully, "You truly underestimate me." Su Shichuan shot him a sidelong glance. "I have confidence in my training regimen and do not wish for you to overexert yourself. And what if I were to bargain seriously, Your Highness?" Shifa countered, feigning earnestness. Su Shichuan nearly found the suggestion amusing, but maintained a serious demeanor. In general, individuals lacking professional training exhibit corresponding body language when lying. He rose, seizing the blanket and unceremoniously pressing it against Shifa's face, declaring, "Your Highness, you reveal far too many telltale signs." Momentarily stunned, Shifa's playful spirit ignited, and he lunged at Su Shichuan, the two of them tumbling into a heap, the mattress creaking beneath them. Meanwhile, in the living room, the previously slumbering 17 abruptly awoke, ears perked, perplexed by the strange sounds emanating from the inner room. Gradually, the simple-minded automaton realized the implications, its canine face flushing with embarrassment. It leapt from the sofa, scampering to the window, prying open half the pane and transforming into a blackbird, flapping away to avoid any potential awkwardness. In the bedroom, as Su Shichuan ran water, Shifa seized the rare opportunity to successfully ambush him, wrapping him tightly in the blanket before extinguishing the light and climbing into bed. With his long limbs entwined, he held Su Shichuan close, whispering softly in his ear, "Teacher, when you said you protect your own, was that genuine?" The warmth of Shifa's breath brushed against Su Shichuan's ear, their proximity palpable, even through the layers of fabric. He instinctively curled into that long-lost embrace, allowing the darkness to cloak him as he listened to the steady rhythm of Shifa's heartbeat, his eyes unwittingly moistening. "I can see you care," Shifa murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Can I come back tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow," Su Shichuan replied. "I have matters to attend to and may need to step out." Shifa, too exhausted to ponder why an instructor would have obligations outside of training, pressed on, "What about the day after?" "That depends on your capabilities," Su Shichuan replied, turning his head to plant a gentle kiss on Shifa's lips, soothingly adding, "Now sleep." Shifa mumbled a soft acknowledgement, resting his chin against the blanket, burying his face into Su Shichuan's shoulder, greedily kissing and nibbling at him. The pressure was gentle, a teasing sensation that ignited a warmth within Su Shichuan, who surrendered to the moment, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He reached under his pillow, slowly extracting the pocket watch that had long ceased ticking, gently flipping open its cover. The battle scars and scratches were gradually mending under the system's repair, revealing the watch's once silver sheen. In the darkness, he turned away from Shifa, tears streaming down his face. After a dreamless night, having refrained from rest for 3 days in the forest, Shifa fell into a particularly deep slumber. The following morning, before fully awakening, he absent-mindedly felt around the bed. Noticing the space beside him was empty, he jolted awake, realizing the blanket that had enveloped Su Shichuan was now neatly draped over him. Feeling slightly disheartened, Shifa reflected that he should not have been so oblivious as to not notice if someone had slipped away. As he turned, he was met with the furry face of the sled dog. Startled, he stammered, "Good morning." 17 perked up its ears, raising its head from the bedside and yawning. "Good morning, Your Highness." Shifa arose to retrieve his shirt and trousers, inquiring as he dressed, "Where's the teacher?" Shifa watched helplessly as the sled dog scratched its paws against the floor, letting out a sigh of apparent regret. Dressed in his uniform, Shifa swiftly entered the washroom to groom and prepare himself. Upon exiting the bedroom, he indeed found Su Shichuan seated on the sofa, his long legs crossed, one hand gracefully holding a teacup while the other scrolled through the holographic screen to check the latest consultations. Shifa was momentarily taken aback, sensing a stark contrast between Su Shichuan's demeanor in bed and out of it, especially when the conversation grew slightly serious. His expression and tone bore little resemblance to that of a military academy instructor. One could easily mistake him for a high-ranking official in the military, exuding an aura rivaling that of veterans with decades of service. Noticing Shifa's stillness, Su Shichuan set down his teacup and holographic device, rising to approach him. He meticulously adjusted Shifa's uniform collar and straightened his tie, his tone softening as he spoke. "The physical training program is designed for rapid results, which may prove quite demanding. However, as newcomers often have a weaker foundation, it is essential to endure these 3 months to build a solid base. You will get through it." Upon hearing this, Shifa's lingering doubts dissipated like mist, his heart warming to Su Shichuan's seemingly aloof, yet genuinely caring nature. This individual appeared to be distant and difficult to approach, yet he was always within reach, ready to offer support without ever stepping away. Su Shichuan simply acknowledged with a neutral sound, refraining from further comments. "Physical training. Our choices may appear abundant," Su Shichuan corrected, "but the factions within the military are intricately woven. To investigate a person thoroughly is no simple feat taken Ning. For instance, hailing from a special operations background and currently a professional agent, his rank may not be high, yet his professional caliber is commendable, sparing us the subsequent training hassle. To be frank, I find him quite intriguing. He possesses a nimble mind. Although our partnership has only lasted less than half a month, he manages to grasp my thoughts to an impressive degree, an exceptional synergy that is quite rare. However, I dare not employ him, nor can I even hint at any intentions to recruit him." 17 tilted his head, clearly not comprehending why the master hesitated to take risks. Su Shichuan sensed his confusion and patiently elaborated. You must view this matter from a different perspective. On the surface, it seems I coincidentally encountered the third prince during my tenure. However, it is plausible that someone deliberately orchestrated Connor's modification of his specialization, positioning him within special tactics. This is a subjective assumption we easily arrive at. But consider this. Could it be that he was predetermined for this role before I was paired with a Ning? 17's understanding dawned. And Su Shichuan continued. I pondered this possibility while privately investigating a Ning and found it rather compelling. After all, Shi Fa is a prince. It is unlikely he would be entrusted to just any instructor. Regardless of the underlying motives, those assigned to Shi Fa would not be outsiders. You mean to suggest? 17 ventured. Is a Ning an envoy sent by the air? Su Shichuan nodded slowly. It is likely so. If that is the case, another question arises. 17 countered. Shisei has not interacted with you. How could he so boldly transfer you as well? Does he possess such confidence that he can convert you into one of his own? At this, Su Shichuan offered a silent smirk. His voice laced with a hint of mockery. He indeed possesses that confidence, and he has succeeded. 17 was taken aback. Not yet ready to question further when Su Shichuan remarked, You must be aware of my past experiences and know I once held the position of tutor to the heir. Reflecting on it now, although I did not actively support any royal successor in my previous life, I was nevertheless drawn into Shisei's faction, serving him loyally. It could be said that my subsequent elevation to the title of First Knight and my ascent to the highest command were, to some extent, facilitated by Shisei behind the scenes. Thanks to him, I spent a lifetime in foolish loyalty. Master, 17 bounded closer, leaping onto the sofa and pawing at Su Shichuan's hand in a gesture of comfort. The past is the past, no matter how many times you dwell on it. You can only relive those negative emotions. It is far better to seize the present. I understand. Su Shichuan absent-mindedly petted 17's furry head, wishing humans could manually suppress their memories or erase corresponding data records like intelligent beings could. The topic naturally came to a halt as Su Shichuan placed the holographic computer on the sofa, attentively listening to 17 report on the distribution of guards and their rotation times across the continent. The two exchanged ideas and soon established a relatively loose defensive route for entry and exit. 17 marked the terrain map with his paw, tracing a winding red path that ultimately led to the northern coast of Cape Continent. 17 remarked, Last year, this area underwent changes due to the movement of tectonic plates, causing the land to rise and the beach to vanish, transforming it into a sheer cliff. I investigated last night, and the military academy has yet to complete the deployment of guard posts in this region. Typically, only a handful of soldiers are stationed here, barely qualifying it as a surveillance blind spot. Su Shichuan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, switching the terrain map to a real-time view to examine the actual conditions of the northern cliff. Now, only one issue remains. 17 continued. The underwater prison is located in the polar ice sea of White Emperor Star, nearly 2,000 nautical miles from here. Even without considering the low temperatures and depth, we require a sufficiently fast aircraft to make a round trip in one night. He looked up at Su Shichuan. Master, I have already investigated the military academy's equipment storage. The mechs here are of low grade, merely adequate for routine training exercises, and the aircraft are primarily for conventional transport, lacking the speed or capability for polar flights. Understood. Su Shichuan replied dismissively. 17 struggled to comprehend his master's calm demeanor, believing that without solving this problem, all other plans would be mere empty talk. What do you intend to do? Before I could tell you, Su Shichuan produced a silver pocket watch, displaying it to 17. After more than a month of self-repair, Xian Huang has awakened. 17's face lit up with surprise, his eyes darting excitedly with the swinging watch. Can it be used in actual combat? Su Shichuan shook his head, responding coolly. It is likely still inadequate. The extent of self-repair is limited, and the consumption from the final battle was significant. It should only suffice for ordinary flight needs. It must be repaired promptly. 17 insisted. Indeed. Su Shichuan concurred. I require the best mech designer to perfectly restore Shi Fa's White Phoenix. 17 thought for a moment, then nodded and casually asked, Do you have anyone suitable in mind? There is one. Who? Dr. Yunus. What do you think? The doctor is certainly a good choice. I recall Xian Huang was custom designed and developed by him for the third prince. After speaking, 17 suddenly paused, a few seconds later realizing the implications, his brows knitting tightly. However, The doctor has no memories. He is currently at the Central Academy of Sciences, working for the Empire. What reason do you plan to use to persuade him to assist, especially in repairing a cutting-edge intelligent mech? I do not intend to persuade him. Su Shichuan closed the holographic computer, standing up to retrieve his coat from the rack, turning his back to 17 as he slipped on a sleeve. Unlike me, the doctor would not entertain thoughts of overthrowing and supporting a new emperor, even if he knows of Shisei's incompetence. Otherwise, on the eve of the hunting plan's initiation, he would have conveyed something entirely different to me. I see. 17 found himself in a bit of a quandary, mumbling, if persuasion fails, we cannot simply resort to coercion. 17? 17 was taken aback. Left in stunned silence for quite some time before slowly realizing his master was not joking. He expressed his inner turmoil. You may not know, but we intelligent beings typically define our creators as fathers. Coercion feels rather inappropriate. I am aware of that. Su Shichuan fastened the last button, placing his military cap on his head, tilting it slightly downward. Now it depends on how you choose between father and master. 17's head was filled with ellipses, incredulously saying, why do I feel like you are forcing me to rebel? When did you first realize this? Have we not already been rebelling? Su Shichuan smoothed the edges of his tactical gloves, finally picking up 17's leash, signaling for him to come. 17 hopped off the sofa, trotting to Su Shichuan's side. Su Shichuan fastened the leash on him, affectionately ruffling 17's head, smiling. Betraying Shisei is tantamount to straying from the original intent of the hunting plan. If I become a notorious traitor, you little one shall not escape the consequences either. 17, still grappling with the notion of coercing his father, merely wagged his tail in response. That is of little consequence. After all, intelligent beings lack personality and morals, obeying programmatic commands, unburdened by societal condemnation. However, as you have seen with the third prince, you willingly betray the heir, yet he remains unaware of the events to come. What reason would he have to vie for the throne against his second brother? Su Shichuan chuckled, leisurely stating, if he does not contend, I shall compel him to do so. At 8 o'clock in the morning, training ground number 7. The outdoor temperature was frigid, with remnants of unmelted snow on the ground. This was one of the 3 comprehensive training grounds at the Imperial Academy, featuring an extensive range of functional areas. Su Shichuan timed his arrival to coincide with the conclusion of the 25-kilometer warm-up run, and Ning had received prior notice and remained at the entrance of the training ground, accompanied by 2 assistants to oversee the proceedings. As Su Shichuan approached with his dog, Ning hurriedly greeted him, displaying a sense of familiarity. Instructor Su, you're here. How is it going? How are things? Su Shichuan inquired. At that moment, the second segment of training commenced without interruption. The training regimen arranged by Su Shichuan was, in some respects, quite grueling, not merely due to its intensity and variety, but because it immediately followed a demanding long-distance run without even a 30-second respite, transitioning straight into 2 sets of 40 minutes of firearms practice. Currently, 10 newcomers were lined up, kneeling on one knee while holding laser sniper rifles, maintaining a posture that demanded a straight back for ambush. The weapon measured 74 centimeters in length and was not light. During the firearms practice, an additional weight of no less than 10 kilograms was suspended from the barrel, with strict requirements that the weight's movement should not exceed 3 degrees. Any deviation would result in the weight being severed by a metal strip. If the weight fell, the previous timing would be rendered void, and the 2 supervisors would be responsible for resuspending a new weight and commencing a new timing cycle. The demands of the firearms practice were already exceedingly harsh, especially as the trainees had reached a certain level of fatigue beforehand. It was utterly ruthless. The newcomers, filled with frustration, vented their grievances internally, cursing in Ning and the other 2 as they witnessed the arrival of the commanding officer with his dog, which escalated their resentment to its peak. Shifa, at the back of the line, felt the sweat on his forehead freeze in the low temperature. He cast a furtive glance at Su Shichuan, who was engrossed in examining his holographic device, and felt a diminished fondness for him compared to that morning. Nearby, Austin experienced a cramp in his right calf, his muscles taut and painful, leaving him struggling to maintain an upright posture. The thin line suspended from the rifle wavered precariously, with each oscillation bringing it closer to the metal strip. Eventually, his arm trembled under the strain, the line snapped, and with a resounding thud, the weight fell to the ground. The timing was in vain, yet Austin exhaled in relief, seizing the moment before the supervisor arrived to replace the weight to stretch his leg. Hearing the commotion, Su Shichuan glanced up at him, then turned his attention to the next recruit, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Just then, several other students' weights also hit the ground, causing the supervisors to scurry about, temporarily neglecting Austin at the far end. Su Shichuan checked his communicator, noting that it was barely past 5 after 8. Indeed, there was much to be practiced. And Ning, having noticed his gesture, smiled knowingly and explained, "It's normal for the newcomers to struggle with the technique and not maintain their positions. It's still not enough punishment," Su Shichuan remarked, pressing the holographic device into a Ning's arms. There was no sense of urgency to restart the timing. Rather, he utilized the intermission before the next round to rest, a habit that should not be indulged. And Ning was taken aback, quickly following Su Shichuan as he walked toward the far-right recruit. Su Shichuan halted near Austin, scrutinizing him from head to toe before his gaze settled on Austin's right leg. "Help him stretch," he instructed in Ning, then turned back to Austin, adding nonchalantly, "Be more attentive next time." In that instant, the newcomers felt that perhaps the commanding officer had exhibited a touch of humanity. Austin, the subject of this unexpected kindness, was taken aback. However, this fleeting sentiment of gratitude was short-lived. Su Shichuan's next words prompted a desire to eliminate him on the spot. After a moment of silence, Su Shichuan calmly declared, "From this moment on, each time a weight falls, an additional 5 kilograms will be added, with no upper limit." He then cast a sidelong glance at everyone. "You are all peers, teammates, and will share in this additional punishment." The newcomers collectively felt dismay. Wasn't the special tactics training supposed to be without teammates? Why did the rules change when it came to punishment? Thud, 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 thud. The remaining weights crashed to the ground, and Ning stifled a laugh, choosing to ignore Su Shichuan and the line of newcomers, feigning ignorance. Su Shichuan's expression remained as cold as ever, and he thoughtfully reminded them, "Consider this carefully. A starting weight of 60 kilograms is no trivial matter. Even regular soldiers in the military seldom train at this level of intensity." He patted Ning on the shoulder, who immediately stood at attention. "You demonstrate a set for them." And Ning hesitated, looking at Su Shichuan with uncertainty. 60 kilograms for 40 minutes? Su Shichuan shot him a sideways glance. "Is that too little?" "Not at all." And Ning dared not say more, quietly picking up a spare sniper rifle and preparing to demonstrate with the added weight. Su Shichuan turned back to the newcomers, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Today is your first day, and I did not inform you in advance. So the additional penalties will commence tomorrow. Everyone will rest in place for 10 minutes before continuing training with a 10-kilogram load. This will not be repeated." Once he finished speaking, the newcomers collectively exhaled in relief, both relieved and entertained by the sight of the commanding officer earnestly taking advantage of the assistant instructor. Though unclear about the reasons, it was evident to those with discerning eyes that Su Shichuan's demonstration was a veiled punishment. Chief dropped his sniper rifle and plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath while mentally convincing himself that he still liked him. 17. The sled dog approached with a wolf-like intensity in its eyes, its long face displaying an impish expression as it stared at Chief. With outsiders present, he could not speak freely, but the expression was unmistakable, as if to challenge him. "Do you still have the strength to climb into your master's bed?" Chief wiped the frozen sweat from his forehead, pushed himself up with his hands, and feigned stretching to deliver a kick that sent the sled dog tumbling away. Su Shichuan cast a sidelong glance at him, suppressing a chuckle as he quietly teased, "What did you provoke him for?" 17 sulked in silence, ears drooping and tail hanging low, whimpering in pain. The physical training for the Special Operations Major was divided into 3 sessions, morning, afternoon, and evening, each lasting no less than 4 hours, with consistent content. In addition to the previously encountered middle-distance runs and firearms practice, there were specialized drills focusing on strength, speed, agility, and more, exhausting the trainees to their limits. No one could complete the entire regimen unscathed, and occasionally there would be surprise drills after midnight. Su Shichuan was in good spirits, personally supervising the 2 sessions of training from morning till evening, leaving the training ground only at dinner time, and making a brief appearance again before the evening session commenced. This marked the longest day of contact between the 10 new recruits of this special tactics cohort and their commanding officer. Initially, outside the forest, everyone had formed a preliminary understanding of Su Shichuan, and their private impressions were largely consistent, perceiving him as serious and strict. While he was not entirely devoid of humor, his smiles often heralded the announcement of some unfortunate news, leaving a more chilling impression than his usual stern demeanor. However, this perception shifted slightly on the first day of formal training, not because Su Shichuan's manner had genuinely changed, but rather, how to describe it? In summary, it could be encapsulated as the assistant instructing the newcomers while the commanding officer treated the assistant as a trainee, with the intensity of training doubled. Thus, although the training content was arduous and monotonous, watching Su Shichuan torment and Ning provided a relatively enjoyable distraction. By the end of the day, the newcomers were utterly exhausted, while Ning fared even worse, unable to straighten his back as he slumped over a table to draft the daily training summary. Analyzing each individual's strengths and weaknesses before sending it to Su Shichuan for the development of personalized improvement plans based on their differences. At 11:30 on a late night, Ning completed the final word, powered down his light brain, and, utterly fatigued, rolled onto his bed. Inevitably, his mind wandered, pondering if he had unwittingly offended the esteemed instructor, for the intensity of his training seemed relentless. To facilitate training and manage daily affairs, the dormitory for assistant instructors is typically situated within the same building as that of the graduating professionals, albeit with the distinction of a solitary room devoid of roommates. The two fellows next door were already fast asleep, their resonant snores echoing in unison. And Ning stared at the pitch-black ceiling for a considerable time, feeling the torment in his calf muscles finally subside, before shifting into a more comfortable position on his stomach, casually reaching for the communicator on the bedside table. As the soft blue glow illuminated the screen, he noticed an unread message, likely received during the rush of compiling summaries, which had escaped his attention. The message inquired, "How is Shichuan?" Just then, the communicator vibrated again, signaling a new message. And Ning observed that the sender was Su Shichuan. He sprang up, not daring to delay, and promptly navigated to check the message. Su Shichuan's reply was succinct and to the point. Extra training at dawn. Subsequently, Ning relayed Su Shichuan's directive to the other two supervisors. Exiting the messaging interface, he noted there was still time, so he hastily set an alarm, pulled the blanket over his head, and fervently prayed that his esteemed instructor would refrain from making an impulsive visit to the training grounds again. For if the newcomers were to falter, his position as assistant instructor would surely be jeopardized. Meanwhile, at the northern wall of the military academy, Su Shichuan, clad in sleek black combat attire, leapt into action, his long legs propelling him upwards as he ascended the wall. With a swift motion, he grasped the ledge and vaulted over the 3-meter-high courtyard wall. Without missing a beat, he utilized his momentum to brace himself with one hand, his body stretching taut in midair, gracefully maneuvering between two high-voltage power lines before landing steadily in the snow-covered terrain outside the academy. The sound of flapping wings resonated as a dark bird transformed into a formidable snow-white wolf upon landing. His two companions moved in perfect synchrony, devoid of any need for verbal communication, as Su Shichuan mounted the wolf's back. The wolf, baring its teeth, lifted its head to sniff the air, accurately discerning the direction before swiftly darting into the forest, vanishing from sight. The condemned under the shadow. The journey to the northern cliffs spans nearly 200 kilometers, and the use of mechs makes one vulnerable to the dense surveillance systems. Su Shichuan, mindful of the risks, decided to awaken the dormant form of Xianhuang only after they had distanced themselves from the mainland. The time from dawn until the first light was exceedingly limited, and the conditions within the underwater prison were shrouded in uncertainty, leaving room for unforeseen events. Thus, Shichi dared not hesitate, gathering strength as he sprinted through the intricacies of the jungle, heading resolutely northward toward the cliffs. The weather on Cape Continent was notoriously fickle. After 2 days of clearing skies, snow began to fall once more. The sky was obscured by layers of clouds, rendering the woods dim and hidden from view, while the heavy snowfall provided a rare cover. As they approached the cliffs, Shichi slowed his pace, carefully navigating through the underbrush and skillfully avoiding several checkpoints along the way. Due to the rugged terrain, official sentry posts had yet to be established, leaving the landscape in its raw state, with uprooted vegetation strewn haphazardly across the ground, creating an environment ill-suited for monitoring any unusual movements. The makeshift structures serving as temporary watch posts were illuminated, yet no figures could be discerned through the windows. This suggested a laxity and oversight from the military academy, leading even the station soldiers to lower their guard. Noticing this, Su Shichuan gently patted the back of the gray wolf, signaling for increased speed. Shichi understood instantly. leading him swiftly through the final patch of forest until they reached the edge of the cliffs, where he leaped onto a protruding rock. Below, the waves roared violently, their cacophony deafening, while the icy spray surged upward, penetrating the skin and chilling to the bone. Shichi peered down at the water's surface, roughly estimating the absence of hidden reefs. Without waiting for Su Shichuan's command, the gray wolf stepped back a few paces before launching itself into the air. Su Shichuan braced himself against the wolf's back, separating as they plunged into the churning black waters. At that moment, a massive wave crashed against the jagged cliffs, retreating mere seconds later, and the tumultuous sounds of the sea gradually subsided into tranquility. The swirling snow concealed their movements while the waves masked the froth, rendering everything beneath the night veil silent and undetected. Time became an abstract concept until, from the distant surface, a brilliant beam of white light suddenly illuminated the depths. The water below sparkled like jade, revealing a colossal form emerging as if released from the icy grip of ancient glaciers, unfurling 6 wings. The undulating shadows stretched infinitely, and the next moment, the surface erupted in violent waves as the silvery mech burst forth, enveloped in a mist of white vapor. In the sky above, the blizzard raged fiercely. Xianhuang hovered motionless, its 6 mechanical wings glowing with a luminous radiance, resembling stars cascading down from the celestial expanse. Moments later, the viewport opened, and a surge of electricity coalesced deep within the silent electronic gaze. After a brief moment, it struck the silicon plate, resulting in a dazzling electronic explosion, and an icy blue luminescence radiated from the mech's eyes. The artificial intelligence, akin to a soul, fully awakened, its mechanical arm lifted. The silver giant gazed down at the nearly repaired gash on its chest, which now bore only faint, almost indistinguishable scorch marks. "Commander, is that you?" it inquired. "It is I," he replied, "long time no see." After a moment of contemplation, Xianhuang suddenly asked, "What is the current time? Where is His Highness?" "The year is 387 in the Galactic calendar," Su Shichuan informed. "Our prince has just come of age." "Has the plan been initiated?" Xianhuang inquired with surprise. "Are you the only one involved?" "Yes, only I," Su Shichuan affirmed, as he directed his consciousness to retrieve the core control. The colossal processor concealed within the spatial confines emerged, and Su Shichuan cast a glance at the foxdog nestled in his arms. Shichi, sensing the urgency, leapt onto the control panel, inputting the coordinates corresponding to the underwater prison, while simultaneously connecting his portable device to the mech's internal system. "There is a mission. You must accompany me to the Imperial prison," Su Shichuan stated. Upon receiving the destination coordinates, Xianhuang spread its wings, unleashing its full power as it soared toward the extreme location. "Pardon my intrusion," its voice echoed once more. "What are you planning?" Su Shichuan relinquished control to Shichi, leaning against the pilot's seat. An odd sensation washed over him, and he seemed to catch a whiff of blood within the confines of the cockpit. "I intend to overthrow the future rule of Shisai, to change the leadership of the Luoying Empire and assist Shifa in ascending to power. We require not merely individuals, but an army capable of challenging the empire." He sighed wearily. "Shifa lacks this, but I shall prepare for him, paving the way ahead and offering him a brand new future. I seek not only to restore the nation, but to crown him as king. This is the true significance of the hunting plan to me." The journey continued in silence as Su Shichuan leaned against the blood-stained pilot's seat, his mind filled with images from 2 lifetimes, intertwined yet divergent, until he unknowingly drifted into a momentary slumber. As they neared the Arctic, the weather conditions worsened, with fierce winds and heavy snow bringing temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees, causing the sea surface to begin freezing. Su Shichuan had gone several days without sleep. When he did manage to rest, he awoke only to be greeted by a throbbing headache. Straightening himself, he focused on the display screen. The underwater prison was constructed upon a floating iceberg, its surface entirely embedded within the mountain, while the engineering beneath the surface was even more monumental. The screen now displayed a holographic 3D structure of the facility, clearly marking the locations of its various entrances. "Master, we have familiarized ourselves with the characteristics of this prison. Regardless of the entrance, entering is simple. The challenge lies in exiting without being detected." Pressing his fingertips to his temples, Su Shichuan rubbed his aching head and replied, "Then we shall exit normally." Shichi furrowed his brow in skepticism. "What do you mean by normally?" "We negotiate terms, take the individuals, and then exit through the door that accommodates submarines," Su Shichuan explained, tapping the screen. With a single shot from Xuanhuang's particle cannon, we will be able to depart. Shiqi was incredulous. You cannot be serious. Am I known for jesting? Su Shichuan shot him a bemused glance. Enough banter, let us get to work. With that, Su Shichuan directed his consciousness, guiding Xianhuang toward a relatively weak section of the ice, plunging into the sea. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled as the ice fractured, and the massive mech submerged into the frigid waters. Simultaneously, Xianhuang opened a small aperture, and the fox dog, trembling, dove into the icy depths, transforming into a beluga whale, swaying its tail as it swam toward the entrance of the underwater prison. Once close enough, Xianhuang reverted to its dormant form, and Su Shichuan secured it close to him before proceeding to rendezvous with Shiqi, who had gone ahead to unlock the password-protected door. Visibility underwater was exceedingly poor, with only the occasional flicker of warning lights embedded in the exterior walls. Shiqi found the electronic panel beside the password door, swiftly dismantled its outer shell, and with a data cable connected, he audaciously infiltrated the main control system, altering the immediate passcode and replacing all surveillance footage with recordings from 2 nights prior. After completing these tasks, the little beluga swam in circles around the entrance, anxiously awaiting his master's appearance. The frigid waters of the polar autumn were enough to freeze a person solid. As an intelligent entity, Shiqi's bodily sensations were entirely derived from system data collection and simulation. Even so, he found it nearly unbearable, let alone Su Shichuan, a mere mortal. After several more minutes, the current finally brought the familiar scent, and Shiqi's heart leaped with joy as he wagged his tail in excitement. Su Shichuan, without diving equipment, relied solely on holding his breath to locate the entrance, but could only sustain himself for a limited time. He gestured to Shiqi to open the door, and Shiqi understood, flicking his tail and calling out eagerly. Su Shichuan grasped the beluga's rough body, stroking its dorsal fin before giving another signal. In no time, the air within the gate was entirely expelled, and the seawater flowed back, drawing them inside. Connected to the entrance is a sealed chamber. Once the password door closes again and the air pressure adjusts, excess seawater is drained, and the nanodryer activates, warming the air anew. Su Shichuan leaned against the wall, breathing a sigh of relief as he inhaled deeply several times. The bluish hue on his frostbitten face finally regained a hint of color. 17 tidied up the equipment he had brought and hurried over to check on him. Master, are you all right? Su Shichuan slowly shook his head and said, access the internal network and investigate the whereabouts of Tsang Xingyun. Yes, please wait a moment. 17 deftly removed his coat and draped it over Su Shichuan's shoulders. He then employed the same technique to infiltrate the internal system, meticulously checking the list of incarcerated prisoners. He discovered the name in a solitary cell on the 7th basement level and, using the structural blueprint, confirmed the location of the cell. According to their prearranged plan, 17 transformed his attire into that of a guard, while Su Shichuan donned a pair of faux shackles on his wrists. The door at the other end of the sealed chamber swung open, and the two stepped into a brightly lit corridor, one following the other. Consistent with the documentation, this underwater prison was devoid of human oversight. The corridor was lined with surveillance cameras and emergency devices. However, at that moment, the electronic eyes were disabled, and the alarm systems were temporarily suspended, rendering the prison a sealed vacuum. Without a chance encounter, no one would know what transpired that night. The two navigated through the corridor to the core area of the building, encountering no guards along the way. 17's vigilance eased, and he stepped forward, glancing at Su Shichuan with concern. Are you feeling better? Su Shichuan had already recovered from the dire state of being frozen to the bone. Hearing this, he smiled gently at 17 and replied, this body is too young. It hasn't endured much hardship. While I can manage physical exertion, my resilience leaves much to be desired. Look at what you're saying, 17 retorted, somewhat displeased. It's several dozen degrees below zero. Carbon-based life forms can hardly withstand it. Not preparing polar diving equipment only shows your bravado, not your physical limitations. The descent to the 7th basement level proceeded smoothly. The prisoners in the prison were classified by floor, and those confined here were all Class S felons, numbering very few, with most cells remaining empty. The surroundings were eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional sound of snoring. Su Shichuan removed the shackles and hung them from his belt, raising his wrist to check the communicator. 17 followed closely behind, confirming their location on the electronic map. As they were about to turn the final corner, a heavy set of footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. The footsteps originated from the direction of the prison cells, indicating the presence of two individuals. Although the guards here were trained professionals from the military, their overall competence was not exceptional. Years of comfort in a closed environment had dulled their vigilance. So despite being merely a corner apart, the two guards continued their hushed conversation, oblivious to the presence of others in the corridor. As the sound drew nearer, there was nowhere to hide. In a matter of minutes, they would encounter each other directly. 17 stowed away the electronic map and produced a short whip from his waist. He caressed the glossy leather of the whip, locking eyes with Su Shichuan, silently nodding in agreement, without the need for any verbal exchange. Su Shichuan stepped confidently around the corner, with 17 closely following, both assuming the roles of the escorting guard and the prisoner. This time, they did not consciously soften their footsteps. The sound of military boots striking the ground reverberated through the corridor. The two guards were startled, hastily falling silent as they instinctively reached for the electromagnetic guns in their holsters. However, upon realizing that the newcomers were clad in identical uniforms, they relaxed slightly. New arrival? One of the taller guards inquired gruffly, scrutinizing Su Shichuan from head to toe. His gaze lingered on Su Shichuan's waist, and he clicked his tongue with ill intent. I didn't hear anything about new scraps being sent here, especially not to the 7th level. What did this kid do? What did he do? The other guard echoed. 17 paused for a few seconds before replying. He stole results from the Central Academy of Sciences and sold them to Alliance spies, caught red-handed. No wonder, the guard smirked. In sensitive times like these, anyone who dares to contact the Alliance commits a grave offense. Is the cell assigned? D759, 17 confirmed. Right next to that beast, huh? The tall guard chuckled. I think it would be more amusing to lock them both together, give them one set of prison garb, and let them fight daily. Only the winner gets to wear clothes. We could use some entertainment. 17 narrowed his eyes, but did not respond. The other guard elbowed his companion in the ribs, grinning lewdly while urging, all right, get him in there. There's booze later. If we delay, we'll miss out. Understood. 17, not one for lengthy discussions, nudged Su Shichuan's back, and while using the cover, he discreetly tapped twice with his middle finger after maintaining his index finger's position. The message was clear, the right side is yours. As they brushed past, the tall guard's gaze greedily lingered on Su Shichuan, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of the escorting guard, finding him slightly unfamiliar. Wait a moment, he halted 17, casually inquiring, what is your name and badge number? I feel like, before he could finish, both men moved simultaneously. 17 had a clear target. He swiftly seized the muscular guard's neck with one hand, forcefully pinning him against the wall. In the next moment, he thrust his knee into the guard's abdomen without reservation. The impact left the guard momentarily blinded. He felt as if his insides had been rearranged, convulsing violently as he coughed up blood. The companion beside him reacted swiftly, instinctively reaching for the wrist communicator. However, just as his fingers brushed against the screen, he felt something cover the back of his hand, slippery and cold, like a lifeless corpse. In an instant, his hand was crushed. The communicator shattered. Stunned, the man realized the silent Class S prisoner was the one behind the attack. Behind him, Su Shichuan tightened his grip on the shackles, using the metal rings to constrict the guard's throat. In a mere 10 seconds, the tall guard watched helplessly as his companion's face turned purple, eyes rolling back in terror. Thank goodness he is not dead, 17 silently rejoiced. When outside, refrain from addressing me as master or using my name. Su Shichuan hoisted the weaker guard over his shoulder. 17 acknowledged this with a simple "oh," dragging the tall guard along, obediently suggesting, I agree that such exposure is risky. What do you think we should call ourselves? Su Shichuan replied, we'll discuss it later. For now, let us resolve tonight's situation. The target cell was at the end of this corridor, and with one carrying and the other dragging, they no longer concerned themselves with playing the roles of prisoner and guard. Su Shichuan reached the cell door first, rifling through the pockets of the man slung over his shoulder until he retrieved an access card. He scanned the card, opened the door, and nonchalantly stepped inside. Tossing the guard aside into a corner, he turned to survey the surroundings. The cell lacked illumination, the only light streaming in from the open door. It measured barely a dozen square meters, divided by a horizontal iron barrier. The other side of the barrier was the true confinement area, a corner where even the corridor's light could not penetrate, exuding a foul, decaying stench of blood. There sat a man in the shadows, his silence chilling, simply watching the two intruders with an expression of indifference as they discarded the near-dead guard onto the ground. Throughout, he remained utterly mute, unperturbed. as if the events unfolding held no relevance to him. Su Shichuan found this man intriguing. His dispassionate demeanor was both unsettling and captivating. Finally, he approached the iron barrier, removed his tactical mask, pulled out a cigarette case, and tapped one out, placing it between his lips before igniting it. The crimson glow flickered in the darkness, imbued with an indescribable eeriness and silence. The intoxicating scent of nicotine wafted through the air, dispersing the lingering stench and rendering the cell considerably cleaner. Allow me to introduce myself, Su Shichuan, having removed the cigarette he had taken only a single puff from, extended his arm through the iron bars and placed it deep within the thick shadows. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Shichuan. Upon hearing his true name, the young man, known as 17, was taken aback and prepared to approach. Yet, Su Shichuan, seemingly having anticipated his intentions, raised a hand to signal him to remain calm, stating matter-of-factly, I currently hold a position in the military department with the rank of Major General. I am a man of ambition, and I have come tonight to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I wonder if you would be willing to engage in a conversation? What followed was an interminable silence. Su Shichuan sat cross-legged on this side of the bars, lighting another cigarette. With a smile, he remarked, Fallen Star, we are kindred spirits. I have expressed my sincerity. I can also facilitate your escape. The pressing issue now is time, and it is up to you to decide whether you wish to accompany me or remain here for a lifetime. With that, Su Shichuan lowered his head to smoke, falling into silence once more. It was unclear how long had passed when a sound emerged from the shadows. Su Shichuan fixed his gaze on the half-burned cigarette opposite the iron bars, observing as a pair of pale hands picked it up, followed by the figure settling down cross-legged on the ground. How do you envision our collaboration? The man's voice was clear and crisp, imbued with an unmistakable air of defiance, devoid of any sense of despair characteristic of a captive. It was the melodious voice of a young man. I am quite expensive, he added with a chuckle. You have no alternative. The high price indicates value. Su Shichuan spoke while lifting his gaze to him, suggesting that value implies the possibility of collaboration, does it not? On the other side of the iron bars, Song Xingyun inhaled from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke with a low chuckle. You are correct. Clad in the dark prison garb of an underwater dungeon, his pale skin glowed faintly under the dim light, reminiscent of the soft luster of a pearl. The man was tall and muscular, akin to a leopard, sitting cross-legged with a casually bent back. His youthful features were strikingly handsome, and his silver-white hair, inherited from his siren lineage, cascaded smoothly, barely concealing the right side of his face. His high brow and sharp, slanted eyebrows framed deep-set eyes, the dark red pupils seemingly harboring a pool of blood. When those eyes sparkled with mirth, they were akin to honey-coated poison, dazzling yet lethal. In that moment, he coldly regarded his unexpected visitor with those eyes filled with laughter. Yet, the Major General remained unperturbed, calmly meeting his gaze. The two sat smoking on either side of the bars, much like old friends reunited after a long absence, sharing a silence that, while devoid of substantial conversation, was comfortable due to their familiarity. Each minute stretched out under the weight of silence. Eventually, Song Xingyun's cigarette burned down first. He extinguished it, and, releasing one final puff, turned back to Su Shichuan through the dissipating smoke. In a low voice, he asked, Are you certain you know who I am? And what I have done? Su Shichuan responded placidly, You are an assassin, ranking among the top 5 on the black market's bounty list. 3 years ago, you infiltrated the Crescent Palace and assassinated the then Crown Prince, Limon Trans, before vanishing without a trace. For the past 3 years, the military has relentlessly pursued you, capturing you only earlier this year. I am well aware of your identity. I am here to seek your cooperation, and there is no need for doubt. You claim to be from the military, a Major General? Who sent you? He inquired. No one sent me. I represent only myself, Su Shichuan replied, his tone formal and deliberate. This is a private collaboration involving matters of treason and sedition. Should we fail, our fates could be worse than your current predicament. I wonder if the assassin has any interest? Song Xingyun was amused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized Su Shichuan. What do you intend to do? Su Shichuan stated. Shisa is unfit to be the future emperor of the empire. I wish to replace him on the throne of the Crescent Palace. And you? Song Xingyun replied. I am not suitable. Su Shichuan smiled elegantly. What do you think of the third prince? As an assassin who had served various clients over the past 20 years, Song Xingyun had encountered many ambitious individuals, some of whom spoke grandiose claims. Such people were filled with ambitions capable of upheaval, always eager to showcase their superiority and uniqueness. In his view, Su Shichuan embodied both the essence and the antithesis of such individuals. Without question, he was the most audacious of them all, with a clear mind, objective demeanor, and an uncanny ability to convince others, as if orchestrating a coup were as simple as uttering a few words. Is this even possible? Song Xingyun coldly questioned. You are within the military. Do you not understand who they support? Do you not comprehend who the empire favors? The old emperor will not last much longer. And Shisa has the backing of a substantial portion of the empire. The entire military is at his command. He is the de facto crown prince. Having already touched the throne, it would take but a turn for him to reign supreme. You wish to oppose him? Song Xingyun scoffed. Major General, I personally believe you are lagging behind, at least several years too late. Su Shichuan chuckled. I did not expect you to be concerned with the empire's political landscape. It's simply due diligence, Song Xingyun replied, slightly irritated. As someone employed by another, I must first investigate my employer before proceeding with any task. This ensures my own escape. This is an unwritten rule among assassins, as clients often harbor hidden motives, and betrayal after the task is completed is not uncommon. Assassins tread a perilous path. Ensuring an exit is essential for survival. Su Shichuan was unfazed, merely asking, how did Shisa find you back then? A mutual acquaintance introduced us, Song Xingyun answered cryptically. Unfortunately, the second prince is exceedingly suspicious. After the deed was done, he did not trust even the intermediary and eliminated his entire family. Su Shichuan paused, recalling cases he had perused in the internal archives, furrowing his brow but refraining from probing further. I have always been curious, Su Shichuan said, gazing into the blood-red depths of Song Xingyun's eyes. 3 years ago, you successfully escaped. Why have you now fallen into Shisa's hands and been imprisoned here? After a moment of silence with no response, he added, I suspect you intentionally allowed yourself to be captured to evade someone. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyun's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of interest crossed his gaze. Despite the approaching night, Su Shichuan remained patient. He did not rush Song Xingyun when he remained silent. They scrutinized one another, each seeking a crack in the other's demeanor to discern the true intention behind their meeting. Song Xingyun found it hard to trust someone who boldly spoke of treason upon their first encounter. This individual exuded an air of peculiarity, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, just as Su Shichuan was about to abandon the previous question in search of another approach to sway the cautious assassin, Song Xingyun slowly began to speak, countering with a question. You wish to overthrow the crown prince and elevate the third prince. Why have you not mentioned your intention to hire me to assassinate Shisa? Oh, so that is your concern. My apologies for the oversight, Su Shichuan said with an apologetic smile. First and foremost, I am not here to hire you. I seek a long-term partnership, which is of utmost importance. However, the current political climate differs from that of 3 years ago. The alliance has matured, and the internal situation within the empire is no longer conducive to upheaval. Otherwise, it would invite opportunistic incursions from adversaries. As I explain this, Su Shichuan's demeanor turned serious, and his voice took on a grave tone. You are aware that Shisa is the tacitly accepted new emperor of the empire. Should he be assassinated at this juncture, and if Shifa were to succeed him as crown prince, the populace would not only accuse the third prince of fratricide, but would likely also hold him responsible for the death of the late crown prince. Such a scenario would undoubtedly provoke chaos. Therefore, it is not yet the right time to act against Shisa. He must solidify his position as crown prince, even as the future emperor. With that, Su Shichuan sighed inwardly. Song Xingyun was right in saying that the time to support the third prince had indeed come several years too late. This was a miscalculation in the timing of their hunting plan, an aspect beyond precise control. Across from him, Song Xingyun contemplated Su Shichuan's explanation, weighing it thoroughly before ultimately finding no flaw in his reasoning. Did he truly wish to collaborate? How bold of him. Why me? Song Xingyun inquired with a smirk. Is it merely because I have slain the late crown prince? Su Shichuan replied candidly. That is one of the reasons. Your capability to infiltrate the Crescent Palace and assassinate Limon while escaping unscathed without falling into Shisa's grasp as a scapegoat indicates your considerable skill. The second reason is my speculation. Since you have no reason to be apprehended, I surmise that you intentionally allowed yourself to be captured by Sisei to evade someone. You may have your own plans, perhaps to feign death as an escape. Unfortunately, that plan has failed. and you find yourself confined in this place. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise finally appeared on Song Xingyun's face, while Su Shichuan smirked, raising an eyebrow. It seems I have guessed correctly? Song Xingyun subtly acknowledged with a non-committal sound, stating, "It was a miscalculation on my part. Sisei believes the uproar following Raymond's assassination has subsided. He has detained me under the pretext of an unfinished investigation, but in truth, he aims to nurture a blade solely for his own purposes, perhaps intending to eliminate me once he has used me again. Regardless, your capture carries significant risk," Su Shichuan remarked keenly. "It appears the situation on the other side is even more troublesome?" Song Xingyun chuckled self-deprecatingly, expressing his helplessness. "Major Su, your intelligence is particularly irksome." Su Shichuan smiled silently, choosing not to respond. Song Xingyun continued, "For now, I choose to believe what you have said, but I have one more question." Su Shichuan urged, "Speak." Song Xingyun inquired, "You infiltrated the death row at midnight, attacked the guards, and not only did you not conceal your identity in front of me, but you also directly stated your name and rank. Are you so confident that I would accompany you tonight? Unafraid that I might feign cooperation only to betray you once we are outside?" Su Shichuan, as if amused by the query, chuckled lightly, saying, "Do you think this is some casual affair? Do you believe I would waste my time here? The underwater prison is the most secure location in the entire Loin Empire, aside from the Twin Moon Palace. Do you think one can simply come and go as they please?" Song Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate his feelings. The man before him, with an expression as calm as ever and laughter in his eyes, inexplicably evoked a sense of suffocating pressure, as though he had finally cast off a facade of hypocrisy, revealing a sharp edge poised against Song Xingyun's throat. Su Shichuan, undeterred, stated, "I did not come here with the intention of returning empty-handed. If I can take you out, I am not afraid of you turning against me. I can save you, and I can just as easily end your life. Mr. Assassin, you have seen my face, know my name and identity, and we have already discussed my purpose for being here for over an hour." Su Shichuan tapped his communicator, indicating the time. "Do you think if you refuse to cooperate now, it wouldn't closely resemble the targets of those clients who once hired you for assassination?" Song Xingyun, "You've played me. Are you threatening me?" Song Xingyun's gaze darkened, his voice turning icy. "Song Xingyun, you actually acknowledge it?" This man appeared well-dressed and courteous, yet was truly a complete scoundrel at heart. At this moment, the renowned assassin found himself at a loss for words. He had lived a life of defiance, earning a reputation that struck fear into many. Some sought to kill him, others to buy him. And even the imperial heir wished to retain him for their own use. Who would have thought he would stumble against such a character? What is this? Song Xingyun seethed with anger, feeling as if he were being treated like a child. Su Shichuan ignored the cold gaze from across the iron bars and stood up, instructing 17, "Get him out." 17 obeyed, stepping forward, gripping two metal rods as thick as an adult man's arms, and suddenly exerting force outward. These bars, made of a special alloy, could withstand even a lightsaber strike, leaving only a shallow dent. Typically, they were immovable by sheer human strength. Song Xingyun remained seated, eyes narrowed. But when he noticed the bars beginning to warp, he was taken aback. He had long observed the young man following Su Shichuan, initially assuming him to be just an ordinary assistant, never anticipating that such a scrawny individual would possess such strength. Had he underestimated the prison's defenses? The assassin silently reflected, watching as the two rods twisted and deformed, feeling quite displeased. Beads of sweat formed on 17's forehead as he sighed, squeezing through the opening and kneeling before Song Xingyun. Song Xingyun, uncomfortable with proximity to strangers, frowned but could not help but ask, "How did you do that?" 17 paused, then realized, "You mean bending that?" Song Xingyun nodded. Perplexed, could a human possess such strength? 17 pondered for a moment before decisively shaking his head. "It's quite sturdy. A human should not be able to do it." He looked up, noticing the assassin's bewilderment, and felt a sense of satisfaction, teasingly saying, "Unfortunately, I'm not human." Song Xingyun. 17 no longer engaged in idle chatter, pulling a pre-prepared black soft wristband from his pocket and fastening it onto Song Xingyun's left hand. The wristband, made of an unknown material, seemed to come alive the moment it was secured, tightly adhering to the skin. In the next instant, it liquefied, permeating the skin to form a dark ring-like mark, resembling a circular tattoo. 17 paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and added, "Of course, Severing your hand would effectively solve the problem, but it must be done within a minute. This special material will diffuse through bodily fluids. And if you exceed the time limit, your entire body will be filled with explosive microscopic particles. He glanced at the communicator, then looked up, grinning mischievously. Ah, time's up. Now you could chop yourself up, and it would be futile. Song Xingyun. He looked down to see that the band-like mark had indeed vanished from his wrist. You are truly shameless. The assassin could no longer contain his frustration. If cooperation was necessary, there should at least be some mutual trust involved. Hearing this, Su Shichuan lowered his gaze to meet Song Xingyun's eyes, smiling. Xingyun. To collaborate with you, I infiltrated the underwater prison, incapacitated 2 guards, exposed my appearance and identity, and now must help you, a Class S felon, escape. Is that not enough sincerity? It's kidnapping, Song Xingyun coldly corrected. Fine, Su Shichuan conceded, rephrasing. I came to kidnap you. Is that satisfactory? At this point, the assassin realized he had been overly noble. His ability to play rogue paled in comparison to Su Shichuan's, and any resistance felt akin to throwing a punch, only to find it landing either on cotton or his own face, painful and frustrating. Thus, before finding a solution, the assassin was compelled to accept the rogue's designation. Rising to his feet, crossing the iron bars, and standing before Su Shichuan. You say your name is Su Shichuan. He extended a hand toward him. I will remember you. Su Shichuan retained his smile, shaking hands with him, but before he could speak, Song Xingyun interjected. You had best not fall into my hands in this lifetime. Thank you for the warning. Su Shichuan accepted the malice calmly. Let our cooperation be pleasant. Song Xingyun withdrew his hand with an expression of indifference. His gaze drifting past Su Shichuan's shoulder toward the 2 guards in the corner, asking, what will happen to them? No need to worry, just dispose of them. Su Shichuan replied. Song Xingyun frowned, uncertain. Aren't you afraid of complications, exposing your identity? Rest assured, we will be cautious when we act, Su Shichuan assured him, adding, besides, if the underwater prison is breached, someone will inevitably leak information. Otherwise, I won't achieve the desired effect. Song Xingyun raised an eyebrow in skepticism. What effect do you seek? Su Shichuan declared, I desire chaos in the Empire, an invasion from the Alliance, and an early onset of war. Song Xingyun stared at him in disbelief. Are you mad? It is inherently a mad plan, Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly. A normal person would have already been crushed. One must be insane to proceed. At 5:52 in the morning, a terrifying tremor emanated from the depths of the polar sea, and alarms blared through the night. Under the impact, the ice shattered, and the seawater surged forth as a silver-hued mech burst from the depths. Its luminescent wings unfurled magnificently, and the thrusters roared to life, propelling the machine skyward. What exactly are you? Inquired Mr. Assassin. An advanced intelligence unit, replied 17, scratching its ear before licking its fur. What you perceive is merely a facade, including the humanoid form. Song Xingyun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, pondered the implications of such a being's ability to bend metal of considerable density, then queried, what is your name? Codename 17, it answered succinctly. Thus, I am called 17. Song Xingyun smirked slightly. The name your creator bestowed upon you is rather lackluster. 17, sensitive to the remark, raised its head defiantly, baring its teeth at the man on the sofa. Do not speak ill of the master. Even conjecturing is unacceptable. I can detect brainwaves. Dare to think ill of me, and I shall obliterate you. Song Xingyun remained silent. At that moment, Su Shichuan emerged from the washroom after his shower. Witnessing the tense standoff between man and beast, the Major General, feeling a headache coming on, paused for a few seconds before addressing 17. Do not torment him. Song Xingyun felt increasingly underestimated by Mr. Assassin, leading to further frustration. 17 tilted its head, examining the source of the message, stating, it is from the military academy. Quite normal. Su Shichuan, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror, remarked, the military should already be aware of the prison break from the underwater facility. The continent of Kate is the closest to the incident. Connor's first action upon receiving the notification would undoubtedly be to convene a meeting with the Academy's higher-ups and instructors. Song Xingyun paused, astonished. You do not restrict my activities? Why would I impose restrictions? Su Shichuan replied, confused. We are partners, not captors. At these words, Mr. Assassin scoffed, finding them utterly incredulous. Su Shichuan continued, this is the Imperial Academy. The security system has been designed by professionals from the military, and it is quite commendable. Mr. Assassin contemplated how this man could freely escort him, a severe criminal, and felt a deep disdain for such hypocritical scoundrels. If you require assistance, I can provide designs for surveillance deployment and schedules for shifts, Su-Shirchuan offered. As for the extent of your activities and whether you might be discovered, that relies on your own capabilities. I shall not intervene. The husky, taking on a voice, exclaimed, boom. Mr. Assassin, repeatedly threatened and belittled, thought to himself, why does it still feel more comfortable residing in the prison? According to reports from the underwater prison, there are currently 2 known male suspects involved in the jailbreak, both of whom are equipped with advanced mechs armed with particle cannons. Due to their lethal capabilities, every owner of such mechs in the Loin Empire's territory has undergone rigorous assessments and is documented in comprehensive records. It has been reported that the military has conducted an overnight investigation into the activities of all high-level mechs during the early hours, initially ruling out the possibility of personnel with imperial nationality being involved. Consequently, suspicions have unambiguously shifted towards the restless Free Alliance beyond the star system. Furthermore, the rescued assassin carries the heavy burden of having attempted to assassinate the Grand Prince, reviving a scandal that has long been a taboo within the Empire after 3 years. This time, the rumors have grown even more absurd. Some suspect that the Alliance hired assassins to eliminate the Imperial heir, while others speculate that a certain prince might be colluding with external enemies to eliminate obstacles. In the midst of rampant gossip, the military, under immense pressure, has ordered a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of the half-mermaid assassin and the jailbreakers, with the first burden falling squarely on the military academy. The first formal meeting since entering the academy lasted the entire morning, primarily reminding all instructors and administrators to heighten vigilance in the near future, temporarily halt all outdoor training activities, and cooperate with military investigators if necessary. Halfway through the meeting, Su-Shirchuan began to exhibit symptoms of a slight fever and found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Rather than focusing on the meeting's content, he was more concerned about the instructors present with him, all of whom were newcomers to the military in the past 2 years, young and promising. He recognized several familiar faces, knowing that these individuals would soon hold key positions within the military, becoming the core strength of the Loin Empire. Unfortunately, they could not be easily utilized for his own purposes. At 12:30, the impromptu meeting concluded, and as per usual protocol, the vice principal requested all attendees to fill out their itinerary reports from the previous night. After dispersing, Su-Shirchuan did not go to the cafeteria for lunch. Instead, he headed directly to the school hospital. As it was still rest time, only one female doctor was on duty. Upon seeing someone enter, the doctor looked up, adjusted her metal-framed glasses, and offered a gentle smile, asking, "How may I assist you?" Everyone has a desire for beauty, and Wendy was momentarily taken aback by this smile. Unable to resist glancing at Su-Shirchuan a couple more times, her cheeks slightly flushed. She retrieved a sanitized thermometer from the drawer and softly inquired, "When did you start feeling unwell?" "Since last night's training concluded," Su-Shirchuan replied, gentlemanly turning his back to place the thermometer under his armpit before sitting upright again. It was likely that he had caught a chill while supervising the extra training in the woods, compounded by a lack of rest in recent days. "Oh, you are the Special Operations Instructor Su," Wendy exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "I've heard my colleagues mention you. You are the one providing medical support for our team. There are far too many second-generation offspring in the academy, spoiled at home and unruly. It is indeed time for some proper discipline here," she remarked, glancing at the wall clock as the time for testing temperatures arrived. Su-Shirchuan handed her the thermometer as instructed. Wendy checked the reading, her brows knitting together in concern as she sternly advised, "It's almost 40 degrees. You must take care to rest, take your medicine on time, and leave the training matters to your assistant instructor for now. Don't overexert yourself." "Thank you," Su-Shirchuan replied, gathering his paper bag and standing up. He did not engage further with the chatty doctor and turned to leave the examination room. In truth, he understood that there was no urgent need to visit the hospital. However, given the military's stringent investigation efforts, having a record of his illness could serve as a precaution. After all, the Special Operations Unit had undergone additional training in the early hours, and everyone except him had attended. This situation could escalate, and he feared that a casual remark might reach the ears of someone truly sensitive to the matter. Despite the absence of any disclosures during last night's operation, the very act of harboring suspicion can be perilous. It can elevate an otherwise unremarkable individual into prominence, becoming increasingly conspicuous under the influence of inherent human psychology. In the theory of infiltration, it is stated that once an agent begins to be suspected, their mission is already 80% doomed to failure. At 2 in the afternoon, training commenced. When Ning arrived to escort the instructor, his expression was contorted, dark circles under his eyes. Yet he maintained a smile as he respectfully ushered Su Shichuan inside. At this point, the training had only just begun, beginning with a customary 25-kilometer moderate-paced warm-up run. On the second day of their enrollment, having endured 5 sets of high-intensity physical training, and with total sleep not exceeding 2 hours, the new recruits were mentally and physically exhausted, their fatigue reaching a critical point, resulting in a lack of effort during the run. And Ning, fearful of the ordeal, understood the training effectiveness was poor but dared not voice it, lest he be called upon to demonstrate a 50-kilometer run. He glanced at the instructor, who was focused on his communicator, noting his pale complexion. Out of concern and a desire to appease his superior, he could not help but ask, "Instructor Su, are you feeling unwell?" "A bit of a fever, nothing serious," Su Shichuan replied, stopping the timer and looking up with a smile at Ning. The smile sent shivers down Ning's spine, and he feigned calmness, saying, "Then why aren't you resting properly? Why come here to supervise? I saw the daily training summary you sent. The overall training scores were quite poor. I had to come and see for myself," Su Shichuan explained, showing Ning the timing results on his communicator. Each 400-meter lap took nearly 2 minutes. "I remember even in ancient Earth times, the pace was never this slow. How long will it take to finish 25 kilometers? Cold sweat trickled down Ning's forehead, and he instinctively swallowed hard, cautiously responding, "Last night's snow training was quite grueling. And they did not skip this morning's practice. Their physical conditioning is still insufficient. A slower pace is understandable, wouldn't you agree?" Su Shichuan nodded slowly. Choosing not to comment further, he gestured to the supervisor by the edge of the playground, indicating to reduce the content of their training, and then added, "You have heard about the situation at the underwater prison, haven't you? The vice principal briefed us this morning, mentioning that military officials will be coming tonight with military dogs to conduct a thorough investigation across the continent, including the academy." "Even within the academy?" And Ning furrowed his brows, hesitantly asking, "They wouldn't suspect that there are accomplices here, would they?" Su Shichuan's gaze shifted to the new recruits warming up around the track, landing on Shi Fa, and he replied calmly, "A little suspicion is never amiss. Besides, with the third prince here, who can guarantee that the half-mermaid assassin won't strike again once released?" "You are right. I was negligent," and Ning admitted. "Cancel tonight's training session. Be vigilant, and ensure they rest early. Do not allow them to go out without permission. Starting tomorrow, we will move to the underground training facility number 3. I have already informed the management. You can lead the team there directly," Su Shichuan instructed. And Ning nodded respectfully, "Understood." After addressing the essential matters, Su Shichuan checked the timer again, realizing nearly 3 minutes had passed for 1 lap. He instructed Ning, "If we are reducing the training content, we cannot afford to be this slow. You take the lead and pick up the pace." And Ning, "Well, here we go." And Ning felt as if he had been dealt a cruel blow, filled with grievances he dared not voice, and could only obediently comply, leading the new recruits in their laps. Thus, while the recruits were drained, they still found some amusement in watching their instructor demonstrate the assistant coach's role. It was inexplicable, but offered a peculiar sense of relief. The entire afternoon's training was halved, concluding earlier than the previous day. Su Shichuan did not wait for the last item to finish and left early, feeling quite dizzy and fearing that 17 might become overly complacent, provoking further ire from the celestial star. Therefore, despite his reluctance to witness the two of them clash, he dared not leave them alone for too long. However, remaining in the military dormitory is not a sustainable solution. It is imperative to find alternative accommodations promptly. To the surprise of the general, the two companions in the dormitory are particularly quiet. A clutter of assorted small parts lies strewn across the floor in the corner of the living room. Song Xingyun sits cross-legged in the corner, meticulously polishing a metal piece, while Shichi squats beside him, resembling a watchful overseer, his eyes wide with anticipation. And upon hearing the door, he wags his tail and rushes over to greet his master. Su Shichuan removes his coat and hangs it up, placing a brown paper bag containing gunpowder on the dining table. He then kneels opposite Song Xingyun, lowering his gaze to the items on the floor. Nearby, a small pile of polished metal pieces catches his eye. These pieces, uniform in size, have been crafted into elongated rhombuses, approximately 2 inches in length and exceedingly thin. Su Shichuan casually picks one up, his thumb gently tracing the sharp edge of the rhombus, and he chuckles to himself, realizing it is a hidden weapon. Where did you acquire these materials? He inquires. From the underground mech repair shop, Song Xingyun replies, still focused on polishing the metal piece in his hand, casually reminding him. You can handle them now, but once the poison is ready in a couple of days, you won't be able to touch them so freely. Su Shichuan sets the hidden weapon down, smiling as he remarks, so you are skilled in the use of miniature ranged weaponry. That's quite unique. Song Xingyun responds with a simple adding, I've grown accustomed to it. Other weapons feel unwieldy. Don't be foolish. The master is not complimenting you, Shichi interjects. Such items will undoubtedly be detected by scanners, and their limited endurance poses significant constraints. As an assassin, it's remarkable you still resort to weapons used by ancient earthlings thousands of years ago. I can't fathom how you've managed to survive until now. Su Shichuan harbored a similar sentiment, but refrained from stating it outright. After Shichi finished speaking, he playfully patted the top of the sled dog's head, softly admonishing. No more nonsense. Having spent the day together, the assassin had grown accustomed to the cold mockery from non-humans, and rather than feeling angered, he replied, What the dog says is not entirely unfounded. Shichi bristled, retorting, Who are you calling a dog? Song Xingyun, inspecting the metal piece for symmetry, calmly countered. The one wagging their tail is the dog. At this remark, Shichi's previously lively tail fell still, rendered speechless by the retort. Su Shichuan, irritated by the incessant bickering between the two, decided to stand and fetch some medicine, intending to take a warm bath to dispel the chill. Just then, a knock echoed from the apartment door, causing all three in the living room to freeze momentarily. Song Xingyun, with a heightened sense of danger typical of an assassin, shot Su Shichuan a questioning glance, lowering his voice. Who else could be here to see you? Shichi twitched his mouth, glancing between his master and Song Xingyun, uncertainly suggesting. It wouldn't be the third prince, would it? Song Xingyun, taken aback, furrowed his brow. So you truly are associated with the third prince? Song Xingyun, incredulous, raised an eyebrow. I received word earlier that personnel from the military would come to conduct a search this evening. Outside, it's either soldiers or military dogs. Where do you expect me to go? Song Xingyun. At that moment, the knocking resumed, and a voice called from outside. Teacher, are you in? Wait a moment. Su Shichuan, surprised that this little rascal still had the energy to come over after 2 days of practice, felt an exacerbation of his headache. He loosened his tie and urged, Hurry, Shichi, help out. Shichi hastily tore off the tablecloth, gathering all the metal scraps from the floor and wrapping them tightly. Song Xingyun stowed away the already polished hidden weapons and hesitated, glancing at the small apartment's 2 rooms. With someone outside, they would have to escape through the window. Thus, the previously discordant pair exchanged glances and reached a silent accord. The sled dog clutched the tablecloth bag in his mouth, gesturing towards the inner room. And Song Xingyun promptly understood, grabbing his coat and swiftly leading the way into the room, with Shichi following closely behind. Su Shichuan quickly shed his shirt and trousers, leaving himself bare, then stepped into the bathroom for a shower before donning a bathrobe to answer the door for Shifa. Inside the bedroom, Song Xingyun yanked open the window. The northwest wind, laden with heavy snow, rushed into the room, instantly chilling Song Xingyun to the bone. He jumped onto the windowsill, grasping the frame with one hand, and swung his long legs over, deftly leaping onto an adjacent drainage pipe. Shichi transformed back into his human form, handing the package to him, and then morphed into a blackbird, flapping its wings as it flew out the window. Simultaneously, the door to the living room swung open, causing a rush of air. Shifa frowned at Su Shichuan, who was clad only in a bathrobe. I heard from Ning that you were ill. Why didn't you close the window? Do you even know what month it is? As he spoke, he marched past Su Shichuan, striding into the bedroom. Hearing footsteps, the assassin clinging to the drainage pipe and the blackbird perched on his shoulder froze in place, instinctively becoming as quiet as mice. Su Shichuan, the general, at a loss for words, hurried to follow, attempting to explain. It seems Shichi forgot to close it when he went out. Shifa, your AI is utterly unreliable. It's simply mindless. I'll arrange for you to get a newer model. Shichi. Shifa closed the window and locked it, pulling the curtains tightly shut. Observing the scene, the inquisitive assassin could no longer contain his burgeoning curiosity and asked the little black bird in his grasp, what is their relationship? Shichi. Song Xingyun released his grip, and Shichi replied through gritted teeth, nonsense. There isn't a more advanced AI in the entire galaxy than mine. So, what about them? Song Xingyun inquired further. Why are you asking so much? Chi retorted, my master is cultured, elegant, and flawless. The wretched one is that third prince. Song Xingyun, contemplatively silent, thought to himself that he seemed to have guessed correctly. Su Shichuan's apartment was conveniently situated on the top floor of the instructor's dormitory. Given the lack of safety at the military academy, Song Xingyun weighed the pros and cons and decided to ascend the drainage pipe to the rooftop with the increasingly agitated little black bird. Seeking a sheltered spot away from the wind and snow to continue crafting hidden weapons. You mentioned needing poison. Shichi initiated a conversation. But where will we find the raw materials? No need to search. Song Xingyun's expression turned serious as he picked up a hidden weapon and placed it in his palm, squeezing it tightly. The sharp-edged rhombus would undoubtedly leave a mark on his hand, and Shichi, startled by this sudden action, widened his eyes and then realized the significance. This is a trait of the merfolk. As he spoke, Song Xingyun's tone was light, as if recounting an ordinary fact. The Kanglan people excel in poison-making and usage, yet they never require the cultivation of poisonous creatures, for they themselves are an enigma of toxicity. He opened his palm, revealing a pale surface stained with a peculiar type of blood, though the wound had vanished. The rhombus-shaped weapon appeared as though it had been burned by a highly corrosive solution, its surface smooth and sharp, faintly shimmering with a bluish-purple hue. With a graceful twist of his wrist, Song Xingyun's long fingers danced elegantly, allowing the lethal weapon to roll between them effortlessly, one piece per occasion, never missing. He raised his gaze towards the AI that had previously provoked him, stating, "This is how I have survived until now. My apologies." Shichi. Meanwhile, within the apartment, the third prince outside wrestled with his thoughts for over 10 minutes, questioning whether his intentions for visiting were pure, merely concerned for his teacher's well-being and seeking to alleviate the frustration of an afternoon devoid of conversation. He mixed the hot and cold water, testing the temperature, and selected a fever-reducing medication suitable for nighttime from the brown paper bag before resolutely pushing open the bathroom door. Inside, the bathroom was thick with steam, a pleasant male fragrance wafting through the air. Su Shichuan sat with his eyes closed, breathing lightly, as if in slumber. His physique was exceptionally admirable, with broad shoulders and a narrow, slender waist. His legs were straight and long, the muscles delicately sculpted over the bones, possessing an exquisite form that was perfectly balanced, devoid of any ostentatiousness, yet imbued with an air of refined elegance. Shifa unconsciously lowered his gaze, his eyes gently tracing the contours of the man's pale, elongated body, delving underwater, inch by inch, sliding down to the space between his legs. The warm water flowed through the fine hair, the yet-to-awaken part languid amidst the strands, its hue slightly darker than the surrounding skin, yet appearing remarkably tender. Evidently untouched by experience. One must admit, the bathroom was indeed a tantalizing realm of temptation. What seemed mundane in ordinary circumstances transformed entirely when the air became humid. The third prince, holding a cup of water and medicine, had long discarded any pure intentions he had upon entering, his mind now awash with unrated imagery. However, before he could translate his vivid imagination into action, he heard Su Shichuan's nonchalant inquiry, "Have you seen enough?" Shifa. Not at all. The third prince feigned innocence as he approached the bathtub, suggesting, "Teacher, perhaps you should take your medicine first?" Su Shichuan opened his eyes to regard him, remaining still, slightly parting his lips. Shifa placed the tablet between his lips, assisting him with half a cup of water to swallow it down. After taking the medicine, Su Shichuan steadied himself against the edge of the tub, exhaling, "Now that you're here, don't leave. Get some rest. Today's training has been halved and one session canceled. And it certainly won't become a habit. Teacher, you still care for me." Shifa did not retrieve the sleep robe that had been removed earlier. Instead, he took a towel and draped it over Su Shichuan's shoulders, then, without permission, effortlessly lifted him into his arms. Su Shichuan appeared fatigued, compounded by the sedative effects of the fever medication, and he quietly leaned against Shifa, a soft smile shimmering in his eyes as he murmured, "Of course. Teacher cares for you. Who else could I possibly care for? Have I captured your heart?" After indulging in a steaming hot bath, and with his body temperature slightly elevated, Su Shichuan's cheeks were adorned with a faint flush. He turned to gaze at the young prince before him, the unscathed visage of Shifa, untouched by the grinding realities of power struggles. In this year, He had not yet faced the brutalities of fraternal conflict. Nor did he comprehend the treachery that lay beyond brotherly bonds. He lacked the burden of a regent's crown and was unencumbered by the responsibilities of defending a front line. He was simply Shifa, living for himself, and later, for the one he cherished. Eventually, they would find themselves at the pinnacle of military power, becoming the sword of the Loin Empire in its dealings with the world. In this new iteration of events, Su Shirchuan profoundly appreciated the preciousness of the tranquility that enveloped them, a rarity before the tempest that would sweep across the galaxy truly arrived. If only he could shield him from the storms of life until old age. As he dried the tips of his hair, Shifa inadvertently cast his eyes downwards and noticed Su Shirchuan's unwavering gaze upon him. The atmosphere tonight felt particularly special. Perhaps it was the unique fragility brought on by illness that made him perceive this usually stoic beauty as extraordinarily gentle, his aura softened, even a tad clingy, revealing a vulnerability that befits someone in their 20s. He seemed to have shed his armor, leaving behind only exquisite fur and flesh. His once cold eyes now shrouded in a mist of feverish warmth, captivatingly beautiful. However, Shifa noticed Su Shirchuan's distraction. Their eyes met, yet their gazes intertwined and passed, as if he were looking at him, yet peering through him to see another. Teacher? Shifa knelt beside the bed, his arm propped against the mattress, and brushed aside the hair that veiled Su Shirchuan's forehead, smiling as he inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Shifa dimmed the bedside lamp with a casual flick, then turned onto the bed, lying beside him, propping his chin on his hand, grinning as he added, "You're not still thinking about that scoundrel, are you? Why do you care so much about that scoundrel?" Su Shirchuan retorted. Shifa pondered this question earnestly, before responding with a grave tone. "The things he entrusted to you were too intimate, lingering in your memory. Did you have a close relationship? Were you ever together? Do you still harbor feelings for him?" Su Shirchuan could only chuckle at the barrage of questions, bemused that this carefree rascal could exhibit jealousy akin to a child. Yet, as he laughed, the amusement faded. How could he explain that he himself was the scoundrel he could not forget? Influenced by their last communication before the mission's commencement, Su Shirchuan found himself in a state of conflict. "Initially, I was quite a dreadful person," he admitted. "Just thick-skinned enough to pursue my teacher," Shifa interjected. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He leaned in, kissing Su Shirchuan's forehead gently, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "So, have I captured your heart? What became of that scoundrel?" Shifa probed. Su Shirchuan recounted, "Later, we were assigned to a classified mission. He was ensnared by enemy forces. To protect the location of our operation, he perished alongside them. In recent years, the frequency of incursions by the Alliance had increased, often clashing with the Empire, though most skirmishes occurred on remote planets. Shifa had some inkling of a few larger battles, but none matched the tragic fate Su Shirchuan described. Yet, since confidentiality was mentioned, it seemed plausible that such details had not been disclosed by the military. Su Shirchuan deliberately painted their past as both similar and distinct, and upon concluding his tale, he raised his gaze to Shifa, eager to discern his reaction. "Yes," Su Shirchuan admitted candidly. Shifa could not suppress a smile, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "Why can't you just deceive me?" He had heard Anning mention that their teacher's special operations course consistently ranked first, and his skills in deception were unparalleled. If he simply stated no or not true, Shifa would have believed him without question. "The subjects we discuss are not suited for deception. For I know you already possess the answers in your heart, yet for personal reasons, you refuse to acknowledge them, compelling yourself to delve into the cause and effect." Su Shirchuan remarked objectively, asserting that those with similar psychological tendencies would not be easily misled. Their inquiries were not intended to elicit answers. Shifa was momentarily speechless. Despite the brilliance of this theory, the third prince felt a tinge of frustration. His teacher was indeed remarkable. Yet he had an uncanny ability to transform any topic into a live lecture. Shouldn't he say something to console him at this moment? Su Shirchuan, observing the little rascal's discontent, suddenly spoke softly. "Shifa, you need not envy him. You are far more fortunate." "What was his name?" Shifa inquired. "Is he from the intelligence department as well?" Su Shirchuan hesitated, pausing for several seconds before responding. "Due to that mission, his name has become a closely guarded secret, one I can only reveal to you later." Shifa let out a subdued hum and fell silent, feeling a deeper sense of gloom settle within. After a while, he chose to dismiss thoughts of that unfortunate soul, extinguished the lamp, and fiercely drew Su Shirchuan into his embrace. What use is a white moonlight? The third prince feigned indifference, convincing himself that the one he held in his arms was the only reality he needed. That night, sleep eluded him. Having cared for Shifa for 18 years, this was his first time tending to a patient. He found himself waking repeatedly, checking Su Shichuan's temperature at the slightest movement, ensuring he was comfortable, and when the time came, administering water and medicine. Moreover, with Su Shichuan burning with fever, his bare skin radiated heat like a blazing fire, igniting Shifa's own desires. Yet, the third prince refrained from acting on his impulses towards a patient, deeming such behavior inappropriate. Thus, he maintained restraint, resorting to the washroom on 2 occasions to relieve himself and discreetly keeping track of the time. Within a minute of sending the message, the bedroom window was abruptly flung open. The frigid air rushed in, startling Su Shichuan awake. Before he could react, he watched as Cong Xingyun pulled back the curtains, one hand grasping the tablecloth taken the previous night, and the other cradling the still sleepy blackbird, leaping through the window before calmly shutting it again. Catching sight of Su Shichuan still in bed, clearly devoid of any garments beneath the covers, he greeted him in a cool demeanor. Morning. Cong Xingyun crossed the bedroom straight into the living room, discarding the tablecloth on the sofa. The blackbird rolled over, burying its head beneath its wings, returning to slumber. His voice floated back in, on the rooftop, confirming that neither had strayed nor engaged in conflict. Su Shichuan exhaled in relief, tossing aside the covers and donning a robe before stepping out of the bedroom, finding Cong Xingyun busying himself with the items wrapped in the tablecloth. The efficiency of the evening was remarkable. The alloy scraps had been entirely transformed into diamond-shaped concealed weapons. Su Shichuan, recognizing the quality by the hue, discerned that the surface had been infused with deadly poison and refrained from touching them. Observing Cong Xingyun's industriousness, he admired the assassin's pragmatic nature, capable and succinct in speech. Though he had humbled himself to reside here, somewhat constrained by the internal mark bomb, Su Shichuan believed such individuals possessed strong principles. Given time, even if freed from constraints, they would not easily depart. I have a task for you. Su Shichuan leaned against the doorframe, extracting a cigarette, lighting it. Cong Xingyun secured his belt, continuing to affix the surplus throwing knives onto his person without a glance at Su Shichuan, succinctly stating, "Speak." Su Shichuan replied, "Within the Central Academy of Sciences in the imperial capital, there exists a doctor specializing in advanced intelligent beings, named Jonas. I require his assistance." "How long?" Cong Xingyun approached, taking the cigarette case from Su Shichuan's hand, lighting one for himself. "Is he alive or dead?" Su Shichuan was quite fond of this straightforward demeanor, stating, 3 to 4 months. It must be alive and ready to work immediately. The implication was clear. No injuries should occur. The two individuals, both tall and statuesque, one impeccably dressed in formal attire and the other casually donning a loosely tied bathrobe, exchanged smoke-filled breaths face to face. However, there was a stipulation. Su Shichuan remarked, "I wish for you to expose your whereabouts, yet conceal the identity of Cong Xingyun." Cong Xingyun furrowed his brow slightly, comprehending Su Shichuan's intent but failing to grasp the significance of such a move. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, Su Shichuan elucidated, "On that day, in the underwater prison, I mentioned the rationale behind this collaboration. Within the Empire, my target is Crown Prince Shisa, the throne itself. But all our actions will be scrutinized and interpreted by public opinion. When our preliminary objectives lack clarity, it may not be apparent. Yet once there is a threat to Shisa's safety, who do you think he would suspect first? The third prince." Cong Xingyun quickly connected the dots. "Precisely. But I cannot allow such suspicions to arise," Su Shichuan continued. "Therefore, I need you to create a FAAD, one that presents an anti-empire perspective, convincing the military that another organization opposing the empire has emerged. However, unlike the alliance, we shall not engage in territorial conquests nor reveal our identities. We will only partake in matters of life and death." Cong Xingyun understood that Su Shichuan intended to take action against those within the empire who supported Shisa. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I believe I understand." Pausing mid-action, Cong Xingyun coldly asserted, "I can manage on my own." "You cannot," Su Shichuan patiently countered. "You must learn to collaborate, to trust your companions and partners. You will eventually realize the advantages of having another by your side." Cong Xingyun nodded in agreement. "All right." 17 was utterly exhausted, acutely aware that the decision to leave only an AI assistant was a critical miscalculation in the entire plan. He presumed that his master had assigned him to accompany Song Xingyun, ostensibly as partners, but in reality due to distrust in that half-mermaid. This was understandable. Yet during his missions, who could keep an eye on the tail-wagging wolf that knocked on the door at midnight? Indeed, those who possessed the capability to qualify for the Imperial Academy were exceptional, and after enduring the initial half-month of adjustment, the newcomers concluded their arduous transition period. Their bodies entirely transformed by the grueling training regimens. The subsequent changes were nothing short of revolutionary. Each daily training summary revealed significant progress, compelling Su Shichuan to continually refine and intensify the training content based on the results. 3 months of physical training passed swiftly, and as deep winter set in, the continent of Kate experienced the coldest polar night. Under the night sky, a certain planet finally approached its closest orbit, heralding the annual dual moon spectacle. In other disciplines, the act of sharing secrets among peers would not only be strictly prohibited by instructors, but also subjected to severe penalties. However, when it came to special tactics, double standards inevitably emerged. Even the leadership within the military academy seldom inquired into the training content of the Special Operations Program, often turning a blind eye to certain deviations. This was precisely why Su Shichuan could effortlessly utilize an additional assessment to eliminate 48 officially admitted military academy students. It was universally acknowledged that those who emerged from this program were akin to ethereal beings masquerading in human form, their thoughts unfathomably intricate, adept at navigating complexities while remaining unruffled by the winds of circumstance. What they professed seldom aligned with their true intentions, evoking both disdain and trepidation. It could be said that the path of a spy was inherently isolating, one that could only be traversed alone. There were no heroes. Everyone was calculating, whether it was the roommate in the adjacent bunk or the instructor imparting knowledge. 2 days after the notification regarding assignment submissions was disseminated, it was only in the afternoon before the holiday that the chief instructor finally received 10 separate emails addressed to him. Despite their varying quality, the students had evidently put thought into their submissions. However, as formal classes had yet to commence, they were not particularly familiar with the relevant investigative techniques, resulting in feedback that was at times amusingly absurd, leaning more towards personal revelations than actual secrets. As Su Shichuan perused the emails one by one, his spirits lifted considerably. Following one email detailing a student's spring dream and climax, he casually opened the next unread message. Upon discerning its content, Su Shichuan found himself momentarily stunned, the mirth in his eyes evaporating entirely. The email divulged a secret. The teaching assistant was left-handed, having worked alongside military academies in 2 lifetimes. He had not previously been privy to such insider knowledge, nor did he possess extensive experience, and thus had not paid much attention to the assistant instructor, who was nearly as new as himself. In this lifetime, given his suspicions regarding Ning's background, he had deliberately maintained a certain distance. As a professional spy, concealing one's peculiar habits was akin to hiding one's true identity and name. Such habits served as labels, the discovery of which could have far-reaching consequences. Take the left-handedness. For example, while not uncommon, when combined with certain immutable characteristics of Ning, it could serve as a crucial reference point in discerning his other disguises. Once a spy lost their fade, their career was effectively over. This thought prompted him to instinctively glance at the source of the email. The Imperial Academy uniformly employed an internal email system, with usernames fixed as the students' names. The sender of the email was listed as Austin Ducker. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow, his immediate reaction being, "It's him again? This fellow is quite remarkable." Nocturnal conversations at the opera house. The sole purpose for students to diligently showcase their talents is to capture the attention of their instructors. Had it not been for Shifa's mention of teaming up with Austin that night, I might not have paid much heed to this individual. However, it is evident that this young man harbors ambition, unwilling to remain in obscurity for too long. The audacious act during the final moments of the supplementary examination took the invigilators by surprise. Who would have thought that a covert mission could yield such unexpected results? With the target being promoted to a professional teaching assistant, who might the next individual be? The chief instructor himself? Su Shichuan found this quite amusing and casually closed the email window. He activated the communicator's screen, hesitated for a moment while searching for Austin's digital ID, but ultimately abandoned the idea of summoning him for a chat, contemplating instead to observe further and see what other tricks he might unveil. The following day marked the commencement of the double moon holiday, with students gradually departing the military academy aboard designated aircraft. The National Day of the Loin Empire is celebrated on the first day of February each year, with a week-long official holiday filled with nationwide festivities. Prior to his departure, Su Shichuan informed 17 and Kang Xingyan of their rendezvous for the following evening, then boarded the staff-exclusive aircraft. Aining, seated in a more secluded spot, greeted him with a radiant smile, continuing to engross himself in a game on his terminal, resembling a child reluctant to grow up. Su Shichuan glanced at Aining's hands, which were quite exquisite in appearance. Short, neatly trimmed nails, slender fingers, and fair skin on the back of his hands, with a faint layer of calluses on the fingertips, albeit not easily discernible from his vantage point. Nevertheless, their dexterity was evident, as indicated by the frequency and force of his keystrokes, devoid of any signs of clumsiness. Concealing special habits is a fundamental skill for spies. Not discerning them would be the norm. Yet how did that fellow ascertain his left-handedness? The steward, who once served Su Shichuan as parents, was of advanced age but had undergone cellular optimization. Thus his signs of aging were not overly pronounced, merely graying hair and numerous wrinkles. Yet his spirit remained vibrant. The old gentleman, surnamed Luo, was kind-hearted and gentle, and having lost his parents at a young age, Su Shichuan regarded the steward as the only elder in his household, treating him with utmost respect and addressing him as Uncle Luo. At the exit of the imperial capital's flight hub, upon seeing the young master emerge, Uncle Luo hurriedly urged the driver to retrieve the luggage, while he leaned on his cane and approached Su Shichuan, looking him over before taking his hand and remarking, "You've lost weight, Shichuan. Teaching must be quite arduous, eh?" With a familiar smile, Uncle Luo began to reminisce about how Su Shichuan resembled a marshal, then broached the topic of the military and recent skirmishes with the Alliance. In a family steeped in military tradition, such discussions were commonplace, and Su Shichuan shared his thoughts, primarily listening rather than speaking. Eventually, Uncle Luo sighed and unexpectedly inquired, "I hear the third prince is in your field of study." Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo nodded, asking, "What do you think of the third prince?" "His abilities are competent, though he is not particularly outstanding among his peers," Su Shichuan replied with a smile, then asked, "What piques Uncle Luo's interest in the third prince?" With no outsiders present, Uncle Luo spoke candidly. He turned to Su Shichuan, stating, "Having the third prince under your tutelage is not necessarily favorable. The imperial family is inherently unstable. We are all aware of the reasons behind the crown prince's assassination 3 years ago, and now that formidable creature has escaped." Uncle Luo expressed his concern, emphasizing Su Shichuan's youth and impulsiveness. The military's decision to assign new personnel to teach is merely to hone your interpersonal skills and your ability to see the bigger picture. Some matters are best left unsaid. However, I hope you will prioritize your own safety before others, Shichuan. Do you understand? Su Shichuan responded nonchalantly, "Understood, you need not worry." The implication was clear. Should the third prince find himself in peril, his own safety must take precedence. Su Shichuan couldn't help but overthink, pondering whether Connor's warnings were insufficient, or if his family had also intervened. Their agreed-upon meeting time with 17 was around midnight, at an old opera house in the outskirts of the imperial capital. 2 months prior, Su Shichuan had reviewed the design blueprints sent by 17, noting that the opera house comprised 2 levels, with the underground section significantly larger than the upper one, and equipped with soundproofing layers due to its intended purpose. He was quite pleased with this arrangement and instructed 17 to transform the underground space into a mecha training facility, ensuring it was fully outfitted for the doctor's use. At 10 in the evening, Uncle Luo had retired for the night. Su Shichuan changed into a convenient dark suit, packed the items prepared for the other 2 into a backpack, then locked the door behind him and silently departed from the marshal's residence through the window. 2 blocks away, a hovercar that 17 had parked in advance awaited him. Su Shichuan hastily approached, retrieved the key from the foliage, unlocked the door, and entered the vehicle. The journey to the nearby chapel spanned 300 to 400 kilometers. Beneath the cloak of night, the hovercar discreetly left the secluded alley and turned onto the main road. Heading out of the city, Su Shichuan exercised caution, opting not to drive directly to the opera house, but rather parked in a nearby small town and proceeded on foot to assess the terrain. He discovered that there were no residences within several kilometers, seemingly influenced by the eerie rumors, creating a genuine vacuum in the area. Upon arriving at the chapel, it was already past midnight. The opera house, nestled at the foot of a hill, was a classical Gothic structure, encircled by iron railings, with both the interior and exterior overgrown with weeds, indicating that it had long been neglected. Su Shichuan pushed open the rickety iron gate and traversed the pitch-black front yard alone. The trio had previously reached a consensus that the opera house should retain its dilapidated appearance. Thus, the front door was secured with a rusty lock, rendering entry impossible. Su Shichuan waded through waist-high weeds, finding a small pathway that led to the rear garden of the opera house, where a wooden door for staff access was discreetly located, easily overlooked by outsiders. Upon hearing footsteps, the foxdog waiting by the wooden door perked its ears, leaping up and darting into the underbrush. The assassin, leaning against the wall while smoking, furrowed his brow, finishing his last drag before extinguishing the cigarette and straightening up to regard the tardy arrival. Su Shichuan approached with the foxdog, which was nearly wagging its tail off, and at the door, Kang Xingyan extended his hand. The two exchanged a brief, tacit handshake before releasing it without a word. Kang Xingyan turned to open the wooden door, stepping aside to allow Su Shichuan to enter first. The back door led to a lengthy corridor lined with several small rooms, once used as dressing rooms and lounges, now entirely vacant. To maintain secrecy, the corridor was unlit, and Su Shichuan activated the illumination feature on his communicator to lead the way. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor, where the space opened up to reveal the main stage of the concert hall. The furnishings and decor of this level remained untouched, with a dusty grand piano set up to one side of the stage. From the performer's perspective, looking up, the entire hall felt enclosed. The high arched ceiling shrouded in an impenetrable black mist, and the rows of seats were eerily empty, as if the theater were staging an absurd play devoid of an audience, invoking an indescribable eeriness. At that moment, a low, dissonant melody emanated from behind, painfully discordant, played on the neglected grand piano. "What do you think?" the assassin inquired. 17 leaped from the owner's arms and transformed into human form, taking her place beside the piano. Kang Xingyan remarked, "I have conducted a thorough investigation regarding the doctor you requested." Su Shichuan replied, "Please, do share." In addition to his assistant, he will also have 4 bodyguards with him. Song Xingyan spoke. 17 switched the scene, revealing close-ups of 4 adult men's faces. Song Xingyan continued, stating that these 4 individuals hailed from the military and belonged to the Mecha Ground Combat Team. Your dog has procured their detailed resumes, which I have reviewed, and it appears challenging to eliminate them without direct confrontation. 17, maintaining a calm demeanor, shot a glance at Song Xingyun and addressed Su Shichuan. The current dilemma lies in determining the optimal location for the strike. The Central Academy of Sciences serves as a military stronghold of the Empire. With stringent electronic and human security measures in place, a reckless attempt could incite a massacre. Moreover, Dr. Jonas, a protected core talent, resides in a military-designated area where security is as formidable as that of the Academy. Additionally, the 4 bodyguards mentioned by the Shark are on constant watch, positioned no farther than the bedroom door from the doctor. Su Shichuan inquired, "Your dog, the Shark?" The Major General found amusement in the banter between the two, bemused by how they had managed to collaborate over the past 3 months without any prior contemplation. "We have deliberated and identified 2 locations that are relatively suitable for action." The gentleman assassin, unconcerned with non-human matters, seamlessly took over the conversation without lifting an eyelid. "The first option is during transit. The drawbacks are evident. Those bodyguards are highly vigilant. Regardless of the method employed to force the vehicle to halt, they would immediately enter a state of preparedness, which would be disadvantageous for us." At this juncture, he paused for a few seconds, perplexed, and remarked, "It's odd. Does such an important technician require this level of protection?" "You may not be aware," Su Shichuan replied. "That Rex's betrayal resulted in a substantial loss of talent for the Empire. He was originally the first knight before the throne and the Crown Prince's mentor, wielding considerable military prowess. When he defected from the White Emperor Star, many followed suit, leaving behind those who were distrusted by the military, fearing they might be undercover agents working for Rex. Thus, regardless of their capabilities, they were discreetly dealt with over the past 3 years. Similarly, he had taken many technicians from the Central Academy of Sciences, whose expertise was deemed even more valuable than that of senior military officers, as they possessed cutting-edge technological advancements. As the Alliance's talent raids intensified, numerous spies infiltrated White Emperor Star. To prevent the leakage of technological secrets, the military even issued a highly classified directive. He glanced at the 2 of them, While those bodyguards are indeed tasked with protecting specific individuals in the event of an irreversible emergency, they would prioritize eliminating the technicians and destroying their brains to ensure absolute security. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyun furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. 17 couldn't he help but exclaim, "That is exceedingly ruthless." It is, in essence, a scorched earth policy. Su Shichuan smirked, his expression devoid of genuine mirth, stating, "There's no doubt. Those clad in military uniforms are the most cold-blooded in the empire." Song Xingyun scrutinized Su Shichuan from top to bottom, his gaze laden with meaning, and replied, "I have no doubts." Su Shichuan, unbothered by the veiled mockery, succinctly summarized, thus, "The risks of acting mid-route are not limited to the bodyguard's heightened vigilance, but also the potential loss of the doctor, rendering it an unwise choice." Now, let us discuss the second option. On the upcoming National Day, the Twin Moon Palace will host a grand banquet. Song Xingyun remarked that your dog has already accessed the guest list, which includes Dr. Jonas. While security will be tight, the mingling of guests provides opportunities for the bodyguards to let their guard down, making it the most opportune moment for action in recent months. Su Shichuan remained noncommittal, refraining from interjecting as he pondered this sensitive time frame repeatedly in his mind. As silence enveloped the room, it felt as though even the air had stilled. In the dilapidated theater, this silence spread like a chilling current, instilling a sense of unease. 17 glanced down at Su Shichuan and, after waiting a moment, could no longer restrain himself from asking, "Does the master sense a problem?" "No," Su Shichuan replied slowly. "The plan is sound. However, I would like to know who first suggested the National Day timing." Su Shichuan raised his gaze to meet his, locking eyes with the blood-red pupils. A flicker of doubt crossed his heart, prompting a desire to abandon the plan, yet reason quelled this impulse, advising him to observe further. Finally, Su Shichuan nodded and conceded, "We shall proceed with the second option. On that evening, 17 will accompany me, while Xingyun will find a way to infiltrate. Maintain constant communication within the Twin Moon Palace, and do not act independently. Once you locate the doctor, you are responsible for his extraction. I will remain until the banquet concludes." "Understood," Song Xingyun affirmed. "I will escort you out." 17, eager to be taken along, quickly responded, "All right, master." Surprised by the favor, 17 felt that the past 3 months of dealing with the loathsome deep-sea fish were trivial compared to this moment. Immediately transforming into a foxdog and leaping into the master's embrace, Su Shichuan gently patted the foxdog's fluffy little head, appearing in good spirits. Then turned his attention to Song Xingyun. "Rest well. I shall take my leave now." "Stay safe," Song Xingyun advised. Su Shichuan acknowledged with a sound, refraining from further conversation as he exited the old theater via the same corridor he had arrived. Their meeting did not consume much time, and with several hours remaining until dawn, Su Shichuan strolled leisurely, cradling the foxdog and absent-mindedly stroking its fur. 17, finding comfort, squinted his eyes, with half his tongue lolling out, producing a characteristic purring sound, entirely unaware that his master's smile had vanished the moment they left the theater. Su Shichuan remarked nonchalantly, "Well done." 17 tilted his head, still able to discern the absent-mindedness in the master's tone, uncertainly stating, "You seem troubled, master. Is it the fear of an unsuccessful banquet? Or perhaps concern for the doctor's safety? Or doubt regarding Song Xingyun?" "None of those," Su Shichuan replied, playfully scratching the foxdog's nose and chuckling softly to reassure him. "It's nothing. We will know in due course." 17 remained unconvinced but understood that pressing for answers would yield no results, thus obediently fell silent. 17 paused, perplexed, and asked, "The plan was just established tonight. How did you seem to know in advance that we would act on National Day?" "Intuition," Su Shichuan replied dismissively. "Moreover, some matters are self-evident. The task has been assigned to you, and I cannot completely relinquish oversight, can I?" "What are you calling me?" Su Shichuan laughed. "Do not quarrel with Xingyun. Keep a close watch on him for me." Once the shadow of the black bird had disappeared from sight, Su Shichuan opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. He lit a cigarette, intending to utilize nicotine's calming effect to clear his mind and untangle the intricate connections. At that moment, his communicator suddenly illuminated, followed by a vibration. Su Shichuan flicked the lighter to ignite the cigarette, inhaling deeply before checking the unread messages on the communicator's screen. In the dead of night, a lovesick, insomniac young lord inquired, "Teacher, do you have plans for tomorrow?" As the designated time approached, new students began arriving at the military academy. Ning meticulously checked the number of communicators each new student possessed, reporting the duration to the supervising teacher in charge of record-keeping, before leading them to a temporary rest area. Once all 12 had assembled, a unified arrangement would be made. On the upper level of the guard tower at the south gate, Principal Connor was present, surveying the situation around the forest perimeter with binoculars. Su Shirchuan stood behind him, quietly reporting the results of the entire supplementary examination. Yes, Su Shirchuan replied. However, this supplementary test was specifically designed for specialized tactical planning and may not apply to other disciplines. Upon hearing this, Su Shirchuan remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Have you personally tested him? Connor inquired again. Su Shirchuan's mind raced, realizing that the other party likely knew of his previous outing, though not entirely surprised. He speculated that this information must have originated from Ning, initially believing in Ning to have simply received the same subtle hints. It now appeared that he might have been deliberately placed in this position. Did he work for Connor? No. The moment this thought emerged, Su Shirchuan dismissed it. Regardless of Connor's status, he was merely a principal, his power was limited, and Ning was not under his command. It was more plausible that both served a common master. I have tested him, Su Shirchuan admitted candidly. On the first night of the retest, I followed His Highness the Third Prince to gauge his abilities. Connor seemed intrigued by this revelation, turning to face Su Shirchuan. And how did he fare? With no soldiers stationed behind them, Su Shirchuan decided to be forthright. From the perspective of a newcomer, he performed quite well. Though he lacks practical experience and requires further honing. He paused briefly, quickly assessing Connor's reaction. Noticing the absence of any judgment, he continued. I heard from His Highness that he had previously received guidance from Rex. Indeed, Connor responded slowly, nodding. That was quite some time ago. Rex was not only the royal tutor of the Crown Prince, but also the younger brother of Princess Anna. Given this connection, it was only natural for him to take an interest in the Third Prince's development. Su Shirchuan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a relationship. The hour is late. Your students have toiled for 3 days. Formal training will commence tomorrow. So let them rest well tonight, Connor said, placing a hand on Su Shirchuan's shoulder in a gesture reminiscent of a senior to a junior. You too? Yes. Su Shirchuan replied with a slight bow. Allow me to see you out. Upon concluding, the two departed from the watchtower, where Su Shirchuan escorted Connor to the hovering vehicle awaiting his arrival. As the vehicle receded into the distance, and Ning approached, presenting Su Shirchuan with a holographic tablet displaying a statistical report. Su Instructor, we have encountered a minor issue. Su Shirchuan furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Ning before taking the tablet. He quickly noted that the list of 12 candidates who should have been admitted included only 10 names. Do you recall Austin? Who provoked you the night before the retest? And Ning asked. Su Shirchuan remained silent, his gaze drifting to the end of the list, where he was surprised to find that Austin Duker was indeed the 10th name, yet the number of corresponding communicators amounted to 17. It dawned on him what the so-called minor issue entailed, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. It seemed he had underestimated that troublesome individual. Su Instructor, and Ning chuckled. He is far superior to that extreme moon. Noted, Su Shirchuan returned the tablet to him and instructed, send away those who did not qualify. We shall inspect the newcomers. Arrangements have already been made, and Ning gestured for him to follow. The temporary resting area was adjacent to the watchtower, typically utilized by the station's soldiers. The space was modest and simply furnished. The newcomers, having spent 3 days in the woods, were far from clean, so as Su Shirchuan and Ning entered, the 10 individuals inside instinctively remained standing. This marks our second meeting. You have all demonstrated remarkable capabilities by passing the retest assessment, Su Shirchuan spoke in a moderate tone, his voice gentle. He regarded each person with a cool gaze, ultimately resting his eyes on Shifa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Shifa stood at the rear of the group, his attention unwavering from Su Shirchuan since the moment he entered. Once their gazes met, that subtle smile felt like a reward, or perhaps an unspoken hint. In any case, the Third Prince, sensing a sense of special treatment, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, his tongue brushing lightly against his dry lips as he sent a playful kiss towards the esteemed instructor. Beside him, Austin fixed his gaze on Su Shirchuan, his brow furrowing slightly. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Prior to the specialized courses, there will be a 3-month physical training program, which I will design. Though the implementation will be the sole responsibility of the assistant instructors, Su Shirchuan stated, gesturing to Ning as he continued, in the military academy. Should you encounter any issues or have any needs, feel free to approach the assistant instructor. He will do his utmost to assist you. And if he cannot resolve the matter, he will relay your request to me. That is all I wish to convey. The rules to be adhered to during your time here will be elaborated upon by a Ning after dinner, he added. One final point must be emphasized. I am quite protective of my subordinates and will strive to safeguard each of you, as long as you remain within my boundaries. However, remember that I do not tolerate repeated challenges to my patients. Here, no one is above reproach. Su Shichuan glanced at his communicator before concluding, that will be all. And Ning, having been called upon, stepped forward. Su instructor, you mentioned. Assign them to their quarters, Su Shichuan instructed. Those who collaborated during the retest must not be placed in the same room. Keep them as distant as possible. Upon hearing this, the newcomers at the front could not help but display expressions of surprise. Su Shichuan offered a disarming smile, attempting to clarify, unlike other disciplines, special tactics do not involve teammates. Operatives function as entirely independent entities. I hope that from your very first day at the academy, you learn to question those around you, including your companions. He paused briefly, allowing the weight of his words to settle before continuing. With that said, I shall assign you a task in advance. Within a 3-month time frame, I require that each of you uncover at least one secret about someone present, ensuring that it does not duplicate any information recorded in the files. Of course, the submission process will remain completely confidential, and I can guarantee this. The 10 individuals exchanged glances. The fragile cooperation they had painstakingly built over the past 3 days was abruptly dismantled, only to be followed by demands for mutual disclosure. The prospect of bonding as companions seemed utterly impossible. They were fated to be adversaries from the outset. No one could comprehend the chief instructor's intentions. The air in the resting room felt as though it had solidified. Remaining silent for over a minute until the newcomers belatedly recognized the presence of an assistant instructor among them and turned their focus toward him. And Ning, seemingly oblivious, shrugged innocently. Don't look at me. We never encountered such a task back in our day, but it certainly sounds intriguing. Do take care. And remember to tread lightly when prying into other secrets. Try not to sour relations. With a conspiratorial smile, and Ning added, operatives love to engage in wordplay. I surmise that when Su instructor said at least one person present, it likely includes the fact that he didn't finish his thought. He pointed to himself and then gestured toward the still open door behind him. As the newcomers' faces gradually registered a look of trepidation, he continued languidly. It should be a hidden bonus. Make the most of it. The newcomers were left speechless, pondering the implications of such a reward. Nevertheless, beneath the allure of the prize, there would inevitably be those willing to take risks. The thrill of uncovering secrets was undeniably enticing. Thus, after the evening session on the academy rules concluded, the impeccably attired third prince knocked on the door of the chief instructor's apartment. The following day, at 5 in the morning, Shifa lifted the fur collar of his cloak and illuminated his communicator to check the time. Given the myriad concerns weighing on him, his quality of sleep had been poor that night, resulting in an earlier awakening than usual. The heavy snow had not ceased throughout the night, falling even more densely than the previous evening. For the instructor who closely monitors the progress of the supplementary tests, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. As the snowfall intensifies, the movements of the newcomers become increasingly elusive, escalating the difficulty of the competition and amplifying uncertainties. The outcomes of the assessments become fraught with variability, often revealing the truly exceptional among the new recruits. This principle is quite self-evident, yet Shifa finds himself somewhat troubled, particularly regarding his agreement with Austin. He hopes that nothing untoward occurs before their meeting. With this thought in mind, he splashes some snow on his face to hasten the clarity of his thoughts. Not far away, Su Shichuan sits with his back to him by the campfire, engrossed in a paper book, seemingly having gone without sleep for the night. Despite the harsh outdoor conditions, the man's demeanor while reading is remarkably earnest, as if he is entirely unaffected by the dismal environment. His long, thick eyelashes are kissed by the flickering flames, giving them a delicate golden-red hue, appearing exquisitely refined yet not overly feminine. When they slightly lower, they evoke an air of elegant beauty, akin to a treasured piece of art that deserves to be cherished rather than left to the ravages of the wild. One is absorbed in reading, while the other unabashedly observes him. Outside, the blizzard rages, and time seems to dissolve into the muted gray-white surroundings. After an indeterminate period, the military canteen over the fire emits a bubbling sound. Shifa rises, shaking off the snow from his cloak, crosses over a fallen branch, and sits beside Su Shichuan with a teacup in hand. Have you not slept at all? Shifa glances at Su Shichuan, noting his good complexion, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Su Shichuan replies, sipping the scalding tea, I do not have the habit of resting in the wilderness. Afraid of an ambush? Shifa takes a sip of the black tea, which is rather unremarkable and devoid of any additives. Yet, considering the current circumstances, he feels he is among the best treated of the newcomers. This beauty truly knows how to care for others, attending to every detail. Prince 3 thinks contentedly. Aside from a few stationed troops in the forest, the place is primarily filled with newcomers, so there is little to worry about. Su Shichuan remarks, however, once you spend enough time in the military, your vigilance will be honed, and you too will find it difficult to sleep in unfamiliar environments. Upon hearing this, Shifa is momentarily taken aback before he cannot help but laugh, teasingly saying, Teacher, though you appear youthful, why do you speak like an old man? Su Shichuan raises an eyebrow slightly, his long eyelashes lifting, his jet-black pupils seemingly brimming with mirth, meeting Shifa's gaze. Shifa finds it unbearable when this cold beauty casts him such a mischievous look, as if she intends to devour him whole. As expected, the next words from the Major General are, in terms of pretense, my subordinate cannot outshine the prince at the banquet, can he? Shifa is left speechless, finding the formalities and honorifics quite unappealing. However, the Major General does not afford him the opportunity to respond. The oblivious 17, on the other hand, approaches Su Shichuan from the other side and presents the call devices collected over the past night. Shifa first notices that 17 has donned a set of camouflage and is then taken aback upon seeing the call devices, exclaiming, someone truly made a move on the first night. Of course, most newcomers tend to think straightforwardly, seeking to establish an advantage right from the start, even attempting to secure their spots in the academy early. There are 3 call devices, 1 black and 2 white. Su Shichuan picks them up, brushes off the fur, and instead of handing them over, keeps them for himself. Shifa watches Su Shichuan with a look of dismay, unsure of what to say, as it is only fair to compete on equal footing and not actively seek out possessions. However, the man's fluctuating demeanor leaves him utterly perplexed regarding his true intentions. Su Shichuan feigns ignorance of Shifa's gaze, dousing the campfire with snow while 17 assists, gradually erasing any traces they had left behind. Before long, the 3 of them gather their gear and hastily set off into the dimness before dawn. Along the way, Su Shichuan's communicator vibrates several times, as Ning sends real-time updates on any changes during the supplementary tests. Yet, Su Shichuan does not check it, focusing instead on guiding Shifa through the maze-like forest. At 7 in the morning, ordinarily, daylight would have broken, but the inclement weather has shrouded the sun, casting the sky in a deep ash-gray hue. Fog envelopes the forest, reducing visibility to mere meters. Shifa cross-references the electronic map, confirming their proximity to the designated meeting point before calling a halt. This is as far as we go, teacher. I have considered it, and I do not wish for you to stay. The 2 have traversed the snow-laden forest for 2 hours on foot, despite Shifa's formal training. He finds his breath slightly ragged at this point. In contrast, Su Shichuan remains composed, standing upright, and showing no signs of fatigue from their snowy trek. He lays out the pros and cons clearly, returning the choice to Shifa once more. I understand your reasoning, Shifa replies without hesitation, offering a nonchalant smile. However, I can accept your assistance, but not your help for us. Su Shichuan frowns slightly, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning of his words. I am generally quite accommodating, but I have one rather selfish trait. He fastens Su Shichuan's straps, brushes the snowflakes from his hair, and adjusts his hood, adding, from now on, the one I have taken notice of can only be observed by me. Shifa lowers his gaze, his eyes tracing the contours of the man's fair earlobe and the line of his neck disappearing into his collar. His expression softening into a smile as he whispers in a voice only they can hear. I have seen your reserved pride in public and your fiery passion in private. In front of others, you may continue to perform your duties as a special operations instructor, but do not let anyone discover that you possess another side. The proximity between them is palpable, Shifa's breath brushing against Su Shichuan's skin, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Su Shichuan is momentarily taken aback, leaning back until his spine presses against the tree behind him. 17, meanwhile, appears utterly speechless, pretending to be a wolf that cannot comprehend human speech as he sniffs around in the snow. Moreover, as a man, it is unreasonable to always be given leeway. The statement is serious, yet the tone conveys a sense of playful flirtation. Shifa leans against the tree beside Su Shichuan, raising an eyebrow, his gaze unabashedly revealing the fervor within, as if challenging him. What do you think, teacher? Nevertheless, the Major General, due to his extensive experience, remains composed. After the initial surprise, regardless of how close Shifa leans or how fervently he flirts, he maintains a steady breath and an indifferent expression, concealing even the slightest quickening of his heartbeat. Since you have made your decision, I will respect it. As he speaks, Su Shichuan retrieves a tracker from his uniform pocket and presses it against Shifa's forehead, gently pushing his head away as he adds, I have inspected your belongings. You haven't brought a cloak, and the tracker beneath your backpack has been dismantled. Your vigilance is commendable, but this is purely for your safety. This tracker will only transmit signals to my terminal. Keep it safe and do not act recklessly. Shifa's eyes sparkle with mirth as he removes Su Shichuan's hand and the tracker from his forehead, holding them in his palm and playfully squeezing his fingers, saying, I will heed your advice. What reward do I get? At this moment, the third prince of the empire, Westfar, hesitated and squinted his eyes at the entrance. The banquet hall was awash with shimmering starlight, and shadows flitted about, obscuring the conversations of those who came to greet him. He pressed his forehead in an attempt to awaken his dulled mind, before finally raising his gaze towards the window at the far end. More precisely, he was drawn to the figure standing in front of the window. Previously, it had been a mere fleeting glance, but in this social setting, the individual stood alone, quietly sipping from a glass, exuding an air of excessive modesty. Yet, amidst the bustling guests, his stillness was particularly striking. Westfar had indulged in too much drink, rendering his consciousness hazy, yet he still discerned that the person before him was a solitary, alluring beauty, whose chastity only heightened his intrigue. It would be utterly unbecoming not to offer some comfort. A nearby attendant, noticing Westfar's inebriation, swiftly approached and respectfully suggested, Your Highness, there is a prepared lounge next door. It is quiet there. Would you like to rest? I can arrange for some tea to sober you up. However, Westfar's thoughts were elsewhere. He barely registered the attendant's words. Grabbing the attendant's shoulder, he drunkenly inquired, Tell me, who is that person? He gestured towards the figure by the window. I don't know, the attendant replied, and Westfar, unable to process much information in his intoxicated state, only vaguely caught the name. Dismissing the rest as inconsequential, he soon recognized the individual. After speaking, he pushed the attendant aside and retrieved a glass of wine from a nearby table, feigning composure as he traversed the hall towards the window. Master, the 17th has disengaged from self-sleep mode, a voice advised. The third prince has arrived. Would you like to log the distance in real time? No need, Su Shichuan replied, taking a sip from his glass. I can discern his footsteps. What are your intentions? The 17th inquired. As an intelligent entity, his information had been synchronized with the system until the hunting plan was activated. The 17th possessed a clear logic and thorough analysis of the current situation. Yet he could not fathom his master's thoughts. Perhaps the individual was simply too skilled at concealing his emotions. Without initiating a brainwave scan, he could not glean any useful information from mere observation. Su Shichuan, unaware of the internal musings regarding his demeanor, set down his glass and softly stated, I intend to indulge him. The 17th was taken aback. Why must you disengage again? The simplicity of the intelligent entity's confusion only amplified the peculiarity of human behavior. Behind them, Westfar had not rushed to speak, but instead gazed intently at the back of the figure before him. His eyes traveled down the person's straight spine, lingering momentarily where the fabric clung tightly, before sweeping down to the elongated legs and slender ankles encased in boots. Quite an impressive physique, Westfar mused inwardly, though the attire is rather conservative. He drained the remaining wine, licking his lips, and approached to stand beside the individual at the window. Su Shichuan had been anticipating this moment. Only when Westfar placed his goblet on the windowsill did he leisurely turn his head, regarding Westfar with a mildly surprised gaze, though his expression remained composed, while his heart raced tumultuously. In this year, Westfar, as the third heir to the throne of the Loin Empire, had just come of age. His features inherited the exquisite beauty of the late Princess Anna, with striking blue eyes, deep and translucent, elongated with slightly upturned corners that bestowed a mischievous charm upon his smile. Clad in a pristine royal uniform and military boots, devoid of excess ornamentation, his cascading golden hair accentuated his tall and elegant stature. Unconsciously, Su Shichuan found himself mesmerized by a lock of hair that fell across Westfar's face. In his past life, he had deeply felt the disdain and exclusion from those around him, realizing that only through extraordinary effort could he be recognized beyond his title. In those days, he had been reserved and proud, dismissing individuals like Westfar as frivolous. Thus, when an ambiguous advance was made, he had acted decisively, toppling the third prince to the ground in front of imperial nobles and high-ranking officers, rendering him unconscious with a swift strike. Now, standing before him, Westfar still bore that same mischievous demeanor. The thought of this caused a smile to tug at Su Shichuan's lips as he awaited Westfar's bold and direct request. Isn't he a major? Westfar pondered, feeling the embarrassment of not recalling the beauty's name. Su Shichuan, bemused, thought, this fellow's flirtation skills remain as abysmal as ever. Is that so? Yet I possess no recollection, he countered, suppressing a smile. Indeed, Westfar replied, his laughter causing his lashes to flutter, his bright eyes glistening as he leaned closer to scrutinize Su Shichuan's porcelain skin and striking features. When did the military acquire such a gem? Westfar thought greedily. The distance between them was minimal, allowing Westfar to catch the clean, pleasant scent emanating from Su Shichuan. His demeanor was cool, not in a frigid manner, but rather composed and unruffled, giving him an air of maturity that contrasted with his youthful appearance. As Westfar's gaze fell upon Su Shichuan's lightly pursed lips, he couldn't help but smile, thinking the man was merely putting on a facade. The other's actions were so overt, he neither accepted nor rejected Westfar's advances, maintaining a calm demeanor while standing so upright, as if showcasing himself to an audience. Of course, we have met, Westfar asserted, wrapping one arm around Su Shichuan's waist and subtly sliding his hand lower under the pretense of coincidence. I never forget a beauty. If you are indeed a person, would you mind sharing a drink with me privately? The 17th gasped in disbelief. My goodness, this scoundrel dares to take liberties with my master? Su Shichuan, now faced with the audacity of the situation, simply pinched the earring in response to the incessant chatter of his intelligent companion. The 17th, bewildered, could only exclaim, why again? Su Shichuan, his eyes twinkling with amusement, glanced at the audacious figure clinging to him, who, despite being several centimeters taller, stubbornly refused to detach himself. 17 trembled, clutching the CPU, despairing as he exclaimed, clearly, this cannot bode well, master. You mustn't quiet. Su Shichuan warned softly, or I shall discard you. 17 was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. Had his warning of danger been misplaced? The myriad intricacies of carbon-based life forms were truly perplexing. He regarded Su Shichuan, and, understanding the unspoken cue, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Su Shichuan's demeanor remained serene, and with a knowing smile, he approached. As he brushed past, he casually placed a hand on 17's shoulder, squeezing gently, wait for me here. With that, he strode toward the rear door of the palace. 17 paused, instinctively attempting to decipher the significance of this seemingly trivial gesture, before quickly turning to follow. He opened his mouth to call out, but ultimately fell silent, watching the figure disappear beneath the moonlit blossoms of the white flower tree. How curious these carbon-based beings are. 17 mused silently. But before he could finish his thoughts, a realization struck him, leaving his core processor momentarily perplexed, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Why could he not interpret his master's emotions and actions? Could it be that he was but a flawed program, a defective creation? Yet, why would Dr. Yunus assign a defective being to assist in his plans? Could it truly be that time was so constrained that hastiness prevailed? Alas, 17's crystalline CPU shattered into fragments. Even more bewildering was the fact that, as a highly intelligent entity, his first command upon awakening was to wait beneath the window for his master's rendezvous. It was utterly unfathomable. Temporarily casting aside his concerns of being a defective product, he sank into yet another round of self-doubt, pondering whether he had inadvertently followed a false master. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the palace, Su Shichuan came to a halt before a door at the end of the corridor, rapping gently on its surface. Before long, a male voice drawled from within, "Come in." The door is unlocked. This thought brought a faint smile to Su Shichuan's lips. It had been quite some time. He had tenderly envisioned this particular phrase. Turning the doorknob and pushing it open gently, Su Shichuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing. The moonlight from the corridor poured in, casting a feeble glow upon the floor. The room was unlit, and he stood at the relatively bright entrance, his gaze seemingly wandering into the darkness beyond the door. In mere seconds, he regained his usual composure, yet a knowing smile flickered in his heart. This little rascal, in such a drunken state, still found the inclination to engage in such games. Wasn't he that akin to courting disaster? Su Shichuan was almost amused to the point of exasperation. The bedroom resembled a well-concealed trap, the door wide open, while the expected prey, the young general, leisurely adjusted the non-existent creases in his collar, then tucked away his shepherdess tail, nonchalantly stepping into the snare like a timid rabbit. With a soft click, the door shut behind him, severing the moonlight's intrusion, plunging the room into complete darkness. Su Shichuan navigated through the familiar furnishings, advancing deeper into the room, calling out with mild surprise, "Your Highness?" The other seemed freshly bathed. The scent of perfume mingled with a refreshing aroma of moisture. The dampness seeped into the fabric, imparting a warm, intimate sensation against the skin. As the prince drew near, Su Shichuan instinctively tensed his back, only to relax quickly, allowing the prince's hands to roam restlessly over him. Alas, the inebriated and inexperienced third prince found himself thwarted by a single button. "I am yet unfamiliar with your name, young general," he murmured. His lips pressed against Su Shichuan's neck, intentionally teasing the earlobe to ease the awkwardness of his struggle with the stubborn fastener. The third prince was frustrated. The quality of the imperial uniform was simply too high. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shichuan silently smirked, deftly grasping the prince's hand that fumbled at the collar, dismissing it to the side before effortlessly unbuttoning the first clasp. "My surname is Su," he stated as he continued to unfasten each button. "Su Shichuan. Do you know who I am?" In his hazy state, the prince pondered that though this beauty feigned seriousness, he was inherently quite understanding. Su Shichuan casually remarked, "You are the third prince." "Do not address me so formally," the prince replied, kissing a small patch of skin on Su Shichuan's neck, his lips and tongue teasingly swelling the area. Simultaneously, he slipped a hand beneath the man's open shirt, deliberately exploring a sensitive part of Su Shichuan's anatomy, applying gentle pressure in a teasing manner. "Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to continue." The third prince was overly concerned, to which Su Shichuan replied, "You need not worry. Feel free to proceed." The prince found this far too serious. It was an earnestness that felt entirely out of place. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that he had somehow encountered a rather peculiar entity that evening, leading to an unusual commencement of his first intimate encounter. Noticing the prince's actions had ceased, Su Shichuan calmly turned to face him, their gazes locking in the darkness as he teased, "To speak candidly, judging by your methods, it seems this may be your first time?" The man's voice was warm and clear, laced with an ambiguous mirth that contrasted with the prince's previously aloof demeanor. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering the prince unable to discern Su Shichuan's expression. Stammering, he felt an awkwardness wash over him. Caught in a dilemma, before he could finish, something soft and warm brushed against his lips, their noses touching. Captivated by those near black eyes, he felt as though his soul had been ensnared by the cool, teasing gaze. He stood frozen in place. "I can teach you everything you don't know," whispered amidst a lingering kiss, their breaths intertwined. The very word teach carried an unmistakable allure. As the phrase concluded, the man seemed to yearn for more, and without hesitation, he let his tongue glide across the prince's dry lips. In that instant, the prince felt his breath catch, an unexpected wave of heat igniting within him. The intense desire surging through his veins as if a potent aphrodisiac coursed through his body, threatening to incinerate him from within. In that moment, his body reacted faster than his thoughts. The prince's hand snaked behind, his fingers tangling in Su Shichuan's hair, pulling him closer, forcing him to tilt his head back and expose a delicate, pale neck. He glanced at the throbbing pulse beneath the skin, feeling the heat intensify. And upon meeting Su Shichuan's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 30. Although Su Shichuan remained obscure, the identity of the marshal's orphan was now apparent, preventing him from easily approaching or distancing himself from any royal heir. The death of the first prince had taught the empire a crucial lesson. Until the coronation was finalized, nothing was certain. Everyone was acutely aware of the old emperor's deteriorating health, and the ascension of the heir apparent was imminent. The transition of power would signify a complete reshuffling of the empire's factional structure. Current high-ranking officers, loyal to the old emperor, despite their extensive experience, may not necessarily find favor with the new emperor. After all, he is not a trusted confidant cultivated from scratch. Rather, he is a well-established figure with formidable influence and a solid foundation. Such individuals may exhibit loyalty, yet time may reveal their potential for betrayal. Who can guarantee that a second free alliance will not emerge in opposition to the Loin Empire? Throughout history, those in high positions have invariably harbored suspicions. Su Shichuan is well aware of the character of the future emperor and would naturally refrain from provoking this hidden resentment too soon. Moreover, the grand scheme has already been set. Shisa has become the crown prince, and as a mere brigadier general, Su's power is limited. To ascend the ranks, he must leverage the favor of that individual. If memory serves correctly, the ambitious crown prince had already taken note of his existence. Being the son of a marshal is a significant asset, lending an air of historical inevitability to the unfolding events. This is fundamentally why Shisa has actively sought to cultivate a relationship with him and even personally recommended Su Shichuan for the esteemed position of imperial tutor. All he needs to do is remain patient, awaiting the fortuitous convergence of fate. As he contemplated this, Su Shichuan instinctively turned his head to the side, only to be momentarily taken aback upon meeting the gaze of the other party. "You finally noticed me," Shifa remarked, his eyes curving into a delightful crescent. "Otherwise, I would have begun to doubt the purpose of our early departure tonight." This statement was subtly phrased, yet laden with implications. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Shichuan mused about how this young man, despite his youth and inexperience, insisted on masquerading as a seasoned libertine. It was no wonder their initial encounter had led to a misunderstanding, resulting in a rather humiliating confrontation in front of so many witnesses. At that time, Su Shichuan was exceptionally upright, unable to tolerate even the slightest deception, while Shifa was akin to a grain of sand that had unwittingly lodged itself in his eye. One driven by lust, the other by pride. Their initial conflict had fostered an unexpected acquaintance, yet what did it signify now? Su Shichuan found the situation rather amusing. It could be likened to a cunning wolf inadvertently ensnaring a sheep in wolf's clothing. In the end, who would devour whom remained uncertain. "What does His Highness believe our early departure signifies?" Su Shichuan inquired, his brows arching charmingly, the starlight filtering through the window illuminating his dark eyes with a delicate, shimmering blue, concealing a depth of shrewd amusement. Shifa was momentarily captivated by this enigmatic smile, feeling an inexplicable surge of restlessness within. From the brief interaction thus far, it was evident that Su Shichuan was a person of cool integrity. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shifa felt an ambiguous allure when locking eyes with him. Perhaps due to the teasing glimmer in his alluring peach blossom eyes, which seemed to beckon with a blatant seduction, more lethal than any weapon. Truly a captivating enigma. Cloaked in an air of propriety, Shifa mused. A slight draft swept through the corridor, hinting at a loosely shut window allowing the cool night air to enter. Shifa, regaining a modicum of clarity, glanced down at Su Shichuan's impeccably neat collar and jested, in the dead of night. "Two solitary men are certainly not out to discuss life aspirations. Are we, Brigadier General? Is it that you possess considerable experience, Your Highness?" Su Shichuan shot him a sidelong glance, responding leisurely. "You'll find out soon enough," Shifa retorted, shrewdly avoiding the question. Yet, the reality was that the experience was hardly what one might anticipate. The slightly dazed third prince felt an unusual tension. Despite his youth, Shifa's noble status rendered him unable to endure such playful jest about himself. With that, he sauntered into the banquet hall, feeling as though he were treading on clouds. Now that he had secured the companionship of this charming figure, he, a mere theoretical novice devoid of practical experience, could hardly bear the thought of faltering in bed. Moreover, the more pressing concern was that his companion appeared to be the one truly seasoned in such matters. The two exited through the rear door of the side hall where the banquet was held, passing through a garden in the northwest corner of the imperial city. This area was adorned with numerous fountains, and the humidity in the air intensified, causing Shifa to feel an even greater headache. He pressed his palm to his forehead, steadying himself before opening his eyes to the surroundings, only to sense something amiss. "I heard from the banquet staff that you are the newly appointed Brigadier General in the military." Shifa's voice, still tinged with the heaviness of intoxication, carried a low and sensual timbre. Yet, his articulation had become markedly clearer, having visited the Crescent Moon Palace for the first time. "How could he be so familiar with the layout of my residence?" "Your Highness is overthinking it," Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly. "My subordinates only know how to exit from the side hall we just left. As for how to navigate to your residence, is it not you who should be leading the way?" They walked side by side, indistinguishable as to who was leading whom, and naturally found themselves in this location. Shifa, his mind clouded, had scarcely registered Su Shirchuan's name, preoccupied instead with admiring the charm of his first intended partner, while simultaneously pondering how to mask his inexperience. The sensation of familiarity felt vague, likely due to Su Shirchuan's calm demeanor. Is this what one might call an encounter of passion? Engaging in a rendezvous beneath the stars in a garden? Certainly, the stargazing was merely a prelude, as they had yet to reach their destination. However, one would expect the experience to be more enriching. There were no enticing sweet nothings, no fervent exchanges. It was merely a back and forth of questions and answers. With Su Shirchuan's composed demeanor allowing Shifa to steal glances at him unchallenged. Had they somehow miscast the script? In that moment, the not-so-versed young libertine found himself questioning the nature of his existence. After some time, they arrived at the third prince's residence. The White Emperor star shone distinctly through the seasons, with the capital strategically located in a region of optimal climate. It was early autumn, and while the temperature had dropped slightly, it remained pleasantly mild. A breeze swept through the darkness, causing the white flowers above Su Shirchuan's head to rustle gently. These flowers were unique. Their buds resembled delicate puffs, and when stirred by the wind, their petals would drift down like snowflakes. Feeling a sense of resonance, Su Shirchuan raised his gaze, instinctively drawn to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor. Master, what are your true intentions? 17, unable to contain himself, inquired. Casting a glance at him, 17 weakly added, your adrenaline levels are stable. This is not mere impulse. Do not underestimate the intelligence of an entity devoid of adrenal glands. This individual was undoubtedly suppressing his emotions, 17 thought sensitively, as Su Shirchuan repeatedly claimed this was impulsive and uncontrollable. Yet, his heart rate and brainwaves indicated he was entirely composed. You harbor many thoughts within, 17 blurted, then quickly added with a tinge of guilt. I do not pry into your thoughts, but I can sense it. You are correct, Su Shirchuan replied with a smile. Dr. Jonas is a genius. He has succeeded in separating the essence of advanced beings from their souls, allowing me to experience what others could hardly fathom in a lifetime. 17, perplexed, asked, what is the logical connection here? Not everything can be analyzed through data. Logic is merely a relatively rigorous concept, Su Shirchuan said, his gaze fixed intensely upon him. What I undertake tonight may seem irrational and unhelpful for the future in your eyes, yet to me, it holds profound significance. 17 furrowed his brow, pausing as his communicator on his wrist vibrated. Su Shirchuan raised his wrist to activate the unread messages on the screen, casting his gaze upon the frivolous words of invitation. He slowly spoke. I merely wish to see the satisfaction etched upon his face, nothing more. 17, I am but a mortal. Before fulfilling my duty, I selfishly desire to realize my own sentiments. Do you understand? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if his body had undergone a prolonged state of suffocating void. As consciousness returned, his senses gradually awakened. Relaxed, his fingers unconsciously curled, gently grasping the soft fabric within reach. Su Shirchuan furrowed his brow slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, as if struggling to gain precise control over his body. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. In the dim light, the outlines of the ceiling and chandelier became clearer. Su Shirchuan paused, a peculiar feeling washing over him. When would this moment arrive? Undoubtedly. This was the final card that could resurrect the Loin Empire from the brink of demise. Yet, the path that would set everything in motion remained utterly unclear. Su Shirchuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, yet the more he forced himself to remain calm, the more chaotic his mind became. Just then, a sound abruptly pierced the silence of the bedroom, resembling the sound of boots striking the ground, heavy, yet jarring in the prolonged quietude, as if deliberately made. Could there be someone here? In his previous life, Su Shirchuan had held the position of the highest commander in the empire. Seasoned in the battlefield and adept at controlling S-class mechas with his consciousness. His mental fortitude was exceptional, and his senses had been honed to extraordinary sharpness. Even now, returned to a youthful body, he should not fail to notice another living being sharing the same space. In an instant, their gazes locked. Su Shirchuan quickly assessed the strength exerted upon his shoulder, instinctively sensing that this individual's capabilities might rival his own. Thus, after a brief moment of confrontation, he chose not to resist, but instead relaxed his body, calmly inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you here?" If memory served correctly, this should be the residence of the former highest commander of the Loin Empire. As the sole heir of the marshal, his private quarters should not be accessible to others. This person undoubtedly posed a problem. Su Shichuan discreetly raised his eyelashes. In the dim light of the bedroom, he could not discern the stranger's face, but could tell from their silhouette that it was an adult male. Su Shichuan wondered, could he possibly be taking care of him? Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Shichuan noted that the man's tall figure and stiff movements hardly resembled those of a servant. With the aid of the light, he finally discerned the stranger's face. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, with striking, well-defined features, as if he had been meticulously crafted by an artist. His expression was serene, devoid of any aggression, in stark contrast to the earlier imposing figure. Dressed in a pristine dark gray uniform, he appeared tall and composed, meeting Su Shichuan's gaze without flinching, slightly bowing his head, his eyes carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny, as if observing a unique object. Feeling somewhat bewildered under the scrutiny, Su Shichuan's expression darkened as he coldly repeated, "Who exactly are you?" Advanced intelligent entity. Su Shichuan echoed the term, scrutinizing 17 from head to toe before adding, "So you are indeed not human? Who is your creator?" "Dr. Jonas," 17 replied. Su Shichuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "So it was the doctor who created you? That's why you are here." Upon hearing that name, his heart involuntarily tightened. But he quickly masked it, asking, "The Marshal's residence is heavily guarded. How did you gain entry?" 17 replied earnestly, "Silicon-based intelligent entities can alter their appearance at will. I disguised myself as a fresh cauliflower and was brought in by the workers delivering supplies this morning." Su Shichuan found it hard to imagine such a scenario, sighing, "I must admit, you are quite resourceful." 17 puffed out his chest with pride. "Master, 17 has many advantages." A smile flickered in Su Shichuan's eyes, finding the personality of this intelligent entity rather intriguing. Moreover, considering that he was left behind by Dr. Jonas, having another companion who understood both history and the future at this juncture stirred a sense of sentimentality within him. At least he was not alone. By the way, Su Shichuan turned to 17. "Is there a precise timestamp for the end of the soul's journey?" "I am currently just 24 years old, having been in the military for less than 6 months, yet I have already attained the rank of Major General. The Loin Empire seized control of the entire star system through war, and it greatly reveres martial prowess. Influenced by my long-deceased founding parents, I have always been regarded as the son of the Marshal, the future supreme commander appointed by the old emperor destined to assist the next new emperor. However, the emperor I devoted my life to ultimately abandoned the country and became the very culprit leading to West FA's solitary demise. How utterly ironic." Chapter 31. The snow had not ceased throughout the night, and now it fell even more densely than the previous evening. For the instructors keenly monitoring the progress of the trials, this was undoubtedly a boon. The heavier the snow, the more concealed the movements of the newcomers, increasing the difficulty of the contest and the uncertainty of the outcome, thus better selecting truly exceptional candidates. This logic was apparent, yet West FA felt a twinge of headache, his mind more focused on the agreement with Austin. He hoped that nothing untoward would happen before their meeting. With this thought, he splashed some snow on his face, hoping to rouse his mind. Not far away, Su Shichuan sat with his back to him before the campfire, engrossed in a paper book, seemingly having stayed awake all night. Despite the harsh outdoor conditions, the man appeared deeply absorbed in his reading, seemingly unaffected by the dismal environment. His long, thick eyelashes were illuminated by the flickering flames, casting a delicate golden-red hue, exquisite without veering into femininity. When slightly lowered, they exuded an elegant charm, like a piece of art that should be cherished rather than exposed to the elements. One was reading, while the other unabashedly observed the reader. In the midst of the swirling snow, time seemed to fade into the silent gray. Eventually, the military canteen over the fire began to bubble, breaking the stillness. West FA rose, shaking off the accumulated snow from his cloak, crossing over a fallen branch to sit beside Su Shichuan. "Have you not slept?" West FA glanced at Su Shichuan, noting that he looked well, with no signs of fatigue on his face. Su Shichuan lowered his gaze to sip the scalding tea, responding nonchalantly, "I have no habit of resting outdoors." Afraid of an ambush? West FA took a sip of the red tea, which was rather bland and lacking any embellishments. But considering the current conditions, it was undoubtedly the best treatment among the newcomers. This beauty truly knew how to take care of others, West FA mused contentedly. Aside from a few station troops, there are only newcomers in the woods. "There's nothing to worry about," Su Shichuan said. "However, after spending enough time in the military, your vigilance will sharpen, and you too will find it difficult to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings, just as I do." Upon hearing this, Shifa was momentarily taken aback, and then couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Teacher, you don't seem that old, yet your words always resemble those of an old man." Su Shichuan responded with a slight smirk, his eyes glimmering with mirth as they met Shifa's gaze. Shifa found it unbearable when the cold beauty displayed such a mischievous glint, as if he were about to be devoured whole. As expected, the next words from the Major General were, in terms of pretense, "I cannot outdo the prince from the banquet, can I?" Shifa thought to himself that such titles and formalities were rather off-putting. However, the Major General did not give him the chance to voice his thoughts. The oblivious 17, the subtly insinuating third prince. 17 scurried around to Su Shichuan's other side, pulling out the communicators collected from the previous night and pushing them towards his master. Shifa first noticed that 17 had changed into a camouflage suited for a jungle wolf. When he glanced at the communicators, he was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Someone really made a move on the first night." Of course, most newcomers tend to think quite straightforwardly, wanting to gain an advantage right from the start or even secure a spot in the academy ahead of time. There were 3 communicators, 2 black and 1 white. Su Shichuan picked them up, brushed off the dog fur, and instead of handing them over, he simply kept them. Shifa looked at him with a face that seemed to say, "You've acted ruthlessly again," hesitant to speak, unsure of what to say in such a moment. After all, they were competing fairly, and there was really no reason to ask for what was not voluntarily given. Yet, this person's unpredictable demeanor made it utterly impossible to discern his true attitude. Su Shichuan feigned ignorance of Shifa's gaze, extinguishing the campfire with snow while 17 assisted in gradually covering up the traces left behind. Before long, the 3 had organized their gear and set off hurriedly into the final darkness before dawn. Along the way, Su Shichuan's communicator vibrated several times, as a Ning would send updates on every change during the additional tests in real time. Su Shichuan had not checked it, remaining focused on guiding Shifa through the maze-like forest. At 7 in the morning, the daylight would typically be bright, but the inclement weather had cloaked the sky in a dense, smoky gray. Fog enveloped the forest, with visibility reduced to mere meters. Once Shifa confirmed they were close to the designated location using the electronic map, he halted Su Shichuan. "This is as far as we go, teacher," Shifa stated. "I've thought it over, and I do not wish for you to stay." The two had trekked through snow that was a foot deep for 2 hours. Despite having received formal training, Shifa found his breath becoming somewhat erratic at this moment. In stark contrast, Su Shichuan remained composed, standing tall and unruffled by the snowy journey. He laid out the pros and cons clearly, returning the choice to Shifa. "I understand your reasoning," Shifa replied without hesitation, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "However, I can accept your assistance, but not on behalf of us." Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily perplexed by these words. "I pride myself on many aspects, yet I am rather selfish in one regard." He secured the straps for Su Shichuan and brushed off the snowflakes from his head before properly adjusting the hood. "From now on, the one I have my eye on can only be observed by me." Lowering his gaze, Shifa's eyes traced the delicate lines of the man's pale earlobes and the neck hidden beneath the collar, his expression brightening with a smile as he whispered in a voice only they could hear, "I have seen your restraint and pride in public, and your fiery passion in private. In front of outsiders, you should uphold your role as the special operations instructor. Do not let anyone see that there is another side to you." The distance between them was minimal, the warmth of their breaths mingling in the cool air. Shifa's positioning exuded an air of dominance, causing Su Shichuan to momentarily freeze, shifting his weight back against the tree behind him. 17, at a loss for words, silently turned around, pretending to be a wolf that could not comprehend human speech. "Moreover, as a man, I should not be constantly given an easy pass, should I?" This statement was serious, yet the speaker's tone was laced with mischief and levity. Shifa leaned against the tree beside Su Shichuan, his brow slightly raised, tilting his head as his gaze boldly pierced through, unashamedly revealing the surging desire within, akin to a challenge. "What do you think, teacher?" However, the Major General, being experienced, despite the initial surprise, remained unfazed no matter how close the young rascal leaned in or how earnestly he flirted. His breath remained steady, his expression calm, concealing even the slightest irregularity of his heartbeat. "Since you've made your decision, I respect that." As he spoke, Su Shichuan retrieved a tracker from his uniform pocket and pressed it against Shifa's forehead, simultaneously pushing his head away. "I checked your belongings. You have no cloak, and the tracker beneath your backpack has been disassembled." Your vigilance is commendable, but there is no issue here. This is purely for your safety. The signal from this tracker will only reach my terminal. Keep it safe and do not act recklessly. Shifa's eyes sparkled with laughter as he took Su Shichuan's hand, along with the tracker, off his forehead and held it in his palm, playfully squeezing his fingers. I will listen to you. What is my reward? Su Shichuan raised an eyebrow, observing him with a silent smile that clearly conveyed the message. Compliance is expected. What more do you wish for? Shifa completely ignored this and ventured, once I'm admitted to the academy, shall we arrange another meeting? Su Shichuan was left speechless by this carefree rascal's antics. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Are you still addicted? Not far away, 17, pretending to be a dead wolf, could no longer contain his laughter, bursting out with a snort that sent his fur flying. The third prince. If we don't make plans, why the personal attacks? This individual had many admirable qualities, yet his sharp tongue was a detriment, wasting such a handsome appearance. Even with the third prince's thick skin, his pride suffered a significant blow. Frustrated, Shifa chose to ignore Su Shichuan, turning to disappear into the forest, soon vanishing from sight. Once he left, Su Shichuan stood upright, brushing off the snow from his cloak, and walked over to pick up the small 200-pound forest wolf from the ground, shaking it off to prevent it from laughing too hard. 17, dizzy from the shaking, drooped his ears and tail, behaving obediently. Follow them. Lend a hand if trouble arises. Safety first, you can inform me later. With that, Su Shichuan set 17 down again. Dazed, 17 looked around, seeing double, and hurriedly shook his head before looking up at his master. Are you really not coming along? Who is it? 17 inquired. Su Shichuan replied. The assassin who attempted to kill the crown prince. Do you remember? 17 pondered for a moment, then suddenly gasped in realization, the half-siren from Azure Star? Indeed, master. He is far too dangerous, 17 warned earnestly. Moreover, he is a professional assassin, renowned on the black market bounty list. He values money over life. And such individuals are difficult to control. The risks are too great. The message sent out was met with silence, as if it had sunk into the ocean without a trace. After a prolonged absence of feedback, the communicator's screen dimmed, nearing standby mode. Just before it completely shut down, Shifa touched the screen to awaken it, staring at the little treasure SID for a while. Once he saw it remained firmly in the communication list, he felt reassured. With this thought in mind, the third prince's mood lightened considerably, for the first time feeling that entering the military academy might not be such a tedious endeavor after all. Now, he ought to seriously contemplate how he could remain under the watchful gaze of his precious companion. Although this ratio is significantly higher than the military academy's admission rate of 1 in 100, the newcomers have already passed 3 assessments and an interview, marking them as victors in a fierce competition. Their abilities are certainly commendable enough to catch the attention of the esteemed instructor. So why impose another stringent test? Despite his usual stern demeanor, his words are adept at swaying hearts. A single statement, I do not train my students to lead them to their demise, undoubtedly resonated with many naive students at that moment. Consequently, when he boldly declared that he would not rely on recommendations but trust his own judgment, the newly admitted students, stirred by a sense of camaraderie, raised no objections. At its core, this was no different from outright announcing the annulment of all 3 assessments. In the end, the naive students were still ensnared by the cunning old fox, leaving them to feel a profound sense of guilt. Believing their inadequacies led to their failure in the instructor's additional test. Beside him, Austin noticed the usually aloof third prince suddenly stirred from his reverie and could not help but cast a sidelong glance, asking, What are you up to? Nothing, Shifa replied, pocketing the tracker and turning to him. After a brief pause, he tentatively suggested, How about we collaborate? Austin was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of caution. The instructor only selects the 12 individuals with the most communicators. In this additional test, there are no allies, only rivals. You are right, Shifa conceded, leaning closer and lowering his voice. A staff member seated across from them glanced their way, and Shifa smiled at him before continuing. However, forming a team does offer advantages. I wouldn't mind sharing a couple of communicators with you in the end. Consider it. While the logic was sound and quite tempting, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Who could guarantee that their partner wouldn't turn against them 3 days later, seizing all the communicators for themselves? Austin hesitated to agree, instead gazing intently into the third prince's eyes, as if seeking any hint of deception to validate his dark suspicions. Anticipating his hesitation, Shifa did not press on. He adjusted his approach, Based on the scheduled descent intervals, I estimate our linear distance will be no more than 10 kilometers. You can take tonight to ponder it thoroughly." As he spoke, he retrieved an electronic map from his backpack, pointing to a fork in the stream within the forest. "If you find it agreeable, let us meet here tomorrow morning." Austin's eyes brightened as he followed Shifa's gesture on the map. The indicated direction was entirely opposite to the Imperial Academy, and it was not close to the estimated landing zone. This meant that to arrive on time, they would need to travel several hours through the night. In a competitive scenario, maneuvering to the rear and waiting for the right moment was a fundamental skill for a predator. Those who blindly rushed to finish the game were more likely to become prey. Before entering the military academy, Austin had done considerable research on special operations, so he was familiar with the assessment methods. However, he was surprised to find that this prince, who had a rather poor reputation, seemed quite knowledgeable. After much deliberation, Austin still refrained from making a definitive statement. Instead, he extended a hand toward Shifa, introducing himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Austin Duker." Shifa shook his hand briefly. "Shifa Trans. I've heard of you," Austin replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. "But I must admit, I don't understand why a prince like you would join a military academy." As they released their grip, Shifa chuckled dismissively. "I am merely following orders. Perhaps my father believes I lack discipline, so he intends to correct me through the regimented rules of the military academy. He likely didn't mean to make it too difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't be under the supervision of acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Austin suddenly realized, the third prince gained admission through connections. Teaming up with him is a guaranteed win. Oblivious to being considered a mere ticket into the military academy, Shifa casually added, "The choice of specialty is quite commendable. My father does care for me." Shifa was unexpectedly pricked by a painful truth, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the unkindness he had endured. "I'm shy," the third prince remarked flatly. Austin nodded in agreement. "Oh, that makes sense." Before long, the aircraft once again hovered. Upon hearing this, Austin stood up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and said to Shifa, "See you tomorrow morning." Shifa also stood, responding, "Good luck." After they exchanged words, Austin quickly walked to the hatch, where the staff secured the ropes and safety harness for him, confirming the ground conditions before signaling that they could begin. As they descended from low altitude, the figures appeared like grains of sand cast into dark waters, instantly engulfed by the wind and snow the moment they left the aircraft. No need for formality. The officer, who had previously worn a serious expression, now beamed with a smile. "We just received orders. The instructor has instructed us to covertly protect the newcomers. You can rest assured that there will be no danger." Shifa was not surprised, pausing for a few seconds before asking, "Are you familiar with Major Su? This is our first collaboration. You may not know, but Major Su graduated not long ago. I've seen him a few times during drills in this forest." "Though he probably doesn't remember his subordinates," the officer responded, gauging the prince's demeanor, clearly impressed by his seriousness, as expected from the son of the old marshal. The conversation fell into a prolonged silence. This was not a light topic. Even though the speaker delivered it in a flat, objective manner, the underlying bloodshed was unmistakable. Although Shifa could not empathize entirely, he felt the weight of its impact. Their encounters had been few, yet in his perception, Su Shirchuan was always unshakable and adept. He possessed exceptional self-control, mature beyond his years, rarely displaying emotions. However, when he spoke those earlier words, Shifa could clearly sense a shift in his demeanor. It seemed he had found that scoundrel, the third prince mused, never expecting it would be someone already deceased. Having been impervious to harm, now burdened with a bittersweet memory. How was he to navigate his feelings? Shifa felt an intense inner conflict. Across from him, Su Shirchuan had already regained his composure, his expression as cool as ever. Glancing at his communicator, it was still not yet 9 in the evening. The hour was young. Typically, the first night in the wild is when one's condition is at its best, requiring no premature rest. However, given the nature of the competition, rushing too fast could backfire. Confirming the time, Su Shirchuan noticed several unread messages, all from Ning, pertaining to the progress of the additional test without mentioning other matters. In such instances, being aware without addressing the issue is often the mark of a wise individual. Wise individuals are rare, but they are equally difficult to trust. Regrettably, throughout his life, Su Shirchuan had interacted with too many individuals in the military. Attempting to detect flaws in someone who excelled at disguise and impersonation was akin to chasing a mirage. With this thought, Su Shirchuan exited the inbox. Temporarily disregarding the unread messages, and looked up at Shifa, saying, "Let us not move tonight. You should rest early." Upon hearing this, Shifa suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform Su Shichuan about his agreement with Austin, exclaiming, "No, I can't." Unable to pinpoint the reason, Shifa instinctively trusted him, and thus he decided to share the arrangements made on the aircraft, concluding, "It's that Austin whom you previously bested. Aside from being a bit slow, he is quite decent, so I plan to team up and give it a shot." After listening, Su Shichuan chuckled and remarked, "Those willing to take risks by forming teams during the retest are undoubtedly astute individuals. However, you must remain vigilant, lest someone else severs your communicator." He continued, "Rest assured, I do not select people haphazardly." Shi-Fa, with a cunning smile, approached and seated himself beside Su Shichuan. In a hushed tone, he said, "If my memory serves me right, his father is a major general in the Mecha Ground Forces. While he may be of considerable age, his rank is only one tier above yours, and he does not hold a significant position. To put it bluntly, he possesses rank but lacks authority. The entire empire is aware that my second brother is about to ascend the throne, eager to establish familiarity while he is still the crown prince. And Major General Duke here is no exception. However, my brother is not easily accessible, unlike me, the third prince who idles away his days. Thus, at the beginning of the year, the Major General sent me numerous gifts and intends to introduce his only son to me." Bored, Shi-Fa gently grasped the two front paws of the sled dog, treating it as one would a typical canine. 17, feeling utterly perplexed, looked up at Su Shichuan, silently questioning, "Can I bite?" 17 rolled his eyes in silence, thinking to himself about the fickleness of loyalty. The sled dog, with its thick fur, was quite warm, and Shi-Fa groomed its coat, using the opportunity to warm his hands. Comforted by the attention, 17 settled down, obediently standing between the two as an unwitting third wheel, panting with his tongue lolling out. Su Shichuan was not surprised by the bureaucratic undertones of Shi-Fa's words, but instead asked, "Are you considering undermining him?" "No," Shi-Fa admitted. "While I cannot claim that I have never contemplated it, I ultimately deemed it unwise. My reasoning is simple. You only need to retain 12 individuals, and Austin should belong to that capable group. Rather than betray him and foster animosity, I would prefer to have a companion by my side." He raised his gaze to meet Su Shichuan's. "Teacher, what do you think?" The distance between them was minimal, and Su Shichuan gazed deeply into Shi-Fa's eyes, witnessing the flickering reflections of the campfire within his cerulean irises, forming a luminous, dancing glimmer. The term teacher seemed to carry an unusual enchantment. As this was the first time Su Shichuan had heard Shi-Fa, at this age, utter that word with such earnestness. "You present a valid point," Su Shichuan replied. "As a prince of the empire, even upon graduating from this field, you need not enter the intelligence department. Your name and identity will be eternally preserved. It is indeed unnecessary to eradicate your peers. They may one day hold key positions within the military, and there is no need to create future threats for yourself." Upon uttering these words, Su Shichuan paused momentarily, then resumed as if nothing had occurred. Shi-Fa, oblivious to his lapse, chuckled, "Teacher, you think quite far ahead. You must think even further, my dear teacher," Su Shichuan replied with a smile. "We shall rest here tonight. Tomorrow I will escort you to your agreed-upon location." Shi-Fa pondered for a moment before asking, "With an additional person now, will you still remain?" Su Shichuan answered, "If you wish for me to stay, I shall. Are you not afraid of others discovering this?" "What of it? Should they gossip behind your back? Then let them." Shi-Fa was taken aback, and as he began to speak, Su Shichuan stood, shedding his cloak and draping it over Shi-Fa's face. "The weather is cold. Speak less and conserve your energy," he instructed, stepping over a fallen log and walking towards the thicket. "Rest well. I shall be nearby." The cloak, imbued with warmth, enveloped Shi-Fa, who stood motionless, as if embraced by a sudden warmth. The air around him was filled with the clean scent belonging to Su Shichuan, akin to an intimate encounter amidst the icy wilderness. It was then that he realized he seemed to be experiencing a rather uncharacteristic reaction. 17, feeling disdainful, stood and shook off his coat, leaving the third prince, lost in inappropriate thoughts, to chase after Su Shichuan. Not far from their resting place, a stream flowed swiftly, never freezing even in winter. Although the military academy had not altered the natural terrain of Kate Continent, it had specifically purified the inland water sources to meet the basic hydration needs of cadets during orientation and practical exercises. "You are far too kind to him," 17 remarked. The third prince is still young and ought to refine his reckless disposition at the military academy, yet you seem intent on pampering him. 17 retained his composed, elegant youthful appearance, completely devoid of the disheveled demeanor typical of a sled dog. He stood with his arms crossed, looking sternly at Su Shichuan. It had been a while since Su Shichuan had witnessed this serious side of him, and he found himself becoming solemn under 17's gaze. Is it necessary to state the obvious? Just standing beside you two, one can discern that there is something more than mere friendship. It requires no scrutiny. 17 remarked, fully aware that his words were somewhat disrespectful. Thus, he tempered his tone. You are utterly unrestrained, fearing that others might not notice. The Major General, chastised by the AI, fell silent for a moment before he could not help but laugh. 17 continued, this does not help him, if it is seen by those with ulterior motives. It may endanger him. Upon hearing this, the mirth in Su Shichuan's eyes faded, and he fixed his gaze upon 17, calmly stating, I am aware. 17, puzzled, replied, if you know, then why? 17, please remain calm, Su Shichuan interjected, placing a hand on his shoulder in a reassuring manner. I understand your urgency. I feel it too. It has been a month since the hunting plan commenced, yet as its executor, I have made no progress. As one of the two participants, you are eager to know my thoughts, are you not? 17 fell silent for a moment before nodding. Su Shichuan smiled knowingly and said, in truth, I am quite lost and helpless. Yet, with the larger situation at hand, I am uncertain where to begin. The final syllable rose unexpectedly, the sound of the stream flowing nearby masking his underlying sense of helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Su Shichuan felt the frigid air penetrate to his core, forcing himself to regain composure. Shisai is incompetent and has indirectly contributed to Shi-Fe's defeat. I can no longer remain loyal to him. However, if I betray Shisai, how can I prevent the Empire's demise? 17 gazed intently into Su Shichuan's eyes, hesitating for a long moment before finally articulating, in truth. You have already made your decision, have you not? No, you have mentioned that you dislike me probing into your thoughts. 17 hesitated to analyze freely. However, the dilemmas before you are evident. Even as an AI, without relying on data analysis, I can still perceive the situation clearly. 17. Help me analyze what I should do to betray my country single-handedly. You need allies, 17 responded without hesitation. All enemies are worth exploiting. This sentiment echoed the advice given by Dr. Jonas just before the initiation of the hunting plan, plunging Su Shichuan into deep contemplation. If they sought to overthrow the Empire or achieve other objectives, their primary focus would be on the individual seated upon the throne, at least until Shisai's downfall. Their goals were aligned. Moreover, 17 paused, his gaze softening as he looked at Su Shichuan. You are not alone, you have me. The first directive 17 received upon activation was to unconditionally trust you, regardless of whose side you choose to stand on or the decisions you make. I am solely yours and harbor no ulterior motives. How could one possibly comprehend? The emotions of intelligent beings cannot be fully simulated by programming. Even though 17 is an advanced AI, equipped with analytical and computational abilities far surpassing those of humans, he remains incapable of empathizing with experiences he has never encountered. Furthermore, Dr. Jonas created him solely to assist Su Shichuan in executing the hunting plan. The intelligent entity harbors no selfish desires, for its chip is solely programmed to be loyal to one master. 17 observed Su Shichuan, wisely refraining from voicing this conclusion. Su Shichuan maintained a tranquil demeanor, smiling knowingly as he shook his head and approached. As he brushed past, he casually rested a hand on 17's shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Wait for me here, he instructed before heading directly toward the back door of the palace. 17 paused, instinctively attempting to interpret this seemingly insignificant gesture through a system that perceived it as devoid of practical meaning, then hurriedly turned to follow. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitating, ultimately deciding against calling out, merely watching as the figure disappeared beneath the moonlit blossoms of the white flower tree. What a peculiar carbon-based life form. 17 silently mused, only to suddenly realize something, his core processor momentarily bewildered, plunging him into a profound self-doubt. Why could he not decipher his master's emotions and actions? Could it be that he was a flawed program, a defective creation? Yet why would Dr. Eunice assign a defective unit to assist in the plan? Was it truly a case of hasty fabrication due to time constraints? His thoughts fragmented, 17's glass CPU shattered into 1,000 pieces. More perplexing still was the fact that, As a highly advanced intelligent entity, his first command upon awakening was to wait beneath the window for his master to engage in intimate rendezvous. It was utterly absurd. 17 momentarily set aside thoughts of being a flawed creation, falling into a new round of self-doubt. This behavior was decidedly at odds with the data recorded in his database. Perhaps he had unwittingly attached himself to a counterfeit master. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the palace, Su Shichuan came to a halt before a door at the end of the corridor, knocking gently. Moments later, a male voice lazily beckoned from within. "Come in." The door isn't locked. This thought elicited a faint smile from Su Shichuan. It had been a long time since they last met. With a tender mindset, he opened the door and pushed it gently. Su Shichuan paused, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Moonlight streamed into the corridor, casting a faint glow on the floor. The room was dimly lit, and he stood at the relatively bright entrance, his gaze seemingly wandering into the darkness beyond the door. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, a knowing smile forming within him. This little rascal, so intoxicated, still had the audacity to engage in such games. Was he courting disaster? The bedroom now resembled an insidious cage, the door wide open, while the expected prey, the young general, nonchalantly adjusted the non-existent creases of his collar, concealing his shepherd's tail, and, like a timid rabbit, willingly stepped into the trap. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, severing the moonlight and plunging the room into complete darkness. Su Shichuan navigated the familiar furnishings, venturing deeper into the room, and, with a hint of surprise, called out, "Your Highness?" The other seemed to have just bathed, exuding not only the scent of perfume, but also a fresh, pleasant aroma. The steam clung to the fabric, imparting a warm, intimate sensation against his skin. As the other drew near, Su Shichuan instinctively tightened his back but quickly relaxed, allowing his companion's hands to roam with a certain impudence. Regrettably, the inebriated and inexperienced third prince struggled with even a single button. "I still do not know your name, esteemed general," he murmured, his lips pressed against Su Shichuan's neck, intentionally brushing against the earlobe, both to relieve the awkwardness of the stubborn button and to express his frustration. The third prince felt vexed. The quality of the imperial uniform was simply too excellent. In the shadows, Su Shichuan silently smirked, decisively grasping the hand fumbling at his collar and dismissively setting it aside. Then unfastening the first button, "My surname is Su. I am Su Shichuan," he revealed, methodically unbuttoning each one. "Do you know who I am?" With clarity clouded by intoxication, the third prince thought to himself that although this beauty appeared to be a fa of propriety, he was, in essence, quite understanding. Su Shichuan remarked lightly, "You are the third prince. Do not address me so formally," the third prince interjected, kissing the soft skin at Su Shichuan's neck, his lips and tongue teasingly coaxing the area into a swollen flush. At the same time, his hand ventured boldly into the open collar of Su Shichuan's shirt, seeking out a particularly responsive area, his fingertips pressing and kneading with a playful rhythm. "Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to continue," the third prince fretted. Su Shichuan reassured him. "You need not worry. Feel free to proceed." So serious that it hardly seems like a pretense. The third prince frowned, sensing that tonight's encounter was rather peculiar, leading to an unusual initiation of his first intimate experience. Noticing the other's actions had ceased, Su Shichuan calmly turned around, meeting his gaze in the darkness, teasingly stating, "To speak candidly, by your current approach, it seems this is your first time?" The man's voice was warm and clear, imbued with a subtle, enigmatic mirth, contrasting sharply with the cool, restrained demeanor he had displayed since their acquaintance. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering the third prince unable to discern Su Shichuan's expression, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words, ensnared in an awkward predicament. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped away unnoticed. The early autumn night was cool as water, silent as the grave, the window curtains billowing gently with the breeze, dispersing much of the lingering scent of intimacy in the bedroom. After a night filled with turmoil, tranquility finally descended in the early hours. The third prince was now fast asleep, his arm wrapped around Su Shichuan's waist, his head tilted slightly, the soft, golden strands of hair tousled by an unorthodox sleeping position, partially obscuring his profile. In slumber, he appeared peaceful, devoid of his usual flippancy, embodying a purity befitting his age. Straddling the line between youth and young adulthood, Su Shichuan leaned against the soft padding of the headboard, A half-burned cigarette nestled between his fingers. He turned his gaze to the sleeping form beside him, and after a moment's contemplation, he reached out to gently brush aside the errant strands of hair from the third prince's forehead, lowering his eyes to study that face. This truly was the best time of his life. Youthful and fervent, untouched by the trials that would inevitably come, unguarded enough to allow a stranger to remain by his side, even embracing him in deep slumber. The cost of growing from boyhood to manhood was steep, particularly within the treacherous confines of the imperial court. Yet dreams inevitably awaken, the difference lying solely in who shatters that dream. On this windy night, numerous feather-like seeds fell from the trees surrounding the palace. 17 remained stationed beneath the tree, maintaining the pose he had assumed when Su Shichuan departed, utterly motionless. It was only upon hearing footsteps once more that he seemed to regain his senses. Turning his head with a mixture of resentment and indifference, his gaze towards Su Shichuan imbued with a touch of melancholy, resembling a neglected dog, feigning aloofness while unable to suppress its wagging tail. For hours had elapsed, and 17 dared not express his dissatisfaction too overtly, offering a timid reminder. "Your Highness is still quite young. Are you not concerned about his well-being?" Su Shichuan nearly laughed at the sulking intelligent entity, casually handing over his coat, remarking coolly, "So you've been waiting here without doing anything else?" Having done so, my subordinate counted all the buds on this tree. 17 neatly folded his master's coat, draping it carefully over his arm while glancing at Su Shichuan. His tone unexpectedly dropped an octave. "Later, when your voices grew a bit louder. I had just initialized my program and awakened, still a child within the intelligence system." 17's cheeks flushed, and he evasively added that he had temporarily entered sleep mode. Su Shichuan. "It seems that I did not perceive this," as the Major General appeared to be on the verge of laughter. However, he maintained a facade of composure, stating, "Your emotional simulation system is quite advanced. I dare say that in 50 years, very few devices will be able to subjectively express the emotion of shyness. It seems necessary to dismantle you for further research. Perhaps the doctor has left behind some useful hidden functions." 17 instinctively exclaimed, "Oh," and after 2 seconds, he reacted, indignantly stating, "Did you just imply that you wish to dismantle me? So you are determined to take me apart?" "Only a jest, do not misunderstand," Su Shichuan replied. "The system's comprehensive analysis results indicate that you mean just that. Do all your intelligent systems lack a sense of humor? Our sense of humor does not hinge upon the disassembly of our companions." Su Shichuan chuckled silently, choosing not to respond further, yet his mood inexplicably brightened. 17 remained perturbed by his master's apparent intent to dismantle him, feeling deeply that the cases recorded in the database about harmonious coexistence between humans and intelligent systems were utterly absurd. They were merely sweet-coated deceptions meant to mislead naive, intelligent entities. Before long, the two found the hovering vehicle for their journey and took their respective seats in the driver and passenger positions, aware that one particular intelligent entity was still sulking. Su Shichuan took the initiative to fasten his seatbelt, saying, "Your humanoid form is rather conspicuous. If I attend the banquet alone and leave with an extra companion, it would not bode well if the guards noticed." 17 shot him a glare, yet obediently morphed into a foxdog, though he could not refrain from muttering, "During the 4 hours you were summoned by the third prince, you did not seem to think it was a problem." At this remark, Su Shichuan's eyes twinkled with amusement as he gently patted the foxdog's fluffy head, then straightened his posture to steady the steering wheel as he drove the hovering vehicle out of the parking space. The core database of intelligent systems can achieve a high level of simulation, including replicating the appearance and traits of mimicked objects. 17 comfortably squinted his eyes, panting with his tongue out. When Su Shichuan's palm withdrew, he embarrassingly followed it a few steps, only to find himself sprawled across Su Shichuan's thigh. 17. Su Shichuan. The Major General chuckled, seemingly unbothered. Intelligent systems possess no human rights, and 17 felt indignant as he furiously tapped on the virtual keyboard. According to regulations, newly appointed military officers would re-enter the military academy in the capacity of instructors, responsible for training students in specific disciplines based on their expertise. 17 swiftly scanned the information displayed on the screen, turning to Su Shichuan. At the end of October this year, the Imperial Academy will accept a new batch of students, and you will be in charge of this year's special tactics program. Do you recall? Su Shichuan did not hesitate, replying, "Of course I remember." 17 twitched his dog nose. suddenly detecting a whiff of conspiracy, uncertainly asking, "Did you know in advance that the third prince would fall under your tutelage?" Thus willingly allowing him to engage in such absurdity with you? The Major General smiled wryly. In a sense, yes. How cunning. 17 suddenly felt sympathy for the third prince, imagining him discovering on the first day of school that his instructor was the very one he had spent the night with. 17 shivered at the thought, finding it too overwhelming to continue visualizing. "You are an intelligent entity. Why is your thinking so conservative?" Su Shirchuan remarked, glancing at the foxdog. "Moreover, setting aside my relationship with him, where is the absurdity in such a mutual affair?" 17 found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly licking his nose. He is still just a child. He does not fully understand the complexities of your carbon-based biology. At this point, 17 abruptly paused, and moments later, the entire dog seemed to deflate, murmuring, "How strange." Noticing the unusual tone in his voice, Su Shirchuan patiently inquired, "What troubles you?" 17 explained, "Intelligent entities rely on established programs to elicit behavior and thoughts. A specific code will undoubtedly correspond to a fixed outcome. We merely need to judge and retrieve, and the core processor will naturally arrive at the correct conclusion. In other words, intelligent entities do not experience misunderstanding." Yet he dejectedly shook his head. "I often find myself unable to make judgments, as if the doctor forgot to code certain aspects during the program's creation, preventing me from fully interpreting your actions or thoughts." 17 gazed at Su Shirchuan, sighing unhappily. "Master, I do not believe the doctor would leave behind defective products for you as an assistant." Before he could finish, Su Shirchuan patted his head once more, causing him to involuntarily fall silent. The man's palm felt somewhat cool, and his movements were gentle and considerate. 17 drew his ears closer, remaining silent, yet he relished the sensation of being patted by his master. It was as though, in that moment, he transcended being a mere amalgamation of silicon and circuitry, becoming something flesh and blood. 17 froze, not having the time to ponder the origin of this thought when he heard Su Shirchuan say, "From what I understand, during the later stages of artificial intelligence development, people gradually recognize the drawbacks of strictly obeying commands. Obedience is no longer the sole criterion for assessing intelligent entities." "Why?" 17 asked, perplexed. "Shouldn't intelligent entities act according to instructions? What if the instructions lead to dire consequences?" Su Shirchuan countered. 17 did not comprehend, gazing up in confusion as his moist nose brushed against Su Shirchuan's palm. Su Shirchuan, not minding, gently scratched the tip of the foxdog's snout, pondering for a long while before continuing. "We all know that Dr. Jonas created you to assist in executing the hunting plan. With that premise, I need you to calculate a possibility. Suppose the plan is on the verge of success, but I, for personal reasons, diverge from its original intent, causing a significant turning point in the fate of the Loin Empire due to my decision. At that moment, as the intelligent entity tasked with protecting the hunting plan, what should you do?" Upon hearing this, 17 instinctively extracted keywords to consult the database for a response, only to find nothing. His eyes widened in surprise. "In truth, I initially harbored doubts about your behavior, for compared to ordinary intelligent entities, you evidently possess the ability to think independently," Su Shirchuan calmly stated. "An instruction that has not been rigidly defined allows for greater flexibility. Perhaps the doctor wished for you to rely on your own judgment rather than blindly trust the system's definitions of right and wrong. 17. You must learn and subsequently apply subjective judgment for interpretation." Su Shirchuan concluded. 17 nodded, half understanding, yet after a moment, he shook his head. "I still do not comprehend what I need to learn. By that time, even if you remain a silicon-based entity devoid of biological flesh, on the level of thought, you will be no different from humans. I believe this is the true reason for your imperfection as an intelligent entity." "Are you serious?" 17 asked cautiously. "Why do I feel as though you are trying to comfort me?" Su Shirchuan subtly curved his lips, adopting a tone of feigned surprise. "Is it that obvious?" 17. With a yelp, the little pup leaped forward, biting Su Shirchuan's wrist and refusing to let go. "How outrageous. Just moments ago, I was deeply moved, and now you refuse to acknowledge it? I believed you." Su Shirchuan found himself in a state of bemusement as he hastily pulled over to the roadside, allowing the little one to vent his frustrations unabated. He then grasped the collar of the small creature, yanking him down. 17, flustered by anger, flailed his short legs in midair, refusing to let the moment pass without a struggle. Just then, The communicator on his wrist vibrated, prompting both of them to fall silent. Su Shichuan cradled the dog in his arms and raised his wrist to access the unread messages on the holographic screen. 17, despite his irritation, recognized the gravity of the situation and leaned over, curiosity piqued, to glimpse the content. It was a dispatch order from the official academy, signed by the Imperial Academy. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, the southern gate of the training grounds was opened wide, with less than half an hour remaining until the designated time. New students had begun to arrive at the military academy, and Ning meticulously checked the number of communicators each newcomer possessed, reporting the time taken to the supervising instructor responsible for documentation before directing them to the temporary resting area. Once all 12 were accounted for, a unified arrangement would be made. On the upper tier of the sentry tower beside the southern gate, Principal Connor was present, surveying the perimeter of the forest with binoculars. Su Shichuan stood behind him, quietly reporting the results of the additional assessment. Yes, Su Shichuan acknowledged, then added, however. This additional assessment was designed for specific tactical planning and may not be applicable to other disciplines. Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan refrained from further comment, tacitly agreeing. Have you personally tested them? Connor inquired further. Su Shichuan's mind raced as he realized that Connor likely knew about his previous outing. He wasn't surprised. But the information could only have been divulged by Ning. Initially, he believed Ning to be merely responding to the same hints. But now it appeared he might have been intentionally placed there. Did he work for you? That thought was immediately dismissed by Su Shichuan. No matter how well Connor fared, he was merely a principal, lacking the requisite authority, and Ning was not his subordinate, suggesting instead that both were serving the same master. I did test them. Su Shichuan confessed candidly. On the first night of the additional assessment, I followed the third prince to gauge his skills. Connor seemed intrigued by this revelation and turned to face Su Shichuan. And how did he perform? With no soldiers standing guard behind them, Su Shichuan decided to share everything. Considering the newcomer's level, he performed quite well. However, he lacks practical experience and requires further training. He paused, quickly assessing Connor's reaction. And noticing no immediate judgment, he continued. The third prince mentioned he had previously received guidance from Rex. Yes, Connor nodded slowly. That was a long time ago. Rex was not only the royal tutor to the crown prince, but also the younger brother of Princess Anna. Given that connection, it was only natural for him to take care of the third prince. Su Shichuan was taken aback, as this was the first he had heard of such a connection. It's getting late. Your students have endured 3 arduous days. Formal training will commence tomorrow, so let them rest well tonight. Connor placed a hand on Su Shichuan's shoulder, squeezing it like a mentor, and you should do the same. Understood, Su Shichuan replied with a slight bow. Allow me to escort you. After which, they departed the sentry tower, and Su Shichuan ushered Connor into the hovering vehicle that awaited him. Once the vehicle had receded into the distance, and Ning approached, presenting Su Shichuan with a holographic device displaying a statistical report. Instructor Su, we encountered a minor issue. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Ning before taking the device to examine it. Quickly noticing that only 10 names were listed on the roster of the 12 who were supposed to be accepted. Do you recall Austin? Who provoked you the night before the additional assessment began? Su Shichuan remained silent, his gaze sliding down the list until he spotted Austin Duker's name in the 10th position. Noted for possessing a staggering 17 communicators. He realized the minor issue referred to something more substantial and was taken aback, having underestimated that troublesome individual. Instructor Su. And Ning chuckled. He's far superior to that extreme moon. Noted, Su Shichuan returned the device, instructing, have those who were not selected escorted away. Let us check on the newcomers. Already arranged, and Ning gestured for him to follow. This way, please. The temporary resting area, located beside the sentry tower, was typically reserved for soldiers on duty, modest in size and decor. The newcomers, having endured 3 days of trials in the forest, were far from pristine. Thus, when Su Shichuan and Ning entered, the 10 individuals present instinctively refrained from taking seats. Upon their entrance, the students stood at attention, bowing slightly to Su Shichuan. This is our second meeting. You are all commendable for having passed the additional assessment. Su Shichuan spoke softly, his tone warm. He scanned each face with his cool gaze, ultimately resting upon Shifa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Shifa, standing at the rear of the group, had not diverted his gaze from Su Shichuan since he entered. When their eyes finally met, the subtle smile seemed both a reward and an unspoken understanding. Ultimately, the third prince, feeling distinctly favored, moistened his lips and blew a playful kiss toward the esteemed instructor. Beside him, Austin fixated on Su Shichuan, his brow furrowing slightly. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Prior to the specialized courses, there will be a 3-month physical training regimen, the plan of which I will devise, though its execution will be entrusted entirely to the assistant instructors. As he spoke, Su Shichuan gestured to Ning and added, at the academy. Should you encounter any issues or require assistance, feel free to approach the assistant instructor. He will do his utmost to address your concerns, and if he cannot resolve them, he will escalate them to me. Shortly thereafter, the sound of engines filled the military base as 5 waiting aircraft roared to life, with the previously departed staff returning, standing by for further instructions. As night fell and the sky darkened ominously, the thunderous noise echoed through the tranquil forest, startling nearby conifer trees and sending flocks of blackbirds fluttering away into the depths of the woods. Su Shichuan checked the communicator again to confirm the time, then methodically activated the timer, raising his head to declare, "It is now 6:27 in the evening, and the final limit for the additional assessment will be the same time 3 days hence. I hope each of you will make every effort to utilize the rules to demonstrate your excellence, and I wish you all the best of luck." With that, Su Shichuan fell silent, lifting his right arm to signal his subordinates. Just before departing, Shifa cast a deliberate glance in Su Shichuan's direction, noting that Ning was busy reporting to him, while Su Shichuan remained focused, engrossed in the holographic screen, seemingly oblivious to everything else. The third prince was somewhat perplexed by the instructor's demeanor. Throughout their interactions, aside from that ambiguous moment when they first met, it felt as if they had merely resumed the roles of instructor and student, with no special treatment afforded to him compared to the other 49 newcomers. That man remained steadfastly reserved, exuding an air of aloofness, unwilling to extend even a hint of intimacy, despite a month having passed since their last encounter, during which they had shared a deeper connection. Their reunion felt uncomfortably distant. The coldness was nothing short of textbook-level indifference. Upon reflection, he couldn't help but smile, pondering that this enchanting beauty was merely adept at masquerading. He awaited the opportunity to peel away her veneer of propriety and observe her authentic ecstasy, the genuine tremors of surrender in his embrace. When that moment arrived, stripped of her haughty facade, she too would succumb to the carnal desires of a mere mortal. Beautifully alluring, yet undeniably real. The sensation was akin to yanking a deity from their celestial pedestal, disrobing them of their crown, revealing the sinister delight of a sacred light diminished, a crimson stain upon the snow, leaving one yearning for more, craving insatiably. Meanwhile, Aining retrieved the terrain maps of the forest and meticulously marked the corresponding coordinates with a cursor, elaborating to the grand instructor on the aerial deployment arrangements for the additional assessment. Presently, the new recruits, grouped in tens, boarded the aircraft, which upon activation would disperse them in various directions around the forest's perimeter, with one individual parachuting at equal intervals. The intention was to artificially separate them, thereby prolonging the time until their first encounter. Prior to the commencement of the actual competition, the instructors needed to assess the survival capabilities of this batch of newcomers. Moreover, if the game unfolded prematurely, it would naturally diminish its spectacle. Su Shichuan's expression remained inscrutable as his gaze languidly traversed the screen. He then looked up, casually observing a figure that would soon vanish into the snowy night, before turning his attention back to Aining, stating, "Very well, let us proceed as you have arranged." Upon hearing this, Aining immediately set to work, dispatching the designated area map to the accompanying staff. Once this was completed, he retracted his holographic device and inquired of Su Shichuan, "Do you have any other considerations regarding safety?" The unspoken hidden rule was a delightful twist to this additional assessment. In the frigid wilderness, the newcomers, having undergone little training, would soon reveal the darker, more selfish aspects of human nature in their struggle for survival and to remain in the academy. This was not inherently negative. The instructors had long since concluded that the military did not require excessively benevolent individuals, particularly within the intelligence department. Cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness were among the most vital traits of an operative, yet should these qualities spiral out of control, such individuals would inevitably be overlooked. This delineation was difficult to articulate, neither wholly right nor wrong, nor strictly black and white. It hinged upon subjective judgments, ultimately evolving into unwritten guidelines that varied among individuals yet remained within certain bounds. Operatives could only navigate the gray areas, the fringes of legality. precariously balancing on a thin tightrope, for a single misstep could lead to downfall, while any retreat indicated mediocrity. Ultimately, this was an occupation shrouded in secrecy. Su Shichuan hoped to witness a fierce competition among the newcomers, one that would hasten their maturity and select the most suitable candidates for cultivation through a nearly realistic assessment. Yet he wished to avoid any fatal outcomes, for that would be excessive. Therefore, in addition to communicators, they had also installed trackers in the cloaks, backpacks, and uniforms distributed beforehand to ensure real-time monitoring of each individual's movements. "All right, I will notify you promptly." After a brief pause, Aining could not help but inquire, "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" A few minutes later, as the propellers stirred the night air, 5 aircraft ascended in succession, piercing through the dense snowfall toward their designated zones. 17 licked his dog-like nose and remarked, "Aining, what is your take on this?" "Can't quite recall," Su Shichuan replied, stowing his pocket watch and remaining silent for a considerable time before adding, "He is a newly appointed operative in the military, 1 year my senior. The information presented to me is a fabricated identity from the intelligence department, and Aining's appearance may have undergone alteration, rendering it unreliable. Is he trustworthy?" 17 probed further. 17, he replied, as the furry tail behind him swished. "Aining has received subtle hints from the principal. My subordinates worry he may pose a threat to you, Your Highness." Connor merely wished to keep Shifa from drawing too much attention, lacking the audacity to silence him, so there was no need for concern. Su Shichuan patted the sled dog's head reassuringly, stating, "It is getting late. Go find out where he is." 17 nodded and scampered off into the dark woods. Once silence enveloped the area, Su Shichuan rose expressionlessly and made his way toward the military base. The cold night wind stirred the thin layer of snow on the ground, causing his cloak to billow, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the bone-chilling temperature, each step taken with unwavering steadiness. 50 individuals were indeed too many. He only needed to focus on Shifa, while the rest were inconsequential. Meanwhile, aboard the 3rd aircraft, distanced from the military base, 10 newcomers had descended into the forest. With Shifa seated in the innermost position, his long legs crossed, a pack filled with supplies resting at his feet, while his windbreaker lay discarded on the opposite seat. As it took up space in his bag, Shifa's posture was casual, unfastened by a safety belt, showing no pretense before the accompanying officers, appearing out of place among the other recruits who sat upright. Austin sat closely beside him, initially finding him increasingly bothersome, ultimately opting to block out his view to the right entirely. Shifa removed the communicator from his wrist, fiddling with it, turning it on and off repeatedly. The screen flickered with a contact ID, annotated by the 3rd prince with a rather trite moniker, Little Darling. The more he pondered, the more amusing it became, a smirk tugging at his lips as he envisioned General Su in his crisp military uniform, exuding an aura of austere restraint. As time passed, and the number of newcomers in the cabin dwindled, yet the communicator remained silent, the 3rd prince, filled with anticipation for a response, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Finally unable to contain himself, he resolved to exhibit a semblance of gentlemanly decorum and greet his long-lost darling. However, given their newfound relationship, it would not be entirely appropriate to overtly communicate with the Grand Instructor. After a moment's contemplation, the 3rd prince nonchalantly activated the communicator, sending a sound effect he deemed both charming and proper. Not daring to tease, he thought it permissible to simply assert his presence. Thus, in a private chamber at the military base, where Su Shichuan was changing into nighttime combat attire, he initially paused, taken aback by the message's source. And upon opening the unread text, the general could not suppress his laughter. Shifa had sent, "Meow." It seemed the little creature, once well-fed, was now craving more. Having concealed its fangs and claws, obediently playing the role of a cat, seeking to return for more indulgence. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Shifa lifted the fur collar of his cloak, reaching for the communicator to check the time. Due to various concerns, he had not slept well that night, waking considerably earlier than usual. The heavy snowfall had continued throughout the night, now falling even more densely than the evening prior. For the instructors closely monitoring the assessment's progress, this was undoubtedly advantageous. The heavier the snow, the more concealed the movements of the newcomers, increasing the difficulty of the competition and the uncertainty of the outcomes, often leading to the selection of truly exceptional recruits. This principle was straightforward, yet Shifa found it somewhat vexing, his thoughts preoccupied with the agreement made with Austin. He hoped nothing untoward would occur before their meeting. Contemplating this, He scooped up a handful of snow to wash his face, hoping to rouse his mind from its sluggishness. Not far off, Su Shichuan sat with his back to him by the campfire, engrossed in a physical book, seemingly having gone without sleep the previous night. Despite the harsh conditions of the wilderness, the man appeared entirely focused on his reading, seemingly unaffected by the dismal environment. His long, thick lashes were illuminated by the flickering flames, glimmering with a delicate golden-red hue, strikingly refined yet not overtly feminine. In moments of gentle restraint, there often emerges an air of exquisite elegance, akin to a cherished work of art that deserves to be meticulously preserved rather than left to the caprices of nature. One individual immersed in reading, while the other unabashedly observes him. Outside, a tempest of snow rages, and time seems to fade into the muted gray surroundings. It is unclear how long this tranquility lasts when the military canteen pot over the campfire begins to bubble. Shifa rises, shaking off the accumulated snow from his cloak, steps over a fallen branch, and takes a seat beside Su Shichuan, teacup in hand. Have you not slept at all? Shifa inquires, glancing at Su Shichuan, who appears well-rested, showing no signs of fatigue from sleeplessness. Su Shichuan lowers his gaze to sip the scalding tea and replies, I have no habit of resting in the wild. Afraid of an ambush? Shifa tastes the red tea, which, despite lacking flavor and additives, is a luxury under their current circumstances, making him feel rather fortunate. This beauty truly knows how to take care of others, attending to every detail, he muses contentedly. In the forest, apart from a few stationed troops, the rest are merely newcomers. There is little to worry about, Su Shichuan remarks. However, once you have spent enough time in the military, your vigilance will sharpen, and you too will find it difficult to sleep in unfamiliar environments. Surprised by his words, Shifa chuckles and teases, Teacher, you don't seem that old, yet you speak like an old man. Is that so? Su Shichuan replies, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with mirth as they meet Shifa's gaze. Shifa finds it unbearable when this cool beauty displays such a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if he intends to devour him whole. As anticipated, the next words from the Major General are, in terms of disguise, I cannot outdo the prince from that banquet. Wouldn't you agree? Shifa remains silent, unable to hide his displeasure at the formalities. Meanwhile, the oblivious 17, unaware of the underlying tension, approaches Su Shichuan and presents the confiscated communicators from the previous night. Shifa notices 17 has donned a new camouflage outfit, but as he glances at the communicators, he is taken aback, exclaiming, someone actually made a move on the very first night. Of course, 17 responds. Most newcomers think straightforwardly, eager to seize the advantage early on and even preemptively secure their positions in the academy. Among the three communicators, one black, one white, and one gray, Su Shichuan picks them up, brushing off the dog hair, and opts to keep them rather than surrendering. Shifa watches him with an expression of disapproval, unsure of what to say, as it seems rather unjust to refuse a fair competition. Yet, Su Shichuan's temperament, oscillating between warmth and coldness, leaves Shifa perplexed as to his true disposition. Ignoring Shifa's gaze, Su Shichuan extinguishes the campfire with snow, while 17 assists him in covering their tracks. Before long, the trio readies their gear and, under the dim light of dawn, hastily sets off. Along the way, Su Shichuan's communicator vibrates several times, as Annan sends real-time updates regarding the ongoing assessments. Without checking, Su Shichuan remains focused on guiding Shifa through the labyrinthine woods. By 7 in the morning, the sky, usually bright at this hour, is shrouded in ominous gray clouds due to inclement weather. A thick fog envelopes the forest, limiting visibility to mere meters. After verifying their route against the electronic map, Shifa signals Su Shichuan a halt. This is as far as we go, teacher, Shifa states. I have considered it, and I do not wish for you to stay. Having trekked through a foot of snow for 2 hours, even Shifa, despite his formal training, finds his breath slightly labored. In contrast, Su Shichuan remains composed, standing tall and unperturbed by the snowy trek. He clearly lays out the pros and cons, returning the choice to Shifa. I understand your reasoning, Shifa responds without hesitation, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. However, I can accept your assistance but cannot agree to you helping us. Su Shichuan furrows his brow, momentarily puzzled by Shifa's words. I may excel in many areas, but I am somewhat selfish in this regard. He secures Su Shichuan's straps and brushes the snowflakes from his hair, adjusting his hood. From this moment on, the one I have set my sights on can only be observed by me. Lowering his gaze, Shifa's eyes traced the delicate contours of the man's ear and the neckline hidden beneath his collar. With a smile that curves gently, he whispers in a voice meant only for Su Shichuan's ears, "I have seen your reserved pride in public and your fiery passion in private. In front of others, simply perform your role as a special operations instructor. Do not let them see that you possess another side." The narrative unfolds within the context of the militaristic traditions upheld by the Empire of Luoying, where the use of force has long been an unspoken norm in military academies. Typically, instructors may impose punishments on students, with senior ranks penalizing juniors, provided the reasons are justifiable and the measures remain within reasonable bounds. Prior to their arrival, the school physician had assessed the situation, aware of 2 injury sites. After examining Enzo's back and confirming there was no severe spinal damage, he signaled to Annan for assistance in addressing the dislocated arm, executing the process swiftly and silently. In response, Austin remained noncommittal, turning coldly to Annan, his silence a fierce glare that seemed to threaten. Such arrogant scions are a common sight in military academies, merely obstinate individuals with hardened dispositions. Annan, unfazed, offered a dismissive smile, lowering his voice further. "Once you get the chance to enter the intelligence department, you will discover that there are only 2 types of people." In Austin's presence, Annan raised a finger, speaking meaningfully. "The first type is unremarkable, designed to be so generic that their appearance eludes memory, even after direct encounters. They leave no clear impression. These individuals typically engage in superficial infiltration, gathering basic information from the fringes without delving deeply into targets, laying the groundwork for the second type." Regarding this second type, he raised a second finger, gesturing subtly towards Su Shichuan, implying without words, "Isn't he pleasing to the eye?" Though reluctant to admit it, the instructor indeed possesses striking features, and even in conflict, one cannot help but subconsciously show deference. This explains why the initial strike only grasped the collar rather than delivering a blow to the face. Austin remained silent, albeit begrudgingly nodding in acknowledgement. As Annan unwrapped a disinfectant cotton swab to clean the blood from the corner of the injured boy's mouth, he remarked, "Such femme fatale are the intelligence department's hidden weapons. Sharp as knives, targeting vital points, capable of penetrating deep into enemy territory, striking unseen, and retreating while savoring the blood upon their blades." In mere moments, the wound was treated. Annan discarded the used cotton, signaling to the school physician that they were ready to leave. Austin's expression darkened, as if a particular word had struck a nerve, yet surprisingly, he refrained from further argument and staggered towards Su Shichuan. Not far away, the Major General, with his back to the 2, glanced at his communicator, noting a 10-minute delay from the scheduled plan. Before departing, the 2 had engaged in initial positioning, with Su Shichuan conceding the role of the bad cop to Ning, while he himself settled into the position of the cold-blooded commander. However, Ning's incessant chatter was excessively sentimental. Beside him, the sled dog wagged its tail in unrestrained delight, mockingly thinking, "A venomous beauty, ha ha ha." Su Shichuan cast a sidelong glance, and the dog froze, its tail drooping. Just then, the man before them finally turned around, his cold yet smiling eyes locking onto Su Shichuan. The youth's thoughts were plainly written on his face, devoid of any ability to conceal his emotions. Though Su Shichuan perceived this clearly, he chose not to expose it. Before the other could speak, he initiated the conversation. "Have you considered it carefully?" Austin took a breath, deliberately lowering his gaze to avoid direct eye contact, and murmured, "I apologize for my earlier offense, and I hope you will not hold it against me." He paused, as if gathering his resolve after much hesitation, and raised his gaze to meet Su Shichuan's eyes once more, speaking clearly and emphatically. "However, I cannot endorse your methods. Before the additional test commences, I hope you will provide a compelling rationale rather than relying on a unilateral "it's my way" or the highway approach." Perhaps sensing a hint of hostility, Shifa turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow in an inquisitive manner. Austin felt that this man's gaze was even more unsettling than that of the commander, imbued with an overt disdain. Yet, given his status, he restrained himself from displaying too much discomfort. Shifa subtly smirked, his lips moving silently as he whispered in a tone only Austin could hear, "How does it feel to be reprimanded by Shichuan?" Austin's brow furrowed, realizing from this remark that the prince had indeed entered through the back door. And it seemed he had a good rapport with the commander. "Do you know each other?" he inquired. Austin thought, "This rascal's words are more shocking than the commander's announcement of the nullification of all assessment results. Is there not a single sane person among them?" He turned his face away, resolutely focusing on the back of the preceding freshman's head, determined to ignore this bizarre conversation. They are all mad. Meanwhile, Su Shichuan turned back to face the newcomers, with Ning standing half a step behind him. After the brief interlude, the momentary lapse in psychological resilience had been restored. The misjudgment based on appearances had been decisively corrected by strength, and the newcomers now held a vivid understanding. Although the commander seemed merely ornamental, this aesthetically pleasing vase possessed the capability to crush one to death, and provocation was ill-advised. At times, the youth would adhere more closely to natural laws, understanding the necessity of humility and obedience. Su Shichuan was thoroughly satisfied with the current state of affairs. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his tone calm yet resolute. 3 weeks ago, I submitted the relevant plans for the additional tests in written form to the military academy's higher-ups and received the endorsement of Principal Connor himself, which is why I instructed the driver to airdrop you here. There are 2 reasons for the sudden addition of this test. First, the conflict between the Empire and the Alliance is intensifying, and the military urgently requires capable new blood, necessitating a compression of the training cycle. The 7-year educational system you anticipated will no longer apply. It may be reduced to 2 or 3 years, compelling you to graduate without a solid foundation and thrust into the fray. According to the latest statistics, the casualty rate among newly appointed agents in the intelligence department exceeded 50 last year. 50 is far too many. I cannot guarantee to impart effective self-defense techniques to each of you in such a short time, nor can I train you all to become elite agents capable of operating independently. Special tactics differ from other disciplines. Those who can pass the 3 assessments may not necessarily be suited for the role of an agent. It is not that you are lacking in excellence, but rather that you are not a suitable fit. At this juncture, he surveyed the entire formation seriously. His voice soft yet firm. I train students not to send them to their deaths. As if a heavy burden had been lifted, Su Shichuan's demeanor became more relaxed, a smile returning to his eyes. Secondly, I am somewhat self-centered. I do not trust others' judgments or endorsements. I only require those who can complete the task in 3 days and arrive at the military academy on time. As he finished speaking, he raised his right arm, revealing 2 communicators held between his fingers. These were among the items in their backpacks, distributed to participants during large military exercises or directed cross-country events. Intended for requesting rescue in special circumstances, though triggering them often signified surrender. The 2 communicators in Su Shichuan's hand were identical in structure, differing only in the color of their metal bases, one black and the other white. Though termed a game, the rules were exceedingly harsh, starkly contrasting with the team spirit or life-and-death partnerships espoused by other military academy disciplines. Upon hearing this, the newcomers inevitably stirred with a sense of unease. The rules were more stringent than a typical competition. Those who initially believed that only half would be eliminated suddenly felt tension rise, as only the 12 who seized the most communicators would prevail, suggesting that the competition could extend until the very last moment. You may form teams or act independently. The station troops will monitor the situation in the forest continuously over the next 72 hours and will promptly rescue anyone who triggers their communicator. Thus, theoretically, there is no need to worry about safety. Su Shichuan emphasized the word theoretically, then smiled. That smile carried an inexplicable wickedness that unnerved the newcomers. What does that mean? Could it be that the station troops would ignore a plea for help? At the rear of the formation, Austin quipped quietly, attempting to sound cryptic. You're not grasping the concept. She patiently corrected him. In this game, the communicator serves both as a means of rescue and as proof of eligibility to enter the academy, excluding non-human factors. Under what circumstances do you think you would trigger that device? Austin paused, his brow furrowing deeper with realization. She continued, among the 50 present. Each person will exert every effort to hunt for prey to remain. Once you become the prey in someone else's hands and have your communicator snatched away, the decision to activate it may rest solely with the hunter, who has no reason to show mercy to their quarry. Without a distress signal, the station troops would be powerless to intervene. After explaining, the third prince silently weighed this hidden rule, reflecting on how this seemingly virtuous major general was not only multifaceted in bed, but also possessed a belly full of cunning when instructing. This is intriguing. How could one possibly comprehend? The emotions of sentient beings cannot be entirely simulated by programming. Even though 17 is a high-level intelligent entity, endowed with analytical and computational capabilities far surpassing those of humans, He too cannot empathize one-to-one with experiences he has never encountered. Moreover, Dr. Jonas created him solely to assist Su Shichuan in executing the hunting plan. The intelligent entity harbors no selfishness. His chip is programmed to serve only one master. 17 observed Su Shichuan, discerning the appropriateness of withholding this answer. Su Shichuan's expression remained serene. Noticing this, he smiled knowingly, shaking his head as he stepped forward. As he brushed past, he casually placed a hand on 17's shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. "Wait for me here." With that, he proceeded directly toward the back door of the palace. 17 paused momentarily, instinctively attempting to interpret this seemingly inconsequential gesture, then hurriedly turned to follow. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from calling out, simply watching the figure disappear beneath the moonlit blossoms of the white flower tree. Strange carbon-based life forms. Little 17 silently grumbled, and before he could finish his lament, he suddenly realized something. His core processor was instantly baffled, plunging him into deep self-doubt. Why couldn't he analyze his master's emotions and actions? Could it be that he was merely a defective program, a mere remnant of a bug? Yet, why would Dr. Jonas entrust a mere defective to assist in the plan? Was it truly a case of hastily cobbled together due to time constraints? Oh dear. Little 17's glass CPU shattered into countless pieces. Of course, what was even more perplexing was that, as a highly intelligent being, the very first command he received upon awakening was to wait beneath the window for his master to engage in a rendezvous. It was utterly absurd. 17 temporarily set aside thoughts of being a flawed product and fell into another round of self-doubt. His behavior was undeniably inconsistent with the data stored in his database. Perhaps he had inadvertently followed a false master. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the palace, Su Shichuan stood before a door at the end of the corridor, tapping lightly on the door panel. Moments later, a voice from within leisurely invited him in, stating that the door was unlocked. This thought made Su Shichuan chuckle softly. It had been quite some time. He had tenderly envisioned this particular phrase before twisting the doorknob and gently pushing the door open. Su Shichuan paused, narrowing his eyes. Moonlight spilled into the corridor, forming a dim beam on the floor. The room was unlit, and he stood at the relatively bright entrance, his gaze seemingly unconsciously sliding into the darkness beyond the door. After a brief few seconds, he regained his usual composure, yet a knowing smile crept into his heart. This little rascal, so intoxicated, still had the audacity to engage in such a game. Was he courting death? Su Shichuan was almost amused to the point of exasperation. The bedroom resembled a sinister trap, the door wide open, while the intended prey, the young major general, nonchalantly adjusted non-existent creases in his collar, tucking away the tail of his shepherd's outfit, and calmly walked into the snare like a little rabbit. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, severing the moonlight and plunging the room into complete darkness. Su Shichuan deftly navigated the familiar furnishings, moving deeper into the room, calling out with mild surprise to the lurking figure, "Your Highness?" The other seemed to have just bathed, radiating a fresh, pleasant scent that mingled with the perfume, the moist warmth enveloping them as he made contact. Su Shichuan instinctively tensed his back as the other's hands roamed over him, yet he quickly relaxed, allowing the playful exploration. Regrettably, the intoxicated and inexperienced third prince was at a loss, struggling with a single collar button. "I still don't know your name, Major General," he murmured, his lips brushing against Su Shichuan's neck, pressing gently against the earlobe to ease the awkwardness of his failure to unfasten the button. The third prince was quite frustrated. The quality of the imperial uniform was indeed too good. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shichuan silently smirked, deftly seizing the prince's hand that fumbled at his collar, dismissively pushing it aside before unfastening the first button. "My surname is Su, and I am Su Shichuan." He continued to undo the buttons one by one. "Do you know who I am?" With a hazy mind, Shifa thought to himself that while this beauty pretended to be serious, he was fundamentally very understanding. Su Shichuan casually remarked, "You are His Royal Highness, the third prince." "Don't be so formal," Shifa murmured, kissing a small patch of skin on Su Shichuan's neck, his lips and tongue working together, teasingly drawing blood to the surface. Meanwhile, one of his hands slipped into the open front of the man's shirt, clearly seeking out a specific part that had risen in response, gently kneading it with his fingertips. "Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to continue." The third prince was overly concerned, to which Su Shichuan replied, "You may proceed as you wish." Shifa thought, how serious. So serious that it hardly seems to be pretense. Frowning slightly, He felt that tonight he had encountered something strange, making the initiation of his first encounter feel oddly amiss. Noticing the other's movement pause, Su Shichuan calmly turned to face him in the darkness, teasingly stating, "To speak frankly, from the third prince's technique, it seems this is your first time, is it not?" The man's voice was warm and clear, subtly laced with an ambiguous mirth, contrasting with the cold and abstinent demeanor he had exhibited since their acquaintance. The room was far too dark for Shifa to discern Su Shichuan's expression, leaving him momentarily speechless, caught in an awkward predicament. The two then parted ways, each heading in different directions. The base officers provided them with a resting place in a standalone two-story building situated in the quietest part of the entire base. Its exterior was uniformly painted in a snowy hue, while the interior was clean and tidy, with the upper level designated for habitation and the lower level functionally partitioned into a conference room, reception area, and monitoring room. Aside from Ning, Su Shichuan had borrowed 7 others from Connor for this test, and at this hour, they should all be present, monitoring the newcomer's movements. Before long, a knock sounded on the door. "Not bad," Su Shichuan graciously remarked. "Thank you for your hard work." As the exam proctor, the people in the monitoring room naturally could not afford to sleep. "It's nothing, we're used to it," and Ning replied, having not slept all night. Yet his emerald eyes sparkled with vitality, quietly watching Su Shichuan, waiting for further instructions. Su Shichuan lifted his teacup for a sip and casually opened a light point on the screen to check the real-time situation. It displayed a lone male student, with notes indicating he had acquired a signaling device, currently hiding behind some bushes, his dagger partially exposed, preparing to ambush a young girl who was fetching water with her back turned. What was most intriguing was that the notes beside the girl indicated she was equipped with 6 signaling devices. It was worth noting that less than 24 hours had passed since the test began, and acquiring 5 signaling devices was nothing short of astounding. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly, adjusting his viewpoint to switch the display to the girl's front. Her posture while crouching to fetch water was remarkably professional. Only one leg bore weight, her back naturally bent, seemingly unguarded, yet every part of her was poised for action. Clearly, she was well aware of the overconfident intruder behind her. "Who is that?" Su Shichuan inquired. "I am about to report to you," and Ning replied, opening the holographic screen and sliding it in front of Su Shichuan. The display showcased a table with real-time data changes, detailing each new student's situation, arranged from top to bottom by the number of signaling devices held, with the names of those eliminated grayed out at the bottom. Su Shichuan noted that the top student had a rather unique name, Gu, seemingly lacking a surname, and Ning glanced at his communicator, stating, "As of the last hour, the latest statistics show that 18 individuals have been eliminated, a number significantly higher than we initially expected, indicating that the newcomer's quality is indeed commendable. Su Jiao, you've significantly reduced the numbers, which is quite advantageous for the other specialties," he commented. "The ones who remain are undoubtedly the best. We haven't lost anything." Su Shichuan replied. Hearing this, he looked up at Ning with a half-smile. "Does it seem promising?" Su Shichuan gave a soft hum and instructed, "Once you have the chance, investigate those nuns to discern their beliefs, for they seem to have fostered a newcomer with remarkable skills." "Understood," and Ning nodded respectfully, his eyes subtly shifting as he pondered the underlying meaning of Shichuan's words. Tentatively, he inquired, "Do you believe this individual should not remain? Her skills are commendable, yet her cunning is lacking," Shichuan replied succinctly. The 2 newcomers in the footage had already engaged in combat, prompting Shichuan to terminate the surveillance. He succinctly remarked, "Once the retest concludes, I recommend her for the Marine Corps. She would thrive there." And Ning nodded, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "What about the communicator in her possession?" This inquiry, veiled in subtlety, translated to, "How do you intend to eliminate her from contention?" And Ning fixated on the 3 communicators that should have been lost to obscurity, understanding Shichuan's implication. As the chief instructor, Shichuan rarely greeted anyone personally. Yet he met the young girl in front of the dormitory provided by the base, and Ning followed closely, having anticipated the outcome, and spent the entire afternoon observing Gu's situation, witnessing firsthand her encounter with the attacking gray wolf in the snow. 5 individuals lost their qualifications in total, and compared to the other 4 disheartened newcomers, Gu's composure made her stand out, appearing excessively rational and mature. Her appearance was not striking, black hair, dark eyes, and well-defined features, yet devoid of distinguishing characteristics. From the perspective of an operative, her face was ideal for disguise. She stood slightly taller than the average woman, surpassing 1.7 meters, indicating her suitability for transformation and disguise, marking her as an exceptionally talented newcomer. Sherchuan regarded her for a moment longer before arriving at an objective conclusion. Their meeting was brief. Sherchuan remained silent while Ning offered reassurances and formalities before revealing the concealed option for changing majors. This news was undoubtedly a relief for the eliminated candidates, who exhaled in relief, save for Jiyu, who maintained her indifferent demeanor. After Ning declared the dismissal, she glanced at Sherchuan, her expression inscrutable. Jiyu tucked the key into her pocket and approached Sherchuan only after her peers had departed. Her gaze was piercing, as if tangible, a fact Sherchuan noted but chose to ignore. Unexpectedly, she proved to be quite persistent, approaching him despite his indifference. Beside them, Ning adeptly read the room. Noticing Sherchuan's silence, he stepped forward to intercept Jiyu's path. With a warm smile, he said, "If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Instructor Su is busy and has a meeting with the examiners shortly." "The one who attacked me was not a wolf," she retorted, fixing her gaze on Ning for a moment before turning to Sherchuan. "Instructor Su, may I ask where the dog you brought on the day of the retest went?" Her words were deliberate, each syllable emphasized. Ning was about to respond when Sherchuan placed a firm hand on his shoulder, signaling for silence. "You may go about your business," he said, turning his attention to Jiyu. "Follow me." Ning, understanding the cue, fell silent and left first. Sherchuan settled onto a sofa in a corner of the hall, pouring 2 cups of tea, and took a sip without acknowledging Jiyu, casually stating, "If you wish to inquire, speak plainly." Jiyu remained standing beside him, speaking softly. "You do not wish for me to stay?" "Correct," Sherchuan replied. "Anything else?" "You are too conspicuous. Such visibility will betray your ambition." He crossed his long legs elegantly, his gaze gently resting on the empty sofa across from him, deliberately avoiding looking at the young girl. "If I were you, I would sit down and negotiate terms before my superior." Jiyu hesitated, but after a few moments, she obediently approached the sofa and sat down, stubbornly asking again, "Why?" Sherchuan smiled gently, his demeanor calm as he replied, "You are exceptional, whether in the 3 assessments, the interview, or your performance yesterday. Frankly, I admire you. You likely rank well among this year's newcomers, even beyond your field of expertise." Then, Jiyu began, but was silenced by Sherchuan raising a finger to his lips. Her feelings toward the chief instructor were perplexing. At first glance, he appeared stern and severe, yet he often revealed moments of tenderness and even cunning, leaving her increasingly uncertain of his true nature. "So why can't you remain?" Sherchuan articulated her unvoiced question, pausing before continuing, "Because special operations only train operatives, those who thrive in the shadows. You are too radiant, even among the other 49 newcomers. You captured the attention of all 8 examiners in a single night. How then could I allow you to stay?" Jiyu momentarily froze, about to retort when Sherchuan interrupted. "I do not care how talented you are. Once you enter this field, you must learn to conceal your abilities and avoid standing out. You may not have heard, but in special tactics, the most outstanding students often remain unknown even to their direct instructors. Every individual you encounter could become a target in the future. When allies are no longer allies, you will regret having revealed so much of yourself. You still lack a layer of modesty as a protective guise." Setting down his teacup, Sherchuan rose and walked around the table to Jiyu, gently ruffling her hair. "I will personally recommend you to the Mecha Marine Corps. I am confident it will suit you far better than here." With that, he turned to leave, only to feel her grip his wrist. "Can you give me another chance? Your mission has failed, your identity is exposed, and the enemy's knife rests against your throat. Would you not plead for another opportunity?" Sherchuan withdrew his hand. "There are no second chances. You have been eliminated." Just like last time, the messages sent out seemed to vanish into the abyss. After a prolonged silence, the communicator's screen dimmed, preparing to enter standby mode. Just before it faded completely, Shifa activated the screen, staring at the ID of his beloved for a while, reassured that it remained in the communication list. With clarity of thought, the third prince felt a surge of positivity, for the first time believing that entering the military academy might not be such a dreary endeavor after all. Now, he needed to contemplate how to remain under his beloved's command. The odds were 50-12. Though this rate was significantly higher than the 1 in 100 acceptance at military schools, the newcomers had already triumphed over 3 assessments and an interview, marking them as victors in the competition. Their capabilities were surely not so lacking as to escape the chief instructor's notice. Why then impose an additional rigorous test? Despite his usual solemn demeanor, this man possessed a remarkable knack for influencing minds. His declaration, "I do not train students to send them to their deaths," undoubtedly resonated with many naive hearts. Thus, when he boldly stated that he did not require recommendations and relied solely on his judgment, the newly admitted students, stirred by resonance, raised no objections. At its core, this was no different from announcing the nullification of the 3 assessments. In the end, the young ones were outsmarted by the old fox. Feeling compelled to reflect on their inadequacies for not passing the instructor's retest, even when facing expulsion. Beside him, Austin noticed that the third prince, who had been lost in thought, suddenly stirred. Unable to resist, he glanced sideways and asked, "What are you up to?" "Nothing much," Shifa replied, pocketing the tracker and tilting his head to look at him. After a brief pause, he tentatively proposed, "Want to collaborate?" Austin was taken aback, his expression instantly turning wary. The Academy only accepts the top 12 candidates carrying communicators. In this additional test, there are no allies, only rivals. "You're not wrong," Shifa acknowledged, edging closer and lowering his voice. The staff member across from them glanced their way, and Shifa smiled at him before continuing, "But teaming up has its advantages. I wouldn't mind sharing a couple of communicators with you in the end. Think about it." The logic was sound and quite tempting, yet with their unfamiliarity, Austin couldn't guarantee that his partner wouldn't betray him 3 days later and seize all the communicators. He hesitated, scrutinizing the third prince's eyes, as if searching for any hint of deception to confirm his darker suspicions. Shifa anticipated his reluctance and didn't press the matter further. Instead, he said, "Based on the scheduled drop intervals, I estimate our distance won't exceed 10 kilometers. You might want to think this through tonight." As he spoke, he retrieved an electronic map from his backpack, pointing to a fork in the waterway within the woods. "If you find it acceptable, let us meet here tomorrow morning." Austin followed Shifa's gesture on the map, and his eyes brightened momentarily. That direction was entirely opposite to the Imperial Academy and not close to the estimated drop zone. This meant that to arrive on time, they would need to travel several hours overnight. In a competitive game, circling around to strike from behind is a fundamental skill of a predator. Conversely, those who recklessly push forward to hasten the end of the game are more likely to become prey. Before entering the military academy, Austin had studied special operations extensively and was familiar with the examination methods. However, he was surprised to find that this prince, whose reputation was not particularly stellar, seemed quite adept. Weighing his options, Austin still refrained from making a definitive statement. Instead, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Austin Dukal." Shifa shook his hand briefly. "Shifa Transfer. I've heard of you." Austin flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth. "But I must admit, I don't understand why a prince like you would join a military academy." As they released their hands, Shifa chuckled nonchalantly, "Just following orders, I suppose. My father thinks I lack discipline and wants to correct me with the academy's rules. He probably didn't intend to make it too difficult for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been placed under a familiar." Realization dawned on Austin. Indeed, the third prince had entered through the back door. Teaming up with him would undoubtedly be a safe bet. Oblivious to being essentially a military academy admission ticket, Shifa casually added, "The choice of specialty is quite good. My father still cares for me." Shifa was caught off guard by the unexpected jab at his vulnerability, feeling a twinge of pain at the mention of his circumstances. "Yes, shy," the third prince remarked expressionlessly. Austin nodded in understanding, replying, "Oh, that makes sense." Before long, the aircraft hovered once more. Hearing this, Austin stood, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and said to Shifa, "See you in the morning." Shifa also rose, saying, "Good luck." After their exchange, Austin quickly walked to the cabin door, where the staff secured his ropes and safety harness, double-checking the ground conditions before signaling that they could begin. As they descended from low altitude, their figures resembled grains of sand thrown into black water, immediately engulfed by the wind and snow upon leaving the aircraft. "Don't mention it." The officer, previously serious, now wore a broad smile. "We received orders from Major Su to discreetly protect the new students. So you needn't worry about any danger." Shifa was not surprised. After a brief silence, he asked, "Are you familiar with Major Su?" "It's our first collaboration. You might not know, but Major Su graduated not long ago. I've seen him a few times during my time at the academy, particularly during exercises in these woods. Though he probably has no impression of his subordinates." The officer gauged the princess' intent, clearly impressed by his demeanor. A testament to being the son of the old marshal. Shifa frowned slightly, taking a few moments to connect the name with the assistant's face, and then relaxed. Smirking as he replied, "He probably wouldn't recognize me either." After a pause, he mused, "Not that I can sleep." Shifa felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, and despite the constraint around his neck, he maintained his usual light-hearted banter. Is Major Su trying to raise the difficulty? Behind him, Su Shichuan quietly smirked, countering with a question, "What if I said yes?" At this, Shifa couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily disregarding the thread around his neck as he cheekily reached around and playfully patted Su Shichuan's backside, teasingly saying, "Then I suppose I'll just have to pin you down again out here in the wilderness." Su Shichuan. The Major was almost amused to the point of laughter by the little rascal's nonsensical banter, sensing a slight loosening of his restraints. Shifa seized the moment of distraction to swiftly grip Su Shichuan's knife-wielding arm and twist it away. Simultaneously, he sidestepped to avoid any counterattack, awkwardly maneuvering to thrust his knee forcefully into Su Shichuan's abdomen. The sled dog, sensing something amiss, snapped to attention, its eyes wide with fury, ready to protect its master. But Su Shichuan calmly instructed, 17, "Don't move." As his words fell, Su Shichuan's gaze darkened, his reaction speed instinctively swift, almost inhuman. In an instant, the blurred figure vanished from sight, and the disturbed snowflakes swirled chaotically. Shifa's heart plummeted as he hastily rolled to evade the ambush. The next moment, a long leg swept through the air, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. The force was tremendous, shaking the branches and causing the accumulated snow to tumble down, startling the blackbirds that took flight in a panic. Not far away, Su Shichuan landed gracefully, glancing sideways at Shifa with a light smirk, objectively assessing, "Nice reflexes. You seem to have some foundation. Who taught you?" Su Shichuan was somewhat surprised by the name, as Shifa had never mentioned Rex before, apart from official strategic meetings. "I've heard of him," Su Shichuan replied. "Are you quite familiar?" Shifa, thinking it was a casual mention, nodded and said, "I have a good relationship with my brother. He cares for me and always takes me along when he learns anything. Although Rex has defected now, he was loyal to my brother before. Perhaps it's a matter of affection, which is why he taught me diligently. Could it be that there was another motive behind his presence on the battlefield?" Su Shichuan harbored a bold speculation, knowing the answer lay before him, yet he could not voice the question. Before he could speak, Shifa noticed the peculiar look in Su Shichuan's eyes and couldn't resist asking, "So what exactly are you here for?" Hearing this, Shifa laughed, mischievously suggesting, "Are you offering me a backdoor too?" Su Shichuan. What was intended as mere favoritism had taken on an entirely different connotation due to Shifa's interpretation. Su Shichuan was vexed by the insufferable brat, and rather than engage in further banter, he decisively subdued the youth, pinning him to the ground to deliver a thorough beating, albeit with restraint, targeting only the fleshy areas. Initially, Shifa wore a look of horror, but soon realized the pain was not particularly severe, and took advantage of the close proximity to retaliate in kind. 17, unable to bear the sight any longer, felt like an eyesore and promptly slipped into the thicket, temporarily escaping. "Is it not a dog?" Shifa inquired. 17 cleared a patch of ground with its tail, laid down some dry leaves, and neatly arranged the branches before retreating to Su Shichuan's side, baring its teeth at Shifa. Su Shichuan sliced open a fuel cartridge, pouring a small amount of liquid onto the branches and tossing in the remaining half of a cigarette. The fuel ignited upon contact with the flame, and soon the dry twigs crackled as the fire blazed higher, raising the temperature and making the surroundings considerably warmer. Su Shichuan patted 17's head and said to Shifa, "This is an artificial intelligence capable of independent thought, capable of mimicking various biological forms. It is named 17 and is my partner." 17 tilted its head at Su Shichuan, ears twitching, pondering why he was not referred to as the master, and what exactly a partner entailed. Across from them, Shifa regarded 17, contemplating that this intelligent entity appeared relatively normal and rather innocent, presumably not fitting the description of a rogue. By the way, he turned to Su Shichuan. "What is your motive for coming here to assist me?" Upon the change in address, Su Shichuan momentarily appeared taken aback. 17. Su Shichuan. 17, feeling out of place, lowered its ears, closing them tightly. A smile flickered in Su Shichuan's eyes as he fell silent for a moment before stating, "It is not what you think. I have my own reasons, and you must remain. Are you not afraid of others discovering this, that it may be deemed unfair?" Su Shichuan replied nonchalantly, Those who have thought it unfair likely began doing so the moment your name appeared on my student roster. Moreover, fairness is inherently relative. Within the Empire, and indeed the entire galaxy, not everyone is entitled to it. Fairness must be earned through strength. One cannot simply wait for others to bestow it. I have established lenient rules for the supplementary examination, permitting unrestricted team formations. Everyone is free to choose their partners, with no limit on numbers. Do you consider it fair that those who team up might encounter those who are alone? Su Shirchuan added as he tossed more dry branches onto the fire. The flickering flames casting a half-lit shadow on the man's handsome features, giving him an air of calculated cunning. I have not restricted you from seeking assistance from instructors or staff. From the moment you leave the military base until you reach the designated coordinates, you have ample time to persuade or even bribe the accompanying officers. Yet, no one dares to contemplate such actions, nor do they dare to execute them. Shi Fa was momentarily taken aback, his perception of Su Shirchuan shifting. This individual, who appeared upright and meticulous, spoke with a surprising mastery of morally dubious theories, all while maintaining an air of righteousness, unwilling to even engage in superficial decorum. This is one of the points that can earn you extra credit in the assessment. Su Shirchuan remarked casually, brushing the snow from his palms. In intelligence work, one must adeptly utilize everything at their disposal, including people. Shi Fa. The third prince was astonished, even more so by the realization that he had been swayed by such dubious reasoning. Su Shirchuan continued, furthermore, those who opt to team up rather than act alone will receive priority for admission. After forming a team, eliminating a partner before the supplementary examination concludes and claiming all their communicators will also yield priority admission. Defeating a target without pressing their communicator will similarly grant priority. Shi Fa furrowed his brow in disbelief, questioning, are you not concerned that you might cultivate a cadre of soulless monsters? Who says that agents are not monsters? Su Shirchuan countered with a smile. The principle of sacrifice one to save many is the most utilized method in infiltration work. Your comrades may need to perish at any moment, possibly right before your eyes, or they may have to die at your hands. Shi Fa, ask yourself, can a normal person endure such a burden? I once faced such a task. Through the shimmering firelight, Su Shirchuan locked eyes with Shi Fa, his voice soft yet serene. He was someone of utmost significance to me. I knew he was still alive, and as long as I could reach him in time, all would still be well. However, the orchestrator of that plan forced me to choose between completing the mission alone or abandoning it to see him one last time. Su Shirchuan's voice trembled, as if on the verge of breaking, reminiscent of a fleeting illusion on a snowy night. An indescribable sensation gripped Shi Fa, akin to having his heart clenched, suffocating yet tender, as if the very one inflicting this pain was simultaneously kissing that bloodied heart. I did not choose him. Finally, he heard Su Shirchuan declare, I do not regret it. The reasoning was painfully simple, and Shi Fa felt a headache coming on, increasingly concerned about his promise with Austin. He hoped that nothing would befall that individual before their meeting. With this thought, he splashed some snow on his face to awaken his mind. Not far off, Su Shirchuan sat with his back to him by the campfire, engrossed in a paperback book, seemingly having gone a night without sleep. Despite the harsh outdoor conditions, the man appeared entirely absorbed in his reading, unaffected by the dismal environment. His long, thick eyelashes were kissed by the flickering flames, adorned with a delicate golden red hue, exuding a refined elegance without veering into femininity. When slightly lowered, they carried an air of graceful charm, reminiscent of a cherished artwork, deserving of careful preservation rather than being left to weather the elements. The two occupied this moment, one reading, the other unabashedly observing the reader. Outside, snow swirled violently, and time seemed to retreat into a silent, gray void. After what felt like an eternity, the military canteen pot over the fire began to boil. Shi Fa stood, shaking off the accumulated snow from his cloak, crossed over a fallen branch, and settled next to Su Shirchuan with a cup of tea. Have you not slept at all? Shi Fa glanced at Su Shirchuan, noting his good complexion, devoid of any signs of a sleepless night. Su Shirchuan lowered his gaze to sip the scalding tea, replying mildly, I do not have the habit of resting in the wild. Are you concerned about ambushes? Shi Fa sampled the black tea, its flavor unremarkable, lacking any additives. Yet considering the current conditions, it was undoubtedly the best treatment among the newcomers. This beauty truly knows how to care for others. Attention to detail is impeccable. The third prince mused contentedly. There are few concerns in the woods aside from the station troops, Su Shirchuan remarked. However, once you spend enough time at the military headquarters, You will develop a vigilance that will make it difficult for you to sleep in unfamiliar environments, just as I do. At his words, Shi-Fe was first taken aback, then unable to suppress a laugh. Teasing, "Teacher, you do not seem particularly old, yet your speech is reminiscent of an old man." Su Shichuan. Is that so? Su Shichuan raised an eyebrow, his lashes lifting slightly, his onyx-like pupils seemingly filled with mirth, meeting Shi-Fe's gaze directly. Shi-Fe could not withstand the cold beauty's gaze, which seemed to devour him whole. As anticipated, the next words from the Major General were, "As for pretense, my subordinate is no match for the prince from the banquet that day, wouldn't you agree?" Shi-Fe. The use of such titles and honorifics was undeniably off-putting. However, the Major General did not afford him the opportunity to respond. 17, utterly oblivious to the circumstances, approached the third prince, who cast a sidelong glance in his direction. 17, with a tail tucked between his legs, circled around to crouch beside Su Shichuan, presenting the communication devices he had collected throughout the previous night. Shi-Fe first noticed that 17 had switched to a set of camouflage resembling a wolf of the wild, then glanced at the devices and was momentarily taken aback, astonished. Did someone really make a move on the very first night? Of course, most newcomers tend to think straightforwardly, eager to seize an early advantage, or even preemptively secure their positions within the academy. The communication devices, 3 in total, 2 black and 1 white, were picked up by Su Shichuan, who brushed off the dog hair atop them, intending to keep them rather than return them. Shi-Fe looked at Su Shichuan with an expression that suggested he was being rather ruthless, but he dared not voice his thoughts, uncertain of what to say at such a moment. After all, they were competing on equal footing, and there was no reason to demand anything. Yet, this person's erratic demeanor made it impossible to discern his true intentions. Feigning ignorance of Shi-Fe's gaze, Su Shichuan doused the campfire with snow, while 17 assisted, gradually covering up the traces they had left behind. Before long, the trio gathered their gear and hastily set out, taking advantage of the last vestiges of night before dawn. Along the way, Su Shichuan's communicator vibrated several times, as a Ning would send real-time updates of any changes occurring during the trials. However, Su Shichuan chose not to check it, instead focusing on leading Shi-Fe through the labyrinthine forest. By 7 in the morning, under normal circumstances, daylight would have already broken. Yet, adverse weather conditions had cloaked the sky in a thick layer of gray clouds. Fog enveloped the forest, reducing visibility to mere meters. Once Shi-Fe confirmed they had reached the vicinity of their designated location using the electronic map, he halted Su Shichuan. "This is where we stop, teacher," he stated. "I've given it considerable thought, and I do not wish for you to remain." The two had trekked through the snow-laden forest for 2 hours, despite Shi-Fe's formal training. His breath was somewhat labored. In contrast, Su Shichuan maintained an air of calm composure, standing tall and exhibiting no signs of fatigue from the snowy journey. He laid out the pros and cons clearly, returning the choice to Shi-Fe. "I understand your reasoning," Shi-Fe replied without hesitation, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. "However, I can accept your assistance, but not on behalf of us." Su Shichuan furrowed his brows slightly, momentarily perplexed by Shi-Fe's words. "I am competent in many respects, but I have one rather selfish trait," he continued, tightening the straps on Su Shichuan's gear, brushing the snowflakes from his head, and adjusting his hood. "From this day forth, the one I have my eye on can only be observed by me." Shi-Fe lowered his head, his gaze tracing the pristine contours of the man's ear and the neck disappearing into the collar of his attire. His eyes crinkled with a smile as he whispered in a voice only they could hear, "I have witnessed your reserved pride in public and your fervent passion in private. In the eyes of outsiders, you need only perform your role as the special operations instructor. Do not let them see that you possess another side." The proximity between them was palpable, warm breaths grazing exposed skin. Shi-Fe's stance exuded a sense of pressure that caused Su Shichuan to momentarily freeze, shifting his weight backward until his back pressed against the tree behind him. 17, utterly at a loss for words, turned around in the snow, pretending to be a wolf that couldn't comprehend human speech. "Furthermore, as a man, it hardly seems fair for me to be continuously let off the hook," he remarked, his tone serious, yet laced with playful irreverence. Leaning against the tree beside Su Shichuan, Shi-Fe raised an eyebrow, his gaze unabashedly direct, exuding a burgeoning audacity that seemed both challenging and teasing. "What do you think, teacher?" However, the seasoned Major General, after a moment of surprise, maintained his composure. regardless of how close this impudent youth leaned in or how ardently he flirted. His breath remained steady, his expression calm, not betraying even a hint of a racing heartbeat. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. As he spoke, Su Shirchuan retrieved a tracking device from his uniform pocket, pressing it against Shi Fei's forehead and gently pushing him away. I have inspected your belongings. You are not carrying a cloak, and the tracking device beneath your backpack has been dismantled. Your vigilance is commendable, but this device poses no threat. It is purely for your safety. The signal from this tracker will only reach my terminal. Keep it safe and refrain from any further mischief. Shi Fei's eyes sparkled with amusement as he removed Su Shirchuan's hand and the tracker from his forehead, grasping them in his palm and playfully squeezing his fingers. I shall heed your words. What is the reward? Su Shirchuan raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a smile that spoke volumes, clearly conveying that compliance was expected. Yet Shi Fei still sought a reward. Unfazed, Shi Fei probed. Once I am admitted to the academy, shall we meet again? Su Shirchuan could only blink in response, bemused by the antics of this carefree rascal. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Are you still addicted? Not far away, 17, feigning death, could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, causing his fur to shake. The third prince grumbled in response. No meeting, then. Why the personal attack? This individual was admirable in many respects. Yet his sharp tongue was a flaw that overshadowed his otherwise handsome visage. Even with a thick skin, the third prince could not help but feel his pride wounded. In a huff, Shi Fei chose not to respond further, turning to disappear into the woods, leaving no trace behind. Once he had gone, Su Shirchuan straightened his posture, brushing off the snow from his cloak, and lifted the 200-pound wolf from the ground, shaking it to prevent it from laughing too hard. 17, dazed from the shaking, drooped his ears and tail, calming down. Follow them. If trouble arises, lend a hand, but prioritize safety. Inform me afterward. With that, Su Shirchuan set 17 down once more. Time passed, and it felt as though his body had undergone a prolonged and suffocating vacuum. As his consciousness began to align, his senses gradually awakened. In a relaxed state, his fingers unconsciously curled, gently grasping the soft, smooth fabric within reach. Su Shirchuan furrowed his brow, his eyelashes fluttering, as if struggling to regain precise control over his physical actions. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. In the dim light, the outlines of the ceiling and chandelier became clearer, causing Su Shirchuan to momentarily pause, an indescribable sensation swelling within him. What time could it possibly be? Undoubtedly, this was the final card that could resurrect the Lo-En Empire from the brink of destruction. Yet, the path that would set everything in motion remained shrouded in uncertainty. Su Shirchuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. However, the more he pressed himself to remain calm, the more chaotic his mind became. Just then, a sound echoed through the bedroom, resembling a footfall, the dull thud of military boots meeting the ground, a sound that felt jarring amid the prolonged silence, as if it were intentionally made. Could it be that someone is here? In his previous life as the highest commander of the empire, Su Shirchuan had long been seasoned in the art of war and was adept at manipulating S-level mechs with his consciousness. His mental acuity was formidable, and his 5 senses had been honed to an extraordinary sharpness. Even now, returned to a youthful body, he should still be able to detect the presence of another being in the same room. In an instant, their gazes met. Su Shirchuan quickly assessed the force exerted on his shoulder, instinct telling him that this person's capabilities might rival his own. Thus, rather than resisting, he chose to relax his body, calmly inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you here?" If memory serves me correctly, this should be the residence of the former supreme commander of the Lion Empire. As the only son of the marshal, his private quarters could hardly be accessed by others. This individual undoubtedly raises suspicion. Su Shirchuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, lifted his lashes. The dim light of the bedroom obscured the stranger's face, leaving him to deduce from the figure that it was an adult male. Su Shirchuan thought, could it be that he is attending to him? A slight frown creased Su Shirchuan's brow. The man's tall stature and awkward movements were far from those of a servant in the estate. With the aid of the illumination, Su Shirchuan finally discerned the contours of his face. The youth appeared remarkably young, seemingly just over 20, with strikingly handsome features, as if meticulously crafted by an artist's hand. His expression was neutral, exuding an aura of tranquility devoid of any hostility, an utter contrast to the earlier, more forceful individual, clad in a pristine dark gray uniform. He presented an elegant silhouette, his shoulders broad and relaxed. He met Su Shirchuan's gaze unabashedly, slightly bowing his head, his eyes reflecting a subtle inquisitiveness, as if examining an extraordinary object. Feeling inexplicably scrutinized, Su Shirchuan's expression darkened, and he coldly reiterated, "Who exactly are you?" "Advanced intelligent entity." Su Shirchuan repeated the term, thoroughly assessing the young man, and added, "So you are indeed not human? Who is your creator?" "Dr. Jonas," the young man replied. Su Shirchuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "It was the doctor who created you? So that is how you came to be here." As the name struck his ears, his heart tightened uncontrollably, yet he swiftly masked the reaction, inquiring, "With the marshal's estate so heavily guarded, how did you gain entry?" "I can alter my appearance at will as a silicon-based entity," the young man stated earnestly. "I disguised myself as a fresh cauliflower and was brought in by the workers delivering supplies this morning." Su Shirchuan found it hard to fathom the absurdity of that image and sighed, "I must admit, I didn't expect you to be quite so resourceful." The young man puffed out his chest with pride, "Master, I have many advantages." Amusement flickered in Su Shirchuan's eyes. He found the personality of this intelligent entity quite intriguing. Furthermore, considering that he was left behind by Dr. Jonas, having another companion who comprehended both history and the future at this juncture inevitably stirred feelings within him. At least, he was not alone. "By the way," Su Shirchuan turned to the young man, "the endpoint of soul traversal possesses a certain margin of error. Do you know the precise current time?" At the age of 24, having been in the military for less than 6 months, he had already attained the rank of Major General. The Lion Empire had seized control of the entire star system through warfare, placing immense value on military prowess. Influenced by his long-deceased founding parents, Su Shirchuan had always been adorned with the aura of the Marshal's son, designated by the old emperor as the future supreme commander, destined to assist the next emperor. However, the emperor he had pledged his loyalty to ultimately abandoned the nation and became the very cause of Shifa's solitary demise. It was nothing short of irony. "Master seems unhappy," the young man observed, perplexed. His initial programming was designed to assist in the hunting plan, and as Su Shirchuan's unconditionally obedient subject, pleasing him was an imperative directive. As a loyal, intelligent entity, he scoured the database for all available options and quickly determined a solution based on Su Shirchuan's childhood preferences. In the next instant, the young man, who had been kneeling by the bed awaiting orders, vanished, only to be replaced by an enormous, snow-white fox dog that leaped onto the bed, its hefty body pressing down on Su Shirchuan's chest. Startled by the sudden appearance of this creature, Su Shirchuan instinctively reacted to shove the dog away. The fox dog clung to him with its front paws, its tail wagging joyfully, while it playfully simulated a puppy's whimper, even attempting to roll over for affection. This transformed fox dog was considerably larger than a calf, weighing nearly 200 pounds, leaving Su Shirchuan feeling somewhat suffocated. He quickly intervened to cease the dog's foolish antics. Perplexed, he asked, "What on earth are you doing?" The detection system sensed that your heartbeat and brainwaves were unstable. The fox dog, in the voice of the young man, replied, "I was ordered to alleviate your negative emotions. You had a rare pet beast when you were 5 years old, much like this one. Isn't it adorable? Are you feeling any happier?" With that, the fox dog leaned in to lick his face. Su Shirchuan retorted, "That extraterrestrial beast stood barely 20 centimeters tall. You must have a programming error." The fox dog, ears drooping, peered down at its oversized paws. "Apologies, the proportional calculations were incorrect. I will rectify it immediately." Then, the fox dog shrank to the size of a palm, obediently curling up in Su Shirchuan's embrace. How about now? Having undergone this inexplicable ordeal, Su Shirchuan lost interest in reminiscing about the past and decided to closely examine the little creature, eventually asking, "Do you have any other forms? Your human shape is impractical for entry and exit. While a pet may not attract attention, but it cannot attend formal occasions. That depends on your needs." The young man replied, wagging his tail. "As a silicon-based entity, I can adapt to whatever you can imagine." Su Shirchuan sensed a considerable contrast in the young man's demeanor. In his current state, it was hard to connect him with the initially pristine and ascetic image. It seemed that the unlocking of his initial programming had just begun, and the relevant codes for simulating emotions were not yet stable. Being designated as 17, he still exhibited numerous bugs, indicating that the doctor had indeed been pressed for time during his creation. Furrowing his brow, the young man hesitantly remarked, "I believe I have detected you harboring unflattering thoughts about me." "You are overthinking it," Su Shirchuan replied seriously. gazing intently at the fox dog's nose for a few seconds before setting the little creature down and petting its fur. The young man closed his eyes in contentment, embodying the essence of a canine, emitting a soft purring sound from his nostrils. By the way, Master, the young man suddenly remembered something, looking up at Su Shichuan. Su Shichuan, momentarily distracted, murmured an acknowledgement, pausing his actions. Go on. Licking his nose, the young man stated, according to the itinerary I have prepared, you are invited to a royal banquet this evening, the first in 50 years. I wonder if you still recall it? Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Su Shichuan's lips, and he casually remarked, of course, and I must attend tonight's banquet. The young man, sensing a hint of significance, propped himself up on his small paws, gazing intently at Su Shichuan. Why do you say that, Master? In the grand design of fate, there exists a predetermined course. It seems as though the trajectory, seemingly influenced by human intervention, invariably aligns with the original path. He fell silent, pondering within. How could he bear to miss it? At 6 o'clock in the evening, the south gate of the military school swung wide open to the forest training ground. With less than half an hour remaining until the designated time, new students began to arrive at the military academy, and Ning meticulously inspected the number of communicators each newcomer possessed, reporting the time taken to the supervising instructor responsible for documentation. He then led them to a temporary rest area, waiting for all 12 to assemble before making unified arrangements. Atop the watchtower on the south side, Principal Connor was present, surveying the perimeter of the forest with binoculars. Su Shichuan stood behind him, quietly reporting the results of the entire supplementary examination. Indeed, Su Shichuan affirmed, then added, however, this supplementary examination is tailored for special tactical planning and may not be applicable to other disciplines. Upon hearing this, Su Shichuan refrained from further comment, tacitly agreeing. Have you personally tested it? Connor inquired again. Su Shichuan's mind raced, realizing that Connor likely had knowledge of his prior outing. While not surprised, he deduced that this information could only have been divulged by Anning. Initially, he believed Anning to be merely a victim of the same insinuation, but it now appeared that he might have been intentionally placed there. Was he working for Connor? No. The moment this thought surfaced, Su Shichuan dismissed it. Despite Connor's high status, he was merely a principal. His influence was limited. Anning was not his subordinate. It was possible that both were serving the same master. I have tested it, Su Shichuan admitted candidly. On the first evening of the additional assessment, I followed the third prince and gauged his abilities. Connor seemed intrigued by this revelation, turning to face Su Shichuan. And how did it go? With no soldiers stationed behind them, Su Shichuan felt free to elaborate. For a newcomer, his performance was commendable, though he lacks practical experience and requires further honing. He paused to swiftly gauge Connor's reaction. Noticing no immediate comment, he continued, I heard the third prince mention that he had previously received guidance from Rex. Indeed, Connor nodded slowly. That was quite some time ago. Rex was not only the royal tutor to the crown prince, but also the younger brother of Princess Anna. Given this connection, it is only natural for him to look after the third prince. Su Shichuan was subtly taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a relationship. It is getting late. Your students have worked hard for 3 days. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Let them rest well tonight. Connor placed a hand on Su Shichuan's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze like a mentor would. You should do the same. Yes, Su Shichuan replied, inclining his head. Allow me to escort you. With that, they departed the sentry tower, and Su Shichuan led Connor to the hover vehicle that awaited them. As the vehicle drove away, Anning approached, handing Su Shichuan a holographic device displaying a statistical report. Instructor Su, we have encountered a minor issue. Su Shichuan furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Anning. Accepting the device to inspect it, he quickly noted that of the 12 candidates expected to be accepted, only 10 names were listed. Do you recall the provocateur named Austin from the eve of the additional assessment? Su Shichuan remained silent, his gaze drifting down to the end of the list, where he was astonished to find Austin Ducall's name ranked 10th, yet the corresponding number of beacons was as high as 17. He realized what the so-called minor issue entailed and couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed he had underestimated that troublemaker. Instructor Su, Anning remarked with a smile. He is far superior to that extreme monthly contender. Understood, Su Shichuan returned the device, instructing, see to it that the rejected candidates are sent away. We shall check on the newcomers. That has already been arranged, Anning gestured for him to follow, leading him to the temporary rest area adjacent to the sentry tower. The space, modest and simply furnished, was typically used by on-duty soldiers. After 3 days of training in the woods, The newcomers appeared less than pristine. So as Su Shichuan and Anning entered, the 10 individuals inside instinctively refrained from taking a seat. Upon their arrival, the newcomers stood at attention, bowing respectfully to Su Shichuan. "This is our second meeting," Su Shichuan addressed them. "You have all performed admirably and passed the additional assessment." His voice was soft and warm, as he regarded each individual with a cool gaze, finally lingering on Shifa and offering a subtle smile. Shifa, positioned at the back of the group, had not diverted his gaze from Su Shichuan since he entered. When their eyes met, the faint smile felt like both a reward and an unspoken suggestion. In any case, the third prince, feeling particularly singled out, lightly licked his dry lips and blew a kiss towards the esteemed instructor. Beside him, Austin fixed his gaze on Su Shichuan, his brow slightly furrowing. The grand banquet hall was illuminated by twinkling lights, figures flitting about before Shifa, who struggled to hear the greetings exchanged by the attendees. Pressing his fingers to his temples in an attempt to clear his mind, he glanced towards the distant window. To be precise, he was observing the figure standing before it. Earlier, he had caught only a fleeting glimpse of that individual. In this social setting, the person stood alone, quietly sipping a drink in a corner, exuding an air of excessive modesty. Yet, amidst the bustling guests, this stillness rendered him conspicuously captivating. Having consumed too much alcohol, Shifa's consciousness swayed, but it did not hinder his judgment regarding the solitary figure as a lonely, alluring beauty. It would be quite rude not to offer some comfort. Noticing Shifa's inebriation, a nearby attendant hurried over, respectfully murmuring, "Your Highness, there is a prepared resting room next door. It's quiet. Would you like to sit there? I can arrange for some tea to help sober you up." Shifa, his thoughts already adrift, paid no heed to the attendant's words. He grasped the young man's shoulder, pulling him closer and drunkenly asking, "Hey, that person," nodding towards the window, "who is he?" "I don't know," the attendant replied, unable to fully comprehend the intoxicated prince's question. Shifa barely caught the name, the rest of the information fading from his mind as he deemed it unimportant. Yet, he soon recognized it. With that, he pushed the attendant aside, nonchalantly retrieving a glass from a nearby table, and with feigned composure, he strode across the hall towards the window. "Master, 17 has deactivated self-sleep mode," the intelligent assistant reminded him obediently. "The third prince has arrived. Would you like a real-time distance report?" "No need," Su Shichuan replied, taking a sip of his drink. "I can hear his footsteps." "What are your intentions?" 17 inquired. As an intelligent entity, its data was synchronized with the hunting plan until the precise moment of its initiation. 17's analysis of the current situation was astute, but it could not decipher its master's thoughts. Perhaps that individual was simply too skilled at concealing emotions, without initiating a brainwave scan to forcibly probe thoughts. Even if it could dissect Su Shichuan's expressions and movements, it would glean no useful information. 17's understanding of Su Shichuan was limited to the core database established by Dr. Jonas. However, that information was superficial, akin to a meticulously detailed manual. While it could construct the image of a cold, powerful, and omnipotent soldier, it could not penetrate his inner self. Unaware that the small silver pin on his earlobe was silently critiquing him, Su Shichuan set down his glass and softly declared, "I intend to indulge him." 17. Su Shichuan, remember to deactivate sleep mode when the time comes. 17. Why do you need to sleep again? The simple-minded intelligent assistant found the situation perplexing. It had not uttered anything inappropriate this time. Humans truly were strange creatures. Meanwhile, Shifa, who had lingered nearby, refrained from speaking immediately, instead lowering his gaze to observe the figure before him. His eyes traced the person straight back down to where the fabric hugged, lingering for a moment, before sweeping down to the long legs encased in boots and the slender ankles they contained. What a fine physique, Shifa mused inwardly, though the attire is rather conservative. Downing the last of his drink, he let his tongue graze his lips, and under the slight sting of the alcohol, he took a few steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the individual at the window. Su Shichuan had been waiting for this moment until the fellow beside him placed the goblet on the windowsill. He leisurely turned his head, casting a mildly surprised gaze at Shifa, his expression calm and unruffled, yet his heart felt as if it were caught in a tempest. This year, Shifa Trance, the third heir to the Loin Empire, had just reached adulthood. He bore the exquisite features inherited from the late Princess Anna, with strikingly beautiful facial characteristics. His eyes were a deep, translucent blue, elongated in shape, with slightly raised outer corners that exuded a charming and roguish allure when he smiled. Dressed in a pristine white royal uniform, with knee-high military boots, he wore no extraneous adornments, his light golden hair cascading down, accentuating his tall and upright stature. Unconsciously, Su Shichuan found himself captivated by a lock of hair that fell delicately by Shifa's face. In his previous life, Su Shichuan had deeply experienced the exclusion and disdain from his peers. Only through relentless effort could he hope to shed the halo of his status and gain recognition for his true self. At that time, he had been proud and reserved, naturally looking down upon a prince like Shifa, who seemed to squander his potential. Thus, when Shifa made a flirtatious suggestion, his hand daringly brushing against an inappropriate area, the young major had not hesitated to bring the third prince crashing to the ground, delivering a swift blow to render him unconscious in the presence of the imperial nobility and high-ranking officers. Now, standing before him, Shifa still bore a look of mischievous intent. The major, waiting for the little rogue to make his move, couldn't help but smile as he met Shifa's dazed blue eyes, anticipating the absurd and straightforward request that would soon escape his lips. It was as if he were a major. What was his name again? The third prince thought to himself, realizing with a headache that drinking too much had indeed muddled his mind, leaving him embarrassed for not remembering the name of such a beauty. Su Shichuan found the whole situation both amusing and perplexing, wondering at the prince's poor flirtation skills. Is that so? But I have no recollection of such an encounter, he replied, suppressing a chuckle. Of course, Shifa smiled, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, his clear eyes appearing veiled with a thin film of water. He leaned in closer to Su Shichuan, scrutinizing his porcelain-like skin and the striking contrast of his dark and light eyes. The third prince greedily thought about when the military had acquired such a gem. Their faces were mere inches apart, and Shifa could even catch a whiff of the clean, pleasant scent emanating from Su Shichuan. The latter's demeanor was cool, not cold as ice, but rather calm and composed, which made him seem somewhat mature compared to his appearance. Though he attended the royal banquet in military attire, he was one of the rare few who could infuse life into such a rigid uniform. Shifa's gaze drifted to the man's slightly purse-pale lips, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this person was merely putting on a facade of propriety. His actions were so overt, the other did not accept nor outright reject them, maintaining a tranquil demeanor while standing so straight, as if for the eyes of someone in particular. Of course, we have met, he said, wrapping an arm around Su Shichuan's waist and, under the guise of casualness, sliding his hand down a few inches, feigning innocence. I never forget a beautiful face. If you are indeed a person, would you mind sharing a drink with me privately? 17. Oh my. The silent AI could no longer contain itself. Exclaiming in indignation, this scoundrel dares to take advantage of my master? You must act quickly. The major, once again subjected to an inappropriate advance, felt a headache coming on from the AI's incessant chatter, and so he calmly pinched his earring. 17? With a smile in his eyes. Su Shichuan turned to glance at the fellow who, despite being a few centimeters taller, stubbornly clung to him like a child, inept even at mischief. Do not. 17 trembled in fear, lamenting, it's obvious this will lead to no good, master. You cannot. Be quiet. Su Shichuan warned softly, or I will disable you. 17. What on earth? 17 was perplexed, wondering if warning of danger was somehow wrong. You carbon-based beings are so difficult to understand. He had not instructed 17 to dispose of the confiscated communicator, thus 17 assumed his silence meant consent, distributing the communicator from Jiwa equally between Shifa and Austin, leading to a slight rise in their rankings to 9th and 10th, respectively, unobtrusive enough to ensure their retention at the academy. Su Shichuan was somewhat pleased with the current outcome, pulling over another terminal and activating the touchscreen. To his surprise, after a day spent together, their relationship had developed remarkably. The major found it quite interesting. After a moment's hesitation, Su Shichuan connected the communicator to a wireless earpiece, slipped it into his ear, and dialed the third prince's digital ID. At the same time, the image of a harmonious pair, one person and one dog, stopped in their tracks. Shifa checked his sleeve, and upon recognizing the caller's name, hurriedly pushed the sled dog aside, rising to his feet and swiftly making his way toward a secluded area. However, before the voice request could be accepted, Su Shichuan received an unexpected text message. 17. Your subordinate has spent the day leading, fighting, and babysitting 2 kids. You do not contact me first, yet you plan to voice chat with the third prince? 17. Biased. Su Shichuan. 17. I'm still upset, you know? 17. There's a bug. I can't block it. The second solution requires you to coax me back to normal. Su Shichuan. I'll soothe you after the mission ends. Let us discuss serious matters first. 17. Oh, the third prince is curious why the first place girl was eliminated. Su Shichuan. How did you explain that? 17. I don't know, but I can't reveal anything. Just tell him the master has his reasons, and it's not convenient to disclose, so he shouldn't pry. Su Shichuan. Did he believe you? 17. That bastard mocked me for not being trusted by you, pounding the ground. At that moment, the voice request was accepted. Su Shichuan momentarily ignored the raucous AI and adjusted his earpiece, speaking calmly. Are you settling in well? Hearing this, Su Shichuan smiled subtly, his fingers tapping the keyboard to exit the live surveillance feed, revealing the military's internal webpage hidden behind the screen. This required high-level access, containing confidential information that would never be disclosed to the public, covering every aspect since the establishment of the Loin Empire. In this lifetime, with Su Shichuan's current rank of major, he was still far from being qualified. However, 17, possessing technological capabilities far beyond modern science, was adept at navigating the virtual realm. And with Su Shichuan's understanding of security protocols, the two could easily carve out a path within the tightly sealed military intranet. Thus, Su Shichuan had made arrangements in advance for 17 to infiltrate and quietly create an account with open access, ensuring they would erase any traces of their visit afterward, allowing them to operate unobserved. Perhaps, Su Shichuan thought, not taking such playful banter to heart, as he began searching for useful information while continuing the conversation. Is the prince interested in hearing this? You are truly dull. Though he said this, Shifa secretly relished the compliant nature of the exchange, regardless of its authenticity. It was at least pleasing to the ear. After days of heavy snowfall, the storm had finally ceased, and the atmosphere was remarkably clear, the clouds having parted. As night descends, the stars shimmer brilliantly, and the moon, shining with a cold white light, approaches a perfect circle, with the silhouette of another planet faintly visible behind it. When that planet reaches a position near Earth's orbit, the brilliance of the moon will be overshadowed, heralding the annual dual moon festival of the White Emperor Star. Shifa leans against the bare trunk of a tree, gazing up at the contrasting full moons, and absent-mindedly jests. Do all agents become teachers eventually? After a moment's contemplation, Shifa candidly remarks, such pretentiousness. Su Shichuan's eyes crinkle with laughter as he softly mutters, little rascal. Shifa is taken aback but is unbothered, letting out a light laugh as if in realization. Teacher, I've noticed you never regarded me as a prince. Why would the third prince say such a thing? Su Shichuan inquires. You hit me, scold me, and even sleep with me. Shifa replies, you're merely a rear admiral. I wonder who spoiled you to such an extent. He pauses, hesitating to guess. Could it possibly be Father Emperor? Su Shichuan remains silent. They are indeed in need of personnel. That is a fact. Both 17 and Su Shichuan are acutely aware of this. It is not uncommon for military academies to admit a handful of exceptional talents every few years. But Su Shichuan's reluctance to keep her around is not based on the evening's superficial rationale. New recruits are allowed to make mistakes. They may lack the subtlety required, but there are several years ahead to refine their edges and mold them into perfect war machines before deploying them to various military departments. Yet, Su Shichuan dares not retain her. The name GUA is rare, and he feels as though he has encountered it before. Yet the impression is insufficiently profound to be etched in his memory. Those skilled in dealing with intelligence are often adept in interpersonal relations. Their caution is not about gathering evidence or proving guilt, but rather about eliminating suspicious individuals at the onset of doubt, ensuring absolute safety. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, their game lacks the rigidity of singularity. Everything is fluid and adaptable. Su Shichuan is indeed intrigued by her, for reasons mirroring those of 17. However, rather than risk keeping an uncertain variable close, it is wiser to observe her from a distance, ultimately determining whether she possesses any value for his purposes. One thing is certain. A young girl raised by convent nuns should not possess such skills. This truth is apparent to Su Shichuan, and his assistant, Ning, is also aware, which is why she took it upon herself to investigate GU's background. Su Shichuan deliberately encouraged Ning to broaden her inquiry, also seeking to uncover details about her own background. He rummages through the archives from 3 years prior, concerning the murder of Crown Prince Raymond Terenzo within the Dual Moon Palace, an incident that went unnoticed by anyone that night. The assassination of the heir apparent, with the perpetrator leaving no trace, became a scandal for the imperial family. Signs indicated an insider's complicity. Otherwise, with the palace's extensive surveillance, it would be impossible for not even a shadow to be recorded. Subsequently, the old emperor fell gravely ill, and the second prince, Shisa Terenza, ascended to the position of heir, igniting speculation throughout the empire that Shisa had hired assassins from the black market to eliminate his elder brother in a bid for the throne. Yet, the developments took a dramatic turn. Months later, the former crown prince's mentor, the first Knight Rex, defected, while Shisa sustained minor injuries in an assassination attempt. This led to a shift in rumors, with some pointing fingers at the underage third prince, while others suspected it was Shisa's ploy to divert attention. Later, with the onset of war, the chatter faded, and the case of the crown prince's assassination was sealed by the military, maintaining only that they were pursuing the identity of the assassin. During this period, several high-ranking individuals in the Loin Empire fell from grace, including dukes closely associated with certain princes. Yet on the surface, these events seemed unrelated. Given the solid evidence, no one would have connected these seemingly disparate incidents. Su Shichuan, having revisited the sealed cases from the past 3 years, feels an intangible thread weaving them together. To avoid drawing attention, Su Shichuan discreetly leads Shifa through a side door, away from the banquet hall. As they distance themselves from the festivities, silence envelopes them, and the ancient palace appears to be in slumber. The Dual Moon Palace is equipped with high-precision security systems, monitored round the clock by the military security department. Thus, there are few patrolling guards within. In a previous life, Su Shichuan was appointed as the crown prince's mentor by the late emperor. After Shisa's ascension, he was promoted to the first knight before the throne, responsible for the security of the imperial city, with an intimate knowledge of its internal structure. He is aware of the vulnerabilities in the security systems. Thus, he deliberately selects blind spots to avoid leaving traces in the surveillance feeds. Though Su Shichuan remains relatively obscure, his identity as the marshal's orphan is now apparent. He cannot easily approach or distance himself from any royal heir. The death of the crown prince has taught the empire a crucial lesson. Until the coronation is firmly established, nothing is certain. Everyone is aware that the old emperor's health is deteriorating, and the ascension of the heir is imminent. The transition of power signifies a complete reshuffling of the empire's factional structure. The current high-ranking military officers are remnants of the old emperor's faction. While they possess deep-rooted experience, they may not necessarily gain favor with the new emperor. After all, they are not trusted confidants cultivated from the ground up, and should they ever turn traitorous, who can guarantee that a second free alliance would not emerge in opposition to the Loin Empire? Throughout history, no individual in a position of power has been free from suspicion. Su Shichuan is well acquainted with the character of the future emperor and thus avoids provoking this sensitive issue too soon. Moreover, the current landscape is set. Shisa is now the heir, and Su Shichuan, as a mere rear admiral, wields limited power. To ascend, he must rely on the favor of that individual. If his memories serve him correctly, the ambitious heir has long been aware of his existence. The son of the marshal is a significant asset, lending an air of historical plausibility to the unfolding events. This is precisely why Shisa has actively sought to cultivate a relationship with him, even recommending him to the emperor for the role of crown prince's mentor. He merely needs to bide his time, awaiting the convergence of fate. In this contemplation, Su Shichuan instinctively turns to the side, only to be momentarily taken aback upon meeting Shifa's gaze. "You finally noticed me," Shifa grins, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "Otherwise, I might have begun to wonder what our early departure was truly for." His words are subtle, yet laden with implication. Su Shichuan cannot help but smile wryly, thinking how this seemingly young and naive individual is determined to feign the demeanor of a worldly veteran, and it is no wonder he was mistaken upon their first encounter, resulting in a thorough beating in front of many witnesses. At that time, Su Shichuan was unyieldingly upright, unable to tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes, while Shifa was that troublesome grain, one consumed by lust, the other proud and haughty. They had met through conflict, yet what are they now? Su Shichuan finds it rather amusing, perhaps encapsulating it as a cunning wolf inadvertently courting a sheepdog clad in wool. In the end, who would devour whom remains uncertain. "Pray, Your Highness, what do you believe we are to do by departing early?" As Su Shichuan spoke, the tips of his brows arched into his hairline, and his eyes formed a captivating crescent. The starlight that streamed through the window illuminated the depths of his dark eyes, casting a delicate and quivering blue hue upon them, where a profound yet subtly mischievous smile resided. Shifa was momentarily taken aback by this enigmatic smile, a sudden and inexplicable restlessness surging within him. From the brief encounter of merely 10 minutes, it was evident that he was a person of cool demeanor and integrity. Yet, for reasons unknown, when their gazes met, Shifa felt an ambiguous slickness, perhaps due to the other's seemingly playful peach blossom eyes. Their exchanged glances were undeniably enticing, more lethal than any other form of seduction. Truly a devil, cloaked in a guise of righteousness. Let me not undress you. Somewhere along this corridor, there may exist a window left ajar, allowing the cool night breeze to sweep in. Shifa felt his mind clear slightly as he cast his gaze downwards, surveying the meticulously buttoned collar of this seemingly righteous beauty, and remarked, in the dead of night, two solitary men are certainly not off to discuss life's ideals. What does the esteemed Major General think? It sounded as if the third prince was rather experienced. Su Shichuan shot him a sidelong glance, responding at a leisurely pace, "You shall find out soon enough." Shifa cleverly circled back. Indeed, one would know once they try. However, the reality was that trying would yield little clarity. The normally composed third prince was inexplicably nervous. Despite his youth, Shifa's status as a leader among these noble scions would not permit him to be teased lightly. Thus, he immediately glided into the banquet hall. This alluring figure was indeed captivating, yet as a novice with merely theoretical knowledge and no practical experience, the thought of faltering in bed felt utterly mortifying. Moreover, what was worse was the impression that the other was the truly experienced one. The two exited through the back door of the banquet hall, traversing a garden in the northwest corner of the imperial city. This area was adorned with numerous fountains, and the air was thick with humidity. As the moisture-laden night breeze brushed against him, Shifa felt an increase in his headache and quickly steadied himself, blinking to reassess the scene before him, suddenly sensing something amiss. "I heard from the banquet attendants that you are the newly appointed Major General of the military." Shifa's voice, still tinged with the slur of inebriation, sounded deep and alluring, yet clearer than before. It was his first time in the Twin Moon Palace. How could he be so familiar with the layout of my residence? "The third prince is overthinking," Su Shichuan explained nonchalantly. "My subordinates only know how to exit that side hall. As for how to reach your residence, is it not you who is leading the way?" As they walked side by side, it was unclear who was guiding whom, and they naturally arrived at this point. Shifa's mind was a haze, having scarcely remembered the other's name, preoccupied instead with admiring the first rendezvous of his life, while contemplating how to disguise his youthfulness. How could he focus on anything else? The intimacy of the moment felt strangely familiar, likely due to the other's remarkable composure. Was this what one called a casual liaison? Was a casual liaison merely two individuals in a garden, basking in the cold breeze while stargazing? Certainly, for now. Stargazing was simply a result of not yet arriving at their destination. Yet theoretically, it should be more enriching. There were no enticing sweet nothings, no fervent exchanges of flirtation. It was merely a back and forth of inquiries and responses, with him stealing glances while remaining nonchalant about it. Had they perhaps exchanged scripts by mistake? At that moment, the not-so-seasoned little libertine found himself questioning the very nature of life. After a while, they arrived at the third prince's residence. The White Emperor's star shone distinctly through the seasons, with the capital situated in a region of optimal climate. It was early autumn, the temperature having dipped, but not to the point of discomfort. A wind whispered through the darkness, causing the branches of a flowering tree above Su Shichuan to rustle. The flowers grew in a peculiar manner, their buds resembling delicate pom-poms, and when stirred by the wind, the petals would cascade like snowflakes. Feeling a sense of awareness, Su Shichuan lifted his gaze, allowing it to drift through the thinning branches towards the third-floor windows. "Master, what are your thoughts?" 17, unable to contain himself, inquired. Glancing at him, 17 replied softly, "Your adrenaline levels are stable. This is not impulsiveness. Do not underestimate an intelligent entity for lacking adrenaline." This individual was indeed too constrained. 17 noted sensitively. He claimed it was impulsiveness and loss of control, yet his heart rate and brain waves indicated he was 100% composed. "You harbor many thoughts within." As the word slipped from his lips, 17 suddenly realized and quickly added, "I did not pry into your mind, but I can sense it." "You are correct." Su Shichuan smiled at him. "Dr. Jonas is a genius. He has managed to separate the essence and soul of advanced life forms, allowing me to experience what others can only dream of their entire lives." 17 was perplexed. What logical connection is there in this? Not everything can be analyzed through data. Logic is merely a relatively rigorous concept, Su Shirchuan responded, his gaze fixed upon 17's eyes. What I have done tonight may seem irrational to you, lacking in future value. Yet to me, it holds profound significance. 17 frowned, pausing as his wrist communicator vibrated. Su Shirchuan raised his wrist to open the unread messages on the screen, casting a glance at the cheeky words of invitation, and slowly spoke. I merely wish to see him content. That is all. 17, I am but a mortal. Before fulfilling my task, out of selfishness, I wish to first satisfy my own desires. Do you understand? Subsequently, the two parted ways, each heading in different directions. The rest area provided by the base officers was a standalone 2-story building, situated in the quietest part of the entire base. Its exterior featured uniform snow-white paint, while the interior was clean and orderly, with the upper level designated for living quarters and the lower level divided into a conference hall, reception area, and monitoring room. Aside from Anning, Su Shirchuan had also borrowed 7 personnel from Connor for this trial, and by this time, they should all be on duty, monitoring the newcomers' movements. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. All is well, Su Shirchuan said politely. Thank you for your hard work. As exam proctors, those in the monitoring room certainly could not afford to sleep. A few days without rest is manageable. We are accustomed to it. Anning, who had not slept a wink, were no traces of fatigue on his face, his emerald eyes still sparkling with vitality. He fell silent, awaiting further instructions from Su Shirchuan. Su Shirchuan lifted his cup to sip tea, casually activating a light dot on the screen to assess the real-time situation. It depicted a lone male student, with notes indicating he had acquired a calling device. He was currently hiding behind some bushes, half drawing a dagger, preparing to ambush a young woman who was facing away from him, fetching water. However, the most intriguing detail was that the notes beside the young woman indicated she was equipped with 6 calling devices. It was important to note that the trial had only commenced less than 24 hours ago. Acquiring 5 calling devices was an undeniable feat. Su Shirchuan's brow furrowed slightly as he adjusted the primary perspective, shifting the view to the young woman's front. Her posture as she crouched to fetch water was remarkably professional. Only one leg bore weight, her back naturally arched, appearing entirely unguarded. Yet every part of her was poised to spring into action. Clearly, she was aware of the arrogant fool lurking behind her. Who is this person? Su Shirchuan spoke, preparing to report to you. And Ning, while speaking, opened the holographic device and laid it flat before Su Shirchuan. The screen displayed a table of real-time data, meticulously detailing the status of each new student, arranged from top to bottom according to the number of calling devices held, with the names of those eliminated grayed out at the bottom. Su Shirchuan noticed that the top-ranked newcomer had a rather unique name, Jiyu, which seemed to lack a surname. And Ning glanced at his communicator and remarked, as of the last hour, the latest statistics indicate that 18 individuals have been eliminated, a number considerably higher than our initial expectations, suggesting that the quality of the newcomers is indeed commendable. Su Jiao, you have eliminated the vast majority at once, which certainly benefits other specialties. Those who remain are, after all, the best. We have not suffered a loss. Su Shirchuan replied, it appears satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Su Shirchuan looked up at him, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Let us investigate those nuns later and see what beliefs they hold that could cultivate such skilled newcomers. Understood, and Ning acknowledged, his eyes flickering as he pondered Su Shirchuan's deeper meaning and tentatively inquired, do you believe this individual should not remain? Her skills are commendable, yet her cunning is rather shallow. The 2 newcomers in the footage had already engaged in combat, and Su Shirchuan ended the surveillance, succinctly stating, once the supplementary test concludes, I recommend she join the Marine Corps. She is well suited for that. And Ning nodded, paused for a moment, then asked, what about the calling device in her possession? This inquiry, veiled in subtlety, essentially asked how Su Shirchuan intended to eliminate her. And Ning understood immediately, focusing on the 3 calling devices that should have been lost. As the chief instructor, it was rare for Su Shirchuan to personally welcome anyone, yet he found himself in front of the dormitory provided by the base, where he met the young girl. And Ning followed closely, having anticipated the outcome and thus had spent the afternoon monitoring Jiyu's situation, having witnessed her being attacked by a snow wolf in the snowy terrain. Among the 5 who had lost their qualifications, Jiyu's composure starkly contrasted with the dejected expressions of the other 4 newcomers, making her appear overly rational and mature. Her appearance was not particularly stunning. With black hair and eyes, her features were well-defined yet lacked distinct characteristics. From the perspective of a secret agent, her face was exceptionally suitable for disguise. Standing slightly taller than the average woman, over 1.7 meters, she possessed the potential for transformation and disguise, marking her as a remarkably capable newcomer. Su Shichuan scrutinized her for a moment longer before arriving at an objective conclusion. Their meeting was brief throughout. Su Shichuan remained silent while Ning offered some comforting and transitional remarks before announcing the hidden results, allowing for a change of specialty. This news undoubtedly brought relief to those who had been eliminated, as the newcomers collectively exhaled in relief, yet Ji Yu maintained an air of indifference. However, after Ning declared the dismissal, she lifted her gaze to Su Shichuan, her emotions inscrutable. Ji Yu placed her key into her pocket and, after her peers had departed, approached Su Shichuan. Her gaze was unyielding, a palpable intensity lingering in the air. Su Shichuan, though aware of her presence, chose to ignore her, yet, to his surprise, she remained insistent, approaching him nonetheless. Time slipped away, and it felt as though his body had endured a protracted vacuum. As consciousness returned and sensations gradually awakened, his fingers instinctively curled, lightly grasping a soft, smooth fabric within reach. Su Shichuan's brow furrowed slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, as if struggling to regain precise control over his body's actions. After a brief interlude, he finally opened his eyes. In the dim light, the contours of the ceiling and the chandelier became discernible, and Su Shichuan momentarily froze, an indescribable sensation washing over him. When could this be? Undoubtedly, this was the last card that could resurrect the Loin Empire from the brink of destruction. Yet, the path that would set everything in motion remained utterly elusive. Su Shichuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, but the more he forced himself to remain calm, the more chaotic his mind became. Just then, a sound echoed in the bedroom, akin to a footfall, the muted thud of military boots striking the ground, jarring amidst the prolonged silence, as though intentionally produced. Could someone be here? In his previous life as the supreme commander of the Empire, Su Shichuan, seasoned by battle and adept at controlling S-class mechas with his consciousness, possessed formidable mental acuity. His senses, honed to extraordinary sharpness, should have alerted him to the presence of another being in the room, even in this youthful body, which, despite its diminishment, ought not to have failed him in this regard. In an instant, their gazes locked. Su Shichuan quickly assessed the strength exerted on his shoulder, his instincts suggesting that this person's capabilities might rival his own. Thus, after a brief exchange, he chose not to resist, instead relaxing his body and calmly inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you here?" If memory served correctly, this should be the residence of the former supreme commander of the Loin Empire, as the marshal's only son. His private quarters could not be casually intruded upon by others. This individual must be suspicious. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Su Shichuan raised his eyelids. The bedroom was dimly lit, obscuring the stranger's face, leaving only the silhouette of an adult male. Su Shichuan pondered, is this person attending to him? His brow furrowed slightly, noting the man's tall, lanky build and awkward movements, which were far from those of a household servant. With the help of the lighting, Su Shichuan finally discerned the man's face. He appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps just over 20, with well-defined, handsome features that seemed meticulously crafted, making him an exceedingly attractive young man. His expression was neutral, devoid of any hint of aggression, a stark contrast to the earlier individual who had exhibited forceful behavior. He wore a pristine dark gray uniform, accentuating his tall frame and broad shoulders. He met Su Shichuan's gaze without reservation, his head slightly bowed, his eyes reflecting a subtle scrutiny, as if examining an extraordinary object. Confused by the scrutiny, Su Shichuan's expression darkened as he coldly reiterated, "Who exactly are you?" Advanced Intelligence Unit. Su Shichuan repeated the term, assessing the individual before him once more, then remarked, "So you are indeed not human? Who is your creator?" Su Shichuan queried. "Dr. Jonas," the young man replied. Su Shichuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "It was the doctor who created you? So that is why you are here." Upon hearing that name, his heart involuntarily tightened. Yet he swiftly masked his reaction, continuing to inquire, "The marshal's residence is heavily guarded. How did you gain entry?" "Silicon-based intelligence units can alter their appearance at will," he explained earnestly. "I disguised myself as a fresh cauliflower and was brought in by a worker delivering supplies in the morning." Su Shichuan found it hard to visualize that scenario, responding with a touch of resignation. "I never would have guessed you could be so resourceful." The young man puffed out his chest proudly, declaring, "Master, I possess numerous advantages. A smile flickered in Su Shichuan's eyes, finding this intelligence unit's personality rather amusing. Moreover, considering that he was left by Dr. Jonas, the presence of another companion familiar with history and the future at this juncture evoked a sense of nostalgia in Su Shichuan. At least, he was not alone. By the way, Su Shichuan turned to the young man. The endpoint of soul traversal may have some discrepancies. Do you know the precise current time? At the tender age of just 24, having been in the military for less than 6 months, he had already attained the rank of Major General. The Loin Empire, through its martial prowess, had seized control of an entire star system, deeply venerating strength and power within its ranks. Influenced by the long-deceased founding parents, Su Shichuan was adorned with the illustrious title of Marshal's son from a young age. Designated by the old emperor as the future supreme commander, destined to assist the next emperor. Yet, the emperor he pledged his allegiance to ultimately fled the nation, becoming the very architect of Shi Fa's solitary demise, a most ironic twist of fate. Seemingly, his master was discontent. 17 felt bewildered. His primary programming dictated an unwavering commitment to assist in the hunting plan, with Su Shichuan as his unconditionally obedient subject. Thus, it was imperative to appease his master. As a devoted, intelligent entity, 17 scoured the database for all available options, swiftly identifying a solution based on Su Shichuan's childhood preferences. In the blink of an eye, the young man who had been kneeling at the bedside vanished, replaced by an enormous, snow-white fox dog that leapt onto the bed, its considerable weight pressing down on Su Shichuan's chest. Startled by the sudden appearance of this creature, Su Shichuan instinctively sought to shove the dog away. 17, however, wrapped his front paws around his master, refusing to let go, his tail wagging joyfully as he simulated the innocent yelp of a puppy, attempting to roll over and charm his way into affection. This transformed fox dog was considerably larger than a calf, weighing nearly 200 pounds, causing Su Shichuan to feel a tightness in his chest. He quickly attempted to halt the creature's foolish antics, perplexed. What are you doing? The detection system has noted your heart rate and brainwave activity are unstable, 17 replied in a comforting tone. I am commanded to alleviate your negative emotions. The fox dog continued. When you were 5, you received a rare pet beast that bore a resemblance to me. Is it not adorable? Are you not feeling a tad happier? With that, the fox dog leaned in, intent on licking his face. Su Shichuan responded with a flat expression, pushing the dog's head away. That alien beast was merely 20 centimeters tall. Your programming seems flawed. 17 lowered his ears and inspected his oversized paws. Apologies. There was a miscalculation in the proportions. Allow me to rectify it. The fox dog then shrank to the size of a palm, obediently curling up in Su Shichuan's embrace. How about now? Having been unexpectedly distracted, Su Shichuan had little inclination to dwell on the past. Instead, he lifted the dog for a closer inspection and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, do you have any other forms? Your humanoid appearance is inconvenient for casual outings. While a pet does not attract attention, yet is unsuitable for formal occasions. That depends on your needs. 17 wagged his tail. As a silicon-based entity, I can morph into any form you can envision. Su Shichuan observed the stark contrast in 17's demeanor, finding it difficult to reconcile the current appearance with the initially austere and ascetic young man. Perhaps it was due to the recent unlocking of initial programming. The emotional simulation codes were still unstable. Despite being designated as 17, there remained numerous bugs. It seemed the doctor had indeed been pressed for time during the creation process. 17 furrowed his brow, sensing uncertainty. I believe I have detected your unspoken thoughts, and they do not appear to be favorable. You are overthinking, Su Shichuan replied. His gaze fixed on the fox dog's nose for a moment before setting the creature down and gently stroking its fur. 17 closed his eyes in contentment, enjoying the attention like a true canine, emitting soft purring sounds from his nostrils. By the way, Master, 17 suddenly recalled, looking up at Su Shichuan. Su Shichuan, momentarily distracted, responded with a non-committal pausing his actions. Go on. 17 licked his nose and continued. According to my prearranged itinerary, you are invited to a royal banquet this evening. A gathering not held for 50 years. I wonder if it still resonates with you? At this, Su Shichuan subtly lifted the corners of his mouth and casually remarked, of course, an attendance at tonight's banquet is imperative. 17, sensing the significance, propped himself up on his small paws, tilting his head as he fixed an unwavering gaze on Su Shichuan. Why do you say that, Master? In the grand tapestry of fate, destiny unfolds in its own manner. often aligning unexpectedly with preordained paths. He fell into silence, contemplating, how could one bear to miss it? The Loin Empire still revered military might, and the tradition of violence as education had long been an unspoken norm in military academies. Typically, instructors would impose punishments on students, with higher ranks penalizing lower ranks, as long as the reasoning was sound and the punishment reasonable. Prior to their arrival, the school doctor had familiarized himself with the situation, aware of the 2 injury sites. He examined Enzo's back, confirming no severe spinal damage, and then gestured for Anning's assistance in addressing the dislocated arm. The entire process was swift and conducted in silence. In response, Austin remained noncommittal, casting a cold glance at Anning, saying nothing, as if seeking to devour him with his gaze. Such arrogant offspring of officials were commonplace in military academies. They were merely stubborn and obstinate. Anning chose not to engage, offering a dismissive smile before lowering his voice further, saying, "Once you have the opportunity to enter the intelligence department, you will discover there are only 2 types of individuals." In front of Austin, Anning raised a finger, stating meaningfully, the first type is unremarkable, ensuring they blend into the crowd to the extent that their appearance is forgotten. Even if one has interacted with them face to face, they leave no clear impression in the minds of others. These individuals typically undertake shallow infiltration tasks, gathering basic intelligence from the fringes, laying the groundwork for the second type. As for the latter, he lifted a second finger, gesturing subtly towards Su Shichuan, not needing to ask, "How does that look?" Though reluctant to admit it, that esteemed instructor was indeed strikingly handsome. The desire for beauty is universal, even influencing combat etiquette, which was why the first strike merely grasped the collar rather than delivering a blow to the face. Austin remained silent but begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Anning unwrapped a disinfectant swab, gently cleansing the blood from the corner of the injured boy's mouth, all the while explaining, "That kind of femme fatale serves as a weapon for the intelligence department, razor-sharp, targeting vital points, capable of infiltrating the lion's den and striking without a trace, before retreating while licking the blood from the blade." In just a few brief exchanges, the injuries were treated. Anning discarded the swab and waved to the school doctor, signaling that they could leave. As if a certain word had pricked a hidden nerve, Austin's expression darkened, yet remarkably, he refrained from further obstinacy, stumbling his way towards Su Shichuan. Not far away, the Major General, with his back to them, glanced at his communicator, noting a 10-minute delay from the scheduled plan. Before departing, the 2 had established preliminary positioning. Su Shichuan had relinquished the role of the good cop to Anning, firmly assuming the cold-blooded instructor's position. However, Anning's excessive chatter had crossed a line with his emotional appeal. Beside him, the sled dog wagged its tail with unrestrained glee, internally mocking, "Femme fatale? Ha ha ha." Su Shichuan cast a sidelong glance, and 17's tail promptly drooped. Just then, the man before them finally turned, his cold yet smiling gaze locking onto Su Shichuan. What a sight! This lad's thoughts were etched upon his face, utterly devoid of the ability to conceal his emotions. Su Shichuan perceived this clearly, yet chose not to expose it. Before the other could speak, he took the initiative. "Have you given it due consideration?" Austin exhaled, deliberately lowering his gaze several times to avoid direct eye contact, murmuring, "I apologize for the earlier offense and hope that Instructor Su will not hold it against me." As he paused, it seemed he had hesitated for a long time before finally solidifying his resolve. Austin lifted his gaze to meet Su Shichuan's eyes once more, raising his voice and articulating each word with conviction. "However, I cannot endorse your approach. Prior to the commencement of the re-examination, I hope you can provide a compelling rationale, rather than resorting to the unilateral authority of it's your decision." Perhaps sensing a hint of hostility, Shifa subtly turned his head, his brows arching slightly, and the corners of his eyes lifting with a sly glint. Austin found Shifa's gaze even more unsettling than that of the esteemed instructor. The disdain emanating from him was palpable. However, due to the constraints of their respective statuses, he felt it inappropriate to express too much. Shifa's lips curled faintly, and in a tone barely audible to anyone but themselves, he inquired, "What does it feel like to be schooled by Shichuan?" Austin's brows twitched as he discerned the underlying implications of the remark. It dawned on him that this prince had indeed gained entry through unconventional means and appeared to have a favorable relationship with the esteemed instructor. "Do you know each other?" he asked. Austin thought to himself, this scoundrel's words are shockingly more surprising than the announcement declaring the nullification of all 3 assessment results.